At Precision Air and Plumbing, we believe clean water is essential for your home and for your health. Right now, get 25% off our advanced water filtration systems, including reverse osmosis, water softeners, and UV light treatment. Protect your family, your pipes, and your peace of mind with water that's safer, softer, and better tasting. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Decision with Precision Air.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs inch closer after an 8-1 win against the Giants last night, and they're now just a game and a half out of the last wild card spot behind the Mets, and manager Torey Lovullo described this team as, yes, gritty.
This team's gritty. They're fighting every single day, and the energy that they bring the most critical times when it's done right, you can see how we perform. It's a lot of fun for me to watch.
Another chance to make some more noise tonight. D-back fans, have an eye on the Padres-Mets game, but more importantly, Game 2 of this Giants series is tonight at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a 2-0 start to the Cardinals season, head coach Jonathan Gannon believes that they're a better team than they've put out there. Find out why Gannon believes that at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and business Vince.
Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to a miracle in progress. Is it happening? Are the Diamondbacks completing and authoring one of the strangest, most awesome comeback stories in history? That is the story.
We need this. We need this.
Totally agree with you.
Regardless of what would happen in the postseason, we need this. Yeah.
So it was pointed out to me that maybe you guys saw this as well. We're like halfway through September. Our NFL team, our baseball team, and all three college football teams in the state are either have a winning record or at 500. Well, I guess they'd all have winning records now with the Diamondbacks one game over. Yeah. So there you go. It's not as bad in Arizona as y'all think.
And they have a team in the playoffs, the Mercury.
That's true. Maybe for only one more day,
but that is a fact. No, not quite that. No,
I see what you're saying, Dan.
No, not quite that. No. Lit City was a fever dream I had. That I really
the only
thought
prescription,
is more cowbell. But to get to Lit City, you have to have teams hovering near the very top, not just winning.
Yeah, that's lit. Lit doesn't.
No.
Equal 500.
What is this Lit City you
Lit about? City was there was a time, I don't know exactly when was exactly the time frame.
2021.
All right, yeah. So the Suns were considered NBA contenders. The Cardinals were like at the time a top 5 team in the NFL. And it all seemed to be happening.
I remember this time period.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You were alive for this. It was.
You were alive for this.
A little baby. But.
I remember like the D-Hop catch was kind of like peak Lit City.
Well, there the next year. That was 2020. The next year when the Cardinals started out 7-0.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we flirted with it a few different times since then.
Yeah, and that was coming off of the Suns being in the finals earlier in 2021. Yeah.
So, and on top of this, with all this resurging, maybe good stuff happening to our local teams. I told Vinny this. I don't think you're aware of this. This cruise I was on in Italy and France, Shane Doan was on it with me.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that.
Donor.
Said, what is up? So I talked to Shane Doan about, hey, you know what? At some point in time, you're going to get your couple years of experience with a real NHL team. You've got to head up a group to get back to Arizona, right? And I started getting weird responses from people that there are conversations already being had along those lines.
Look, we know how Gary Bettman feels about this as a hockey market.
Wants this market bad.
He might be the only person that believes in it, but
First of all,
pretty
though,
important guy.
They can only expand so much in the NHL, can they?
They're talking about expansion again.
It's unbelievable.
Well, they're only at 30 teams. You get to 30.
Are they?
Aren't
No,
they?
I think there's more than 30
I think there's 32 because they added
Oh,
Seattle.
is there 32 now?
Seattle and Vegas.
Okay, my bad.
So
yeah, okay.
yeah, it's ridiculous. But and I can only.
What's the difference between 32 and 34?
No, but I mean, listen. I heard of they're angling to secure that good plot of land at the 101 and the 202. That the interests that control that land have sort of been solidified to sell it all. That maybe there might be a Colangelo. Now, maybe it's all a pipe dream.
There's nobody named Morello in the group.
Yeah. But I was around some movers and some
involved?
shakers, bro. I was around some big dollar people.
I gotcha. Kevin Sorbo is an investor or no?
Paula Abdul, director of
What
hockey
do you
operations.
have against Kevin Sorbo?
Oh, don't get him started.
You're not.
I
baiting,
already know.
You're not baiting me into anything. But
Vinny already clued me in.
I can only get so excited when the words plots of land and stuff like that.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like
look,
we've gone through this four
not
times
happening
in the
tomorrow.
last 3 years.
It's not happening tomorrow. I'm just saying that there are conversations apparently already being had.
The question.
You hear plots of land, you might think of an expansion hockey team. I think plots of land, and I think about my eternal resting.
Yeah, right.
I think about how I'm going to plot. The question I have is, with Shane Doan on the ship, did they therefore not need the horn, the tug sound? They could just have him go, ooh.
There were actually 3 Coyotes on that ship, by the way. Shane Doan, Darcy Hordichuk, and Mike Comrie. Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
Mike Comrie was there,
Mm-hmm.
too.
Mm-hmm. Who was the biggest name in objectively?
Well, I mean, Evander was there.
Oh, he was there again.
Brian McKnight was there. He's a decent performer.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Did he perform?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yeah. Bocelli, Bo Derek, These are names that don't resonate with Sammy.
I'm just waiting for these names to come up tomorrow.
Right. All right. We got a lot of ground to cover. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs used a 6-run, 6th inning. And great starting pitching from Zach Gallen to rough up the Giants 8-1 in the opener of a 3-game series at Chase Field. Diamondbacks broke open a 1-1 game in the 6th, highlighted by a 2-run single from Ildemaro Vargas, 2-run home run from James McCann. Gallen continued his late-season surge. He went 6 innings while allowing just 1 run on 2 hits. Taylor Rashi, Jalen Beeks combined on 3 innings of hitless shutout relief to nail it down. D-backs back over 500 at 76 and 75, and they leapfrog over the Giants in the National League wildcard standings. Just a game and a half behind the idle Mets. Game 2 of that 3-game set tonight at Chase Field. Eduardo Rodriguez going for Arizona against Carson Seymour. That's a rematch of last week's season finale in San Francisco, a game the D-backs won 5-3. That game gets rolling at 6:40. All the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Before yesterday's game, the D-backs recalled right-handed pitcher Juan Murillo, and they designated right-handed pitcher Anthony DeSclafani for assignment.
Bada bing, bada boom.
You can't spell DeSclafani without DFA.
Oh, you're right.
It's true. I'm stating facts here. The Cincinnati Reds did score an 11-6 win over the Cardinals at Busch Stadium, so they're just a half game behind the D-backs, tied with the Giants, 2 games behind New York. The Mets start a series against the Padres at Citi Field tonight, and the Reds continue their series against the Cardinals.
Let's go, Padres.
The Philadelphia Phillies clinched the NL East last night with a 6-5 win over the Dodgers in Los Angeles. Phillies the first team to clinch their division this season, and it is their second straight NL East crown, so they're back in the postseason. Cardinals day off today. They'll be back on the practice field in Tempe tomorrow to begin preparation for the San Francisco 49ers Sunday in Santa Clara. Last night in the NFL, we had a Monday night double dip. First, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers moved to 2-0. 20-19 win over the Houston Texans. Former Sun Devil running back Rachaad White scored the game-winning touchdown on a 2-yard run with 6 seconds left in regulation to clinch it for the Bucs. Then it was the Chargers beating the Raiders 20-9. Justin Herbert threw for 242 yards and 2 touchdowns, and the Chargers defense picked off Raiders quarterback Geno Smith 3 times in the win, including the first pass of the game.
Chargers look good.
Their defense looks
They
really
look good.
solid.
Yep.
Minnesota Vikings starting quarterback J.J. McCarthy. He will miss 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Suffered in Sunday's 22-6 loss to the Atlanta Falcons. Carson Wentz will get the start in Minnesota's game against Cincinnati on Sunday. Commanders starter Jaden Daniels has a knee injury as well. His status up in the air as of yesterday for Sunday's game against the Raiders. Washington head coach Dan Quinn described it as a sprain, said Daniels is day-to-day. Who's not day-to-day? Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow does indeed need surgery on his turf toe injury. He'll miss 3 months. Third season of Burrow's 6 in the NFL that he will miss significant time for an injury. Since 2020, the Bengals are 2 games under 500 in the 14 games he's missed. A 3-month timetable for return could see Burrow back on the field for the Bengals' Week 17 matchup against the Cardinals in Cincinnati. That is the weekend after Christmas.
Yeah, but he's not going to come back to play one game unless the Bengals are actually playing for something, and I have a hard time envisioning that happening. So I think you've seen the end of Joe Burrow for this year, and it raises big questions about him because availability, I don't know if you heard that, Vinny.
It's the best ability. Arizona State linebacker Jordan Crook named one of the Big 12 Defensive Players of the Week for Week 3. Crook had 12 tackles, 3.5 tackles for loss, and a sack in the Sun Devils' 34-15 win over Texas State on Saturday. Arizona running back Ismail Mahdi shared the Offensive Player of the Week award with Cincinnati quarterback Brendan Sorsby. Here's another thing about college football. The Big 12 is so big now, they can't give one award for each category. They have to have 2. Crazy.
Stupid.
What are we doing?
Jarrett, these conferences are so big and so dumb.
Oh, I got a great punchline for you. I'll tell you after the show.
They just got engaged to Taylor Swift.
That's
a great joke. Hey, I thought so too.
Just didn't fly with
It
the
just
crowds
didn't land.
out in Tempe.
Must
or
have been my
Scottsdale,
fault,
wherever
Jared.
that was.
Maybe he's not. If she was engaged to Gronk, maybe that would have hit more.
Oh my God, could you imagine?
Yeah, right. Who's bigger and dumber than
Bigger
him?
and dumber, yeah.
There is your splash for this Tuesday, September 16th. Coming up, how can the Cardinals get better at closing out games? That is the question. We'll try to answer it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I will tell you, yesterday there was a ball that went right through Marvin Harrison Jr.'s hands. I mean, literally right through his hands. And it's hard to jumpstart a conversation about Marvin Harrison when he's doing things like that. Gambo, I don't know the answer to this problem because I also think it's not even the biggest problem on offense for the Cardinals.
You think it's more the running game?
Oh yeah,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I don't disagree.
It's not even the thing I'm the most worried about.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
D-backs fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Where does the Arizona Cardinals defense need to improve after 2 weeks? We'll ask Cards legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Probably a little bit of everything, Craig. It really is. When I look at it, everybody in that building right now is, I could have did this better. I could have did this better. You know what I mean? So everyone takes the arrow in the forehead, and it's just collectively solving problems. That's what it's about. So improving and solving problems.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, addressing the media yesterday after his team moved to 2-0 on the season. The subject matter of that question: how do you close out games better? Certainly, it was a bit of an issue in Week 1 against New Orleans, Bick. It was a big issue in Week 2 against the Carolina Panthers. A game they were up 27-3, 27-9 when the interception happened that Kyler Murray threw deep in Carolina territory, and you saw the Panthers charge back and nearly steal a football game away. So, yeah. Look, these things all tie together. And we're going to get more into some of the individual things, but if you are a team that needs to close out games better and your identity is running the football, you need to run the football.
That's it. That more than anything, we can talk individuals, but I think in terms of the collective, The idea of the Arizona Cardinals failing to get their ground game going against a team like the Panthers, that's a big red flag. And we kind of got into this at the end of yesterday's show with Ron Wolfley, because the Carolina Panthers entered last week's game with a streak of 7 consecutive games where they yielded more than 200 rushing yards to the opponent. That's a big number.
That's unheard
it's
of.
unheard of
in the NFL.
It's unheard of in the NFL. And so if that team and that defense goes on the road against a team that hung 200 plus on a lot of opponents last year, you would think that's a big point of advantage for the Cardinals, and the Cardinals couldn't get anything going. They had 82 yards rushing, and that includes a 31-yard scramble from Kyler Murray that was not a running play. So I think when you look at that and you look at this game coming up this weekend, this football team has got to recapture their identity. Somehow, some way, they're going to have to plug back in the pieces that allows them to be a very physical team at the point of attack.
Yep. Here was more from Gannon on his explanation of the reasons why they're not closing out games right now.
Coach and play better. Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah. I know it's crazy, Craig, but that is the truth. No, I'm serious. It's like I wish I kind of had a better answer for you. I got to coach better. Our coaches have to coach better. And we got to play a little bit better, and because we had opportunities to do it and didn't do it. So that falls on the coaches first, and then, making sure that they understand everything, playing with the right technique, having the appropriate level of detail for everything that's being asked of them, and going out and executing it. So it's a collective thing. The positive that I feel better today about that I did honestly last night when I talked to you guys was it's all correctable. It really is. Like I told the team too, like I appreciate their effort. Like it's not for lack of trying. It's not our energy. It's not, our mode of play. It's not those things. It's coaching and playing a little bit better. So that's what we'll work on.
Yeah, and not to pin it all on the running game and the offense, the defense has culpability here as well. I mean, you get up that big, that comfortably, and then you allow a 14-play, 76-yard touchdown drive, followed by a 14-play, 93-yard touchdown drive, followed by a 12-play, 76-yard touchdown drive. It is really hard for you to establish your run game and try to run out the clock if you don't have the football.
The difference is I don't have anywhere near the level of concern with the defense that I do with the offense. What I saw in the first half against Carolina spoke to me to the ceiling of the Cardinals' defense, and I think there were a lot of little things that kept them from getting off the field. I don't look at Sunday's game and go, oh my, if Bryce Young can light up the Cardinals, they are in trouble. I still feel really optimistic about the defense. The offense, I'm not certain, Vinny.
I agree with you defensively. I think it was the Cardinals' defense allowing Bryce Young to nickel and dime them to death.
Yep.
On those 3 touchdown drives, Bryce Young went 24 of 32 for 217 yards and 3 touchdowns. Only 7 of those 24 completions were 10 yards or more. The biggest play was 26. That was the definition of taking what the defense is giving you. Now, when the defense decided, we're in trouble here, they got the onside kick, you saw how difficult they made it for Bryce Young and the defense.
Yes.
You would like that to have kicked in a little bit earlier.
Of course.
So I agree with you. My level of concern for the defense is not nearly where it is for the offense. And look, when we had crosstalk with Wolf and Luke yesterday too, Wolf also brought up the offensive line. And a lot was made about Isaiah Adams holding down that right guard spot, and I'm not pinning this all on him. The right side of the offensive line, though, he and Jonah Williams, who's back at right tackle, doesn't look like it's up to the standard of the other 3/5 of the offensive line.
No. And the television broadcast highlighted any number of plays that Jonah Williams struggled with, where his guy was just doing blow-bys past him. And then Isaiah Adams, for as good as he was during the preseason and during training camp, his metrics are really, really bad. Now, again, metrics for offensive linemen, you can take them for what they're worth. But Isaiah Adams in the run blocking department is not rating very highly. So I guess the question becomes when Will Hernandez becomes totally healthy, and I'm guessing he's close. He was questionable last week, and maybe that was just a numbers thing for who they wanted to dress on Sunday. I do think that is imminent. whenever he's healthy enough to do that.
Now, Jonathan Gannon was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he was asked that very question. Are you thinking about tinkering with the offensive line just yet?
No, I don't right now. Will's doing a good job. He's keeps improving every week, so he's doing a good job. I think that we do have to be more efficient in the run game, and whether that be, changing some of the things that we do with the people that we have right now, or by what defenses are doing to us through the first 2 weeks, being able to adapt and do some things that, here's what I say, like, your bread and butter is your bread and butter, right? Well, when they take away your bread and butter, do you want to stick with it, or do you want to get to some different things? So those were some conversations today. And then also making sure that all 11 are doing the right thing, because it takes all 11 guys to have a productive run play. I know that sounds asinine, but it's the 100% truth. And then, looking at, we just played a couple good interior defensive linemen.
Yeah. Overall, big picture, the Cardinals and starting 2-0 without having a 300-yard game on offense is very rare. It's only happened twice since 2020.
Mm-hmm.
It's this year's Cardinals and last year's Steelers. And this year, so far, it's only 2 weeks, but there's only 5 teams that have yet to gain 300 yards of total offense, and the Cardinals are one.
Wow. And imagine this, and this is the way we're talking for a football team that's 2-0, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? What you
Good
said
to have standards.
No, well, listen, absolutely. Now, what you said earlier, I want to clarify something, because the defense is culpable for the way that game against the Panthers looks in some. For the fact that they had to come up with a second consecutive defensive stop at the end of the game, the defense bears some culpability for that.
Sure.
That defense was also hung out to dry by the offense. But moving forward, I think the adjustments need to really come on the offensive side. Now, you heard Jonathan Gannon in that soundbite talk about what teams are doing to the Cardinals, stacking the box. They're playing really strong interior linemen. And he said that there have been conversations about, do you keep trying to force that when it's not working, or do you look elsewhere? That, to me, that's an interesting conversation to have.
Yeah. They take away your bread and butter. What do? You switch to cheese and crackers.
Exactly. Because what it's doing now, it's saying, how much do we trust number one? How much do we... Because if number one is truly a franchise quarterback and they're stacking the box on you, it should be time for him to cook.
And I have another big question, too. We talked about it all offseason. Does number one have enough weapons in the passing game to be trusted to that degree if they take away your bread and butter? There's all these things that are working in concert together. We'll have more on the Cardinals and Jonathan Gannon's press availability coming up on today's show. Also, we're going to get into the Diamondbacks' gigantic win over the San Francisco Giants last night. We'll go through the highlights and D-Backs Daily. It's Bickley and Murat mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final, and the D-backs will wake up tomorrow a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together.
When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Presidential Pools has been Arizona's #1 pool builder since 1991. They have an industry-leading warranty, and now is the best time to get a pool to not only add value to your home, but to have your backyard perfect for the weather that is coming. Football season is here, and I'll be hanging in the backyard with the kids and the family a lot. So if you're on the fence, Basinonians, don't be. Dive in with Presidential Pools, and they'll take care of you. Go to presidentialpools.com, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks rolled the Giants last night 8-1 behind another near-dominant start from Zach Gallen, going 6 innings, striking out 6 and only allowing 1 earned run. But he wasn't the only dominant Diamondback last night. Geraldo Perdomo went 3 for 3 and reached base 5 times in last night's win, and here was his manager when asked about Perdomo.
I'm probably like a proud dad just watching everything that he does and how the success that he has. It's not easy to do what he's doing. He's just been so consistent and so present. He's just leading this team without knowing that he's doing it.
The Snakes still chasing the Mets for that last wild card spot in the NL, and both teams will be in action tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After what was a victorious football weekend around the Valley, the Cardinals will now prep for their first divisional test against the 49ers on Sunday, and ASU will begin conference play in Waco on Saturday against Baylor. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Final 2 weeks of the regular season upon us. The D-Backs still with a fighting chance to earn a playoff spot. They started their 3-game series against the Giants with Zach Gallen on the mound at Chase Field against San Francisco's Kai-Wei Tang. And again, the D-backs would strike first after Gallen authored a 1-2-3 top of the first. Things would get cooking. Geraldo Perdomo drew a one-out walk in the bottom of the first. Then Ketel Marte got hit by a pitch. Tang would then strike out Corbin Carroll and Gabby Moreno. Perdomo would move up to third on a passed ball by Patrick Bailey. And with Blaze Alexander up, the D-backs would get a gift run.
Here's the 2-2 no throw to first, and he throws it over the head of Devers. Perdomo scores. Marte is going to get to second, and the Diamondbacks take a 1-0 lead.
Yep, Chris Garagiola on the play-by-play. 1-0 Tang would strike out Alexander to retire the side. Gallen would retire the first 7 hitters he would face on Monday night, but with 1 out in the top of the third, he'd get touched up by Casey Schmidt.
Gallen yet to allow a base runner. 1 out in the third, and now the 3-1. Schmidt swings and launches. High and deep left center. McCarthy looking up. It's on its way, and it's gone. He's a good count hitter, and he got a good pitch and a good count. He didn't miss it for his 11th of the year. And just like that, we're tied at 1.
Casey Schmidt or Michael Jack Schmidt?
Whoa!
418 feet to center field. Just like that, we were tied. Tang and Gallen pitched to zeros through the 5th. Lefty Matt Gage came in for San Francisco in the 5th. He worked a scoreless frame. Then the wheels came off for the Giants in the 6th. Carroll led off with a double. Gage came out. Joel Peguero came in. He would walk Moreno and Alexander to set things up for Ildemaro Vargas.
Peguero's set is 2-2 pitch to Vargas. Swung on, ground ball, base hit. That's into right field. Carroll's in. Moreno right behind him. The throw is cut off by Devers. He throws to second, and now Vargas in a rundown. And they will tag out Vargas. Alexander shuts it down at third, but it's a 2-run single, and the Diamondbacks now take a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, Bob Melvin went to the pen again. He would call on veteran lefty Joey Lucchese. Oh! Torey Lavello. Oh! Countered with Jordan Lawler.
Vince Murata.
Oh! He would counter with Jordan Lawler pinch hitting for Alec Thomas, and Lawler would deliver.
Here's the wind. The 2-0. Swung on. That is hit high. It's hit deep. Is it his first? No, it's off the top of the wall. Lawler trying to get to second, and he's in there with a head first double.
Yeah, Lawler just misses his first big league home run. In fact, it would have been a home run in 16 big league ballparks. Chase Field, not one of them. Settles for the RBI double. That made it 4-1. D-backs not done. The red-hot James McCann, the next hitter.
A look at second, now the 0-1. McCann swings, sends a high, deep drive. Left field, McCann likes it. He loves it because it's gone. It's a 2-run shot as the Diamondbacks start to pour it on in the 6th. His 5th of the year. It's a 6-1 Zona lead.
Second home run in as many days for McCann. 6-1, as you heard Chris say. Jake McCarthy.
Doesn't it feel like every time McCann plays, he does something?
He's been tremendous this year. What an addition.
What a
midseason pickup.
Yeah, no doubt.
Jake McCarthy then reached on an error by Schmidt. That brought up Geraldo Perdomo.
If the D-backs can win tonight, they'll be a half game in front of the Giants and 1.5 back of the Mets. As there's a swing, line drive, left center field. That's going to get down. That's going to go to the wall. McCarthy burning around third. He's in. Perdomo digging for third. Here's the throw. Not in time.
Triple for Perdomo, put the finishing touches on a big inning, that giving the D-backs a 6-run lead. They'd add another on an RBI double by Perdomo. The RBI machine in the 8th inning. Taylor Rashi, Jalen Beeks combined on 3 innings of scoreless relief. And the Diamondbacks inched closer to the postseason with an impressive 8-1 win over the Giants in downtown Phoenix. Torey Lavello on Zach Gallen's performance.
Tonight, I think Zach went out, gave us a chance to get our footing. Those little bit of unknown that you're playing the team that you're locked up with, and you're just kind of standing in the middle of the ring, dancing around, seeing who's gonna jab first. And we responded in a really, really great way and scored 6 runs to break that game open. It was a lot of really patient at-bats. It was a lot of really crucial at-bats where we executed and slugged the baseball. And it's, when you look up at the end of the night and you have 9 hits, 4 walks, you give up 2 hits, you make no errors, you got a really good chance of winning the baseball game. So those type of games are a lot of fun for everybody to watch.
Yeah, that was the 6th inning especially, a really satisfying stretch of baseball for the Diamondbacks.
Unbelievable. There was a lot that I loved in that 6th inning, but nothing more than Ildemaro Vargas's at bat. This is a guy that's been forced to play first base. The Diamondbacks are doing all of this really without a first baseman now that Tyler Locklear is injured. And so Ildemaro Vargas last night in that at bat, he gets into the box late, so he gets docked for a strike. So he's 0-1 to begin, and he just grinded out that at bat, and he pulled that single to right field to get the floodgates open, gave himself up on the base pass, and everybody was just cheering him on in the dugout.
By the way, against a nasty reliever.
Yes.
With ridiculous numbers, and he was throwing triple-digit smoke up there.
Yeah, and so that was one of those moments where I'm like, this is just absolutely unbelievable. The dudes they are doing this with, right? Ildemaro Vargas, Nabil Chrismat.
These guys are just doing their jobs better than the people that they took their jobs from.
Right?
It doesn't make any sense.
Taylor Rashi.
Well,
James McCann.
Tip your cap to Jordan Lawler. It hasn't been the smoothest of rides for him, but he's coming. He looks so much more comfortable at the plate. And if the comfort level at the plate can be carried out into the field, it might not happen this year. But they've got something there. This has been really fun to watch. And I can't believe I'm saying that because I've given up on this team 5 times.
Oh, yeah, listen, maybe even more. Again, this has really honestly been one of the wackiest roller coaster rides I've ever encountered with the baseball team. It's just been from the incredible and appalling underachieving to the injuries to the trading at the deadline to nobody will take Zach Gallen to the fire Torey Lovello, and here we are now. They are the team below the cut line.
Are you able to live in the moment, or are you getting to the point now where it will almost be disappointing if they don't make it all the way back?
To me, this is it's an interesting question because I was thinking about this last night while I was watching the game. This feels like house money. This feels like if they make it, we're going to celebrate this team in wild and crazy ways, and if they don't, I think we're going to give them a round of applause and say, "Great job."
Yeah, I feel the same way. The phrase I was going to use, this is gravy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
If they make it, it's gravy.
Yep.
If they don't, okay, it was a fun ride, but nobody expected this. We were prepping for 6 weeks plus of zombie baseball.
Yes, we were.
And we're getting the exact opposite.
It's absolutely incredible. It's one of the more remarkable things I've seen, and they've got a real shot at this. If the Padres can kind of put some pressure on the Mets are ready to collapse, man.
I don't like the fact that they had a day off yesterday to recharge the batteries and maybe get their heads right. But the other thing that is making this very interesting for the Diamondbacks is, yes, their schedule is incredibly tough. But after this series with the Giants, which is important because it's head-to-head, they get the Phillies. They just clinched their division last night. Not exactly burning hot.
That's right.
They get the Dodgers next. They'll probably have the division clinched by then. And then San Diego will probably have a wild card spot locked up going into the final weekend of the season. So I don't think you're going to get any of these teams that's necessarily all revved up to play these games. Now, it doesn't mean anything because baseball's a weird sport, as we know.
And hey, we own the Phillies, Dodgers, and the Padres. We all know that.
We own them.
No more games against the Rockies, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's good.
Thank God.
Yeah,
all right.
That's good.
Their nemesis is. That's a thought I had yesterday. The Diamondbacks had 6 4-game series this year. 6. They split 5 of them. The only one they lost was to the Rockies.
Right.
And those 3 losses might be the difference.
5 losses total versus the Rockies.
But again, flush all of that because you know what I mean. Let's keep the regret out of this.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we are only 2 weeks in, but some NFL teams are already dealing with potential season-changing injuries. We'll talk about the hurt quarterbacks next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-Backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Nagging joint pain can come from a lot of places. Arthritis, maybe it's years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed right. But no matter where it comes from, it's a horrible deal when it limits your everyday life. And the good news is QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine. These are advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results are long-term, lasting relief. And folks, this stuff really works. The patient satisfaction reports are 92%, and that includes me. I had a terrible case of tennis elbow, a jarring flash of pain every time I hit a golf ball. 3 treatments in with QC Kinetics, I am markedly better. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. So bring in your MRI and your x-rays, get a free evaluation, find out if you're a good candidate. That consultation is free, and do not wait. You'll find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
On second, again pressure on Burrow. Dances around, but brought down.
Eric Armstead, a former teammate of Logan Ryan, rubs the belly. He's eating.
Eric Armstead rubs his belly when he's hungry. The Walter Payton Man of the Year. They're just whipping butt up front. Simple bull rush. Everyone's at the quarterback. Speaking to Josh Hines Allen, he said it's a race to the quarterback. They love their pass rush, and that is not a good sign if you're a Bengals fan.
Oh, no. Yeah, Joe Burrow still down, looking at his ankle.
Yeah, that was the scene in the second quarter in Cincinnati. You could hear the delayed gasp from the Bengals crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Because Joe Burrow initially got up from that sack, took a couple steps, and then went down, and now he's down for a while. 3-month recovery time for Burrow as he has to undergo turf toe surgery. The keys to the offense handed to Jake Browning. So here we are 2 weeks in. Burrow out for an extended period of time. Brock Purdy out for the foreseeable future.
Maybe.
Up to 5 weeks. We don't know.
There's reports coming out of San Francisco that this was last night, that he's healing very fast and might even be available this weekend. They don't expect that to be true, but your point still is accurate. Continue.
J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota. Some question about the Jaden Daniels availability moving forward. I think we could take these case by case. Cincinnati, Jake Browning is an experienced quarterback, somewhat. I mean, he had 7 starts in 2023. They went 4-3 in Joe Burrow's absence. I'm not necessarily sure that their season is over. They're, the division, playing in the division with Baltimore, pretty tough. San Francisco, Mac Jones acquitted himself very nicely on Sunday against the Saints. Jaden Daniels, I think he'll be okay. The J.J. McCarthy thing in Minnesota is interesting to me because he's not looked good.
No.
Minnesota is one of those 4 other teams that hasn't had 200 yards of offense yet. I thought, and I made the statement yesterday, and I'll stand by it, of the 8 quarters the Vikings have played, they played 1 good quarter.
That's
accurate. It was a devastating quarter on the Monday night game against the Chicago Bears. Last year, you could argue that J.J. McCarthy's injury led to a great season for the Minnesota Vikings because they weren't tempted to keep him in at quarterback. They had no choice but to go to Sam Darnold. Now, he's not there anymore. Can Carson Wentz recapture things?
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Oh, boy.
But I heard the ESPN morning show when I was driving in, Wingus, Dingus, and Mingus. They were talking about how much does Minnesota regret not going after Aaron Rodgers now? Because that's the place that...
That's hindsight.
But that's the place he wanted to play by all accounts, and why it took so long to go to Pittsburgh.
They drafted J.J. McCarthy high. He was the guy. He got hurt.
But he also wasn't that good.
But you can't plant... I mean, wasn't that good when?
He won a national championship.
In week 1?
No. I mean, yeah.
They drafted him.
I know. They had to see what they had.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't want to pair a young quarterback with Aaron Rodgers. That's
true too.
It's
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it either.
If you want to, go down a different road on the hindsight discussion, maybe somebody better than Carson Wentz to back up J.J. McCarthy. We'll see.
Kirk Cousins is still out there. I don't know if he's healthy yet, but he's out there.
They were talking about it on the Sunday night game that he's ready to go.
Jameis Winston. But that's the discussion also, is that how much more important these days is having a good backup quarterback. Because it just seems like quarterbacks go down even more than they ever did.
Well, I think what Vinny's getting at here, we're only 2 weeks into the NFL season, and we're talking about major names at the position. Joe Burrow being lost for 3 months and maybe effectively the entire season, that's a gigantic loss for the league. Huge loss. Jaden Daniels, if this sprained knee keeps him out any period of time, it's just a fundamental issue, and the people who get really mad at the preferential treatment of quarterbacks, and I'm right there with you. The Josh Sweat sack on Sunday of Bryce Young, calling a roughing the passer on that, it makes you so mad you want to throw things through the television. But at the same time, you understand how bad the NFL looks when you take out the great quarterbacks. It's really quite something. And it's fascinating to me as well that you got a guy like Daniel Jones, who the Vikings were hoping to hang on to. He's like, nope, I'm out of here. I see a great opportunity there, and it's working for him, right? And you look at a guy like Baker Mayfield, who wasn't that long ago, Baker Mayfield rolled into Phoenix with the Carolina Panthers and authored one of the worst games I've ever seen as a quarterback. And I remember walking out that day going, that guy's no good.
I got to tell you this. I love watching Baker
So do I.
Mayfield play football. It's a joy to watch.
So do I. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad because Baker Mayfield, he takes a lot of grief, but I think that kid has got a lot of moxie, and it's clear the Buccaneers believe in him. He might be one of the most underpaid athletes in sports.
Well, last night, and I think he's entering the territory as a quarterback too, and they had stats to back this up on the Monday night game. So Houston scores with about 2 minutes to go. And your first reaction in a game scenario like that is, okay, who's the quarterback on the other side? Did you leave too much time? Baker Mayfield is really good in those situations.
Yes, he is.
And was poised, melted the whole clock. They scored with 6 seconds to go.
I know. It was so
he
impressive.
had a couple of scrambles, and he's marginalized. He wasn't fully healthy. He's hobbling all over the place. One play, he goes down after a scramble, grabs his ankle, and then immediately gets up and gets into the face of a defender. It's like, I thought you were hurt.
Right. No, but listen, but again,
He's just a gamer.
Yes, and the poise that he shows, this is the kind of thing. There was a time when if you'd have asked me a couple years ago, would you rather have Kyler Murray or Baker Mayfield? I would have answered that Kyler Murray. I wouldn't answer that way now. Because everything that I want Kyler Murray to have, Baker Mayfield has in spades. The toughness in the pocket, the poise with the big moments.
The leadership component. Not that it's not improving for Kyler, but it's still improving for Baker Mayfield too.
Yeah.
And he had an advantage to start with.
Yeah. I know, but I was somebody who was really kind of skeptical of Tampa going into this year. And I watched last night's game. I'm like, that was pretty stupid of me.
Yeah.
How do you doubt Bakes?
How you feeling about your Michael Penix?
Very good.
Yeah. He looks okay.
Yeah. I'm still angry that dude yanked him from me. I had him he was going to be my last pick in fantasy football. I thought I was going to have the last laugh.
Swing a trade.
That draft that he was in, Baker Mayfield, was because Josh Allen became the super duper star. Everyone made fun of those first two quarterbacks that got taken, Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold. And those two guys have revived their careers to make it no longer like that lopsided.
You want to know why I hate fantasy football?
Why?
Joe Burrow is my quarterback. It's the first time I'm playing pro fantasy football in years. He's out for probably the season. I had the number 1 overall pick in my Big 12 draft. My pick was Dylan Edwards, the running back from Kansas State, who's had more injuries than touchdowns so far. He got hurt on his first touch of the year, and then he got hurt again against U of A last week. Fantasy football sucks.
More on fantasy football at 7:30.
All right.
I like
Good.
it. And coming up next, the Cardinals running game. Not exactly the strength we thought it was through 2 weeks. We'll get into that and more issues with the Cardinals, even though they're 2-0. Next, it's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Here's the positive. I'm always looking for the positive, as you well know. Looking at the defense going out and shutting down, ending the game, not once, but twice in 2 games. I know it was against the Saints. I know it was against the Panthers, but the defense did its job and ended the assault, ended the game.
I loved the ending because Calais Campbell had this look on his face like, dude, it's my 18th year. This game should have been over an hour ago. I'll just end it so we can go home.
Thank you, Calais. Thank you so much for doing that, as a matter of fact.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So if you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are really good you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Happens to all of us in the Valley. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They are a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for. Check out their range. Fire pits, custom barbecue pits, patios, shading structures like pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. If you're a golfer, they're fantastic at building building state-of-the-art putting greens. In fact, they built the putting course at Dobson Ranch. That's how good they are at that. And now Turf Monsters is in the pickleball business. If you're an avid pickleball player, they can build you a court in your backyard. You never have to worry about getting court time. But more than anything, this is a company that believes in doing what they say they're going to do, staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your house. You're not dealing with different workers. They believe in your happiness, and this is the truth. I've had a number of listeners who have taken my advice, hired Turf Monsters, and they have raved about the experience and the finished product. Go check out their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex like nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The D-backs inch closer after an 8-1 win against the Giants last night, and they're now just a game and a half out of the last wild card spot behind the Mets, and another chance to make some more noise tonight. Diamondback fans have one eye on the Padres-Mets game, but more importantly, Game 2 of the Giants series is tonight at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a 2-0 start to the Cardinals season. Head coach Jonathan Gannon believes that they're a better team than they've put out there. Find out why Gannon believes that at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together let's drive Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. If the Cardinals lose one or more corners to injury, what are their options for finding a replacement? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I mean, the guys know we're going to run the ball. So, I'm sure I'm sure the defenses are like, they're going to get after you. So you better get off the ball and put your hands on them and, shred blocks and do what you need to do. And then we know we're going to run it. They know we're going to run it. Who can do it better? So I think, defense is definitely, I assume that they're going to be like, hey, that they're going to try to get after us and we need to get after them. So it's just going to be hard. It's hard ball, man. It's fun ball. It's what football is, man. Running the ball really hard and then doing a boatload of stuff off of it.
Hjalte Froholt of the Arizona Cardinals talking about the running game and the lack thereof so far through 2 weeks. And again, these are good conversations to have when a team is 2-0.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Way better to be having these conversations for a 2-0 team as opposed to an 0-2 team.
Right.
But it has been concerning. It's been visually concerning. It's been statistically concerning. I think one of the strengths, even though the Cardinals haven't been a winning team under Jonathan Gannon in his first 2 years, but even going back to that first year, you remember their ability when they had a lead late in the game, their ability to just grind the football out, grind the clock. Everybody in the stadium knows, hey, they're going to try to run it right down our throats. And they were able to do it, both in 2023 and 2024. This year, not the same case. The game situations have been a little bit different. They've had to count on their defense to make a play, to get off the field with a victory in both of them. But I think there's got to be a lot of examination on why this is the way it is right now.
No doubt. You have to go down. You have to look at 3 different avenues and ask yourself what is happening here. Avenue number 1, are teams looking at the Cardinals saying, you're not going to ramrod us into oblivion. We're going to stack the box with defenders. You're going to have to throw the ball to beat us. I know if I were a team facing the Cardinals, that's what I would do. So it might be defensive strategy that they are encountering. It might be the offensive line not performing to the level that the team needs them to perform at, or they need to get their arms around what they're doing with their running game in terms of apportioning handoffs and who they're giving those opportunities to. I think the latter is a fascinating thing because you look right now, per the numbers, and Trey Benson has got much better, not much, but he's got better numbers than James Conner. He also has the courtesy of a 52-yard run that has skewed those numbers. But that 52-yard run is a sign of an explosive that this team is badly missing. So in week 1 against the Saints, James Conner had 12 carries, Trey Benson had 8. In week 2, Trey Benson's carries went down to 3. But he was featured prominently in the passing game where he was targeted 6 times, mostly on little checkdowns that might have been substitute for running plays, but targeted 6 times. That's one more than Marvin Harrison Jr.
And I remember at least a few of those being on like long yardage situations.
Yes, kind of like little give up downs, right? Yeah. Exactly. So to me, the question becomes: should Trey Benson be carrying the ball more? Do you side on youth and upcoming potential, or are they not serving James Conner properly by giving him the amount of carries he needs to truly get rolling?
Yeah, you could argue that both running backs should be getting the ball more.
Yeah.
But the very first point you made about the defense scheming against it, that's pretty much them saying, we know that Kyler Murray's not going to make a big play and throw it. So if we stack the box, all he's going to do is dink and dunk it anyway, so we don't have to worry about it.
That's it.
And that's what he has done so far. Now they are 2-0.
Right. And I think that's what Jonathan Gannon was saying with Burns and Gamble yesterday, that, okay, what are we doing here? Are we sticking with something we shouldn't stick with at the expense of when we should be looking elsewhere? Or do you just show patience with the running game, because that's what great running games do? They don't always flash, but they eventually wear you down. It really, for a 2-0 football team, I think these are some real heavy questions because you do not want to go into San Francisco with a broken offense.
Yeah, I think this is more, me personally, I think it's more a line issue than it is a running back personnel issue.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Gannon was asked, what is to blame for the poor run game so far?
I think it's everybody. I really do. And when I say this, like, this is the truth. It takes all 11. So all 11 have to be doing the right things. And there's some plays where, yesterday it didn't come to fruition, but we are doing a lot of right things too. Like I showed him a play today, the one that James Conner went to our sideline. I don't know what he gained. He made the corner miss, and I think it was a first down. But like Zay Jones, blocks his guy, which is a really hard block on the backside of the run. And if James cuts that back, that's the guy that's going to tackle him. And if he happened to cut it back there, he's not going to get tackled because Zay Jones is doing a good job. So it's not all bad. It has to be better. It has to be more efficient, a little more productive. But there's no panic in my game about the run game right now. I'll say that.
Here's the big picture. This is weird.
Yeah.
The Cardinals through 2 weeks are 20th in the NFL in rushing attempts. Certainly not indicative of what their calling card should be offensively.
Right.
13th in yards, tied for 10th in yards per carry.
And those yards per carry, as we said earlier, there was a 52-yard run by Trey Benson and a 31-yard scramble by Kyler Murray. That was not a running play. That was a passing down. And if you take those two plays away, they're averaging 3 yards per carry, which isn't going to get it done.
Yeah, which would be near the bottom of the league.
Yeah.
The Cincinnati Bengals through 2 weeks, by the way, averaging 2.4 yards a
Well,
carry.
they've got a terrible offensive line.
Yeah, and now they got a quarterback hurt because of it.
Uh-oh.
The other, talk about the line issue, and you mentioned Pro Football Focus. Through 2 weeks, PFF has graded 86 guards in the NFL. Isaiah Adams is 82nd.
Oof.
Yeah. Ahead of only Dalton Tucker from Indianapolis, who's only played 7 snaps. Cesar Ruiz of New Orleans. Andrew Voorhees, Jason's brother from Baltimore.
Sure.
And Jonas
Hockey player,
Savianaya.
football player. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I can never say that guy's name from U of A. From Miami. He's last.
But so that's not good company. So
and Isaiah, not pinning it all on him.
No. But that side of the line is not functioning properly. That I think you can say, and that's not to say that they won't start, but they've just all been out of sync. You talk about the penalties that have incurred around the offensive line, and including Trey McBride's hold that was pretty consequential. That's the stuff they've got to get cleaned up. Because as a football team, you need to have an identity. Right? And that's the one thing the Cardinals have had the last 2 years, even though they haven't had a winning season. They've had a strong identity.
Yeah.
And now they're winning, and we're not sure who they are.
That's their new identity. They just win games.
Yeah, I was going to say
that's the best identity you can have.
We're just winners, folks.
It's time for Character Counts. The Arizona Diamondbacks named outfielder Corbin Carroll as a nominee for the 2025 Roberto Clemente Award and honored the outfielder before yesterday's game versus the Giants. Carroll is a spokesperson for the Diamondbacks' Reviving Baseball and Inner Cities program and a leader for his CC7 fund, which has provided youth baseball and softball teams with lockers full of Nike uniforms and gear. Corbin is also a contributor to the Boys and Girls Clubs, where he's provided gloves, gear, and uniforms, hosted clinics, and surprised kids at practice and spoken at schools. The Roberto Clemente Award is given every year toward a Major League Baseball player for their community involvement, philanthropy, and contributions on and off the field. And voting ends September 28th. So good luck to Corbin. And remember, Corbin Counts, Character Counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, Major League Baseball has basically eliminated home field advantage for the playoffs. Does it even matter in the D-backs case? Interesting topic. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks Baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up. Right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final. And the D-backs will wake up tomorrow, a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants, live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so I'm a customer of Advanced Window Products, and one of the coolest things I've noticed about the company is their vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships, and that's exactly how they roll. It's a family affair. You never feel like you're dealing with a big company or a big corporation. They're also the highest-rated window company in the state. They offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in the Valley, and that's because there's no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the Valley. They're going to build your windows specifically for our climate. They're going to install your windows, and then they are going to guarantee them for life. So if you need new windows like I did, call Advanced Window Products. Take advantage of their great special. You get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. And remember to enter to win a great giveaway sponsored by Advanced Window Products when they're going to hook up a household with at least 15 windows free of charge, a $25,000 value. All you've got to do, pull out your phone, text the letters AWP to 620-620 to enter to win this fantastic giveaway. You can reach Advanced Window Products by calling 480-790-7480 online at advancedwindows.com.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. The D-backs are finding a way to fight back into the playoff race. We'll talk with a player today at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
The crowd was awesome today. I know school's back in session. I know there's a lot of practices happening, and parents are being parents, and I love that. But if you can find a way to get out here and support us right now, we would certainly appreciate that. the love that we felt out there from the fans that were here today. I know it gave us a certain energy and pushed us along, but this was a really, really crucial game. It's game 1 of 3. We got to come out and do the same thing again tomorrow.
Story Lavello, manager of the Diamondbacks. They beat the Giants last night 8-1 for this stretch run, which is becoming more exciting by the day, really, for the Diamondbacks. They've rolled out a ticket plan. You can get $15 tickets for this series against the San Francisco Giants. Yeah. And that deal is still good for today and tomorrow's game. So kind of devising on the fly, hoping to give the Diamondbacks a little home field advantage during this series, which they need to win this series.
Yeah.
To get to the postseason. But you ran across some data that I found, you presented it to me, and I found it absolutely amazing in terms of home field advantage, basically meaning nothing in
Major
the
League
postseason.
Baseball. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. So, and this is proof that what the Diamondbacks did in 2023 wasn't necessarily an anomaly. And if they can somehow get in as a wild card again this year, you never know what's going to happen. Here's the facts. Since Major League Baseball expanded to 12 playoff teams in 2022, home teams are 60-64 in the postseason, a losing record. Now, when you get to the wild card round, where the better team gets all home games for a best-of-3 series, those home teams are 10-16 in the wild card round. That doesn't make any sense, and 4 of the last 10 pennant winners have all been wild card teams as well. So the 2023 Diamondbacks weren't an anomaly. They're part of a growing trend. So the question is, why? What has leveled, literally, the playing field when it comes to home field advantage in Major League Baseball?
I don't know, but if you look at it, that's what makes this that much more exciting. All right, D-backs, let's say they get in. They would be marginalized. We know their issues. They have a lot of injuries. Their bullpen is a crapshoot every single night. But if you're playing a wild card series, a best-of-3 on the road, it doesn't mean anything.
No, listen, and you talk about the pressure of being that home team. Tom Verducci, who wrote a story highlighting some of these stats, mentioned that now in Major League Baseball, maybe back in the day, baseball stadiums, they were very unique. Quirky. They all of them had their kind of little things, and
they all had their own flavor.
Right, exactly.
Something that gave them a home field advantage for people who actually played there 81 games a year.
You would know like which way the ball would bounce off the wall and which way it would come out if it went into the corners.
I still think that exists.
I think it does too, but he points out the fact that now 25 of 30 stadiums all use the same infield clay that they get from the mountains of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. Mounds are all checked for uniform height and leveled for uniform height. All stadiums now have indoor batting cages for the opposing teams. The lighting is superb everywhere you go. So Verducci speculates that part of the reason why is that while the noise coming from the stands might change and differ and vary in other places, basically the playing conditions are all the same now. Basically. There's still the quirks, but basically.
The dimensional quirks.
Those
will never go away in baseball.
Well, that is the thing. Is like, of the 4 sports, baseball is the only one that does have something different if you're the home team, because the ballparks are different than each other, which they're not in the other sports.
Just apply that thinking to, hockey dealt with it for a while. There used to be some NHL rinks that weren't quite up to regulation.
A little more room
size.
behind the goal or something like that.
Apply that to football and basketball. Basketball is, it's probably the most constant. Because now all the arenas are identical. They all look the same. They all feel the same. Football's got a little bit of a quirk with the crowds and all that stuff. But imagine if, we're going to Cleveland to play the Browns this week. That 120-yard field is a real bear.
Well, listen,
that hill at midfield is a real obstacle.
I also wonder about this, because when you get to football in the playoffs and you get to basketball in the playoffs, you can deal with rabid crowds that can very easily influence the officiating. You see it during the NBA, obviously, and you see it during football games as well. In Major League Baseball, it doesn't seem to me that is quite the same issue, that you don't see home plate umpires aligning with the crowd and trying to please the crowd or pacify the crowd by giving the home pitcher a bigger strike zone.
True.
Well, also in baseball, the home field gets the last at bat, which is
should be a great advantage.
My thinking of why this specifically works out this way in the playoffs is I think that a lot of the playoff series are too short. They don't accurately represent the difference in the team's skill levels over the course of 162 season. A 3 or 5 game series doesn't necessarily mean that the best overall team is advancing.
Right. Yeah, well, listen, for the people who had a real issue with the expanded playoff field, they all pointed to the fact that it's just counterintuitive to the whole Major League Baseball season and what it was intended to prove. That the season was allegedly that long to separate the good teams from the lesser teams.
But to baseball's credit, at least they fixed that issue. I always said it it really stood out to me in college baseball. College baseball, you're playing 3-game series every weekend. Boom, 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 boom. Then you get to the postseason, and you got to play every day. Or, it's not a series, it's different opponents. When the wild card was, the 1-game wild card was one of the worst things in the history of Major League Baseball.
Awful.
I mean, if it was a play-in game, a tiebreaker game, that you get. But you go from having this series mentality, either playing 3 or 4 games for 162 games, then we got to win one more game.
Winner take all.
Yeah, it's stupid.
And while I agree with you,
at least now it's a best of 3.
And while I agree with you that format also produced one of the best moments in Arizona sports history. The 1-game playoff against the Rockies, the Archie Bradley. You remember Archie Bradley? What was he famous for, Jared?
I pooped my pants. I pooped my pants.
Yeah, we get it.
I pooped my pants.
He's like a toddler.
Infantile.
Set me up for it.
I know.
You didn't have to play it 4 times in a row.
To baseball's credit, though, the expanded playoff has not only made it more interesting down the stretch, we're talking about it right now. If the expanded playoff were not a thing, we would not be really talking about what the Diamondbacks are maybe on the cusp of.
No.
I pooped my pants.
That's what, yeah.
But
you're grounded, Jared.
I mean, I still think that the first round beyond the should be best of 7. I mean, there should be no best of 5. That's silly.
I don't have a problem with
Either
it.
do I. Either do I. I'm actually kind of vibing on what baseball's kind of produced here the last few years.
Because then, I mean, you see these postseason records now, like all-time postseason record for home runs. It's all these guys that are playing now. I mean, the greats of the past, because they played in the postseason was the World Series.
Right.
That was it.
That's it. It was it was the pennant series and the World Series.
Yeah, but it's. I still can't believe we're talking about the possibility of the playoffs.
It's mind-blowing.
In Arizona.
It's mind-blowing.
And take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sept. Bickley and Marotta mornings coming to you live from the Casino, Arizona, and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyson, he was a great player last year for ASU. But this year, doesn't he just look different?
Oh, man.
He looks like one of the top NFL prospects. He looks like a borderline NFL player already playing college football in these games.
Yeah.
And Tyson, even from last year, he was so productive. But this year, he is bigger. He looks bigger. He's playing bigger. He's making plays that you don't see college wide receivers make.
All plays are not created equal. And that touchdown was not something that you can just dismiss.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that's because for ages the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a deposit, and then you pay it off for 30 years, and along the way maybe you reconcile all the interest you're paying by saying, well, I got a pretty low interest rate, so everything's okay. Well, one of our listeners shopped long and hard for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, thought he had a really good deal, found out it would take him 22 years to finally pay more principal than interest on his mortgage, and even with a very low rate, he'd end up paying $700,000 for a $300,000 home. This is where Life Changer Loan is a great option. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. You will pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades. Then you get a ton of time to build personal wealth. That is how you get ahead. Now, like I tell everybody, this isn't for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, home sellers. Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Seller must agree on price and possession.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Phoenix. Celebrate culture, community, and football. Join Phoenix Rising on Saturday, September 20th at 7 p.m. for Hispanic Heritage Night as they face off against Loudoun United FC. The first fans through the gates will receive free Rising maracas while supplies last. And the night features live mariachi bands and a special menu honoring the flavors of the valley. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Color, culture, rising together.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks rolled the Giants last night 8-1 behind another near-dominant start from Zach Gallen, going 6 innings, striking out 6, and only allowing 1 earned run. And he wasn't the only Diamondback to dominate last night. Geraldo Perdomo went 3 for 3 and reached base 5 times in last night's win. And here was his manager when asked about Perdomo.
I'm probably like a proud dad just watching everything that he does and how the success that he has. It's not easy to do what he's doing. He's just been so consistent and so present. He's just leading this team without knowing that he's doing it.
The Snakes still chasing the Mets for that last wild card spot in the NL, and both teams will be in action tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after what was a victorious football weekend around the Valley, the Cardinals will now prep for their first divisional test against the 49ers on Sunday, and ASU will begin conference play in Waco on Saturday against Baylor. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
All the big stories on this Tuesday morning presented in the Reboot, and Sammy, not
Sammy.
Geraldo, is here.
That was a tough one.
Don't worry, it will live on in infamy, just like I pooped my pants. Sammy, what do you got for us today?
Yeah, we're going to start with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Listen, this team has the most blown saves in the MLB, and they have 43 losses after leading the game at some point. Yet, this team is 1.5 games out of getting an invitation to the dance. And here was manager Torey Lovello on urging you to get out there and watch this team. There we go.
But if you can find a way to get out here and support us right now, we would certainly appreciate that. But this was a really, really crucial game. It's game 1 of 3. We got to come out and do the same thing again tomorrow.
So with the 11 games left, would sliding in the back door, making it to the postseason, be the weirdest, craziest part of what has been an already very crazy season?
Yes. Yeah. If they don't make it, it was still a crazy season.
Yes.
But
Oh,
for
yeah.
this season, where it seems on a weekly basis, Bick, we could pick out one game and say, oh, that was the last one. That was the worst loss of the year. And it's been throughout the season. It started very early, and their latest gut punch loss was their last loss on Friday night against Minnesota. It has been a constant. And for this team to have a chance, either it's a credit to them or it's an indictment on baseball's postseason system. It's probably a combination of both.
Maybe a little of both.
Yep.
It's truly unreal that this team, as they've gotten younger and younger and younger and less accomplished, have found more of a team. That they have found a better, more competitive, hotter burning team. It's unbelievable to me.
And I want to focus on maybe the leader of that team real quick, Geraldo Perdomo. He has a chance to be the first... Geraldo Perdomo. There it is.
That was quick. You turned that around quick, Jared.
He has a chance.
If he could poke fun at somebody, it's a quick turnaround.
Oh, absolutely.
If you asked me for something for the show,
Forget- it ain't happening.
sound, like
Ain't
a
happening.
segment. No.
Hey, Jared, did you get that sound we need for that discussion at
crap.
8:30?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
So he has a chance to be the first D-back ever with 20 home runs, 100 RBIs, and 25 stolen bases. And he would be the 7th shortstop ever to do that. He leads position players in the NL in WAR, which basically means value.
Yeah, just stop right there. No, they dropped that during the broadcast last night, and that stopped me in my tracks. Geraldo Perdomo, #1 in Major League Baseball in wins above replacement. Not Aaron Judge, not
Cal Raleigh, Shohei Ohtani.
Right.
It's Perdomo.
Bryce Harper. No, it's Geraldo Perdomo.
That's F WAR, not B WAR, correct?
Yeah, so this is position player WAR.
Because Aaron Judge has got 8, like his B WAR is 8.3.
Oh.
Right.
So, if we're looking at the Fangraphs
I say
rating,
that all the time.
Yeah.
F WAR.
What is it good
Right?
for?
What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
But my question leading into it was, is he genuinely the most underrated player in baseball?
Yes. Well, it's certainly top 3. I mean, there's a few guys that come to mind, but to me, what's even more interesting is this is a baseball team that coming into the year, you could make an argument, who is the best player on this team? Is it Ketel Marte? Is it Corbin Carroll? The answer is neither. The answer is Geraldo Perdomo.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think the argument there is who's the best player on the team? The answer is either Ketel Marte or Corbin Carroll. Who's the most valuable player on this team? It's Geraldo Perdomo.
Okay.
That's the difference between best and most valuable. I think he is defining what that award is all about. Now,
my blood is like frog. You know how the frog?
Right.
Cold.
Cold. Now, I'm very curious to see how he gets rewarded in the MVP voting. And there's, 11 games left to determine a lot for the Diamondbacks in their postseason. But for a team that's floundered around 500 for most of the year, I don't know how much recognition he'll get for it. He's been unbelievable this year. And last night, a couple of extra base hits, on base 5 times again.
Yeah, I mean,
he's close. I think he's close to setting the record for games being on base more than once in a season. They flashed that graphic last night too.
He's been on base 4 or more times, 14 times this season, only behind Judge.
Yeah.
Wow. And then there's the leadership component and the good vibes he brings and the smile and the joy and the happiness. Do you know how important that is?
Especially with a baseball team that we think has lacked that all season.
Exactly.
It's invaluable. So
he's phenomenal.
Yeah. All right. Frehissimo. Quickly with the Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon talked with Burns and Gambo and the media yesterday a lot about the solutions to the problems that they have. So what solution would you like to see happen first with this Cardinals team?
I'd like to see the running game get on track. Now, they have another there's another issue that people are talking about in the passing game for the Cardinals offensively, and that is not being able to get to the ball to wide receivers. And it wasn't wide receivers not named Marvin Harrison Jr. It was wide receivers the other day. I think part of that was the way the game unfolded, but again, it's not been a strength of the offense through 2 weeks, and it was not a strength of the offense last year, quite honestly.
Yeah, listen, that's where I'm going with all this. I'm going step one is to get the running game on track, and then let's see what the passing game looks like after that, and then make the adjustments after that. It's paramount, and they've got to get this they got to get their arms around this before this weekend.
Yeah.
Because if not, they might get embarrassed.
All right, we'll wrap things up. We do a lot of things on the show where we need to update the listeners. So our Stacking Wins segment that we did at the beginning of the show, or at the beginning of the football season. Jarrett, your collection of teams has 11 total wins. And then myself, Vince, and Bick are all tied at 7.
Yeah, Jarrett with a 3-game lead.
Yeah. No,
I did really good the first week.
Oh, yeah, he's got 11. I didn't enter. There we go.
Yeah,
the Chargers got their second win. Jarrett's got 4 of the 2-0 teams.
Yeah. Bick had 5 of his team wins. That was the biggest jump this week. So 11 wins for Jarrett, 7 for the rest of us. The spreadsheet update. This is tough for me to say. Jarrett, you went 4-0 this week.
Oh, no. Wow.
You moved to a collective record of 6-2. Wow. Who was also tied with Bick. You went 3-1 for back-to-back weeks, 6-2.
Wow.
Vinny, consistency is key, right? 1-3 and 1-3, 2-6. And you know what? You can't get hot if you don't stay hot. And I am not hot at all. So 1-3 and 0-4 in my first 2 weeks. 1-7. I'm
actually beating the guy who pays attention to this
I hope you're not putting your money where your mouth is,
I know,
Sammy.
my goodness. You're having a mouth anymore.
You're going to have to buy a new mouth.
You guys notice I haven't gotten a haircut in a while? Money to get a haircut.
And
He's sacrificing his own personal grooming.
I'll post these updates on social media throughout the day today so everyone can follow along.
Indeed. And then lastly, hey, it's okay. I'm 2-0 in our fantasy league. You 3 guys, 1-1. I did beat Jarrett in week 2.
We played head-to-head this week and it went down the last night. Baker Mayfield versus Ashton Genty. And
yeah, Mayfield wins that battle.
Having Baker on my team is so fun.
That's good.
So there we go. A quick update. We'll do that every Tuesday in football, during football
All
season.
right.
So
Thank you, Sammy. That's the Rush Hour reboot. Coming up, ASU got back on track against Texas State last Saturday. So how is the head coach, Kenny Dillingham, feeling about things moving into Big 12 play? We'll let you know next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not trying to laugh at you when you say good, not great. I just think about 90% of the time, 80% of the time, you could probably use those exact words to describe a Kyler Murray game. How was Kyler Murray yesterday? It was good, not great. You know, like there are going to be times where he's not fine. There are going to be times where he's great and spectacular, but it feels like he just kind of lives in that very moderate sort of good but not great, he was fine zone.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You all know I am a big fan of Sonic, huge fan of their all-star lineup of burgers, and I love the experience. You pull into a canopied parking spot, you place your order, you're served curbside by an iconic car hop, you don't have to leave your vehicle, and when you're done, you just hit the open road exactly the way I like it. But that menu is so diverse, you are going to find something for everyone in your crew at Sonic. Iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots and corn dogs, tons of new favorites like the double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and with a drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations, your options are quite literally endless. And make sure before you head on down to Sonic, order ahead with the Sonic app. You can score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. When you are hungry in the Valley, head on down to your neighborhood Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Wolf. Where does the Arizona Cardinals defense need to improve after 2 weeks? We'll ask Cards legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
On 1st and 10 from the Texas State 30-yard line, off play action, Levitt
dodges an oncoming rusher, throws downfield to a wide open receiver, Tyson, and Tyson dives forward into the end zone for a spectacular touchdown of 30 yards.
Tim Healy on the call, voice of the Sun Devils, Saturday night from Mountain America Stadium. That was one of the highlights for ASU. Just an unbelievable play by Sam Levitt and an unbelievable play on the other end by Jordan Tyson. They beat Texas State 34-15. They moved to 2-1 in their non-conference, and now that portion of the schedule is all over. The defense of the Big 12 title begins Saturday in Waco against the Baylor Bears.
Yeah.
And I thought, all things considered, coming off the disappointment of the Mississippi State loss, which you didn't really get a chance to talk about because you were gone last week. I think that was a very good response against a pretty good football team.
Yeah.
Like Texas State gave ASU everything they could handle last year, and that's before we knew exactly what ASU was. Much different looking Texas State team this year.
Yeah.
But still a pretty good program. I thought it was a solid win. The AP voters, the coaches obviously didn't agree.
Yeah.
ASU continues to plummet despite winning games by 19 points, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that was, and as I said yesterday, it was one of the games where having heard about it before I actually saw it because I was traveling, the glowing reviews didn't match my first watch, but in retrospect, all these teams that come from Texas offer problems. Look at what North Texas just did to Washington State last week.
That was
59-10.
Yeah.
Right? So and especially coming off a gut punch kind of loss, I thought Sam Levitt's response was very good. I think the running game now looks. I think it all is sort of morphing in a good way. I also believe that I think some Sun Devil fans, the minute they lost that game in SEC country with all the cowbells, there was this feeling like, oh, that's it. It's over. The magic's done. That's not the way football seasons work. Even great teams, even the best college football teams, sometimes have to overcome an early loss. It's not always fairy tales and magic. And so I think this is the portion of the schedule for ASU now where they need to kind of continue to elevate. We're entering a series of games now where I believe it's Baylor, then it's TCU, and then you got that showdown with Utah that I think is the pivot point of the entire season.
Texas Tech on the back end of that.
And Tech on the back end of that. Look, no one said it was going to be easy.
No, it's life in the Big 12.
Exactly.
Kenny Dillingham addressed the media yesterday, talked about how to build off of this win against Texas State.
Yeah, it's the same. I'll say this from now till forever. Great. The emotions of Saturday are exciting. They're fun. You come in Sunday, what can I get better at? What can we get better at? We watch a cut up with the offensive staff. These are the things we want to improve on. Defensive staff want to improve on. Watch the cut up for the special teams coaches. What do we improve on? We then come in today. We meet with the players. This is what we need to improve on, right? And from now till forever, that's the formula. That's the message. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. When we meet on Monday morning, it is time to move on. It's time to get better and flush it.
It was kind of some weird parallels between that ASU game Saturday and the Cardinals game on Sunday in terms of how the score came out. 27-3 at one point, and the opposition scores 27-9.
Wow.
The difference was as soon as it became 27-9 for the Sun Devils, their first play from scrimmage, Raleek Brown ripped off a 75-yard touchdown run and made it 34-9. When it was 27-9 for the Cardinals, their quarterback threw an interception and they let the Panthers back in the game. Just kind of something I noticed on rewatching both of the games. I think we are starting to see why Raleek Brown was a 5-star recruit who ended up at USC. Last year was a tough year for him from an injury standpoint. Barely got on the field, couldn't stay healthy. He has been phenomenal so far.
Yeah.
And I shudder to think where this team would be without Jordan Tyson because the passing game is still not clicking on all cylinders. They did get Tyson involved again. He's had a touchdown in each game, had another couple of highlight plays. He is spectacular. They were first 2 weeks, unable really to get the ball anywhere else downfield. At least they unlocked the Shimon Mateer portion of it. He had 6 catches on 6 targets.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, but it's another parallel between these two teams in town. Both teams are struggling to get the ball in the passing game to all of their wide receivers.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. So I think going into the conference season, I wonder if Raleek Brown and what he did last week, if he's sort of kind of emerged, and this is a 5'9" running back, but this guy, he can house it. And I wonder if now that is going to add a different kind of feel to the running game, if he's kind of emerged as a true number one guy. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think it changes a little bit this week. Kenny did say Saturday after the game that it looks like Kyson Brown will be able to play.
Okay.
And he is so dynamic offensively, too, and so versatile that changes things. We've seen the good and the bad of Kanye Udoh. He couldn't really get going. He's had so many opportunities this year where he's about a shoelace away from breaking a long run, and I think it's just a matter of time before he does. But that, to me, is also another parallel here. The identity of the ASU offense, to me, is run first, even though they have Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. I thought Levitt was really good.
And I think that's the key to everything, Vinny. I think that when you look at what he did against Mississippi State, it was a career worst completion percentage in that game. I think a lot of people thought, okay, is this kid really all that? And I think what he did against Texas State with all the scrambling that he did with that touchdown of the year candidate play to Jordan Tyson, I think people feel, once again, very, very comfortable with Sam Levitt as a quarterback.
My question to you guys on Saturday, because Baylor has a really good quarterback, Sawyer Robertson.
Yeah.
If Sam Levitt is not as good as Sawyer Robertson, can ASU still win the game?
I mean, I think it depends on. I think that game was a step up for the Sun Devils defense as well, because we saw them get victimized by the big play against Mississippi State. Their 3 touchdowns netted 153 yards, so eliminating the explosive plays was key, and they were able to do that against Texas State. I know it's a different level of talent with Baylor, but if Sam Levitt is better than Sawyer Robertson, I feel really good about them being, but I don't know if that eliminates the possibility of a win if Levitt gets outplayed.
Yeah, no, I feel confident about them this weekend against this opponent. I know Waco's not the easiest place to play, but I like where the way this team is trending. I like the response from what was a real sucker punch kind of loss.
Here's Kenny Dillingham talking about the tough part about playing Baylor in Waco.
They're a good football team. They're well coached. You know, I coached with their defense coordinator, Coach Powell Lidge, but at Oregon. And he's one of the best defensive minds. You know, Coach Aranda is known to be one of the best defensive minds, and Coach Bav is like, they've got an unbelievable staff there, and they do a really, really good job putting pressure on you on both sides of the ball. They're stout up front on the defensive line. They're big. They're strong. They bring all their simulated pressures where you have no clue where it's coming from. They play odd. They play even. So, I mean, they do enough. I think the greatest challenge is putting our guys in the best position to be successful and play fast, because I think their coaches do a nice job.
Yeah, another point I wanted to make on the defense, too, I thought they played with a bit of an edge. There was some aggressiveness. I mean, Jordan Crook was all over the field. Abney was making plays all over the field. They were hitting with purpose in that Texas State game. I think it was a step up for the whole team.
I agree.
And they look like they're ready to get into conference play now.
Yeah,
even though they didn't impress the voters with a 19-point win.
Yeah.
I mean, you're 24 and you beat a pretty good team by 19 and you fall out of the coaches poll.
Can't control that.
It's going to take a while to regain the trust of voters who already didn't want to trust you.
Yeah, I think that's well put, Jared. I think you start stacking a couple of these wins going into the game against Utah. I think you'll get that respect back.
Yeah, coming up next, the second half of the Tuesday show starts in a big way with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks strike first in a vital Giants series behind a 6-run sixth. James Conner in the run game must help the Cardinals find their DNA, writes Dan Bickley. And Corbin Carroll says, why not us on the team's chances in the NL wildcard race. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
As sports fans, we all know winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, winning in court becomes essential, and that is one of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they now take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moment, and they use that passion, that experience, and their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and that means a lot. It gives Sweet James a lot of leverage when they're dealing with those insurance companies. Insurance companies know that they can't nickel and dime or play games when dealing with Sweet James. This is why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. Do not settle for anything less if you're hurt in an accident. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert,
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
to where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House Rosie Romero.
We're Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs inch closer after an 8-1 win against the Giants last night, and they're now just a game and a half out of the last wild card spot behind the New York Mets. And here was manager Torey Lovullo on how he would describe his team right now.
This team's gritty. They're fighting every single day, and the energy that they bring the most critical times when it's done right, you can see how we perform. It's a lot of fun for me to watch.
Another chance to make some more noise tonight as the second game against the Giants will start at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after a 2-0 start to the Cardinals season, head coach Jonathan Gannon believes that they are a better team than what they've put out there. Find out why Gannon believes this at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Diamondbacks already have their forever triumph, rallying to win the World Series off the greatest relief pitcher in history at a time when the entire nation was actually cheering for the team from New York. But if you are a fan of miracles, the 2025 Diamondbacks might be writing the most outrageous chapter in team history. Back in April, they were underwhelming and unprepared, a team with a bloated payroll and attitude. They were decimated by injuries that took out a good chunk of their pitching staff. They sold off another chunk of their team at the trade deadline, effectively waving a white flag, while internally, the frustration with Ketel Marte led to reports that the team would be looking to trade him in the offseason, and externally, the pitchfork mob was calling for the end to Torey Lovullo. Look at him now, a young, hungry team that is once again defying odds and expectations. And after last night's game, one commenter noted, quote, "Why do teams buy at the trade deadline when they can just sell and get better?" That is the unlikely tale of the 2025 D-backs, a team that will not go away, and a story that somehow keeps getting better and better. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
From a team and the way we're playing standpoint, yes, I do think that everybody in this clubhouse was bought into what was still possibly at stake. Obviously, from a math standpoint, I think we were kind of all like, you're not really sure. But at the same time, there was, I think, post-deadline, you get like 65 games, so anything could happen at that point. And I think just the more and more that we've been playing pretty good, solid, well-rounded baseball for the most part, I think we're all just becoming believers even more than that. I mean, I think we saw what happened in 23. I don't think that's lost on anybody in the clubhouse here. There's a lot of guys that were on that team that are still here today. So for us, we kind of test ourselves with the mentality. Let's go down swinging, see what happens.
Zach Gallen last night was outstanding again. Gave up just 2 hits, 1 run. He got touched up on the solo home run by Casey Schmidt. He has been a different pitcher since the trade deadline. An ERA of 2.68. Had one of the worst ERAs in baseball before the trade deadline. He's talking there about keeping the belief after the trade deadline. You want more proof on how amazing the reality of this situation is? The Diamondbacks have climbed up the standings in the National League wild card picture. Their longest win streak this year is 5 games. They've done that twice. Both of those were in the first half of the season. They've made up all this ground without having a sustained winning streak.
They've done it very incrementally.
It's
series
amazing.
by series.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. And a lot of these 2 out of 3s haven't always been that impressive. The 2 out of 3 in Minnesota wasn't exactly something that would make you go, wow. Right? But they're finding a way to get these games to the finish line, which is
grinding
remarkable.
it out.
Yeah.
It also might mean that they're going to run out of time without actually getting there because they aren't having this 8-game winning streak in the middle of all this. but they're getting there.
Well, listen, what they've done now is they've given themselves a chance to get in if they can pull off that win streak now against remarkably difficult competition. But as Vinny pointed out, you might be catching a break against some of these teams that are about to clinch their division and starting to power down and taper for the postseason.
That's the benefit of playing against, quote-unquote, top
really
flight
good teams. Yeah.
Late in the season. Corbin Carroll was a guest of Burns and Gambo yesterday. He was asked, hey, did you ever imagine you could be in this spot when the trade deadline hit?
No, but of course that's why it happened, because it's baseball. And, just these things happen. It's a crazy game, and I'm really proud of our guys. I feel like we've done a good job of fighting this whole year, regardless of what the results have been. And that's what's allowed us to still be playing meaningful baseball at this point.
I do this with trepidation, Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
But we're going to venture into some different territory right now. There was a moment at the end of the game last night on the broadcast. You noticed it.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed it. Others noticed it. That right in the height of the celebration of the win, which was a very convincing win, Bob Brenly, Diamondbacks television analyst, took that opportunity right after the final pitch of the game to talk about how Geraldo Perdomo had been on base 5 times and how Ketel Marte needs to be more productive and more selective at the plate because in 5 at-bats he took 7 pitches.
He faced 7 pitches.
And a lot of people went, wait, what?
What?
Now, we've learned this year that you can't criticize the production or baseball performance of Ketel Marte without being called several different names.
Yes,
You
I've
know
been.
this.
Oh, yeah, I've been called them. I've been called all of them.
Now, I'll be completely honest with you. While it is a valid point made by Bob Brenly, this charge to the postseason could be made a lot easier if Ketel Marte gets back to Ketel Marte mode.
No doubt.
I thought the timing of it was weird.
It was very, very odd. As the team was coming off the field, high-fiving and celebrating, Bob Brenly just came out and said, look, I don't want to be a downer here, but I'd like to point this out. And it did come out of nowhere, but it's also a very fair point. And as you said, the whole Ketel Marte kerfuffle still amazes me because there are people who still lash out at the media for even bringing up anything that remotely blames Ketel Marte, as if people still don't understand what he did to run afoul of the team. Well, not the media, the team.
Another example of it was leading up to yesterday's game, Blaze Alexander got hit on the elbow by a pitch, and you saw the armor he was wearing last night to play. You saw him grimacing every time he swung the bat last night. He was out there. And Gambo, our colleague, couple of tweets that he put out before the game were Blaze Alexander's tough as nails. He's in the lineup today. Great to see guys like Corbin Carroll and Blaze Alexander.
And Geraldo Perdomo even.
Although he was not mentioned in the tweet.
Right.
But good to see them out there toughing it out, help their team win.
Right.
Now,
which is the criticism of Ketel Marte.
Didn't mention Ketel Marte.
But he didn't mention Ketel Marte.
But everybody took that as a shot at Ketel Marte.
Right.
I haven't talked to Gambo. I don't know if it was a shot at Ketel Marte. I don't think it was.
But for people to read that and assume it was an attack on Ketel Marte is just wild to me.
Is it though? After what?
Well,
what we all experienced.
Again, the whole thing is wild only because the truth is out there now, and people, if you are a Diamondbacks fan, then you understand what the internal issues with Ketel Marte are, and very appropriately so, if you ask me. Which I continue to say, if the team didn't condone Ketel Marte's actions after the All-Star break, why are you, as a baseball fan? So again, I'm having a hard time with it, but I realize more than ever people are so ill-informed.
2 other quick
nowadays.
things to point out about that is that Ketel Marte apologized.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he apologize if it was not
right?
And 2, look at how the team has played since that was brought to light and addressed.
Yes. But I will say this, one of the great things about Ketel Marte, especially over the last 3 seasons for the Diamondbacks, where he is elevated to one of the top players in the National League, is he has been very able to avoid slumps. He's in a slump right now. In his last 10 games, he's hitting 125, 5 for 40, slugging 150. And as Bob Brenly
swinging
pointed
at the
out,
first pitch he sees.
As Bob Brenly pointed out last night, not exactly being selective or patient at the plate. You know that that's going to turn around. And if that turns around in this 11-game stretch, they're going to make the postseason.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, it could tell Marte when he gets hot, he can carry a team on his back.
Yes.
He's done it before. If he can do that now, and he's a bright lights, big stage kind of player.
Yeah.
And so I would think this would appeal to him. Yes, if he could get on one of those nuclear benders right now, he could carry this team into the postseason.
And maybe the last 4 games, the offense has been okay without his contributions. 5 runs against San Francisco in the finale. He missed the game on Friday against Minnesota, but they had 5 runs the next night. They had a lot of runs in that game. The bullpen blew that game. 6 runs in the finale against Minnesota, 8 runs last night. Yeah, he comes around. This is going to get even a different level of interest.
Well, listen, if they can find a way to win tonight with Eduardo Rodriguez, giving them a chance to sweep tomorrow, this could get very interesting.
Yep. Coming up next, as I look at my sheet.
Come on, Jared.
Coming up, no, it's not Jared, it's me. Are Valley sports fans about to relive the Luka versus Ayton mistake?
Uh-oh.
With the Cardinal. Are we really going here? All right,
That's what the sheet says. We're going here.
Next, it's Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Here's the positive. I'm always looking for the positive, as you well know. Looking at the defense going out and shutting down, ending the game, not once, but twice in 2 games. I know it was against the Saints. I know it was against the Panthers, but the defense did its job and ended the assault, ended the game.
I loved the ending because Calais Campbell had this look on his face like, dude, it's my 18th year. This game should have been over an hour ago. I'll just end it so we can go home.
Thank you, Calais. Thank you so much for doing that, as a matter of fact.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about Spinato's Pizzeria. And with football season here, maybe you've got game day planned at your place. You're responsible for the food. Don't fumble it. Spinato's has got you covered. Their catering department is legit. And we're talking crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, and a ton of gluten-free options, too, meaning there's something to feed everybody in the crew without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu, place your order, and you can be the MVP of game day. For September and October, Spinato's has listened to the demand. They're bringing back a fan favorite, the Wizard of Za Pizza. What is it? A spicy chipotle peach pizza. Yeah, brimming with sweet heat. They're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold. It is different. It works. Just like every other pizza on the Spinato's menu. So whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just in the mood for something delicious, Spinato's always delivers. Check out all their catering options and order online at spinatospizzeria.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com. And let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. The D-backs are finding a way to fight back into the playoff race. We'll talk with a player today at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Murray in shotgun. Connor to his right. Zay Jones motions right to left. Snap to Murray. He's going to throw. Looking left. Now fires left side in the end zone. Harrison caught it. Touchdown Cardinals. The first touchdown of 2025 and hopefully the first of many between Murray and Marvin.
Dave Pasch on the call. Week 1 touchdown Cardinals in New Orleans against the Saints. Certainly more productive in Week 1 was the combination of Kyler Murray to Marvin Harrison Jr. than it was in Week 2. And we've been talking a lot for the last 2 days about offensive issues. This is certainly one of the issues so far.
Yeah.
Again, is how to get Marvin Harrison Jr. maximized in the Cardinals offense. Now, will that ever happen to the degree they want it to when you have a weapon like Trey McBride in the passing game? This is a very conservative passing game right now for the Arizona
Very
Cardinals.
much so. Very much so. But there's also a very, very indicting difference between Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr., the two wide receivers who were thought to be the top of the class in the draft 2 years ago. And to get to the tease, this is where a couple of people in our listening audience has made the comparison. Will the Cardinals ever look at Marvin Harrison Jr., or will Cardinal fans look at Marvin Harrison Jr. the way Suns fans looked at taking DeAndre Ayton over Luka Doncic? Because Malik Neighbors is blowing up with the New York Giants with a bad quarterback. To the point where people now say, for all the talk about great wide receivers from Ohio State, the 3 best wide receivers in the NFL might all be LSU kids. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Malik Neighbors. Now that might be oversimplifying things, right? But
it might be pumping up Neighbors to the top 3 a little early too.
I don't know, Vinny. He is really sensational. But you're right that you could make that argument, and it would be an argument. But this last game for Marvin Harrison Jr. was a little bit alarming because the throw in the end zone. For all his increased muscle, he showed no ability to get through the defender and go and get that football. He was waiting for it to get to him, and as a result, it went off the left arm of the cornerback.
By the way, that was an excellent throw by Kyler.
Yeah.
I don't love the play call there on the fade ever near the goal line, but whatever. It was right where it needed to be for a receiver of his talents to make a play.
And Marvin Harrison Jr. needs to go up with his physicality and corral that football. And he didn't. He waited for it to come to his chest, and as a result, it got knocked away. And then there was the drop that went right through his hands. So when you take a look at the difference of Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors was targeted 11.3 times per game last year. He's up to 12.5 this year. Now, again, these are very small sample sizes. We're 2 games into the season. Marvin Harrison Jr. targets last year were 6.8. He's down to 5.6 this year. So getting Marvin Harrison Jr. operational, I would think, would also be paramount for this offense, given the fact that they have no other number one wide receiver in the vicinity.
Sure.
That's what's so weird about that stat from over the last year and a half is that Kyler doesn't really throw to anyone else. So where is he throwing the ball other than Trey McBride? And his running backs.
I just think, look, I get the reactionary nature of it. My son actually brought this topic up to me and was like, this fan base is something else. Like, here we are 2 games into year 2 for Marvin Harrison Jr. He didn't have a good game on Sunday. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. The New York Giants also targeted Malik Neighbors a heck of a lot more than the Cardinals targeted Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. The numbers were astounding. 170 targets for Neighbors, 116 for Marvin Harrison Jr. If you want to look at the numbers from this year, yes, they're skewed by week 2. The Giants played in the shootout of all shootouts. Russell Wilson threw for 450 yards. A, the Cardinals haven't played in a shootout yet. B, I don't think the Cardinals' passing offense right now is equipped for Kyler Murray to throw for 450 yards.
But you could also flip it and say he's getting targeted that many times because he's open. He's great off the line of scrimmage.
That too. But, I mean, look at the overall numbers of passing attempts. How many times did Kyler throw the ball on?
29, I think, 25 or 29. Those are his 2 pass attempts this season. Russell Wilson's thrown the ball 41 and 37 times this season.
I mean, certainly the edge is to Malik Neighbors. But if you want to go down that road of tying it into Ayton versus Doncic.
No, we're not doing that yet. We're just saying as a historical example that is something that has been brought to our attention. It's just it's not inconceivable that 3 years from now, you'll look at Malik Neighbors as a superstar and Marvin Harrison Jr. as a good player, and you might wonder, boy, we took the wrong guy. That's the comparison, and it's okay to talk about it. We're not assigning any blame.
I mean, yeah, There's no way you can't give the edge to Neighbors so far.
The question is...
And I was actually encouraged by what I saw from Marvin Harrison Jr. in week 1, and that was a little bit derailed. Not completely derailed. It was a step back, there's no doubt, for a second-year receiver in week 2.
The question is, whose fault is it? Is his lack of targets and lack of overall production, is that Marvin Harrison Jr.'s fault because he's dropping passes and not getting open? Or is it Kyler Murray because he's not throwing it to him? Is it the offense is not calling the right plays? Like, is there 3 pieces of the pie to go around, or is it mostly on Marvin?
Oh, I'm sure there's elements of everything you mentioned, but productivity is productivity. And we mentioned last weekend's game and how uneven it was from a Marvin Harrison Jr. standpoint. A ball in the end zone that a great wide receiver should catch. And then another drop that ball goes right through his hands.
Which play of those 2 bothered you more?
The play in the end zone, because
for me, it was the one on the sideline that he dropped.
Okay,
because that was a play where the defense wasn't really in position to make a play, and if he just catches that ball, it's yardage.
Yeah,
at least, even though, and you could pin responsibility on Marvin Harrison Jr. for not high pointing the ball, letting the ball come down, allowing the defensive back to make a play. The first one to me on the sideline is a play you absolutely have to make at the NFL level.
Yeah, to me it's a play in the end zone because it's a touchdown, and if everything about Marvin Harrison Jr.'s commitment to the weight room in the offseason was to help him power through defenders and make contested catches, there was anything but that in that. And I'm not trying to be hyperbolic in my criticism, but I'm just reacting to the fact that the passing game is partly an issue. This offense does not have a whole lot of explosives.
Yep,
and they've got to unlock that somehow.
Harrison, 2 catches, 27 yards on 5 targets against Carolina. Jonathan Gannon commented on that.
It doesn't concern me. The passing game is he's one of the guys that the passing game goes through, so I think we need more production there. But the play that goes overlooked is a huge DPI early in the game. That's a huge play for us. Had a couple catches. I'm sure he wants some plays back, but he needs his touches. I know that for us to be effective overall as an offense. They did some things that they were very aware of Marv, though. I will say that, too.
Unfortunately, the pass interference, although it was a big penalty, it was a 38-yard penalty. They only got a field goal out of that drive. And, I mean, that's more pinned on other people than Marvin Harrison. Look, so a lot of stuff has to change with the offense, and the part that bothers me the most about what we saw last week is that he again didn't look comfortable in the offense in the passing game.
I agree with that.
After he did in week 1.
I agree with that.
Coming up next, we'll talk some more Cardinals football with 13-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins us next on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance offering a great opportunity for one of our lucky listeners. They are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination that is guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. And all you have to do to enter to win is text the word WALTZ, W-A-L-T-S, to 620-620 between now and September 22nd to win. Winner will be announced on September 23rd. Once again, text WALTZ to 620-620. If you don't know Waltz, a Valley institution, they've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, extremely knowledgeable staff that will give you all the insight and information you need, and they're going to give you great pricing as well. And to prove it, you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. And remember, text Waltz to 620-620 to enter this great giveaway. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in the Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can check them out online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control. And your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks rolled the Giants last night 8-1 behind another near-dominant start from Zach Gallen, going 6 innings, striking out 6, and only allowing 1 earned run. But he wasn't the only Diamondback to dominate last night. Geraldo Perdomo went 3 for 3 and reached base 5 times in last night's win. And here was manager Torey Lovello when asked about Perdomo.
I'm probably like a proud dad just watching everything that he does and have the success that he has. It's not easy to do what he's doing. He's just been so consistent and so present. He's just leading this team without knowing that he's doing it.
The Snakes still chasing the Mets for that last wild card spot in the NL, and both teams will be in action tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after what was a victorious football weekend around the Valley, the Cardinals will now prep for their first divisional test against the 49ers on Sunday, and ASU will begin conference play in Waco on Saturday against Baylor. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Wolf. Where does the Arizona Cardinals defense need to improve after 2 weeks? We'll ask Cards legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We had a good day today as far as showing pointing out things that we have to do a better job of to not have that game be as close as it was, especially after 3.5 quarters playing pretty good ball. So got to put it together for 60 minutes. So we're on to that, and they're out of the building. We're on to San Francisco here.
Yeah, it's been white knuckle city for the first 2 weeks for the Cardinals. They are 2-0, one of 10 teams with a 2-0 record at this point in the NFL season. And here to talk some Cardinals football with us, a guy who wore the uniform, wore NFL uniforms for a long time in the league. Our guy, Zoe Lorenzo Alexander, joins us via video. Zoe, good morning. How are you, man?
Fellas, what's good? I'm doing well. Life is good in Phoenix. It's starting to cool down a little bit, so I'm blessed.
When we get this little respite in the weather, it's so good for the psyche of the city, is it not?
Right, yeah, after triple-digit days,
yes.
It feels like it's going on and on, so for sure.
Impression so far, Cardinals 2-0. Things have not been easy. They've kind of made things difficult, I think, on Sunday against Carolina, but they got the 0 in the loss column, Zoe. What do you think of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, I think that's significant, right? I mean, being 2-0 feels much better than being 0-2. I think that is a growth. I mean, that Carolina game is probably a game they find to lose last year, and so you got to take the benefit out of that is finding a way to win, even though it was way too close towards the end of the game. Really want to be able to see this team to be running more efficient. And, I hit Jared the other day, was like, hey, well, they got to be able to run the ball if they want to take shots down the field, because they really don't have a true drop back game where somebody can take the top off and they're throwing it up. That's not how this team is built, at least the way I see it. And then watching the game back this morning, I think they're actually really close in the run game when you watch it. Obviously the penalties are killing them with some of their runs that are actually positive plays, but they're not too far off, and I know JG is talking about this, right? And it's because it's a different person each time. So whether it's one of the tight ends or Isaiah Adams, or whether it's Froholt, right, missing a key block or getting a penalty is what's kind of delaying them in the run game, I think, in a lot of ways. And so they're right there. They're getting some positive things with Trey Benson as well as James Conner. They're just missing that explosive from one of those guys consistently. That's typically what takes you over that 4.0 mark. And then I would say some of the play calling in terms of how they're setting up the play action. When I rewatched it in the first series, they almost assume teams think that they're going to run the ball, even though they haven't established it this year. So they're really going off a reputation from last year instead of really the first couple of plays, hey, I'm going to hit you in the mouth with James, hit you in the mouth with Trey, hit you in the mouth with James, and then go into the play action to maybe set something up. And it feels more realistic to the defense because now you've already established a run with those two big bruisers in the offensive line. So I think that's where they have to continue to go and grow in terms of the run game, and then obviously hitting some of those big plays down the field.
So the Cardinals defense was cooking early against the Panthers, scored a defensive touchdown 3 plays into the game. It looked like the Panthers didn't know what they could do to block the Cardinals. What happened to them in the second half? Was that just the story of a team up big, kind of losing their edge? What happened in the second half to the defense?
Yeah, I'll probably have to go back again and rewatch that particular part, and I'll study that more as we get into the week, because I'll be on with Luke and Wolf later in the week. But I do feel like they were really aggressive in the first half, right? They had a lot of pressures. There's some things dialed up to beat the protections, and I think they got away from that because you are up, I don't know, what was it, 27 to 3 at one point. Yeah. And you kind of get into this, okay, we just don't want to give up anything big mentality. And when you blitz, you are, playing that risk versus reward mentality. But players can also sense, okay, we're getting a little conservative. We're not being as aggressive as we were. We're getting away from our game plan. If you allow a quarterback an NFL quarterback to have time to be able to find guys, and they actually had some really good dudes on that team. When you think about their skilled players, they were able to find them and make plays. And the cornerback room going down and suffering all these injuries didn't help the case either. So I think it was really a culmination of those two things that started to work against them. The mindset changed, got a little complacent, play calling wise and player wise, and then just having time to allow Bryce Young to work his way down the field. But they have to. They're not good enough yet to be able to go into that mind frame. They have to stay, I think, aggressive. And I think a lot of that comes from the play caller to keep guys engaged. Are we going to still turn this thing up? Which I think makes a big difference. And they got to still find ways to win one-on-ones and those things too, because they got to pass the ball. So they have to find ways to win one-on-ones, which they're not doing at a consistent enough a pace right now. But they'll find a way. I definitely thought Sweat showed up early in the game, much better than his first one.
Lorenzo Alexander, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We were just having a discussion, and look, Cardinals fans have been having the discussion now going into a second season on Marvin Harrison Jr. He's had glimpses. Yeah. He's had his spots where he's looked great. I think, this past week on Sunday was probably a step back in his development, had a couple plays that most people feel he should have made. What did you see from Marvin Harrison Jr. on Sunday, and have you noticed anything different about him in year 2 so far, Zoe?
It's still early in the season. He's still a young player, so I don't have a big enough sample size to say if I noticed anything different. Right? Obviously, the first week came out. I think he did really well. What we thought we should see from him. Last week he had a drop. One of the over routes that they like to run with them had a drop there. The early ball I think the left back end zone. It wasn't the best ball, but it's a ball that we expect him to be able to go up and maybe try to bring back in and moss the corner in that situation, because he has that ability. And so I don't know if that kind of spun into just having like a mediocre game, but he's still learning and growing. He had some big catches as well in that game, some strong runs, right? The stiff arm on the sideline, throwing guys down. So he's going in the right direction. It's not going to always look like, okay, come out, he's following one of the greatest receivers ever, right? Fitz. Right. So that's what people remember, and that's what people want him to be right now. And so he kind of has to grow into that. And I think we have to kind of let him do that and go through that process, because he still is year 2 and just trying to figure out some of those things. But overall, I think he's progressing better. I think he's catching the ball better with his hands, even though he had that drop. Is going to continue to develop, and I think have a much more consistent season and be the player that we all think that he's capable of doing.
So I want to cycle back to the running game and how they need to get it unleashed. One of the things Jonathan Gannon, I think, is wrestling with is what do we do with defenses that might be stacking the box and daring us to beat them with the pass? Do you notice defenses loading up now against the run based on that reputation you spoke of?
Yeah. And maybe that's why they're going to the play action early, because they're noticing that. But I still think you have to tell guys, because, people know you run the ball, right? I remember playing the Baltimore Ravens early in Lamar's career, and they were going to run the ball. That big fullback, they let run personnel. And guess what? They smashed us in the mouth and ran the ball. So sometimes you still have to dictate to teams what you're going to do. And that's what this team is. That's the type of mentality. Like, we're going to run it. We know we're going to run it, and we're still going to run it. Right. And so you have to have that type of mentality. Yes, you want to be smart and be able to take advantage of that. But at the end of the day, you still have to impose your will. If you are a run first team, which I still think this team is, still impose that and then work the play action game off of that. And so sometimes I think we try to overcomplicate it, or I'm going to outsmart them. Nah, this is a physical game. Let me hit you in the mouth. And then while you're worrying about how I hit you in the mouth, then I'm going to try to do something different because you're still worried about how much I hit you in the mouth. That's just my mentality. You know, offensive coordinators try to sometimes get a little bit more curious than that. But, you know, I'm a D lineman at heart, and that's my mentality and how I attack the football game.
I'd want to pick your brain real quick on a couple of your former teammates. You were here in Arizona. You wore the Cardinals uniform in 13 and 14. And, look, we know what Calais Campbell did. 2 sacks at age 39, getting it done for the Cardinals at the end of the game. But how about your boy Tony Jefferson? Still in the league, making a pick last night on Monday Night Football. So.
Yeah, TJ was out there. Dang, that new boy still in the league balling too, man. I think this is what got to be like year 9 or 10. And that's one of the coolest things for me, you know, having played for like 5 organizations, playing 15 years, is that you see a lot of guys that were young dogs and that you knew that they could play a long time. Because Tony, I think, was undrafted out of Oklahoma or a low-round draft pick. And he's one of those guys that he understood the game. He was a football player. And to see him out there last night, balling, making tackles, making picks, providing the juice was really cool. And then obviously Calais, enough can't be said about him. I mean, I stopped playing when I was 36. I don't know how Calais is doing it at 39. It's just the game is really hard, but that's just the type of dude he is and how he's built. He's built different. And it's really cool to see him still playing at an elite level, making impactful plays, and more importantly, impacting that locker room where he's going to produce more Tony Jeffersons because he's there this year.
Yeah. Zoe, great to talk to you, man. Thanks for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
Yeah, always.
Thank you, Zoe.
Lorenzo Alexander joining us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, ASU's head coach is happy. LSU's head coach, a little less so. We'll tell you more about it. Talk some college football next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't want to minimize the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing. It's important to get him involved. He's a supposedly a generational talent. We haven't seen it yet, but the talent certainly is there. The physical ability is there. But you got to start with this. This is your base. This is your
bread and butter.
This is your bread and butter. And to the point where I'm glad you asked Coach Gannon, because if you didn't, I was gonna.
Are there any changes coming on the offensive line?
And he said right now, no.
Right now, no.
But I'm telling you, that is something to keep an eye on.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up at your front door. That is one of many reasons you pick up the phone and call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And that is because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which means they are licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed background checks. They've all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space, and that's pretty important to me. Now, for half a century, Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona businesses and homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable, highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They'll show up on time. They'll fix it right at a fair price. They'll treat your home like it's their own, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're your life and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.75% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 2.99% 48-month financing on a new Tacoma SR or SR5. To check out great deals on your favorite Toyota, visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand VAR for 72 months. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand VAR for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. If the Cardinals lose one or more corners to injury, what are their options for finding a replacement? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
The passion they played with starting in the second half versus Mississippi State, the way we pushed the pile, the way we ran to the football, the way they communicated. They came back the next week and they went straight back to work. There was no blinking, there was no flinching. It was just, let's get better again. Same thing I said after that Mississippi State game was I felt like we kind of found ourselves in that second half, and I think the guys took that and we I don't know how much we built on it, but we definitely got better from it. Now we got to continue to build from that, right? Because you can't stay the same. Like, we can't go out there and run the exact same plan this week. We can't go out there and do the exact same thing this week. Those guys get paid to coach. Those players get, they prepare to play us. We got to show them something different. We got to do something different, and we got to be ready for a whole different type of team, a whole different skill set.
It's Kenny Dillingham, ASU's head coach. Of course, we'll have our weekly visit with Kenny on Friday morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, talking about what he's seen from his team in the last 3 weeks, and kind of started second half against Mississippi State. And I think that's a good place to start because that game changed big time after halftime when the Sun Devils committed to the run game. Didn't work out. Ultimately, they did have the lead briefly, but a big play got them. I was pretty encouraged by what I saw from Texas State, but I got to say, going into Big 12 play, and I think this conference is tougher this year than it was last year. I'll say that first off.
All right.
But I have this mixture of curiosity and a little bit of nervousness to see what the Sun Devils look like when they get to Big 12 play. Because they're starting off with a tough test. This Baylor team is really good. And they got a really good quarterback in Sawyer Robertson.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this conference is going to shake out. And as I've told you, I'm most afraid of what's happening at Utah because I've got so much respect for that head coach there and a guy that is only coming back because he hated how last year went. So he's loaded for bear, and that's a team that is always big and physical and nasty. I think that this is where it all begins. And my hope is that as the Big 12 schedule unfolds, that maybe that loss on the road in SEC country is going to turn out to be a blessing in disguise. That it's going to be something that toughened up the team, calloused the team, motivated the team, made them look in the mirror, maybe humbled the team. It all begins here, and this is what we're all going through with this football program is the downside or the flip side to having a magical season where human instinct and human nature is to compare everything to what preceded it. And everything last year turned so magical so quickly. We've talked about it repeatedly that when the Sun Devils won Game 6 last year and became bowl eligible, you could have hit pause right there and we would have stamped the season a successful season. Wow, they're going to a bowl game. They didn't lose after that. And that was the dream sequence that is so hard to compare this year's team with, because there's no way this year is going to, you wouldn't think, is going to unfold the exact same way. Now, but now that you're in conference, you know the importance of stacking these wins. And you know the importance of winning this conference a second year in a row if you really want to emerge as the team in this newly expanded conference.
Yeah, we'll have a lot more on the Sun Devils going to Waco later on in the week. The Sun Devils are not ranked. A team that is ranked very high, by the way. The LSU Tigers, they beat Florida on Saturday. 20-10, I think people maybe expected more from the third-ranked team in the country. It was a little bit closer than people expected. A little bit of a struggle offensively for Garrett Nussmeier and company for head coach Brian Kelly. So Brian Kelly comes in after this tight win against Florida in Baton Rouge, and he's asked, he starts his press conference and is asked this question right off the bat.
Brian in the back, I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
All right, just so you know, LSU was 4 for 14 on third down.
Yeah.
They didn't really run the ball that well. They ran for 102 yards. 51 of that came on one play. They struggled. Their defense dominated. They intercepted DJ Lagway 5 times.
Yeah.
All right, so that was Brian Kelly right after the game. In retrospect, he's now issued an apology.
Yeah.
I've texted Cobble and offered my apologies to him for the way I handled the questioning. I think it's important to understand that my standards relative to the media on a day-to-day basis need to be higher. I take responsibility for that, and I've got to be better in the future.
All right, so I take it by your framing that you're not necessarily buying Brian Kelly's apology, that he may be being forced to do so.
Maybe,
yeah.
And I've made my feelings on Brian Kelly known several times on this show. I don't like him. I think he's pretty much everything that's bad about college sports.
Same.
I'm not totally siding with him after a win like that. Maybe those are questions better asked toward the middle. Hey, you got the win, dominant defensive performance. Any concerns about the running game?
Yeah.
Why can't you run the football?
No, listen, I see both sides of this. I understand why Brian Kelly took offense to that being the first question lobbed at him after a win against a decent opponent. But this is also a football team that is struggling offensively, a football team with one of the better quarterbacks in the country, and this is also LSU football. And in Baton Rouge, this is the game in town. So to me, I don't like Brian Kelly with this attitude that, hey, I'm the head coach of LSU.
Bow to me.
Bow to me. That's the vibes he is giving off there. While at the same time, I acknowledge that maybe the reporter could have phrased it in a way that didn't seem so negative, if you will.
Yeah. Okay. Be a professional, you loser baby. Are you kidding me? Just answer the question. You don't have to scream at the guy that's asking the question because you won 20-10. It didn't look that good.
But again, this is the way Brian Kelly is. This is the way Nick Saban was. This is the way a lot of these autocratic football coaches get in college football, who build their little fiefdoms and think they're above questioning. And this is an issue that has made my blood boil for a long, long time. And somebody made him apologize, because it is a bad look when you're representing a college, a university.
Yeah.
There's huge standards and expectations for LSU, and they've underperformed relative to them.
Did you take any pleasure in Brian Kelly getting absolutely trucked on the sideline during that game? Because I did.
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
Kind of enjoyed it. This year marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child or student you know could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620 to nominate for Character Counts. Coming up next, we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on this Tuesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about Earnhardt Ford and Chandler and the great specials and offers they've got going on all month long during September. General Manager John Nissen and his team kicking off these fall savings like 0%, and I mean 0% APR financing available for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash toward your purchase. You can also bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash, and that's on the powerful XLT model. Comes with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. If you want more, you're looking for SUVs, they got those too. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at just $22,995. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end September 30th, 2025. Stop in, tell them I sent you. Go see the team at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, right off the I-10 and Ray Road. They've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Do you feel strapped financially? Credit card debt growing, car payments looming, and 25 years of mortgage payments left? Then the Life Changer loan may be the answer you're looking for. 5 years is the average time it takes our clients to not only pay off their home, but all of their debt. With an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau and nothing but 5-star reviews on Google, maybe you should check out what all the buzz is about. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert,
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
to where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
Where Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun two-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs inch closer after an 8-1 win against the Giants last night. They're now just a game and a half out of the last wild card spot behind the New York Mets. And here was manager Torey Lovello describing his baseball team right now.
This team's gritty. They're fighting every single day. And the energy that they bring the most critical times, when it's done right, you can see how we perform. It's a lot of fun for me to watch.
Another chance to make some noise tonight. D-back fans will have one eye on the Padres-Mets game, but more importantly, Game 2 of this Giants series is tonight at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after a 2-0 start to the Cardinals season, head coach Jonathan Gannon believes that they are a better team than what they've put out there. Find out why Gannon believes that at arizonasports.com. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hours upon us. Sammy's here to take us through some social studies. Sammy.
Yes, good morning. First and foremost, you know where to find us. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube if you want to watch us. And so our first question, it's going to involve all three Valley teams that are playing football and baseball for the Diamondbacks case. So which team will win more of their remaining games to finish the year and why? Is it ASU with 9 games left, the Diamondbacks with 11, or the Cardinals with 15 games left? Kind of makes you think.
It's an interesting question on one hand and weird on the other.
Well, you have to sort of think like how many wins total do you think the ASU and the Cardinals each are going to have? How many wins do you think ASU will get to this year, regular season?
I'm going to go boring. I think I'm going to pick the Cardinals on this poll.
Yeah.
Just because they've got the most possible games left.
So the Diamondbacks, so I think for the Diamondbacks to win this, they'd have to win 9 of their last 11. That would be a hard ask for them.
Okay.
I'm just going to vote Cardinals for the inventory of games.
Yeah.
That would mean, okay.
I mean, 10 wins probably for the Cardinals, which we talked about getting into double digits, and that's where the majority of the vote is, 51% of the vote.
10 wins, though, would be 8 more wins for the rest of the season for the Cardinals.
Right, yeah.
Right.
So you're saying
I'm
that
picking the Diamondbacks.
Okay, yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But if ASU wins,
I'm picking the Cardinals.
If ASU wins their remaining 9 games, they've got more than 9 games left.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's true.
Oh,
what a thinker today.
This is a regular season one, but yes.
So 51% of the vote to the Cardinals, 28 to ASU, and only 20% of the vote to the Diamondbacks. A couple of the responses. Tony Height says, I could easily see all three teams winning 8 or more games. So, I mean, that'd be pretty good case scenario. Brian says, it's the D-backs. Come on, people. I know ASU is probably the correct answer, but let's have some faith in the boys for the last 2 weeks. And listen, if the Diamondbacks do get to 9 wins, you're probably talking playoffs, which is just incredible. All right, we'll switch gears and focus on the Cardinals. So Cardinal fans, what needs to improve this season and why? And here are the 4 options. Is it the run game? Is it Kyler Murray? Is it the wide receivers? Or is it closing out games?
I'll start on this one.
All right.
I'm eliminating the middle 2
Kyler
because
and wide
we've got enough data on Kyler Murray in this offense. This is what Kyler Murray is. I think we've got enough data on wide receivers. Then I'll move to the other 2, the run game and closing out games. Closing out games to me is connected to the run game
the running game.
Improving. And the identity of this team is the run game. So that's got to be the answer.
It's the obvious answer to me. Everything, like you just said, the closing out games is an issue directly correlated to the running game. So the running game is the answer.
I like Lorenzo Alexander made an interesting point about saying the identity of this team is the run game, but that's only based on reputation, not on actually anything they've done this season to make teams think that is their identity.
Past reputation.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right about that.
I think, too, if they can establish the run game, then the wide receivers in Kyler Murray's life becomes a lot easier with play action. But the poll results, it's a close one. 33% of the vote goes to closing out games, 32 to the run game, 22 Kyler, and 11% to wide receivers. And some of the responses, Jonas says the 5th option is play calling. Jimbo says all of the above. And then Todd says my biggest thing is everyone is blaming Murray for Marvin Harrison Jr. However, was Larry Fitzgerald's production down when Murray was his quarterback? Was D-Hop's production down when Murray was his quarterback? No, they weren't. So it might be a Marvin Harrison and Drew Petzing play calling problem, which is an interesting thought. I hadn't thought about that.
The other thing I'm seeing a lot as it applies to the Cardinals in the running game is that the loss of Clayton Adams, who's now with the Dallas Cowboys, is a big loss. And I get that maybe he helped design one of the most effective running games in the league, but that design should still be in place.
It should be. The new offensive line coach is Justin Fry, who comes in with all kinds of accolades, but that has been a transition apparently for that group because that offensive line doesn't look the same.
Indeed.
Even though it's the same players.
It's fair.
Yeah. So I think it was this morning, but Robert Redford passed away. And so we asked, what was your favorite Robert Redford movie and why? Or tweet the choice if not mentioned. The 4 options we gave was The Sting, Butch Cassidy plus The Sundance Kid.
And The Sundance.
And The Sundance
not a math
Kid.
movie.
The Natural or the Captain America Winter Soldier movie.
I'm voting. I know where Vinny's going to vote. I'm actually voting Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. I love that movie. Him and Paul Newman together are just fantastic pairing. I understand how great The Natural is as the #1 baseball movie of all time, if not Bull Durham. But Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid gets my vote.
Yeah, it's unpredictable. It's The Natural for me.
It's funny that
I saw
you
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and The Sting when I was a kid, so I don't remember them. I mean, obviously, just iconic roles. How dare you throw Captain America and Winter Soldier in there?
That's the only one I've seen.
That's a slight to Robert Redford's filmography.
I had to include not my usual style, but I had to include something from the last 30 years.
The Natural is the greatest baseball movie ever made. Arguably the greatest sports movie ever made, in my opinion.
It's funny that you love that so much and you hate Field of Dreams so much, because The Natural is very hokey and cheesy and sort of treacly and feel good and stuff like that.
Yeah, but the way I look at it is, all right, I have the ability to suspend disbelief when I watch movies. The Natural, I mean, long shot, could actually happen.
Yeah, it's not called the supernatural.
No. A player coming from nowhere with all these great baseball skills, especially in that time period, could actually happen.
Yes.
What happened in Field of Dreams is schlocky fantasy crap.
The natural got 50% of the vote, and our own Dave Burns, he commented, all the president's men, but I would also stump for sneakers, an all-time great high school.
I'm just very impressed with Jared and the use of the word treacly. That was very, very impressive. Which is what, syrupy?
Yep.
Yeah.
All these movies.
Or if, have a prostate problem.
Jeez. Goodness. All these movies of which I have not seen except for The Winter Soldier.
There was a lot were mentioned.
Yes.
Electric Horseman was mentioned.
Yeah. 3 Days of the Condor.
Jeremiah Johnson got a lot of mention. A film I think we were all forced to watch in grade school. Did you have to watch it too?
Yes.
Indecent Proposal.
And I didn't enjoy that. That movie just bothered me. But Jeremiah Johnson, that meme that's still out there.
Oh, yeah.
And people quite recently were having the debate. Who is this?
They thought it was Zach Galifianakis.
They didn't know it was Robert Redford.
Yes. The nodding the head one.
Yeah.
Where it's zooming in on his face. And then All the President's Men. Is you a fan of that? Have you seen that, Dan?
I have, yes.
Journalism?
That was very, very good.
I haven't seen any of these.
Okay, well.
The legends. Robert Redford passing away today at the age of 89. You got some work to do, Sammy.
Lots.
Definitely watch the net. You like sports movies?
I do.
Actually,
I take back my.
You know what? Never mind. Just listen to your country music.
I take back my I do. I think sports movies are all right.
Yeah, some of them are crap.
Some of it is hard. If
yeah.
you really know sports, they're hard to watch because of the cinema, the moviness that they have of the.
Yeah.
They ignore some of the rules and stuff.
My favorite sports movies of all time are Remember the Titans and Glory Road.
Okay. 2 good movies.
Yeah.
There you go. That's Social Studies today for this Tuesday. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next here on the Tuesday edition, can the Diamondbacks conclude their most unpredictable season in the most unbelievable way? So you're telling me there's a chance?
Wow.
Yes, there is. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final, and the D-backs will wake up tomorrow a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Zach Gallen handle the pressure of the Diamondbacks being right back in the middle of the playoff race? We'll be reacting to his start at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I've said it a few times here in the last several days. It's really tipping the cap to every individual in this locker room, from each player to the coaching staff. Just everything this team's been through from injury standpoint, and the players that aren't here because of injury, and then the trade deadline, losing middle of the order bats and potentially arguably your number one starter at the time. For this team to continue pushing and continue playing the way that we have, it's just a testament to the individuals in this clubhouse.
James McCann, hero of the last 2 days, one of the heroes last night, had another home run, 4 runs batted in on Sunday in that win over the Twins. Talking about not losing faith after all that's happened. Baseball is just weird, man. It's 162 games. It is the definition of a sports marathon. In many cities, it can be a roller coaster. It has certainly been that here in Phoenix, Arizona this year. And with 11 games left, the Arizona Diamondbacks, through all of their tribulations, have a chance to be a postseason team.
There would be nothing more rewarding for this fan base than to rally all the way to the point where the New York Mets have to wait on the last day of the season.
That'd be awesome.
And hope for good results.
After that crap that they pulled along with the Atlanta Braves last year.
Exactly.
Not that the Diamondbacks didn't deserve it, but it was painful.
Exactly. And it would be really, I would love to see what that would do to this town, because I honestly do believe, and we talked about this yesterday, that there might be people who are suddenly hearing this and going, wait, what? They're back in playoff contention? What? What did I miss? Because I think a lot of people probably checked out, and rightfully so. Again, this team effectively waved a white flag at the trade deadline. And for them to be back in this position now, it's quite something. So listen, if you want to get on board, the Diamondbacks are offering $15 tickets. They want to kind of create some vibe around this team these next couple of games.
Yep, they're for this series. So today and then the day game tomorrow. Great time to call in sick tomorrow. To work. Are you?
Yeah.
Head out to the ballpark, watch some Diamondbacks baseball. Tori Lovello had kind words for the 21,000 plus that showed up last night at Chase Field.
The crowd was awesome today. I know school's back in session. I know there's a lot of practices happening, and parents are being parents, and I love that. But if you can find a way to get out here and support us right now, we would certainly appreciate that. The love that we felt out there from the fans that were here today, I know it gave us a certain energy and pushed us along. But this was a really, really crucial game. It's game 1 of 3. We got to come out and do the same thing again tomorrow.
You know what I'm pulling for, Bick?
What's that?
I'm pulling for an Arizona Diamondbacks Seattle Mariners World Series.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. That would be absolutely fantastic. And again, it's also interesting to me. What would even though I'm pulling for the Mariners as well, it would also be interesting for the Diamondbacks to make the playoffs, and for the teams that acquired the guys the Diamondbacks traded to not make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that
the
would
Rangers?
that would be the ultimate, and the Mariners. So that would be the ultimate little dichotomy there. I think it's interesting because with last night's victory, the Diamondbacks are in a position now where they're the team that's on top of the list of teams trying to catch the New York Mets. So they literally kind of control their own little thing here. And if they win again tonight, that's why it would be great to sweep this team, obviously, and then just to hone in on the New York Mets. Because you ratchet up the pressure on that Mets team with their history of collapsing, who knows what's going to happen. Now, the Mets obviously have an easier stretch of schedule coming up. They've got to deal with the Padres. That is not that's difficult. But then they're getting the Nationals and the Marlins as well down the stretch. Whereas the Diamondbacks have got the Phillies and the Dodgers and the Padres and the Giants.
Well, the two remaining, the 2 remaining against the Giants, and then those 3 teams.
Yeah.
San Diego's in an interesting spot too because they're not locked in, but I think of all the teams kind of vying for a playoff spot, they're the most insulated because they're 4 games behind the Cubs, who they're the top wild card team, so they're 4 games behind them, but they're also 5 games ahead of the Mets. So there's cushion either way that they're going to be the number 2 wild card. I'm curious to see how they attack things. Hopefully, they still want to catch.
Hopefully,
the Cubs,
they will attack things.
Because
Yeah, right.
if they do and take care of the Mets, it'll make the Diamondbacks task a lot easier.
Oh, it would be unbelievable.
An interesting question that I just want to see your guys' thoughts. Zach Gallen, post-trade deadline, has he pitched his way into now a multi-year deal and maybe over or better than just accepting the qualifying offer?
I would think that it's certainly trending in that direction. Now, I don't know where that multi-year offer is coming from, but I definitely think that there's a strong argument to be made that Zach Gallen got himself fixed.
Should the offer come from Arizona?
It's a good question.
I believe it should.
It's a good question.
But again, it's not my checkbook, so.
He was fantastic last night. He kept the Giants offense smothered, allowed the Diamondbacks to kind of work into the game and erupt with that 6-run 6th inning, which kind of blew the thing open. He joined the 1,000 strikeout club, the 1K club.
Yeah, and he's only the 3rd member of that club for the Diamondbacks, joining Randy Johnson and Brandon Webb. Here he was on that.
Really cool. I knew I was close, I think, after the last start. And then Torrey congratulated me after the first inning, and I was like, what are you talking about? Obviously, once the game starts, you're not really thinking about that. But, yeah, I mean, for me, it's been when I got here 7 or so years ago, those guys that, I'm in that category with are the guys you're trying to pitch like and have success like. So for me to be in their company, for me, is pretty humbling. I joke it's probably going to be tough to catch the guy in first place. I might have to play another 20 more years, but still to be in that conversation with them is really cool.
Look, even if his future after this year, and there's a lot to be determined still this year, but if you look into the offseason, if his future is not in Arizona, I'm thrilled for the turnaround Zach Gallen has had. Because, man, he has been so good here, and the first half of the season was so just not lined up with what he has been as an Arizona Diamondback. And it's hard to watch any likable guy go through that in a contract year. So I'm thrilled he's been able to turn around and become the pitcher that he should have been the whole year.
Oh, I'm a big fan of him as a guy, and his personality. I really, really admire him. And look, he gives his job everything. That's why a lot of the hate that was kind of headed his direction midway through the season. It was just it was a little obtuse for my liking. It just because you're dealing with a guy that really does care, obviously, and a guy that's done a lot of great things in Arizona. And what a crowning achievement it would be for him if post-trade deadline, he's the guy that leads them to the playoffs when they couldn't even get a decent prospect in return for a trade for him.
Yep. Visit the watch page at arizonasports.com for the latest on the Cardinals' hot start and the D-backs wild card push, or join us live and watch along. Coming up next, you can also watch us engage in this week's edition of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Thank you. It's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyson, he was a great player last year for ASU. But this year, doesn't he just look different?
Oh, man.
He looks like one of the top NFL prospects. He looks like a borderline NFL player already playing college football in these games.
Yeah.
And Tyson, even from last year, he was so productive. But this year, he is bigger. He looks bigger. He's playing bigger. He's making plays that you don't see college wide receivers make.
All plays are not created equal. And that touchdown was not something that you can just dismiss.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out. Actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks rolled the Giants last night 8-1 behind another near-dominant start from Zach Gallen, going 6 innings, striking out 6 and only allowing 1 earned run. And he wasn't the only dominant Diamondback last night. Geraldo Perdomo went 3 for 3 and reached base 5 times in last night's win. And here was his manager postgame.
I'm probably like a proud dad just watching everything that he does and have the success that he has. It's not easy to do what he's doing. He's just been so consistent and so present. He's just leading this team without knowing that he's doing it.
The Snakes are still chasing the Mets for that last wild card spot in the NL, and both teams will be in action tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez will get the ball for the D-backs. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is a loaded one but a simple one. Will the Diamondbacks make the postseason, yes or no?
Ooh. Listen, I would love to vote yes, but it's really, really improbable.
All right, you could be the cold bucket of water.
But again, so I don't care. You vote. If you wanna fuel the dream, brother.
I know if I do this, they're gonna disappoint me again.
Yeah, we can abstain.
No, we'll say yes.
All right. 61% of the vote says no. 39% of the vote says yes. I think a win tonight and a Mets loss tonight, and we're really...
Oh, it's going to get interesting.
Oh, we're cooking.
Oh, yeah.
Who's going for the Mets tonight? Do we know?
Bullpen game, Vinny.
Is it really?
I think so.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. It's right there for him, man.
Come
yes.
on. Vote yes again, Sammy.
Hey, I voted yes.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
The mustache. What? You don't like it? It's disgusting. I don't care what you think about this. This is not for you. Who's it for? The 83 Yankees bullpen?
Oh, baby. It is that time of week, a time of week that neither of you participated in last week.
No.
And hopefully you can read. No.
How did it go last week?
Not good at all. It was Jody Jackson versus Tim Rings.
It was actually pretty funny.
Was it?
It was very funny, but
the rare defensive struggle.
Yes.
Yeah. It was a pitcher's duel. Let's put it that way between those two. So you can redeem yourself in America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Who needs to redeem themselves? What are you talking about?
You can redeem the segment.
Show.
The segment.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
I don't think there's any redeeming the segment. Let's be
Or
honest.
the
That's
show.
fair.
Let's be
Okay,
honest.
that's a double whammy there. I'll be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murata will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one, the 10 points win. And today's topic, because it's all this talk all day long about the wild card. All things wild.
Right.
Wild, baby. All
Yeah.
right. Dan Bickley, since tomorrow's your birthday, would you like to go first
I'll
or
go
second?
first. Sam Kinison, not a mustache.
No, I do not. Oh, that would have been a good one.
All right,
but
go ahead.
Unfortunately,
I'm
I
writing
don't
down
have
my
that one.
first guess right now.
Well, I do have this one, though.
A hustle here and a hustle there. New York City's the place where they said, hey, babe, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey, Joe, take a walk on the wild side.
That would be Lou Reed, not a mustache.
That is correct. What do you guys think of the Velvet Underground?
Not my speed.
Not my
That's
thing.
A hip song. All right.
Here you go, Bick. There's my guess.
Okay. Let's
it.
see. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Took it to the hotel. She said, you're the king. I so be my queen, if you know what I mean.
He nailed it.
The wild thing.
That is the legend Tone Loc. I believe he had a mustache.
He did.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Star of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
And that's what I had on the bottom of my sheet. There it is.
Yes, if you're
Listen, I'm
watching
your
at home,
witness. I'm your witness.
well done. Very good guess. All right. Then Dan Bickley.
Vin Bickley.
Vin Bickley. Dan Bickley. Here we go.
Sorry, I just lost my mind just for.
But that's okay for me. Because I am a wild and
That is Steve Martin in one of the strangest skits, not a mustache.
That is correct. Were you guys Steve Martin fans when he was humongous in like the 70s? I know you were both pretty young.
I was very young. I had one older sister who was way into it and kind of introduced me to it. And because she thought it was funny, I thought it was funny. I look back now, I don't think
Not
it's
so
aged
much.
It's not
Yeah.
that funny.
Yeah.
It's essentially
I am a big Steve Martin fan.
Yeah. His stand-up was like a sort of heightened breakdown of what stand-up comedy is. Anyway, okay. Vince Marotta. Your clue right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be dead. You go to the University of Arizona?
Yeah, so?
Good football team. Arizona Wildcats.
That can be only the acting chops of one person. Keanu Reeves.
Oh.
From Speed, not a mustache.
That is correct. As you could tell, that's an old movie. If his first thought was good football team.
Hey, they're 3-0, Jarrett.
That's true. Undefeated, as good a record as anyone in the country right now. All right. Dan Bickley.
Except for Iowa State, they're 4-0.
Okay, that's not.
Slide through my hands.
Exquisite song from the Rolling Stones. Mick Jagger, not a mustache.
That is correct.
Bick's off to a fast start.
Good start.
Have we already surpassed the scoring total from last week's game?
Well, I think last week it was 5-4 was the final score.
Wow.
No, I went to a tiebreaker.
I went to a tiebreaker.
I think it was 6-6.
Yeah. All right. Dan, Vince.
Yes. Damn it.
When I roll into the Wild Wild West. Wicked wild, wicked wild, wicked wild, wild west. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada. None of this. Six gunning this, brother running this.
If only the camera had switched to Jarrett's dancing exhibition there.
Should leave my mic on so people could see me dance.
It's an unfortunate song from an unfortunate movie. That is Will Smith, Mustache.
Yeah, it was a very bizarre
It
movie.
was, not a great movie, but that's a good song, though. Catchy song that
No, it's
samples
not.
an older
No,
song.
I'm with Vinny. It's most unfortunate.
Okay. All right,
If
well,
you would have played the original from Kool Mo D, that would have been cool.
Well,
I like that song.
Stay tuned for maybe another edition. Not this one, but you never know down the line. All right, Dan Bickley.
Mm-hmm.
And what you gonna do when the largest arms in the world run wild on you, brother?
I didn't hear that. Vinny was hacking up a lung when he started.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
And what you gonna do when the largest arms in the world run wild on you, brother?
I don't know what
What
that
Run
is.
Wild on You, brother?
I'm just going to guess Hulk Hogan mustache.
That is correct.
Okay.
Who else could it be?
Yeah, right.
Well done.
You got it. The late Hulk Hogan. All right, Vince.
That was weird, wild stuff. I guess they're big fans of mine. I did not know that. This is our final show, and Ed is drunk.
You are correct, sir, yes.
That is Dana Carvey as Johnny Carson, not a mustache.
That is correct. Okay, perfect score going into the last round with 2 more challenging clues, but I think you both can get these.
All right.
Oh, you're included in the I think you can get this
Ooh.
week.
Well, this is an extraordinarily famous song, but we'll see. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Nature's child. We were born to be wild. We can climb so high. I never wanna die. Born to be wild.
The rock group is Steppenwolf. I'm trying to picture their lead singer of that era. I'm just gonna have to guess mustache.
Let me check on that real quick.
Na 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 na. So John,
that is correct. He does have a mustache.
Wow, that was the most dramatic pause in the history of mustache, not a mustache.
I apologize for that because, all right, here we go. Schleppenwolf is what they call me. Vince.
Yes.
Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Oh, baby, baby.
I think.
Okay.
Cat Stevens. Mustache.
That is correct.
Well
you pulled
done.
it out. Both
Well
of you
done.
got the old.
Yeah.
Those
Well
were
done.
old clues, and I didn't know if you knew them, but you both also know as Yusuf Islam, I believe nowadays.
Yes.
Well, excellent job. A perfect score. You are 2 wild and crazy guys, and the wildest.
Which is
thing-
okay for me.
Okay. I said maybe I like because he's just doing the little this all right. Okay. All right. Anyway, coming after the break, we will go to a tiebreaker with Sammy and conclude this edition of
Mustache. Not a mustache.
That's how we keep you locked in, huh?
Oh yeah.
That's how they get
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Final thoughts on this Tuesday straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I will tell you, yesterday there was a ball that went right through Marvin Harrison Jr.'s hands. I mean, literally right through his hands. And it's hard to jumpstart a conversation about Marvin Harrison when he's doing things like that. Gambo, I don't know the answer to this problem because I also think it's not even the biggest problem on offense for the Cardinals this
You think
year.
it's more the running game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
It's not even the thing I'm the most worried about.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and sports fans know all about those 3 magic letters on the court, on the diamond, on the infield, wherever you're looking. It's MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways, it is BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That is what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW, talking about an award-winning family-owned business since 1966, from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage. Everything they do is elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations. And speaking of those 2 great locations, it guarantees you are going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. No matter what you are looking for, you will find it at Chapman BMW, where they also have a great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in buying a new Chapman BMW, not as far as out of reach as you might believe. They have got something in every price range. And remember, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, Shane O'Hanrahan, the GM of both locations. He assures that every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get a smoking hot deal, the best price you're going to find in the Valley. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
The $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey,
what's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all, plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvise here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Doesn't it give you chills, Vic?
Oh, yeah.
Remember what he did to the lights? Remember what he did to the clock at Wrigley Field?
Oh, yeah. Demolished it.
As you may know, in the book ends with him striking out.
Spoiler alert. I still have a
But that's not the way to end a movie, Jarrett.
I know.
I still have a belief about this movie that I don't think other people hold. And I can't prove it.
Okay.
I was always under the belief, Sammy, earmuffs, I don't want to ruin it for you. I was always under the belief that Roy Hobbs was incarcerated for 16 years. Did you ever get that feeling watching the movie? I remember we had this discussion.
I thought he got shot.
He did, but the woman who shot him died. And if he just got shot, why did he go away for 16
Right.
years?
Because it was traumatic. I thought that was part of it. Like he had to I don't know. Up for interpretation.
And then they show the pictures of the woman on the street, like Sammy earmuffs.
He's not watching the movie.
Yeah.
You know who's responsible for this? Randy Newman, responsible for the soundtracks
gross.
of the most. At least he's not singing. That's a plus.
Yeah.
Hit the ball. Hit that.
Roy Hobbs. I love Roy Hobbs. It's the theme from The Natural, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We got ourselves a score to settle.
Yes, we do. I think it's a pretty good one. So the tiebreaker today on Mustache, Not a Mustache, is I'm going to ask you who or how many wins was the least amount of wins to get into the MLB wild card. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What's
like in history?
Yeah, what's the least amount of wins that got into the MLB wild card game?
My guess is in. I messaged Sammy.
Okay.
This is a good.
I think we're going to have the same guess.
I think I might know this, and maybe I don't. I'm guessing 83.
All right, so you guessed 83. Vince Murata guessed 82. The correct answer is in 2020.
The Cardinals.
29 wins.
Oh, wow.
Vinny gets it
you're
by
sneaky
one.
there. You're
that was
sneaky.
That was good, though.
Sammy.
Fair. Little unfair.
No, that was good. That was good, Sammy. That was really good.
That's a good trivia question.
It's a great trivia question.
Preface a question like that saying, I think you might get this.
Yes, because then you just think a little outside the box.
I don't know. If you think the 50-game season, that would obviously have to be the lowest, but how many games?
Well, I often forget that existed that season.
29 wins?
29 wins. The Milwaukee Brewers.
They were
Like the
29
Reds,
and
31 wins. The Dodgers the next year, my backup question was the most wins to ever be in the wild card. The Dodgers were in it with 106 wins.
Wow.
Yep.
Quite the range.
Indeed.
All right.
Wait. What year was that?
2021. They lost. The Braves were better than them.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Quite the range.
But wait a minute. They weren't in the same division as the Braves.
Well,
the Giants were better than them.
Yes.
Yeah. There we go. All right. That wraps up this week's controversial edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache. Ran across this stat. This was on Twitter today, put out by Pro Football Focus. What happens with each team's dropbacks? This is alarming. 2025 NFL season weeks 1 through 2 when a quarterback is under pressure, Bick.
Mm-hmm.
So it breaks it down into how many times under pressure does the quarterback actually
stand and deliver?
Stand and deliver to a target, whether incomplete or complete. Whether he's sacked, whether he throws it away, scrambles, or it's a batted pass or a broken incompletion. At the top of the list, Dak Prescott. Under pressure, finds a target or gets the ball to a target, either complete or incomplete, 83% of the time.
Right.
Has not had any throwaways.
Wow.
On the bottom end of the scale, 35% target rate for Kyler Murray.
Oof.
Scrambles 27% of the time, which is tied for the highest mark in the league. Throws it away 12% of the time. Sacked 23% of the time. And a batted pass or broken incompletion 4%.
So drop back under pressure, Kyler Murray is the worst quarterback in the NFL.
On this particular stat, getting it to a target 35% of the time.
What are the other quarterbacks at the very top besides Dak Prescott?
Daniel Jones, 71%. Sam Darnold, 68. Stafford, 68. Stroud, 68. Mahomes, 68. San Francisco, so it's a combination of Jones and Purdy, 64.
Until you got to Mahomes, though, those are very stationary quarterbacks.
True.
The top there. The Daniel Jones.
And I wanted
Matt
to get
Stafford.
your reaction to this, Jarrett.
Oh.
I still got Randy
natural.
Newman playing the natural soundtrack. Chris Fowler was under the weather last night. I thought so.
He sounded
weird. You could hear it in his voice, but he had to read this WWE WrestlePalooza promo. Did you hear this?
Our first ESPN Premium Live event, WWE WrestlePalooza from Indianapolis. John Cena against Brock Lesnar in the main event. Louis, your thoughts on Cena versus Lesnar?
Cena's not even I mean, he's been around 25 years, that guy.
Cena versus Lesnar. He got both names.
They're showing WWE highlights on SportsCenter, and it makes even me feel weird. No.
It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Lorenzo Alexander. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
You
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and sat me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Vince Murata here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs inch closer after an 8-1 win against the Giants last night, as they're now a game and a half out of the last wild card spot behind the New York Mets. And here's manager Torey Lovello on how he would describe his ball club right now.
This team's gritty. They're fighting every single day, and the energy that they bring the most critical times, when it's done right, you can see how we perform. It's a lot of fun for me to watch.
Another chance to make some noise tonight. D-back fans will have one eye on the Padres-Mets game, but more importantly, Game 2 of this Giants series is tonight at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after a 2-0 start to the Cardinals season, head coach Jonathan Gannon believes that they are a better team than what they've put out there. Find out why Gannon believes this at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How are you, man? How's it going, my brother?
I'm good. How you doing?
You know what? This is a Tuesday, and it does make you feel like it could be, Paul Calvisi, the most productive day of the week. It could be. You feel jacked up. I wonder why that is. What were you doing last night? Were you watching anything on television? Were you listening to anything on the radio, of course? Broadcasting. Oh, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. Predator.
I was talking to a friend of mine who's a Mariners fan.
Okay.
And they had said something like, oh, man, you know, this is, hey, thanks for Naylor and Gino. This was yesterday. And I was like, have you checked the standings? Like, the Diamondbacks are on an absurd. If they get into the postseason, Wolf, this is going to, it's going to go down as one of the more memorable moments in Valley sports history, just because of how it all played out. To be 10 games out and trading away 3 of your best players and a couple other important players, too.
Yes.
And to then, of course, now that you got rid of your best players, go on a crazy run to be within a game and a half of a playoff spot.
Okay, Basin Earnings, you know the way we all feel about the freaky Mike Hazen here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. First of all, you have to understand, his brain is massive, okay? He's got a massive brain. You and I don't, Basin Earnings, but he has this massive brain. The freaky Mike Hazen they were sellers. To Luke's point, they were completely sellers at the deadline. This team has gotten so much better since the trade deadline. So much, only the freaky Mike Hazen could do this.
They agonized over it, too. Remember, every time we had Hazen on, he's like, I don't want to punt on this season.
And here's the reason why he didn't punt on this season. His name is Zach Gallen.
Yeah,
he had something on the table. I will promise you, brothers, he had something on the table of value for Zach Gallen. And remember,
Tim Kirkjian said like a week ahead of time, he's like, they're getting offers for Zach Gallen. They just need to lower their asking price.
Correct.
And you're so right. I mean, they made the trades. They made quite a few trades. And by the way, those guys they got back, it's not like those guys are helping them right now. Those guys are for the future.
Yes.
But it was the one thing that was kind of like, wait, they didn't trade Gallen? Why did they trade Zach Gallen?
Why would
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
Exactly. Oh,
well, maybe it's
so true, Zach.
The 2.68 ERA he has since the trade deadline. In 9 starts, he's 5-2, and 7 of the 9 teams he's faced, or I should say 7 of the games because he's faced like San Francisco twice, but 7 of those games have been against teams that are either in the playoffs or fighting for a playoff spot. And the 2 that weren't were the very first 2. One was a road game at the Athletics. They play in like a toaster oven.
Okay.
I mean, everything goes out of that park. And the second one was against Colorado, who up until that point had owned him this year.
Yeah.
Zach Gallen, since the trade deadline, hasn't just been better. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Yeah. The talent level for the Arizona Diamondbacks was so much higher before all the injuries. Would you say that is a true statement? It was the talent level was off the hook, and we were all expecting them to be.
There are guys that have gotten hurt since the trade deadline, too, that they were leaning on.
You know what I think? Honestly, this is what I think right here. I think Torey Lovello doesn't really maybe reach guys that are already of a certain standing. He's guys that are very comfortable, let's put it that way. I don't think it's good in the clubhouse for Torey and his personality. You know what I think is really good for the Arizona Diamondbacks and Torey's personality? Guys that are trying to make their way. Guys that are going out there competing. Torey's so good in terms of managing those guys. And I think this is what we're seeing right now. The gritty, dirty, edgy. I've got to play well today or I could be gone. I think we're seeing some desperation inside that clubhouse. And I think that goes really well with Torey Lovello and who he is and how he manages.
What was your favorite moment of the game last night? I mean, I've got like 5 candidates, but I'll start you off by throwing one out because this isn't going to be yours. Okay, so I'm throwing out Jordan Lawler pinch hitting and doubling in a run.
You know what? That was awesome.
And it's
I
like,
was standing up, just applauding at the compound.
Not that long ago, this guy was hitless for the season. He was 0 for 30 in his first 30 at-bats this season. He was like 4 for, 60 career at that point. And ever since then, he's played 9 games since then. He has a hit in 7 of those 9 games.
Yes.
And one of those other 2, he pinch hit. He had 1 at bat.
Right.
So it's like, I mean, yes, it counts. He played in the game. But as far as games he's actually playing, he's getting basically 1 hit. It seems to be a double every single time, by the way.
Yeah.
He's got 6 doubles already in these last 9 games. But it was just cool to see him where he was a month ago, stepping in and delivering a big hit last night.
Speaking of doubles, Basinonians,
should have almost a home run too.
Where am I going to go on this one right here? Let's see, double. Luke just said double. There it was. It was the 6th inning, Basinonians. Okay, it was the 6th inning. And suddenly, look, everybody, it's Corbin Carroll. He's up to the dish. And Corbin Carroll went ahead and hit a ball into the gap, a ball that really should have been a single. Mm-hmm. And he legged that thing out. It was a speed double, as we call it in the Wolfley compound. A speed double by Corbin Carroll, the Predator. He started that 6th inning. He started it. He's the guy who started the fight. And then everybody else piled on, and it was clutch hit after clutch hit in that 6th inning. But it was the Predator, who had an otherwise pretty subtle day, and yet he was the guy who started the brawl.
Here's Torey Lovello after the win.
The crowd was awesome today. I know school's back in session. I know there's a lot of practices happening, and parents are being parents, and I love that. But if you can find a way to get out here and support us right now, we would certainly appreciate that. The love that we felt out there from the fans that were here today, I know it gave us a certain energy and pushed us along. But this was a really, really crucial game. It's game 1 of 3. We got to come out and do the same thing again tomorrow.
Oh, yes, do the same thing tomorrow. Who is going to step up? The Arizona Diamondbacks had Zach Gallen step up. Had the Predator, Corbin Carroll, in my opinion, stepped up. He started the fight.
Well, Perdomo got on base 5 times again.
Perdomo was out of his mind. He's got 97 RBIs on the season. Geraldo Perdomo. Who saw that coming, Basinonians, right now?
Has to be so 2 things. That has to be the craziest stat of this season, and I think we should have an automatic pass where he joins our show every year in spring training. Are you guys on board with this? Perdomo joins the show every year in spring training.
Yeah,
because this is the first year he's done it. And he's proceeding to not only have a career year, his stats this year are like the rest of his career combined.
Yes.
Are this season's stats at the plate. This is what I'll say about the game last night, Wolf. This really kind of jumped out to me in that 6th inning and then certainly beyond. This run that they've been on has been awesome. What are they, 25-17 since the trade deadline? They are, 9-3-1 in series. If they win today, they'll be 10-3-1. They'll already have won the series. They have done a lot. This run's been crazy. A lot of it has also been aided by the Mets just totally melting down. Okay?
Yes.
Last night felt different because last night they were playing San Francisco, who's also been playing really good baseball, And man, the Diamondbacks looked like the much looser team, didn't they? That was the thought I kind of had going into that game last night. Was like, okay, we're going to see what this group is made of. Are they going to be a little more uptight now because look how close they are? And instead, they looked like they were having fun, and the Giants looked like the serious, like, okay, can't mess up team. And that doesn't tend to work out for those teams in baseball. We'll see. I mean, the Giants could totally flip it today.
Yeah.
But I thought last night's game felt different than almost all of these since the trade deadline.
Think about it. You mentioned Geraldo Perdomo as well.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's stepping up, and the leader that he is: 2 walks, a single, a double, and a triple. He was 3 for 3, drove in 2, scored a run, and played clean in the field. You think about that kind of game from Geraldo Perdomo. As a matter of fact, we got a little broadcast bait.
You're not going to play that? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to play that Domo Arigato song.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Give it to me again, Rick. Luke was talking when the bacon was. You smell that? Some broadcast bacon. This was a little anecdote they dropped on the broadcast last night. Perdomo's hit 360 since July 1st.
That's it.
Think about that. 360 since July 1st.
Feels like it should be higher. We're going to have this question
at Aldo
at some point, and it's great that there's more than one potential answer, but I don't know. Think about this. We can talk about it later in the show. Who's been the MVP of the team this season?
None.
I mean, there's a couple answers where if you say one, people are going to be like, wait, you're going to say Corbin Carroll? You're not going to say Geraldo Perdomo?
Yeah, you can't really say who's the MVP
yet
until after the trade deadline. I mean, honestly, who would you pick before the trade deadline?
The best part is there's still 2 weeks of baseball that are suddenly very meaningful. So maybe that's going to decide who this team's MVP is. When we come back over to football, the Arizona Cardinals saw their top 3 corners go down on Sunday. There really haven't been any updates yet either. So what are we supposed to read into that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final, and the D-backs will wake up tomorrow a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting around to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It's right there in the name. Move First, Sell Later. It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Get that whole thing started. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. Make this as simple as possible. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and they make price-boosting upgrades so once they're done, a local Orchard agent can list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then still sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick. It's easy. You can do it right there on the website. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for $1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Orthopedic care.
At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks strike first in a vital Giants series behind a 6-run 6th. James Conner in the run game must help the Cardinals find their DNA, writes Dan Bickley. And Corbin Carroll says, why not us on the team's chances in the NL wildcard race. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, over to football, where you typically start a show in mid-September, especially when your baseball team is 10 games out of a playoff spot at the trade deadline and selling. But you know what? Things have changed.
What a beautiful thing it is.
Jonathan Gannon spoke yesterday, as he does every Monday after a game, and the questions naturally lean towards the injuries, specifically in the cornerback room, because the Cardinals came into this season without Sean Murphy-Bunting and Star Thomas, and then during the game on Sunday, in case you missed it, Will Johnson got hurt, Max Melton got hurt earlier, Garrett Williams got hurt towards the end as well, so here's Gannon's update.
On the injury front, I'll have more, kind of still running those tests, guys being evaluated still, so I'll probably have more information later on in the week.
Yeah, later on in the week. Listen, I can't stand reading into this stuff because we're talking about a player's career here. We're talking about what could be serious injuries, and I think one of the reasons why JG is waiting for more information is because how serious is the question? I don't think it's a good thing that they're waiting for information. That's just me.
Yeah.
Okay? Again, based on it, I could be absolutely wrong on this. I don't want to try to read into it. I just feel like later is not better. If there was an image that showed, hey, this is good, we're doing great, hey, we're going to be fine, I think you would make that announcement sooner as opposed to later.
Yeah, at least for one of them, like if it was like, hey, we're still trying to figure out with player A and player B, but player C, actually, we might be okay there. He's questionable for the Niners game, but if worst case, we'd see him back for the Seahawks game or something.
I don't think you want to talk about player C though. You want to put all three of those guys into the corner together and basically say we're trying to get more information on all of them. Because if you have information on one, well, what does that mean you've done with others?
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
so
I you're right. If I'm Gannon, because they've been lumped together just by the bad luck of that game, then I'm keeping them together. But if I'm any of us listening, I would love to just hear, we're still waiting on the other two, but Will Johnson's okay. You know what I mean? So something like that. This would be
bad,
brutal, man.
This is bad.
Because
I'm taking this as a positive.
You're taking this as a positive?
Yeah, because think about the other injuries we've seen this week. J.J. McCarthy, they had a definitive answer on Monday. Joe Burrow, definitive answer Sunday night into Monday. They don't have a definitive answer here, which makes me think, oh, maybe not that serious. So that's what I'm reading into this. I'm actually keeping it positive for once in my life.
That's great.
I'm very thrown off by this.
Guys,
usually,
everybody.
Usually Rick just rules everybody out for the year.
You know, really?
Now he's gone the other way. And
wow.
I will be stunned if you're right, but I hope you are.
Yeah, just once again, well, you know what? There's this image. We might want to get a second opinion on that. And just to verify, if I know if it was my knee, I would want a second opinion. I would want it immediately. And maybe I'd want to go to a doctor that I would like to go to, and one that I have, so I don't see that as good news. I see that as, you know what, hey, it's bad. What are you going to do about it? Well, I'm going to get a second opinion, if you don't mind. That's just me.
This could potentially...
And I could be wrong on that, basically. It's dead wrong.
Be really frustrating if you're the Cardinals or a Cardinals fan, because one of the biggest things about this season was clarity. You're supposed to get clarity this year. Hey, if they miss the playoffs, all right, might have to make some changes. We're looking at the quarterback first, but maybe it's not his fault. We'll look somewhere else. If you miss the playoffs, you got to figure out now, like, okay, do we need to alter our course a little bit? They're 2-0, so nobody's like saying, oh, the playoffs are off the table. But if you tell me they're going to have to play without their 3 starting cornerbacks, every team has injuries, but how about we spread them out over different positions at least? If you tell me they're going to play without their 3 starting cornerbacks for any amount of time, that's going to start to make it difficult to really evaluate what you even have as a team.
Absolutely, it is. It's just brutal to get that kind of focus, that kind of concentration in one position room. Remember, we saw this with the defensive line. We've seen it before with the Cardinals and the defensive line. They were before this season.
Yeah.
They were all, oh my goodness, the brutality of suffering multiple injuries in one position room. It can unravel an entire season. And I hope that is not going to be the case for the Arizona Cardinals. But you're talking about their 3 starting corners, every one of them going down. Are you kidding me?
JG was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday too, and he gave, this isn't really an update on Will Johnson, but just a little more detail on what Will Johnson's dealing with.
Yeah, he got the wind knocked out of him there. He got knocked out by us. We call that friendly fire. Got his own teammate hit him, knocked the wind out of him. And then, so he came back in the game, obviously, and then his groin tightened up on him a little bit. So
just not a fun day. But
you know what I was worried about? I was worried about he cracked ribs. That's what I thought could have happened.
Yeah.
Cracked ribs. Oh, torn some cartilage in between the rib cage. Have you ever done that before?
Not ideal.
Try breathing.
I tell you what, try not sneezing. I can tell you that I've sneezed probably, I don't know how many times in my life, but 90% of them were the week after I broke my ribs.
And you know what's the worst part about it? After you broke your ribs, you can feel the sneeze coming.
Yeah,
on.
No, that is the worst part. And we were like going on a road trip to California the next morning. I've done it twice, but one of the times, and everybody else is out just having a great time at the beach. And I'm like, well, I can't move, so I'll just stand here and slowly melt into the sand.
Does anyone have a shot of blue juice that you could stick in my ribs here on the beach?
The one, I don't think I want to get blue juice from one of those random guys on the beach that's like looking for quarters in the ground. Oh yeah, I got some blue juice too. Just Gatorade.
No, I would advise against that.
The one thing, if it were that, I mean, this is where we are, I guess. That is at least something that you wouldn't miss a lot of time with as an NFL player. If it was cartilage between the ribs or crack, like it sucks, but you would eventually play again. And even that, what JG just said, again, I don't want to play doctor, but
yeah,
that is at least somewhat encouraging on Will Johnson of like, okay, if it's a groin issue, I would assume that he would be back at some point.
Yes.
Maybe not this week.
Yes.
But, you know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I also, Garrett Williams is the one that really
That's the one we're all worried about.
That really has gotten me bound up here based on needs because that looked bad. It looked really, really bad for Garrett. The pain that he was in didn't look really good. And the Arizona Cardinals need Garrett Williams. This guy he's a versatile DB. He's the ultimate DB. He could play corner, of course, as we know, and he also plays safety and does it very, very well. That is one guy, a guy nobody really talks enough about that defense and that secondary because we all have a tendency to focus on Budda Baker, of course, and Jalen Thompson even. So he's a guy nobody talks about that is going to be a major blow to the Cardinals if he can't play.
He's 100% agree, and he's the one that, like, if he has to miss significant time, I think a lot of people that don't watch this team consistently aren't even going to, like, acknowledge that they lost that guy who's one of the most steady players they have on defense. And one of the most steady corners, like his specific role at corner, I would say one of the steadiest guys in the NFL already.
Yes, and one of the other reasons why, from a PR perspective, you may want to keep all three names together is because you know one of them's going to be okay. And that's always nice to introduce good news along with the bad news.
Isn't it supposed to be, if you have to give bad news, you give good news at the beginning and at the end? So can we at least have two of these guys back?
That'd be brilliant if you could do that, yes. I just don't think that's going to be the case.
All right, when we come back over to college football, does ASU maybe have a player on offense this year that they didn't have this kind of player on offense last year? I'll explain that very convoluted sentence I just said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not trying to laugh at you when you say good, not great. I just think about 90% of the time, 80% of the time, you could probably use those exact words to describe a Kyler Murray game. How was Kyler Murray yesterday? It was good, not great. You know, like there are going to be times where he's not fine. There are going to be times where he's great and spectacular, but it feels like he just kind of lives in that very moderate sort of good but not great, he was fine zone.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what's coming up, National Cheeseburger Day, and that's coming up on Thursday. So prepare accordingly. What better way to celebrate than with a seasoned, smashed, and seared-to-order cheeseburger from Twin Peaks, topped with your choice of cheese. Grab a cheeseburger and a tea or soda bundled together all day because it's one of their favorite holidays at Twin Peaks. And while you're there, catch all the football that's going on right now on their wall-to-wall TVs. There is a lot of football going on right now, not to mention the suddenly very interesting stretch run in baseball. And we're really not that far from basketball season now or hockey either. Plus, Twin Peaks has an entire menu made for MVPs. It's not just the burgers. They got steaks, flatbreads, tacos, wings. If you're looking for an appetizer, chips and queso with brisket chili, loaded fries. They're serving brunch now, too, so buckle up and wake up with the scratch favorites you love and classic brunch drinks that won't break the bank. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, home sellers. Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Geraldo Perdomo reached base 5 times last night as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the San Francisco Giants 8-1 at Chase Field. The Snakes are now just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. If the Cardinals lose one or more corners to injury, what are their options for finding a replacement? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, ASU Baylor on Saturday from Baylor, 4:30 start time. And we do know the start time for ASU's next game too, 6 o'clock Friday against TCU at Mountain America Stadium on September 26th. And they get a bye week after that. But Baylor is the one coming up. And, Wolf, you watch them through their first couple games, ASU. And, I mean, Jordan Tyson's the one that stands out, obviously. And everybody's watching Levitt. And you're watching the defense to see how they bounce back after that second game. But also it's like the second game, they really didn't play that bad defensively, if not for a couple plays. But there is one player in particular that has kind of stood out just because he was on the team last year, but he was hurt so early in the year. And that's Raleek Brown, because they didn't really have a player like him last year. That's just that like speed back. He already has 292 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns this season, a 75-yarder on Saturday. It's a different dynamic that this offense didn't have last year.
Yeah, you know what I like about Raleek Brown as well? This guy is a compact runner. He really is. He's not super tall. He's 5'9", as a matter of fact, and yet he's got a little butt to him. Like which, again, he's got some like a bowling ball. I'm just saying, no, I don't, Basinonians, okay? I'm just telling you that it's very difficult to tackle a guy that is built low to the ground. It is, and he is built low to the ground, and yet he's got a little bulk to him. I like that, and to your point, he can take it to the house as well. Raleek Brown is an excellent changeup right now to Kanye Udo, to me.
Funniest thing was when we went to Vegas for the Super Bowl. Was that for the Super Bowl 2 season? Yeah, whenever the Super Bowl was in Vegas. And they picked us up in that stretch Hummer, and we get in there. And Wolf is like playing around. It's just me and Wolf in this long. Do you remember this?
Yes, I do.
And we're like, is there like music? And Wolf hits some button, and that song starts playing. Sir Mix-a-Lot starts playing. It's the first song that started playing.
I remember that. That was weird.
Here's Kenny Dillingham yesterday on the running game and why it was so successful.
And then we moved people. You know, they were twitchier a bunch, not as big. So it was all about making sure we were on the right people. You know, sometimes when you face bigger bunches, it's about, you know, how do you get 4 hands or 3 hands on people? When you face twitchier guys that move, it's how do you make sure there's 2 hands on every single person? So I think the staff had a good plan, and I think the players executed the plan. They knew what was coming, and we got 2 hands on a person, and we took them where they wanted to go. So I think, you know, every game is a little bit different with how you run the football. This team's completely different. This team's big, strong dudes playing odd 4 eyes. You know, one of the things that Coach Aranda's done forever is he's been so good at small changes to his scheme. So play a 3 versus a 4-eye, a guy head up versus a tight shade, right? So I think the things that he does defensively, that isn't big changes in scheme. He just makes small changes that make it really difficult to game plan for. So I think we're going to put together a good plan.
Yeah, put together a good plan, and I think against Baylor, that good plan is going to start with being able to run the ball. The Baylor Bears have really suffered in regard to trying to stop the run, and I would say fundamentally, too, this has been a talking point. The narrative surrounding the Bears is their defense is really not very good. In terms of fundamentally sound teams, there are so many other teams that I think when you watch them play, you can see this is a good tackling team. This is a fundamentally sound tackling team. That's not the case when you watch Baylor Bear tape. They're not fundamentally sound in terms of tackling. Their rush defense, I think, is highly suspect.
I would love to give you numbers on this. I wanted to have where ASU rushing yards per game ranks in the country and the Big 12. But because college stats are so weird with like, hey, if the quarterback gets sacked, that's minus 10 rushing yards. Everywhere I look is a different stat on this, okay? But for the most part, ASU is 3rd in the Big 12 in rushing yards per game so far this season.
Okay.
And the 2 teams in front of them are BYU and Utah, and a lot of Utah's running is coming from their quarterback. So, you know, just something to keep an eye on as this team sort of gets to what their identity is. I think a lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, but I think some people when they hear, oh, yeah, get back to your identity of running, you're like, well, why would you not? Why you want to take the ball out of Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson's hands? Like, no, that's not it at all. You just want your base of being able to run the way they could last year.
Yes.
So when Levitt and Tyson make these ridiculous plays, they're extremely impactful. It's not like they have to make those plays 5 times a game. If they make them, you saw it on Saturday. When they're making plays like that and you're running the ball, the other team really doesn't have a whole lot of chances to win.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. You know what you want more than anything else? You don't want to have an identity. I'm serious. Be balanced. Your identity is we can be whatever we need to beat you. Does that make sense? If we have to throw the ball, we can throw the ball. Hey, Jordan, how you doing, buddy? Okay, here's Sam Levitt to Jordan Tyson. That's one of the reasons why you need to develop some other receivers as well. There are certain things you need to be able to do as an offense to win. I say it all the time. Oh, you've got a bad defense in terms of your pass defense? Oh, well, we're just going to exploit that a little bit because we can throw the ball as well. Maybe you're good at stopping the run, but you're not so good at stopping the pass. That's what a game plan is all about. You want an offense that is capable. You want an offense that is balanced based on our needs. You want an offense that could do whatever it needs to do to win a game. That is a thing that I'm hoping for, that this offense with Sam Levitt, of course, and Jordan Tyson, and now the running game starting to look like it does in regard to being able to run the ball. This is what I want to see developed, a balanced offense that can take advantage of any weakness a defense might have.
Here's more from Kenny Dillingham on that.
Obviously, you're always trying to figure yourself out early. And then Moss being out, he's a good football player, so he'll be back this week, barring something crazy happening, which will be really good for us to get back into some other stuff as well. So we should be able to have a little more balance. But it's been good putting the tight ends on the field and getting into surfaces to run the football. And those guys are versatile enough. Kamari hit 20 miles per hour in the game, so he's versatile enough to be out there. Shamon's versatile enough to get the ball, so same with Harp. So I think the versatility those guys have just allow you to create more formations with the same group. I do think anytime you create edges, it calms the quarterback down a little bit because you don't have to worry about, both sides of the, kind of shorten the vision, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's been kind of just good for us in general.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
It'd be nice to get Jalen Moss back. He's the guy that came over from Fresno State, and throughout all of camp, there was so much buzz about Jalen Moss and Jaron Hamilton, and Moss has been hurt, really, since about halfway through the first game. Hamilton, they got him on the field and tried to get him involved in that Texas State game. Levitt almost hit him with a long touchdown that would have been a tough catch, but it did hit him in the hands. He also took kickoff back for a touchdown that got called back. So, Hamilton was at least knocking on the door of getting involved. I think the guy that we're going to hear more and more about is Shimon Mateer did get involved and had 60 receiving yards from the tight end position. And Kenny will talk him up all the time about how much he kind of throws away his stats at the tight end position to block for people.
Yeah.
It's true. If you go back and watch the All-22 of a lot of big ASU runs the last 2 years, he's a huge part of it. But it was cool to see him get involved in the passing game too.
Yeah, I just want to see this offense once again focus on being balanced.
He did say balanced in there a couple times.
Got to be capable of doing both.
He didn't say involved 7 times in 20 seconds like he did last week, but he did say balanced.
That's great.
Hey, Cardinals and Sun Devil fans, next week is a huge one for both of our teams. We're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets starting Monday. Listen for the sounder at 7:15 a.m., 12:15 p.m., and 4:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets. Cardinals on Thursday Night Football and then ASU on Friday night. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page at the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Just check that out because we're going to be giving away a lot of stuff there. When we come back, now that the dust has settled, what did you like most about the Cardinals' win over the Panthers? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't want to minimize the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing. It's important to get him involved. He's a supposedly a generational talent. We haven't seen it yet, but the talent certainly is there. The physical ability is there. But you got to start with this. This is your base. This is your bread and butter. This is your bread and butter. And to the point where I'm glad you asked Coach Gannon, because if you didn't, I was gonna.
Are there any changes coming on the offensive line?
And he said right now, no.
Right now, no.
But I'm telling you, that is something to keep an eye on.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You know what? Tim Hovick, of course, is a good buddy of mine, and he owns Santan Ford, and it's in the news, so I'm going to shout it really, really loud here. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit is expiring in just a few days, brothers. That's right. That's $7,500, man. And Tim Hovick Santan Ford is your EV headquarters. They've done very, very well in regard to selling EVs. We're talking all electric, all tough, all performance, and all super cool, like the beastly Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E. That's something at Paul Calvisi. Paulie's big on the Mustang Mach-E, Basinonians. Pure electricity, pure adrenaline, great price in your pocket, and a huge selection on the lot, of course. Plug in at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offer expires 9/30/2025.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Game day at your place? Feed the whole squad with catering from Spinato's. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. And this September and October, don't miss the return of the Wizard of Za, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza paired perfectly with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. Yeah, you heard that right. Spicy Chipotle peach pizza. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. Whether it's game day or pizza night, make it Spinato's. Order now at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Calling all cause we got another victim. Cause my love has become an affliction. What did you expect from me? What did you...
Hey, it's Gambo. The D-backs are finding a way to fight back into the playoff race. We'll talk with a player today at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Wolf, I'm going to pull a Gambo here. I've got this notebook.
I see it.
Not even joking, but this is where I put the notes. You know, you're watching the Cardinals game. You kind of have to take notes as it's going. So I hadn't really looked back at it yet since the game happened. We just kind of talked on emotion yesterday about it. There is something in here though that I did really like about the game that I didn't really hear brought up yesterday. So I'll throw this out there to start the segment, okay?
Okay.
We're talking, and we're going to talk a little bit later on about what, concerned us the most from that game on Sunday. Also, Patrick Peterson's going to join us in a half hour.
Pat P.
Be good to get his thoughts and maybe try and talk him out of retirement since they don't have corners right now. Alex Wine.
Seriously, I think he could do it.
We have to at least ask him, right?
Pat, what kind of shape are you in? I just want to know right now. What kind of shape, Pat?
I mean, he might be getting a call. Alex Weiner's going to join us 11:45, talk about this D-backs run. We're going to take a listeners-only meeting at 12:30, and we're going to talk to Chris Cartman at 1:30 to talk Sun Devils. This is one thing that I didn't hear brought up a ton from the game because I think it kind of got lost in the shuffle of the second half, understandably so. But it was the middle of the game, and it's funny because Kenny Dillingham has, I think, impressed this upon a lot of people because he always talks about the middle eight. This wasn't exactly the middle eight. It didn't fit, neatly into the middle eight. But the Cardinals scored a touchdown right before halftime.
Yeah.
Got the ball, came out and scored a touchdown to start the second half. So they marched right down the field, 6 plays, 45 yards in 47 seconds. That's when Michael Wilson had the touchdown with 4 seconds left in the first half. Then they came out, 9 plays, 71 yards, took 5.5 off the clock. James Conner scored. I mean, looking back, that's the game right there. 14 straight points in about a 6.5-minute span.
Yeah, so what are you saying, Luke? Are you saying that you thought was the turning point right there?
Yeah,
for
why
the
not?
Arizona Cardinals. Okay, yeah.
That's what I liked the most about that and Calais, but we're all going to talk about Calais.
Yeah, for the most part, it was the defense for me and how they started the game. It was just, are you kidding me right now? getting off to a good start is so important, Ron Wolfley reporting. It just is, especially in the game of football.
Sources.
It doesn't mean you're going to go and you're going to win every game where you start well. It does not mean that. There are many, many NFL teams that will come back and beat you when they don't start well, and you do. That, we see it every week. Yet at the same time, for the most part, more times than not, when you get up by 2 possessions early in a game because you come out and you take the ball away from the opponent, you generate a touchdown off a strip sack, and then you get a pick, and the offense goes out and gets 3 more points. The way they started that game, to me, was the reason why they won that game, ultimately. It was how they started, and it was also how they finished. I get that. But, man, without that start, Cardinals might have lost that game.
Yeah, because Bryce Young hasn't looked comfortable a lot in his NFL career, but he was starting to look a lot more comfortable in the fourth quarter of that game. And there were times towards the end of last season where he looked better too, but specifically in the fourth quarter of that game.
Yeah, once Hunter Renfrow became Jerry Rice.
Rick is on his anti-Hunter Renfrow run.
I'm not on an anti-Hunter Renfrow. It was just wild how much he went off for a guy that, was cut earlier this season.
I think, again, what I'm getting to as well, the Arizona Cardinals largely, this is a gross simplification of the truth, brothers.
Okay.
But for doing a talk show, this is what we do. We have a tendency of doing this for clarity's sake. The Arizona Cardinals won that game because of their defense.
Yeah.
How they started and how they finished.
If you had to say offense, defense, or special teams, if you had to pick one, maybe we should do this every week. Who won the game? Offense, defense, or special teams? And you have to have an answer. The defense has won the first 2 games.
You have to. Because you can't have 2. Couldn't be the offense and defense.
No, it's not in the world of
what
a
about
producer.
complementary football
Nope.
where all 3 phases just copy? Stop it.
Producers will run in here and yell at you if you don't have one definitive answer. If you had to have an answer, you'd say defense for each of the first 2 games.
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting. Yes, I would say that.
Here's Calais talking about how they need to keep this going defensively.
Yeah, we need more of that, though. We need more of that, But I'll tell you, Josh Sweat, to set the tone like that, to make a play that huge, it's just a spectacular game for him, spectacular game for us. And just, we feel like we didn't pass rush well enough the game before, so it was a big emphasis all week, and I feel like we were much better rushing the passer today.
Yeah, they came out and they proved it on that very first possession. They came out and they proved that, getting after the passer. You know what I love about Calais, just listening to him? You know what? This isn't good enough. Did you get that?
Yeah, that was right after the game.
When he just started, when he just started that cut, he was focused on the fact that, we have to keep doing what we're doing. This is not good enough. Okay? That is leadership. That is who he is. Just play the first half of that again and listen to Calais Campbell and what he says.
Yeah, we need more of that, though. We need more of that.
More of that.
But I'll tell you, Josh Sweat, to set the tone like that, to make a play that huge, it's just a spectacular game for him, spectacular game for us. And just, we feel like we didn't pass rush well enough the game before, so it was a big emphasis all week, and I feel like we were much better rushing the passer today.
Yeah, we just got to we need more of that. We need more of that. This, don't ever accept something is good. Always think you can do better, my young crunks. And Calais just told you that.
It was cool to see him end the game for a variety of reasons, one of which being that everybody just wanted that game to end, I think, including Calais. But also, because of the story of him coming back, and that's his first home game with the Cardinals since 2016. But there was also the element of this is a guy that a lot of guys on that defense are looking up to. And he was already voted a captain before he'd ever played a game with any of these guys before the season started. But, you always talk about how you can lead even more when you're doing. He leads the team in sacks right now, too. So It's not like anybody would be like, well, Calais, Steve's saying all this stuff that makes sense. We don't have any sacks yet. But the fact that he had 2 in that game just drives the point home. Here he is with Paulie afterwards on talking about the sack that ended it, finally.
Well, my mindset was get a good get off. Get good off. He's going to have to hold the ball because he needs to get the first down. So he's not going to throw it away. And just stay alive in your rush, use your hands. And, me and Zaven almost collided because he was doing a power rush and I was doing a field rush. And we didn't really communicate because it was kind of hurry-up situation. And so he almost knocked me off, but then it ended up working in my favor because it looked like kind of a game. And I was able to power the tackle, and then he came back out, which made Bryce kind of come back in the inside to where I was at free. And, it was just a great play. But, shout out to Zaven for just being a smart player, to understand how to protect each other. And, it was just a great team win.
Yeah, that was kind of weird, man. You go back and you look at it right there, that he attacked the B gap, and it looked like Zaven was going to come behind him. And Zavala, the right guard, who was a backup right guard, as a matter of fact, for the Carolina Panthers, all of a sudden he was out there and he thought, oh, here it comes. Okay, this is going to be a TE stunt, meaning the tackle up the field, of course, and here comes the end underneath. So I'm going to pass him off. And the tackle was not thinking that. And it was Calais who burst through that B gap. And then those long arms just wrapped up Bryce Young, man. It was a great play by Calais Campbell. When you think about this, 18 years in the league, who leads the team in sacks right now? Calais Campbell, 2 big sacks in this game. He's already a captain, 18 years in the league, and he goes out and makes that play. You want to know what kind of clout Calais Campbell has inside that locker room? You can't measure it, bro, with human hands.
Can you imagine if he and Zaven had collided, like he said? I think Bryce Young would have just fallen over 5 yards away. Like if Calais Campbell and Zaven Collins run into each other, that's
leadership.
That's something you're going to see. I tell you the other part too. When we were giving out game balls yesterday for the defense, nobody even considered Zaven Collins, who had a touchdown on the defensive side.
Yes,
because that's how impactful Calais Campbell was yesterday. All right, when we come back, one guy that a lot of people wrote off just a couple months ago really stepped up for the Diamondbacks last night. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about, basically. It's time for you to gather around. Oh, the autumn wind is blowing. And that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th. Mark that down in your calendar. September 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. That's 25% off on everything in store and online. I'm talking sheets, pillows. Oh, you're into the pillows. Mattresses, adjustable frames. I love the adjustable frames. Everything is 25% off. So here's your game plan. Gather around. Your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Geraldo Perdomo reached base 5 times as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the San Francisco Giants 8-1 yesterday at Chase Field. The Snakes are now just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between, The Window Depot has everything you need. In stock and ready to go, browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. If the Cardinals lose one or more corners to injury, what are their options for finding a replacement? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf, I was going to say, we could enjoy this moment where everybody else in the building is in a meeting right now. You know, we always like to do
Yes.
that. Like, oh, darn, you guys put the meeting at 11. We can't go to it. But they wised up, and you and I have to go to a separate one at 2.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. I think it's actually
2:15.
Yeah, 2:15.
Man, given...
Look at that, Rick. I was on that, too.
Yeah, good job, Wolf.
All right, man.
Given how empty our newsroom is right now, it's going to be like us in the meeting.
Yeah, that's...
with whoever's leading it. It's going to be a little awkward.
It's going to be the 3 of us and, like, the dude at the news desk right now.
Yeah. Actually, I think there's going to be a lot more that are going to show up, though. Because, the afternoon shift is going to come rolling in.
Yeah, but they're all going to be doing their shows.
Well,
or their other jobs.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, the morning shift is going to be rolling in.
The best part is when they said we have this meeting, Rick said, I just hope there's food. And I don't know if there is, Rick. Did you see any? I just walked back there to get...
No, I haven't gone back there.
It didn't seem like they were like partying and eating pizza and steak and lobster or anything.
No, they weren't. They were sitting there
Any big meeting like that should have food.
Maybe they're saving it all for the afternoon group.
Just can I ask this right now, please?
Okay.
Since the three don't ask any questions. Is that okay? I mean, at the
You're
end of
only
it,
looking at Rick.
I'm just saying right now. Well, you too, Luke.
You really worried about me asking any
any
questions?
Yeah. Please. What should I do if this happens? And you know what, Bud? We all know you work here. It's okay. We all know that, and you want to seem like you're invested. You just don't have to do it all the time.
You don't have to raise your hand. The last meeting I was at with Wolf,
just listen. Listen to what the guy's saying, and he'll answer your question.
You don't want to do the whole, I just want you to know I've been listening. Here I am in the front row. That's probably happening right now, just down the hall. They're probably watching us live as an example right now, but we're sitting there trashing the meeting.
So you see, what I do is I'll follow up post-meeting if I have any questions with whoever's leading the meeting, because then I don't interrupt anybody else's day and extend their day. And that's the way to do it. If anybody out there that's listening and maybe asks a little bit too many questions at their job's meetings.
Yes. And so much of the time, too, it's these lifers, Basinonians, that are here forever that ask the question, I'm still here. I'm still in bed. Okay, knock it off. What are we talking about?
How funny would it be, though? Because, they're talking about video. If they were like, let's check out Wolf and Luke right now on the live stream, where we're just over here like, I don't want to go to that meeting. Get out of there as fast as possible.
Okay, that's enough of this.
All right. We're going to
Even
talk
though there
about...
are people driving around going, yeah, they're exactly right. Seriously. I know the guy at work who always does that as well.
The last meeting I was at with Wolf, the guy who kept us late was Wolf, because you won some raffle during the meeting.
Yes.
So they had to have you come up.
I'm glad you clarified. I was a winner, Basinonians. That's what happened. I won.
Well, I wanted to give you that before we do the update on the pick standings later on in the show. The Diamondbacks, there's a few reasons why they are on the run that they're on right now, certainly. But Zach Gallen pitched last night, and his ERA since the trade deadline is 2.68. He's made 9 starts. He's 5-2. And I said this earlier, 7 of those starts have come against teams that are either in the playoffs or fighting for a playoff spot. So it's not like the schedule has just kind of worked out for him. And the other 2 starts were, one was against Colorado, who has hit him very well this season, and the other, it was the very first one out of the break, was at wherever the A's play right now in that tiny stadium. So it's not like those numbers are aided by anything. He is pitching much, much better now. And last night was kind of one of those things, I don't know about you, Wolf, but I was watching like, okay, he's been cruising along, kind of off the radar for everybody.
Yeah.
But now the Diamondbacks are back in it, how's he going to pitch against the San Francisco team that did get to him for 5 runs last week? He gave up 2 hits in 6 innings.
Yeah, man, this is so cool right here. How you start, it matters, Basinonians. It does, how you start. And I was so invested in this game, as we all were, and just so interested to see Zach Gallen take the ball in what amounts, once again, to a playoff game.
This is
a playoff series, is what it is. And he took the ball in game 1, and he went out in the first inning, and he set the tone. 2 strikeouts, 14 pitches, 7 for strikes in the first inning. I'm a big believer in how you start. It matters. Then he came out in the second inning and hit an 11-pitch second inning as well. Now, he gave up a solo shot. He did in the third inning. But to me, when I look at his performance overall, that might have been the most impressive thing. The fact that he gave that solo shot up in the third, he got off to a good start, and then all of a sudden the solo shot tied the game at 1 apiece. And then from that point on, what did Zach do? He shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive to me.
He is now at 1,005 career strikeouts as a member of the Diamondbacks. He talked about that afterwards. And then I've got the ultimate producer question for you, Wolf.
Okay.
So just get ready for this.
Really cool. I knew I was close, I think, after the last start. And then Tori congratulated me after the first inning, and I was like, what are you talking about? Obviously once the game starts, you're not really thinking about that. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's been when I got here 7 or so years ago, those guys that I'm in that category with are the guys you're trying to pitch like and have success like. So for me to be in their company, for me, is pretty humbling. I joke it's probably going to be tough to catch the guy in first place. I'm going to have to play another 20 more years. But, still to be in that conversation with them is really cool.
That is cool. Well said, Zach.
All right, you want your question?
Yes.
Rick, you can answer this too.
I could barely listen to him because I was thinking, what is Luke going to ask me?
So he's this I think this question just encapsulates how crazy this is right now. Okay. So Gallen is set to pitch if the rotation just kind of stays the way it is. He'll pitch Sunday against the Phillies. And then he would pitch probably Saturday, September 27th. That'd be the second to the last game of the regular season against the Padres. All right. So the Padres. So my question to you is simple.
Yeah.
Over under 2.5 more starts as a Diamondback for Zach Gallen.
Oh, man. Okay, I see where you're going.
I like how you scoffed at the question at first, and then you realized just how deep it hits.
It is deep.
Because you could say,
would you like to answer that first?
You could say he leaves at the end of the year, but they make the playoffs. That would still be over too.
Yeah, I know. It's a loaded question. I get it.
I'm going to say over.
Okay.
Because I think he might get a short rest start here coming up soon at the end, even if they do not make the playoffs. Like, they might be trying to make the playoffs, and he makes a third start on short rest.
The only problem is it's tough for them to, the way the schedule breaks, it's tough for them to fit it in.
I know, but I'm going to say over as well. I'm going to say over based on needs because right now there seems to be something. The Arizona Diamondbacks, to me, have a feel of the team of destiny. I'm just going to say it. And it's like, no, wait, stop it. But it does, Luke. Stop and think about it. You're a seller at the trade deadline, and your team got better. And now here you are after floundering all season long leading up to the trade deadline and floundering for a lot of good reasons because there were some serious injuries in the back of your bullpen and suddenly you're an absolute unmitigated mess at the trade deadline and you sold. But you did one weird thing. You didn't sell everybody. You brought back Zach Gallen.
For some reason.
Just weird thing. And suddenly, it's paying dividends.
You just summed up
big way
the 2025 Diamondbacks. Destiny versus the bullpen. Who's going to win? Destiny versus the bullpen.
It's incredible that they are in the position they are right now. And it's a testament to every dog in that clubhouse.
Last night was the first time that I really started to lean towards what you're saying because not that they haven't been playing well, it's been this really cool story, but last night to handle San Francisco, who kind of looked like the team that was going to take the Mets spot. For the Diamondbacks to beat them the way they did, they have to win at least one more game in the series because that would give them the tiebreaker over the Giants too. Like, it is huge. They just go out there and win tonight. But yeah, now it's starting to feel like, wait a minute. It's not just the Diamondbacks making this a cool story. They're now beating one of the teams right in front of them.
The irony of it all, Alanis, is staggering.
We come back. Oh, he did. He got.
I'm just. Can you imagine?
It's like
rain.
You were trying to slide that in there when we went to break, so Rick couldn't play it, weren't you?
I'm just saying.
And he got you.
Right now, this is the way you feel about this team.
All right, when we come back, where does the Cardinals defense need to improve just a couple weeks into the season? We're going to ask Cards legend Patrick Peterson. He's joining us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports.
That pig.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I will tell you, yesterday there was a ball that went right through Marvin Harrison Jr.'s hands. I mean, literally right through his hands. And it's hard to jumpstart a conversation about Marvin Harrison when he's doing things like that. Gambo, I don't know the answer to this problem because I also think it's not even the biggest problem on offense for the Cardinals.
You think it's more the running game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
It's not even the thing I'm the most worried about.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trades and Wealth. Go to tradesandwealth.com for more information. When you do go there, you're going to see, as a veteran Trades and Wealth CEO, Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trades and Wealth as an independent firm allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs. One of the reasons why you got to call Trades and Wealth. The fiduciary advisors at Trades and Wealth, they help me understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offered guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Never forget about that. Call the team I work with at Trades and Wealth to help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals today. Pick up the phone and call 480-990-3300 for Trades and Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trades and Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, September 26th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 for college pregame coverage. Come out, enjoy some food and drinks. It's the perfect way to kick off your college football weekend. Here's a bonus. Now through the end of September, just tell your server at DraftKings Sportsbook that Arizona Sports sent you, and you'll get complimentary chips and queso on the house. Burns and Gambo, Friday, September 26th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company that is offering a great promotion for our listeners. Advanced Window Products going to hook up one lucky household with up to 15 replacement windows for free. That's a value of up to $25,000, and all you have to do is pull out your phone and text AWP to 620-620. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com, and remember, enter now for a chance to win a house full of free windows by texting AWP to 620-620. That's AWP to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Arizona Sports.
Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20-10-5 touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six.
That's why we drafted him. Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
Yeah, the Cardinals are 2-0, and we are joined on the Arizona Sports Line by a Cardinals legend, Patrick Peterson. Patrick, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
I'm doing great as always, guys. Hey, I got a quick question. Is that Wolf saying P2 and the red zone and all that stuff? Sound like Wolf a little bit.
You know, I think it was. Was it Rick?
Wolf doesn't know.
It's either Wolf or our voice guy, Jason.
I don't know. But, Pat, how you doing, my brother?
I'm doing great, Wolf. Guess you want to take a wild guess where I'm at right now?
Where are you?
On the golf course.
Okay. Oh, man. All right. Typically, you're on the golf course every Tuesday, are you not?
I am.
Oh,
I am. That's
see,
that's
I knew
typically
that.
like my free day. Yeah.
Well, that's funny, Patrick, because we were going to ask you if you had any interest in just coming back and playing corner for the Cardinals since everybody on the team is hurt. How quickly can you get back in here?
You know what? I wish I could come back, but I haven't worked out in God knows how long. I told you guys my semen is dry. It's very dry right now.
Okay. Pat, have you ever seen anything like this? You've got 3 starting corners, and all 3 went down in a game. Have you ever seen anything like that?
I haven't, man. And Wolf, you can contest to this. When I was there, we didn't have the liberty to lose 3 corners in one game because, for the most part, I remember one year we only had 7 DBs total. You know what I mean? So we had to stay. We had to stay healthy as we could. So no, that I never had an opportunity to experience that. But this is unfamiliar territory for the Cardinals for the most part as well, because they never really had to deal with multiple people in the secondary going down at once. So they're going to have to make sure that they build that development team. That's what guys like to call it now, not practice squad. The development team, hopefully they build some guys up that they can trust if the guys are not able to go, that they can go in there and step in and contribute to a win.
Pat P, is that what the guys call it now, the development team? Is that, honestly, because, the practice squad is something, you're calling it different. Is that what they call it?
Honestly, if you think about it, it's essentially is a development team because for the most part, those guys are out there. They're practicing with us, obviously practicing the other teams, formations and plays. But at the same time, you're going up against the ones. So if you have an opportunity to be called up, you're getting developed to play against ones. So as of now, that's why the last 3 years, that's what I've been hearing. And when I was in Minnesota and when I was in Pittsburgh, I started hearing the saying of development team versus practice squad.
Interesting.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. So, Patrick, how do you even counteract this if you're the Cardinals? They haven't given any official injury updates on these guys yet, but if they really have to play without 2 or 3 of these guys for a while, who does the responsibility? Does more fall on the safeties? Is it just solely on the guys that are getting called up?
No, it's going to be called on the guys up front. The line of scrimmage, because we all know the game is won and lost in the trenches. I know that's a lost art right now, but if those guys can be able to pressure the passer like they did in the first 3 quarters of that game, but they kind of picked it up in the last part of the fourth quarter. But if they're able to harass quarterbacks, it's just going to make it easier for the guys in the back end. That's going to give the defensive coordinator and Gannon the opportunity to play a little bit more zones versus playing something that they're used to, more accustomed to, like fire zones, blitzing, playing zeros. So now they have to play a little bit more safe and rely on the front 4 or the front 7 to apply that pressure to force the quarterbacks to make bad decisions.
This is what I wanted to ask you. This is fascinating to me. How does this impact how a defensive coordinator calls the game? If, in fact, he's going to have all 3 corners out, I'm just saying, hypothetically, let's just say all 3 corners miss, and now you've got backup corners that you're bringing in here. How does that impact a defensive coordinator and how he calls a game?
You got to think about it in this way, Wolf. When an offensive coordinator lose their starting quarterback, the whole game plan changed. They're not able to run, things that they ran all training camp because they're not comfortable, or they just don't have the belief that the guys who are being called up, that it may be a little bit much on their plate. So for the most part, when guys being stepped up or called up into this role, they try to dummy down and try to make the game plan as simple as possible so the guys can play fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that is just like essentially losing your starting quarterback on the offensive side of the ball. Now you're going to have to be a little bit more diligent on the pressures and how aggressive that you want to be as a play caller.
Yeah, would you have a tendency, and I know it's all based on what your corners can do, it just seems to me to call more man. I would call more man because it's simple for the corner to say, this is my guy, I'm going to play a man technique, as opposed to some complex pressure and blitz packages.
Yeah, you know what, Wolf? That's always easy to say to play man, but playing man is an art, as you know. You played in this league. You know, I played in this league. It's an art being able to stick next to a receiver, especially with all the rules and all the different routes they're able to run right now. They got jerk routes, they got pick routes. There's so many answers in the game now to where man to man, they're making it harder to play man to man. You know, that's why there's only so many corners that's able to travel with the top receivers. The same way when I was playing, you know what I mean? So I feel like what they should do is, like you said, don't have it so complex, but play some quarters, dabble in some mans, play some cover threes, you know, then implement maybe some pressures on 3rd and 6 to where it's easy for your corners. You know the pressure is coming at this certain down to where now they know they don't have to cover everything. Because for the most part, as you know, Wolf, 3rd down plans, if a team is 3rd and 5, they're going to run what they run in 3rd and 5. If they're 3rd and 7, they're going to run what they run in 3rd and 7. You know what I mean? So the proof is in the pudding. Those guys just have to make sure that they're studying those money play downs to make sure that they're successful.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, what did you make of the end of that game on Sunday where it almost went really badly for the Cardinals, but then they did fight through it and win, and it basically ended on that second Calais Campbell sack too?
Well, honestly, you know, I'm pleased that the guys got the win, but still just disappointed how they closed the game out, because that's been, you know, for the most part, that's been how the guys finish out the season. So if these guys, you know, the Arizona Cardinals want to be in the playoff and be a contender, they have to learn how to finish games out, not only games in the season. And how you learn how to finish games out, finishing the season out, by finish games out like this. You guys was up 27-9, 13 minutes ago. You know, Kyler had a costly interception that kind of gave the Carolina Panthers momentum again, because they were pretty much dead in the water. You know what I mean? So we have to be able to find ways to close teams out and finish teams when we have the opportunity to. The same thing last week when they played the Saints. You know, that game was pretty much in the Cardinals, and you know, in our hands. Yeah. You know, but we find a way to start to get in the lull in the fourth quarter to help the New Orleans Saints climb back in that game. So moving forward, they have to find ways on closing these games out, and once they start finding ways to close games out, I think that's going to help them throughout the season as well.
Patrick, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you.
Pat.
All right, guys. Be good.
Okay.
I'll see you next week.
All right, take care. That's Patrick Peterson, off to golf right now, joining us on the Arizona Sports
on
Line.
the course.
Well, we tried. We tried to get him to come back and play corner. Yeah. We had to ask.
He said he hasn't been working out, though.
He just seems like he's enjoying
If he
life
was working
football.
out, yes. Yeah, honestly, that's a guy that I think he'd be 40 and you could bring him back.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, we'll react to what Patrick Peterson just told us the Cardinals are going to have to do if these injuries are significant. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up. Right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final. And the D-backs will wake up tomorrow, a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants, live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, brothers. Ron Wolfley here for my friends over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. The spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you're battling any type of back or spine issues, brothers, listen, DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. This is what they're known for worldwide, man. The minimally invasive spine surgery. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and worldwide in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. It's time for you to get back to living based on our needs. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Geraldo Perdomo reached base 5 times as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the San Francisco Giants 8-1 yesterday at Chase Field. The Snakes are now just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wild card spot in the National League. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Gambo. The D-backs are finding a way to fight back into the playoff race. We'll talk with a player today at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
In the middle of the line, and now back down with the feeling, and I can lie.
Oh, we're back.
You know
Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Wait, I gotta hear the drop now.
Let the spotlight shine on me again.
All right, I feel better. You feel better?
I pushed the button, too. That's the incredible thing about it.
Maybe this is what our meeting's about
today. You need
today.
visual verification that the button is on, brothers, while you're broadcasting. Visual. Don't just feel it. Don't just assume because you felt the button and depressed it that it's going to be on.
It's not always good enough. Patrick Peterson just joined us last segment. If you missed it, well, I would go back and listen to the podcast version of it. But we got some cuts right here that we can react to. Wolf, where do you want to start?
Man, I loved what he had to say in regard to how you call a game.
All right, here we go.
As a defensive coordinator, based on your corner room being decimated.
Yeah, just in case anybody's like tuning in right now for the first time today, still no real update, injury update wise, on Will Johnson or Garrett Williams or Max Melton. That's right, command and control, right? That nothing's come up in the last 20 minutes. So there still hasn't been any, but if they have to play without any or all of them for any significant amount of time, yeah, you asked Pat P how you call that game as a defensive coordinator.
You got to think about it in this way, Wolf. When an offensive coordinator lose their starting quarterback, the whole game plan changed. They're not able to run, things that they ran all training camp because they're not comfortable, or they just don't have the belief that the guys who are being called up, that it may be a little bit much on their plate. So for the most part, when guys being stepped up or called up into this role, they try to dummy down and try to make the game plan as simple as possible so the guys can play fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that is just like essentially losing your starting quarterback on the offensive side of the ball. Now you're going to have to be a little bit more diligent on the pressures and how aggressive that you want to be as a play caller.
See, what's so fascinating about that is you could say, so the guys can play fast. So they can play fast. Take all the guesswork out of it. Well, to me, when I think of that, I think of man cover.
Yeah,
I think you got that guy. You got to do, yeah. You got that guy. But Pat P went on to explain, based on it, that it wasn't just that. It was also maybe more rudimentary coverages in terms of zones, like quarter coverage, a 4-deep zone or a 3-deep. I think you have to consider the corners and whether or not they're built more to play in a zone room or play man cover.
Yeah, so that was the follow-up. This is what he said.
Yeah, you know what, Wolf, that's always easy to say to play man, but playing man is an art, as you know. You played in this league. I played in this league. It's an art being able to stick next to a receiver, especially with all the rules and all the different routes they're able to run right now. They got jerk routes. They got pick routes. There's so many answers in the game now to where man-to-man, they're making it harder to play man-to-man. That's why there's only so many corners that's able to travel with the top receivers. The same way when I was playing.
Yeah. So that was really interesting, was it not?
Yeah. In fact, I'll play one more of these that we asked him, just as far as the X's and O's of what to do, because you were asking him those. I asked him, okay, let's say these guys are out for a while. Who has to step up? Is it the guys stepping in? Is it the Denzel Burks and the Keitrell Clarks? Is it just more pressure on Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson behind them? But this is what he said.
No, it's going to be called on the guys up front. The line of scrimmage, because we all know the game is won and lost in the trenches. I know that's a lost art right now, but if those guys can be able to pressure the passer like they did in the first 3 quarters of that game, but they kind of picked it up in the last part of the fourth quarter. But if they're able to harass quarterbacks, it's just going to make it easier for the guys in the back end. That's going to give, the defensive coordinator and Gannon the opportunity to play a little bit more zones versus playing something that they're used to, more accustomed to, like fire zones, blitzing, playing zeros. So now they have to play a little bit more safe and rely on the front 4 or the front 7 to apply that pressure to force the quarterbacks to make bad decisions.
It is a great observation by Pat P. It truly is. Now is when you really have got to start looking at your pass rush. You have to start looking at the guys that are coming off the edge. Start looking at those guys and depending on them, actually being able to get pressure on that quarterback and at least move him around that pocket where he's not standing there with all day to throw the ball. They've got to get after an opposing quarterback, and let's hope they do that this week as well.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating this week and something to really watch as this game goes on, Wolf. We got to see if maybe 1 or 2 of these guys is back this week. I don't know. It's tough to have this conversation with such an unknown, but aren't you fascinated to see how Nick Rallis approaches the pass rush against the 49ers on Sunday? Because ideally, those 4, you just rush 4. Ideally, you could do that. And you might be inclined to do that if you're running a bunch of your backup corners out there, because at least there's 7 guys dropping back into coverage, right? But at the same time, maybe you start running more blitzes because you don't want your backup corners to have to cover these receivers longer. It's going to be really, I think a lot's going to fall on Nick Rallis this week. And Again, hopefully Will Johnson's back or one of these guys is back. We don't know yet. But if they are playing with a depleted cornerback room when all your injuries are in one spot, there's going to be a lot that falls on Nick Rallis.
Yeah, especially in third and obvious pass situations. That's always something where we see a lot of different approaches from Nick Rallis on third and obvious, 3rd and 8+ base innings. That's what most people actually call third and obvious pass situations. But the 49ers, I know it's only 2 games in. It's very difficult. But number 2, in terms of their offense, converting on third down. Number 2, really, really good. Of course, Brock Purdy, we understand. He understands the game very well, and his eyes rarely lie to him. This is a guy that I think the reason why he's the quarterback that he is because of his brain and the kind of decision-making that he has. He's an excellent decision-maker for the most part, and his eyes don't lie. He sees the coverage, and they don't lie. The messages being sent to the brain says, do this, and it's based on your eyes and what your eyes see. His eyes are really, really good and tell the truth for the most part. Will you try to confuse the protection scheme? Will you do that? That means there's a lot of coordination in your secondary, your back end with your front end. I don't know about that. That's a dicey proposition because it's complicated.
This is the first week really to pay attention to the injury report too because of all the Cardinals injuries. But then you look at San Francisco and Juwan Jennings has been dealing with an injury. It doesn't seem like Purdy's going to play this week. He's probably going to be going up against Mac Jones, but San Francisco just did win last week. You're not going to be facing George Kittle. So San Francisco is also banged up. Their injuries are more spread out. They're not all condensed to one position that's just decimated, but there's going to be a lot to watch. The injury report leading up to this week for sure, and then, how Nick Rallis approaches the pass rush and coverage against this team if he is playing with a depleted defense. Hey, Cardinals and Sun Devil fans, next week is a huge one for both of our football teams, and we're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets starting Monday. Listen for the sounder at 7:15 a.m., 12:15 p.m., and 4:15 p.m. for your shot to win 2 tickets. Cardinals on Thursday Night Football, and then ASU on Friday night. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page on the Arizona Sports YouTube page. What do the Diamondbacks have to do to make the postseason? There's 11 games left. They're a game and a half out. We're going to ask our own D-backs reporter here at Arizona Sports. Alex Weiner is going to join us in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
That onside kick happened.
I didn't get worried until then.
That was the moment when I went, all right, WTF is happening here. Like, really, come on now. Do you know how hard it is to convert an onside kick in 2025?
I can't remember the last one I've seen. They've made it almost an impossible play. When you have to... Carolina has announced its intention to attempt an onside kick.
Carolina has announced its intention to try to surprise the opponent and deceive the opponent, but we're letting the opponent know right now that deception is coming.
In 3, 2,
and 1.
Here we go.
Right.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. As a pool buyer, you want to make sure you not only get exactly what you want, but you get a product that is guaranteed to be quality. Presidential Pools provides a leading 5-year warranty. That's right, that's the best in the business. They back their products, and they are a company that isn't going to be gone in a few years or might not finish the job, brothers. You can count on Arizona's largest pool builder, just like we did at the Wolfley compound, and a bunch of people, of course, in our office. They have all benefited from working with Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools and Spas, they're going to show up and they're going to offer you everything that you need to get the best pool. They'll tell you and advise you what you want and what you don't want. That's what they did with us at the Wolfley compound. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1389 for 1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks continue their improbable push to the wild card in the postseason? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, we are back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. This is great. Wolf, how fun is this just to be looking at how the rotations line up in these upcoming series? The Diamondbacks, obviously the series right now is the biggest one. It's the biggest one of the year, but then they get Philly and the Dodgers after this. I'm just looking like, they get Walker Buehler. At one point they get Shohei, it looks like. They're going to get Yamamoto, Blake Snell. But these games mean something.
Yeah.
And Alex Weiner, our own D-backs reporter, is here to talk about it right now. Alex, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
Doing good, man. This has been like this story has been such a jolt of life into the sports market right now. How do you process this season so far? It really felt like it was done, even though it was against their will probably around the trade deadline. You could tell Mike Hazen in the front office didn't want to trade these guys, but they did it. They got some prospects back, but it's not like those prospects are helping them really on this run. This is the guys that are still here.
Yeah, a lot has gone into this, and you're right. You make all of these deals at the trade deadline. It's a less talented team right now than it was 8 weeks ago, whatever. But for whatever reason, the starting rotation, I think, is the catalyst of this whole thing. It's been significantly better, starting with Zach Gallen, another really good start yesterday. Erod has been better. Nabil Krismat has been this incredible find that has helped alleviate the loss of Merrill Kelly. And then you just have this core with Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll and, getting Gabriel Moreno back, that has really helped elevate and keep the floor of this offense at a, workable level, and better than a workable level. I mean, they've been playing really well. And so because of that, it's just been cleaner with the starting pitching. The defense has been cleaner. The offense has maintained its production. It's kind of remarkable because it is a much less talented team than what everybody had these huge expectations for coming into the season. And for whatever reason, it has just kind of gelled over these last couple of months that has created this competitive landscape in the wild card. Also with the Mets falling off and kind of opening the door for somebody, the Diamondbacks are doing everything they can to try to walk through it.
Alex, do you think this team is going to get in based on what you're seeing right now?
Oh, man, it's going to be, if the Mets continue to flounder the way that they have been floundering, and they're playing the Padres this week, and the Padres have a lot to play for because they're still trying to fight for a division. And so that's, it's a pretty opportunistic week for them. It's still going to be difficult because the Diamondbacks have the Phillies next, and then they'll have the Dodgers, and then they'll have the Padres. Who knows what all those teams will be playing for? That's part of the calculus at this part of the season. So I still think it's an uphill climb, but the fact that they still have legitimate odds, I was looking on, Baseball Reference has them to make the playoffs at 17%. That's still, the odds are against you a little bit, but that's a legitimate opportunity that you have if you continue to play well.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, Wolf and I were having this conversation earlier, and we're kind of debating this, and we're like, it's not really fair to try to answer that because there's still 11 very big games left in this season. So we didn't, but we're going to make you answer it. Who would, if you had to pick the team MVP this season, who would you pick?
Yeah, I probably went back and forth on this with Corbin and Geraldo Perdomo. Right now, I'd probably go with Perdomo. Just the consistency of him every single day. I mean, he reached base 5 times in yesterday's game. It was a home run shy of the cycle by the end of that game, a couple of walks. Just the way that he makes pitchers work on an every at-bat basis, really. I mean, you watch any kind of at-bat and just the competitiveness of them every single day, even when he's dealing with a bone bruise in his hand that's been bothering him for months, and he's just been consistent. Offensively, and just a guy that at the top of the order has reached a new level that I don't think anybody really saw him getting, to be this good offensively, where he has a legitimate opportunity to be a 20 home run hitter, 100 RBI guy, and 30 stolen base player. That's not a normal thing. That is a pretty rare feat. I mean, I think only 3 other players have ever gotten to all 3 of those landmarks before. In terms of shortstops, the last one being Bobby Witt, and we know he's a superstar in this league. Good. And so Perdomo's kind of rising to those levels. I think Corbin has a good argument too, but I would probably go with Perdomo as the team MVP.
What do you make of Zach Gallen since the trade deadline? What is his ERA, Luke?
2.68 since the trade deadline.
2.68 since the trade deadline. What is going on, Alex?
Yeah, it's been a major catalyst for why they're here. And I think a major reason why they didn't get to the level that they wanted to get to in the first half and going into the trade deadline was because Zach Gallen was pitching to a 5, dot whatever ERA. And I think there are probably a lot of variables in it, whether he's, throwing less in between starts or they're focused more on what he does well as opposed to being, hyper-focused on opposing weaknesses and just, walking fewer batters. That puts you in better positions because earlier in the season, that was a huge problem for him and he was getting himself into trouble. That's happened less now. And then when the walks started to go down, he was still getting bit by home runs a little bit. But now the command in the zone has been a lot better. And when his fastball command is there and he can work the fastball and the curveball, I mean, then he just becomes one of the more dynamic pitchers in the league. And that's what we have seen over the last 6+ weeks. So it is a major catalyst for why they're here. It's going to make the offseason really interesting and what the heck happens with it.
Yes.
Yeah, we were debating that earlier, too. Over under 2.5 more starts as a Diamondback for Zach Gallen. And that's tough because, I mean, if they make the playoffs, obviously he's making more than 2. But if he comes back, even if they miss the playoffs, there's a lot up in the air.
Yeah, does he get the qualifying offer? Does he get a multi-year deal? We'll see.
Yeah, and probably what happens in these next few starts and maybe the playoffs are going to factor into that. Similar question for Erod. He hasn't been quite as dominant as Zach Gallen, the whole time, but in his last 3 starts, he's given up 1 run. So, and that's against the Dodgers, Red Sox, and Giants. So he has been, very up and down to start his D-backs career, but when they've needed him the most lately, he's been lights out. What are you seeing from him?
Yeah, he's pitching like the pitcher that they thought they were signing when they got him a couple of winters ago. Just, again, kind of similar to Zach, but just the command in the zone has been way better. He's still walking a few guys. He's walking more guys than Zach is at this point, but he's getting burned less by pitches that he's leaving right over the middle of the plate. I think the counts have been a little bit better where he's not exposing himself to having to throw it over the middle a little bit too much. So I think with Erod, he's a guy who command is everything. That's how he's made his living. If he makes a mistake in the middle of the plate, it's not like a 100-mile-an-hour fastball that's still going to get by a bunch of guys. It's like 92, 93, and so it could be a little bit more hittable. But as long as he's putting himself in decent positions by getting ahead of guys and kind of relying on his ability to spin the ball and locate a lot of different pitches to keep hitters off balance, that's where you kind of see him being able to kind of, efficiently get through a lineup. And that's what we saw last time he played the Giants, just last week when he threw 6 1/3 scoreless innings.
Alex, how would you describe the Arizona Diamondbacks' closer position?
Non-existent.
How would you describe it to somebody?
Who's healthy and who hasn't thrown yesterday? It's like who's available, what matchups do you have? It's kind of all over the place, right? And obviously that came up, very prominently when they got walked off by the Twins, because you bring in Jake Woodford to handle that, and it's not something he's done a ton throughout his career and has gotten some opportunities to do this year. And it's like, oh, why wasn't Saul Frank in there? Well, Saul Frank was dealing with something with his shoulder. And so it's just all these different moving parts with the guys who haven't done it before. You're managing guys whose workloads towards the end of the season are getting higher and higher. And so you have to, some guys have ailments that you have to manage. So it's all over the place. And so it's really hard to understand what you're going to get on a nightly basis. And that's why it's going to be really important for this offense to give them a little bit of a buffer.
I'm glad you brought up that Twins game, because even if the Mets keep losing, if you don't go on a winning streak, you're not getting in, right? And so that Friday night game, the Diamondbacks come all the way back in the 9th inning, and it was like, okay, here's some baseball magic in September with Corbin Carroll driving in the run and then Gabby with the 3-run home run, and you're like, okay, here we go. And then the bullpen just melts down again. And I think all of us had that thought of like the amount of potentially magic moments the Diamondbacks have had this year that's been stolen by their own bullpen is like, there's no way you recover from that. They've shown resilience even just to be back in this. And then since that game, they've won 3 in a row. What do you think of that level of resiliency? Like, is this going to be a characteristic trait of this team even beyond this year with a lot of these guys probably back?
Yeah, maybe. I think you'd love to hope so. I mean, I think it's something that has also built over the season. I think there was, we looked at it in, it must have been June or something like that, where it's like the day after a blown save, what does the offense do? And it was pretty light. Yeah. And I think we've seen them, kind of dig in a little bit more and be like, all right, this next day we can kind of move on from it. And instead of riding all the highs and lows, you were able to kind of plow through it. So, yeah, it could be because you're right, they have shown a lot of resilience. I mean, this team, not only with the trade deadline, but since the trade deadline, they lose, one of their bigger bats in the lineup in Lourdes Gurriel Jr. You have that series, that starts with, 2 in San Francisco where you lose the first 2, and that was such a big series. You come back, you kind of salvage, you don't get swept. Now that heartbreaker against Minnesota, and I thought that Minnesota series was kind of like a trap setting waiting to happen because they never play well in Minnesota. If you just look at historically the Diamondbacks there. But they found a way to kind of grind out a couple of wins and put themselves in that position. So, yeah, I do think resilience. We saw it in 23. We saw it at times a lot last year. And I think that this, identity is really popping up at the right time again.
It's good stuff, Alex.
Feels like we're watching the playoffs right
now.
now. Thanks, Alex.
This is a playoff series. This is huge. Yeah.
It's really cool even just to have this series mean as much as it does, regardless of what happens. All right, that was Alex Weiner joining us right there. When we come back, we'll go through all of today's top sports stories in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, brothers. Hundreds of colors as well, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized. That's right. Sealed track or cabled shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. And when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Plain and simple, Basinonians. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and I would encourage you to go check out all their 5-star reviews that are on Google. That's right. There's over 1,000 of them. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Salem, Mr. Grand Price and Possession.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Geraldo Perdomo reached base 5 times as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the San Francisco Giants 8-1 yesterday at Chase Field. The Snakes are now just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick? is here. Rick?
All right, guys, before I get into my wolfing down your lunch for today, David Go on our YouTube chat said, "What's up, people? Checking in all the way from Guam."
Wow.
So
All
we
right.
have a listener all the way in Guam.
What's up, David?
What's up, David?
We're watching
What's going on?
a viewer. There we go. That's
Viewing
what it
all
is.
the way from Guam.
A
What up,
viewer
YouTube
all
on
the way
Guam?
from Guam.
I can't imagine anybody's viewing from further than Guam. If you're viewing from further than Guam,
So cool, man.
tell us that so we can
Let's wave to this guy. Hey, David.
wave to Dave.
How you doing,
So I'm
big
not-
guy?
Where am I in the there
What's
we go.
up, buddy?
All right, that was cool.
All right, Arizona Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson joined the show earlier today and discussed the Cardinals' inability to close games well.
Well, honestly, I'm pleased that the guys got the win, but still just disappointed how they closed the game out because that's been, for the most part, that's been how the guys finish out the season. So if these guys, the Arizona Cardinals want to be in the playoff and be a contender, they have to learn how to finish games out, not only games in the season. And how you learn how to finish games out, finishing the season out, by finish games out like this. You guys was up 27-9, 13 minutes ago. Kyler had a costly interception that kind of gave the Carolina Panthers momentum again because they were pretty much dead in the water. You know what I mean? So we have to be able to find ways to close teams out and finish teams when we have the opportunity to. The same thing last week when they played the Saints. That game was pretty much in the Cardinals, and in our hands.
Yeah.
But we find a way to start to get in a lull in the fourth quarter to help the New Orleans Saints climb back in that game. So moving forward, they have to find ways on closing these games out.
What do you guys think has been the biggest issue so far for the Cardinals? The inability to close games well, the struggles of the run game, or Marvin Harrison Jr. having just 7 catches for 98 yards?
I'm going to put Marv third on this list. He did have like a 50-yard pass interference that he drew in that game. I mean, I'm not saying that's going well yet. It's got to be one. It's either the run game or failing to close things out. And the reason I say it's either or is they're kind of tied together.
Yeah, you could say that the run game, it's symptomatic, but for me, it's got to be the big picture is not finishing. The big picture. I think that is the thing I'm most disappointed about right now is the fact the offense had not one, but 2 opportunities to actually take the ball and finish the game, whether it was against the Saints or against the Carolina Panthers, and that did not happen. And that is, to me, even over the running game, you know how big it is to me in the Wolf League compound that they're able to run the ball. It's so important. But that seems symptomatic of a bigger issue. And the bigger issue is the offense not finishing when given the opportunity
Well, and it's more than just, what you just said right there is bad enough. But again, it's not like you got the ball with 5 minutes. Hey, we got to kill 5 minutes here. We can only kill 4 defense. You're going to have to go back out there. They're going 3 and out.
Yeah, correct.
Both games, 3 and out.
Yes.
Like, we're going to do nothing. Go ahead, defense. That's basically what it is. And, yeah, you would think running would be the answer there, and it should be. But when they get to third down and they have to throw, how is there not a play where you get Trey McBride for 6 yards? How many times did we see that last year? Teams couldn't stop him. How is that not just a way to get one first down? One first down would have done it against
Carolina. And I know
Carolina.
you're using that as an example, but the defensive coordinator knows they're going to try to get Trey McBride the ball as well.
But there's got to be something better than run nothing, throw it away. Now we punt. There's got to be something better than that.
I would agree with that.
The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Francisco Giants 8-1 yesterday at Chase Field. Zach Gallen tossed 6 innings of 1-run ball and has a 2.68 ERA since the trade deadline. Why do you guys think Gallen has turned things around this season?
He had a comment right after his first start after the trade deadline where he was, I don't remember the exact wording, so I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he was like, it's good to just kind of know I'm here where I'm comfortable for the rest of this season and I can kind of get myself back on track. And he's done that. He really has. I think even the biggest Zach Gallen doubters cannot deny what he has done since the trade deadline. You may not want them to pay him to bring him back. That's a whole different conversation. But you can't deny what he has done since the trade deadline to help drag them back into this.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I also think, too, he feels a greater yoke of responsibility. is that possible? Where he feels, there is no Corbin Burns. Okay, the rotation, there is no Merrill Kelly anymore in the rotation. You're the dude. It's unmistakable. You are the guy, and because of that, we need you to be at your best. Maybe that has sharpened his intensity and preparation in terms of going about his business. I could be dead wrong on that, but it just seems like maybe he feels a yoke of responsibility, a greater yoke, to go out and finish well here as a Diamondback.
It really was like the ultimate zig when everybody else is zagging, because
still
nobody was blaming Corbin Burns' performance for why they were struggling. Nobody was blaming Gino. Nobody was blaming Josh Naylor. Nobody was blaming Merrill Kelly. All these people that were, in the public's eyes doing their job. Now, Corbin Burns obviously got hurt, but the other guys are getting traded. The one guy that stays is the guy that people were pinning a lot of this on, and Zach Gallen, and he was pinning a lot of it on himself. And since then, he's been lights out.
Sticking with the D-backs, they are now just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wild card spot in the National League. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, will the Diamondbacks make the postseason, yes or no?
I think if you had asked me this yesterday...
I think I did, too.
Maybe,
we
yeah,
did.
But I
we
think
talked about
we kind of sidestepped the answer, though, yesterday. If you had put me...
Wolf said no. Definitively said no.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And I think I did, too, didn't I?
Yeah.
I believe so,
And
yes.
I said that because why would I change my take now when they're
that-
doing
that's-
well?
that
Not
was-
that I'm superstitious, Basin O'Neens. I am not.
Just a little stitious.
Yet at the same time, prove it.
That was also what I had said, although in my mind I'm thinking, have you seen this bullpen? But that game last night.
And have you seen their schedule in front of them?
Well,
as
yeah.
well?
I mean, I was looking at who they're going to face. We still don't know who San Francisco's throwing today, I guess. But after this, it's supposed to be Justin Verlander, Walker Buehler, Taijuan Walker, Aaron Nola, Shohei Ohtani, Blake Snell, Yoshi Yamamoto. It's pretty good pitchers, man.
Justin Verlander is 42 years old. This isn't 2012 Justin
True.
Verlander walking through that
But
door.
I'm just saying those are names that even casual baseball fans know pretty much all those names. That said, last night felt different to me. So yesterday I was thinking like probably 60-40 no. Kind of leaning yes. If they win one more game in the San Francisco series, it's hard to say no with what they're doing right now.
Got a bunch of dogs in that clubhouse. That's what I know. I want to see this team finish well, because of what they've done to this point.
If they lose
Even
tonight,
if they don't get in, man, just finish well.
Yeah, that's true. If you don't get in, make it so the Mets or somebody had to go on a run to close out the season. Don't be like, oh, yeah, we couldn't get it done against the Dodgers or the Padres and kind of stumbled through. But if they lose tonight and you ask me again tomorrow, Rick, I'm going to change my answer again.
All right, I guess I'll go yes, because that's what Luke said. So no is leading at 59%. Yes is leading is second at 41%.
That's what makes this so cool, though. This is because there are a lot of people that are just looking at it logically, saying it's still, hey, listen, are you kidding? Have you seen the schedule that they have in front of them?
I think there's that, and then also there's at least a small percentage of people that saw that poll question today that had kind of like tuned out on baseball because they were done, and they're like, why are they asking this question? They just clicked no, thinking, yeah, they're probably like 5.5, 6.5 out. They're 1.5 out. And they're the team that's playing well.
Josh.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. We come back. Now that the dust has settled and that Cardinals win on Sunday, what concerned us the most about that victory over the Panthers? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up. Right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final, and the D-backs will wake up tomorrow, a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth to talk Cardinals and NFL. Mark Schlereth, of course, also known as Stink. You know who else was known as Stink? Archie Bradley for some reason.
I pooped my pants.
Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I pooped my pants.
All right, we are back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf, we did the positive earlier in the show. Oh, now that the dust has settled, what did you like about that win on Sunday?
Yeah.
Now it's the opposite.
Oh, no.
What did you not like about that win? What concerns you going forward?
Yeah.
Glass half empty.
Where do you start when you think of what you saw against the Arizona Cardinals going out, Basinonians, and balling the way that they did, especially early on in that game, and then suddenly to be in a position where they might end up losing that game against the Carolina Panthers, especially at home once again. We've seen some horror shows actually hit the Cardinals against the Carolina Panthers, and I thought, oh no,
that would have been the one to beat
that
all
would
of
have
them.
been that would have beat all of them, no doubt. For me, I have to start with this: the defense won the game. The defense won the game, but the negative was the fact that the offense failed to finish.
Yeah, I think we have to start there. I'm going to give Patrick Peterson's answer that he gave to us as my answer. This is what he said about an hour ago to us.
Well, honestly, I'm pleased that the guys got the win, but still just disappointed how they closed the game out, because that's been, for the most part, that's been how the guys finish out the season. So if these guys, the Arizona Cardinals want to be in the playoff and be a contender, they have to learn how to finish games out, not only games in the season. And how you learn how to finish games out, finishing the season out, by finish games out like this. You guys was up 27-9, 13 minutes ago. Kyler had a costly interception that kind of gave the Carolina Panthers momentum again, because they were pretty much dead in the water. You know what I mean? So we have to be able to find ways to close teams out and finish teams when we have the opportunity to. The same thing last week when they played the Saints. That game was pretty much in the Cardinals, and in our hands. Yeah. But we find a way to start to get in a lull in the fourth quarter to help the New Orleans Saints climb back in that game. So moving forward, they have to find ways on closing these games out.
Yeah, for me, again, it's good news, bad news. The good news is the defense is 2-0 right now. The defense stepped up and closed out both games for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, again, do I believe maybe in that fourth quarter they went into a soft zone and was playing a soft zone a little bit too much maybe? Yeah, I guess in retrospect you could look at it and say that. But they finished. They finished and played well when it mattered the most. Offense? You can't say that about the offense. In 2 games. No. That's the biggest disappointment. And by the way, I've said this for 2 weeks now.
That's the concerning part, is it's been a very similar story 2 weeks in a row, because, did they go into a soft zone and did it get frustrating to watch at a certain point in the fourth quarter? It did, but the only way Carolina was going to come back and even have a chance in that game is if when the Cardinals got the ball, they went 3 and out, which they did. And then Carolina got the onside kick, which is almost unheard of in 2025. Like, you have to show the other team where you're going to kick the ball in 2025. So
Mac Wilson Sr., can I talk to you, Mac?
Now, Mac, who forced the interception early in the game, I know he's but he's already doing a lot. Maybe we don't need to put him out there on onside kicks. I don't know. He's got the green dot. He's in the middle of the defense. He's a captain. Like, he's doing enough. But either way, that's just a long way of saying maybe the soft zone, as frustrating as it is, was the right call, because you're like, they don't have enough time to score 3 times here unless everything goes wrong, which it did, until Calais was like, enough of this.
Yes.
Did you see him when they were shaking hands after the game? I don't know who he walked up to in Carolina, but Calais looked like, I played a lot more than my 35 snaps today. Like, he came over and put his hand on his shoulder like he was holding him up. I think that is unfortunately the biggest negative from that game, other than the injuries, obviously, is just
we need the offense to be more efficient. We need the offense to look like the Arizona Cardinals offense in terms of lining up and running the ball, and that's why we need this team to also get healthy. Will Hernandez, please.
Well, here's JG from yesterday. He was asked what's going on with the running game. Who do you blame for that?
I think it's everybody. I really do. And when I say this, like, this is the truth. It takes all 11. So all 11 have to be doing the right things. And there's some plays where, yesterday it didn't come to fruition, but we are doing a lot of right things too. Like, I showed him a play today, the one that James Conner went to our sideline. I don't know what he gained. He made the corner miss, and I think it was a first down. But, like, Zay Jones, blocks his guy, which is a really hard block on the backside of the run. And if James cuts that back, that's the guy that's going to tackle him. And if he happened to cut it back there, he's not going to get tackled because Zay Jones is doing a good job. So it's not all bad. It has to be better. It has to be more efficient, a little more productive. But there's no panic in my game about the run game right now. I'll say that.
Okay. I'm glad. I'm glad JG feels that way, because honestly, that is something that I assumed was going to be the DNA of the Arizona Cardinals offense.
What has been
was going to be, we're going to run the ball. We're going to be just fine running the ball, and we're not going to have any issues there. Now, we got to get two guys healthy. Tip Ryman's got to get healthy, of course, and Will Hernandez. Those two guys. At some point in time, can I just say this right now? I fully expect Will Hernandez to be the starter this week. Well, now, nobody's told me that.
No, I know. But
I fully expect that to happen.
You have to think if he is like fully good to go or close enough to good to go, they could use him now. It's not like the running game is thriving and they're like, yeah, maybe another week on Will.
Sure.
You're not going to rush him back, obviously. He's been working back from this injury for this long. You want to make sure you're 100%. But if he is, I'm kind of with you. I don't know that you're like easing him in for 10 snaps. I think he's out there because it's not working right now, and this typically does work.
And not only that, why didn't you put him on IR if he's going to miss this game as well?
Because you were hoping
that would have been
back.
3. That's 3 now, and 4 is what the minimum. Of course, you could actually put him on IR and bring him back after 4. I don't know. Maybe it's that one game.
You can look. Well, I think the IR thing, they did strategically think like, okay, he's not going to miss 4. So it's just a matter of, could we get him back in 2 or 3 or whatever? And that's obviously still on the table. You could look at the end of these games and say, okay, we're talking about them not being able to run the ball for it's been 6 plays, and I think 2 of them were passes. So but it's not just those plays. Like those are the ones that aren't closing the game out. We're talking about 6 total plays, 3 in the Saints game, 3 in the game against the Panthers. But they haven't run the ball like the Cardinals at all in the first 2 games. You brought this up yesterday. Trey Benson has that long run in week 1. Kyler has that long run in week 2. And if you take those out, and I know it's a slippery slope to say, well, if you do this.
Of course.
But if you take those out, they're averaging like 3 yards a carry.
Yeah.
That's not what the Cardinals typically do.
No, they're not. And you can see it. Just the eye test as well. You could just watch it. It doesn't feel like the Arizona Cardinals running the ball. It doesn't feel like them in a rundown situation. And I think that has got a lot of impact as well on how Kyler throws the ball.
Take us with you wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, we didn't get to do this yesterday because there was so much stuff going on. We're going to do a listeners-only meeting.
Oh.
602-260-9870. But Wolf, how do you feel if we let the listeners pick where they go? We don't typically do this, okay?
I love the idea.
You got 3 options. This is multiple choice. You can't, talk about philosophy. But you can go Cardinals, 2-0. You can go ASU, 2-1 heading into this game against Baylor. Or you can go Diamondbacks, just a game and a half out of a playoff spot.
What's on your mind, Basin audience?
If it's D-backs, we want to know if you believe in what they are potentially doing here. 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Happy to be 2-0, but ... and there's a lot of words following the ...
Yeah.
for the Arizona Cardinals.
People are having a hard time reconciling this. Was this a success or was this a failure? The answer is both. Sometimes success and failure are as close as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That the success is the peanut butter and the failure is the jelly, and it's all smushed together. And you can't pull one apart from the other. And in the case of yesterday, that's okay, because they ended up with the victory.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the power powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1389 per $1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Geraldo Perdomo reached base 5 times as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the San Francisco Giants 8-1 yesterday at Chase Field. The Snakes are just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wild card spot in the National League. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
All right, this is going to be fun, Wolf. Listeners Only Meeting. There's a lot of good stuff going on. Sometimes we do these listeners only meetings. It's like, oh, panic. How do you fix everything? Cardinals are 2-0. ASU's 2-1.
Yeah.
D-backs are a game and a half out of a playoff spot.
Where did your brain go on that, Basinonians? That's what we want to know.
Well, here we go. You can pick any of those three teams, 602-260-9870. Let's start with Chris in Prescott Valley. Chris, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller. You guys are awesome. I listen to you every day.
Awesome.
What's up, Prescott Valley?
Yeah.
Little shout out.
So I could actually talk about all three, but I'm not going to go that route. I know I'm on a timer. But the Cardinals, I'm sure you guys can agree, are a very underwhelming 2-0. Probably the worst 2-0 in the league for sure. Anyways, we know our run game hasn't been going, but it seems like every time Kyler gets the ball and takes off, it's positive yardage. Why aren't the Cardinals running Kyler a little bit more? I'll take your answer out there.
All right, thank you, Chris.
That's great, Chris. You know what? Honestly, again, I would like to see him also take opportunities to run the ball more, but I don't want cold runs. It's not where, again, if we've got to run Kyler Murray, we got all sorts of problems. If you've got to say, we're going to go ahead and call his number, he's going to run the ball, and that's what we're going to do, man, we got problems. When the Cardinals want to run the ball, they should be able to line up and pound it with James Conner running the ball and doing that. For me, I want to see him. I want to see the unscripted. I want to see him pull the ball down in the pocket and then use his legs to make a play.
Yeah, that was supposed to be a thing, though, that Kyler and, I mean, we've heard the Cardinals say they want to get him in position for him to really take off and do that this season. And he's got 70 yards through the first two games, but, I mean, it's not even so much the yardage. It's more, it's like that play the other day where, okay, he's about to get sacked. Okay, he just rips off a 30-yard gain instead. Unfortunately, the interception came right after it, but those are the sort of plays that potentially make him special and not just kind of a, middle-of-the-pack quarterback.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Landon in Gilbert. Landon, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show. What's up?
Hey, what's up, boys? Hey, I'm going to be quick and touch on all three. The first one is the Sun Devils and the curse of expectations in the state of Arizona. We all know in recent history, anytime there's expectations, it seems to just be a giant curse for us. And the other thing, too, is I didn't hear people talk about this very often, but I call it the Marshawn Lynch effect. When you have a running back like we did in Scattaboo, I mean, look what happened to Russell Wilson after Marshawn Lynch retired. Not that he was bad, but it really drastically affected his play. The next one is the Cardinals. I think Kyler Murray at this point, the talking point is just, is this going to be the year? And it's just more of the same. And it's tricky because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Keep him or get rid of him. He's good enough to maybe get you to a playoff game, but you have to remember, too, if you do part from him, those days of Max Skelton and Anderson and Cobb, those were some slim years. Lastly,
part of this, Wolf, is it does feel like if you put pressure on one of these teams.
Okay, that was great. That was Landon. Sorry.
Yeah, you can still shout out Chris. His call was
That's
good,
right.
too. It does feel like if you put pressure on the Mets, certainly, and now because you're in this position, San Francisco, it feels like you will get in. I mean, it feels like if you continue to play well, nobody else is really running with it. Let's talk to 602-260-9870. Let's go to Lester in Mesa. Lester, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hello.
Hey.
They hung up on me Sunday, so I won't be quite as crazy today. But it's just all about the Cardinals. For me, the shine of that win was completely obliterated by the way they played in the fourth quarter. I'm not going to say much more, but that was very, very bad, and the coaches are just as much to blame as the players are. But that's short and sweet. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lester. Appreciate that phone call. I would disagree with that. I think the coaches didn't have as much to do with that as the players did. The players, they failed in the fourth quarter, in my humble opinion.
But I would agree with the notion that didn't really feel like the win we were all looking for.
Absolutely. I'm with them on that.
It is a win. And now as we go forward, all you care about is what your record is in the standings. But it always seemed like, man, when they finally beat Carolina, of all teams, it's going to feel good. You go there and handle Carolina, and they were for three quarters. And then by the end, you were just like relieved it was over. Let's talk to Cody in Alabama. Is he in Alabama? That's almost as far as Guam. Cody, what's going on?
Good afternoon, guys.
How you doing?
All right, guys. I just wanted to say, in all the years of watching the Cardinals, Wolf, I know you know, we could very easily be 0-2. So I'm happy with the 2-0. I think we just got a little lackadaisical Sunday with the lead and I agree with you 150% with Will. I've watched Isaiah and man, he looks he looks a little off. He's not getting off the ball well in the run. So one other thing, Marvin, kid, you got to use your body and your hands. Get that ball. That's a touchdown. So leave you guys with that. But hey, I think we're going to rout the 49ers this weekend. I think we're going to get it all together.
Right on, Cody. Let's hope that happens, man. Good
Thank
call.
you, Cody. Appreciate it. I was going to ask him how he feels about the Crimson Tide, but he's gone.
Okay.
They started very slowly.
Hey, he could be an Auburn fan.
He could. But then he would have had an answer how he feels about the Crimson Tide.
Yeah,
he just would have had to dump
Auburn's
it.
looking good.
Man, this is kind of cool. We're getting calls from all over the
This is fantastic.
globe.
All right, let's go all the way to Phoenix. Zach is calling us from Phoenix. Zach, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just had a question how you guys feel about Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. I mean, a great week one. Came out last week, very underwhelming. You know, again, not using his body. Just should we be concerned about him, or is this just a fluke last week?
Yeah, for me, I want to see more of Marvin Harrison Jr. I want to continue to see this because we've seen him do it before. And, last year happened. It did. It happened, and I'm still bullish on Marvin Harrison Jr., although I will say that was really, really disappointing to see him allow that ball to come down to him in the end zone on the fade when he needs to high point that thing and go get it.
Yeah. I think with Marv, for me, I feel almost ridiculous overreacting each week to what he's done because all I really care about now, last year was fine. Last year he's a rookie and we didn't have it. But all I care about now is can he consistently be a factor in the game? And he really was in week one. And it's not like he had crazy numbers, but it was just like, dude, this guy.
He was a factor.
Yeah, he was changing the game. Last week, again, I don't want to just dismiss the play he had to get them down the field where they had to commit pass interference on that pass to Marv. That was big.
Think if he catches that ball on the fade for a touchdown.
Yeah.
And he doesn't drop that ball.
Yeah. I mean,
on the out route. Think of it. He would have had a impact on the game.
He's right there, and just my personal feeling, I tend to believe he's going to become that player. But, I mean, we've seen in this city before, guys, you're like, all they have to do is this, and they never ultimately do it. I think he will, but he's got to do it. Let's get one more in here. Let's talk to CJ and Gilbert. CJ, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Luke, Wolf, how you guys doing?
Going on, bro.
All right. Hey, I just, again, I jumped on not too long ago. I'm not sure if anybody had touched on this, but I kind of want to switch gears back over to our D-backs. And just with the coaching that Torey Lovello has done this year, with all that has, gotten thrown his way with losing Burns, with losing Jamar, with losing Puck, just, the obliteration of injuries, and yet here they are sitting, a game and a half out of making the postseason. So if they do make it, is that a testament to just, Torey Lovello and his coaching, his managerial abilities to bring him back next year? So thanks for taking my call, guys. Love the show.
Thanks,
yep.
DJ.
Yeah, he's not going
Appreciate
anywhere.
it. Thanks, DJ.
Torey's not going anywhere.
Not after this this post-trade deadline response. Certainly if they make the playoffs, then he's definitely not going anywhere. But even if they don't, I think at this point, the default setting is that they don't want to start over because he is good at a lot of these things. But, if the season had spiraled, especially you look at how it went in the first half, and then if the Cattell stuff had submarine the team instead of apparently galvanizing them into this super team.
Yes.
All right. Thanks to everybody who called. Sorry we could not get to everybody. I still see the lines lighting up, but we'll do this again. I think that went pretty well. Catch every headline. Visit the watch page on ArizonaSports.com for the latest on the Cardinals' hot start and D-backs wildcard push, or join us live and just watch along. We come back. Who stepped up the most for the Diamondbacks in last night's win? We'll debate that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not trying to laugh at you when you say good, not great. I just think about 90% of the time, 80% of the time, you could probably use those exact words to describe a Kyler Murray game. How was Kyler Murray yesterday? It was good, not great. Like there are going to be times where he's not fine. There are going to be times where he's great and spectacular, but it feels like he just kind of lives in that very moderate sort of good but not great, he was fine zone.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to legacygreensolutions.com for more information. And right now, by the way, I want to give this to you right off the top. Legacy Green Solutions is offering a special deal for a limited time. You can unlock 15% off by mentioning Wolf. That's what you have to do. You text GREEN to 620-620, and you mention Wolf, and you're going to get 15% off. That's right, and Legacy Green Solutions is family-owned and operated. They've been here in the basin for over 25 years, but they're rooted in the Midwest. This is what I love, man. They are good blue-collar guys. Just like me, they show up and they work seriously at their job, and they work hard at their job as well. What you need to do is go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com, and right now you can text GREEN to 620-620 to get 15% off. That's GREEN to 620-620.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company that is offering a great promotion for our listeners. Advanced Window Products going to hook up one lucky household with up to 15 replacement windows for free. That's a value of up to $25,000, and all you have to do is pull out your phone and text AWP to 620-620. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com, and remember, enter now for a chance to win a house full of free windows by texting AWP to 620-620. That's AWP to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
The D-backs take on the Philadelphia Phillies for a 3-game weekend series starting September 19th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks continue their improbable push to the wild card in the postseason? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Wolf, we got to give credit where credit's due. Pretty good effort there by the listeners and the listeners-only meeting.
Yeah. Shout out.
Yeah.
Prescott Valley.
Prescott.
You kidding me?
Wolf just wants to go to Prescott Valley.
That's right, Prescott Valley.
Never mind that we got a call from Alabama and a post on the YouTube live chat from Guam. Wolf's focused on Prescott Valley.
I love that, man. That was cool.
The Diamondbacks back at it tonight, and this is obviously, the people saying that this is a playoff series. You're not wrong. It's, it basically is. It's at the very least a play-in series right now, specifically because you're playing San Francisco. Now, your 3 series after this are all difficult: the Phillies, the Dodgers, and the Padres.
Yeah.
But those teams are all going to be in the playoffs. They still have stuff to play for. The Dodgers and Padres are going at it for the division title again.
Yeah.
But San Francisco's right there with you. In fact, San Francisco is now behind the Diamondbacks after what happened last night. So if you could even just take 2 of 3 in this series, that is a game changer.
Oh, my goodness. You know what? Honestly, get greedy, though. You didn't get greedy.
Why
okay.
stop?
Let's take it one at a time, shall we? Because last night went really, really well for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And right now, think about this. The Diamondbacks are 1.5 games back of the New York Mets for the final wild card. 1.5 games back. There are no other teams in front of them at the moment.
That's new.
Not the Giants, not the Reds, and certainly not the Cardinals. They're not in front of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's what makes this something different. Something new has happened for the Diamondbacks, and they have worked to put themselves in this position right now. 1.5 games back with 11 games to go.
The Reds, if you want to know kind of what else is going on, the Reds are playing a 3-game series with the Cardinals right now. They won the first one, but they had dropped their previous 3 games on the road to the Athletics prior to that. The Reds, if the Reds get in, all due respect to the Reds, they have some fun, younger talent on that team. But if they get in, that to me means the Mets kept melting down and the Giants and Diamondbacks didn't really do anything special. That's the one team. If the Reds get in, they are the most just 500-y of all 500 teams out there. So, but they're playing St. Louis, and they have the Cubs after that. The Mets right now, this is still the team you're chasing, and they are starting a series against the Padres basically this afternoon. And Michael King's pitching for the Padres. He hasn't pitched much this year because he's been hurt. But, I mean, he was really good last year. So San Diego still has something to play for, and that's a pretty good baseball team. So chances are, if you're scoreboard watching tonight, the Mets are at least going to have their hands full with the Padres.
Yes. Well, once again, I love the fact that the Arizona Diamondbacks, knowing that this series in particular against the Giants, this is a playoff series. I mean, it's
nice to see them respond well to that.
Can you imagine if the Diamondbacks would have been swept by the Giants? Can you imagine that? I mean,
really disappointing.
That would be almost impossible to overcome. So they won game 1. Man, can they win another one of these games and continue winning series? This is incredible what they've been able to do to put themselves in this position where every game now, tonight's game, it's a postseason game. Now, it isn't technically, but you understand. From a player's perspective, man, it doesn't get much more intense.
The players that stepped up last night, Zach Gallen, Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, who I want to get back to in a second. But it was cool in the 6th inning, and this is so September, October baseball, right? Where the guys that stepped up with big hits to really open this game up. It was Ildemaro Vargas, it was Jordan Lawler, it was James McCann, like all these guys that you weren't even on the team a couple weeks ago in some cases, and they're stepping up and driving in runs to open that game up. But we got to go back to Perdomo for a second, Wolf. I just want to give you where he's going to set career highs this year, okay?
Okay.
These are the categories where Geraldo Perdomo has already set career highs this season. At-bats, runs, hits, doubles, triples, home runs, RBIs, walks, hits by pitch, stolen bases, batting average, OPS. So every category.
Jerry!
It's every category.
It's incredible what Perdomo has done. And I like the alliteration of Predator and Perdomo. I love that. The Predator and Perdomo. And can I just say this once again, because you know me, I read into this stuff. I love it. Just watching Corbin Carroll bang the ball into the gap that typically is a base hit, and watching him turn that into a double, a speed double, as it's been known in the Wolfley compound. The speed double of Corbin Carroll, legging that thing out, taking the outfielder by surprise, that he came around first base full speed and said, boom, I'm going. And suddenly he doubles to start the 6th inning. And that was it. It was on from that point forward. It was clutch hit after clutch hit. Blaze Alexander, Ildemaro Vargas, Jordan Lawler on the pinch hit, James McCann.
Lawler almost hit his first career home run.
Man.
He missed it by like 3 feet.
It was incredible to watch players step up. But guess what? It was started by the Predator. The fight started in that 6th inning by him legging that thing out and making a double.
I don't think we're talking enough about just how good Corbin Carroll's season has been this year. 30 doubles, right? 30 home runs and 28 steals. He's about to be, 30, 30, 30. And he hasn't had a triple in a while, but he's still at 16 triples, which, if he has a couple of these games where he has 2 triples in a game,
which is not inconceivable,
then you got Corbin Carroll having at least 20 doubles, 20 triples, 20 home runs, and 20 steals. And I mean, I feel like people talk about his batting average not being too great. 255 is pretty good these days.
It's fine when you're doing all that other stuff. If you're going to do all those other things, and he's an asset in the field too. It's not like he's a liability in the outfield. It's interesting to have the debate, and I think we have to wait because a lot's going to be decided here in the next 2 weeks. But you can make a real good case for him as team MVP. You can make a real good case for Geraldo Perdomo, and you're not wrong in either one. But at the same time, you feel wrong in both of them because you're cutting the other one out.
Yeah, I just love the fact that this rally, it was a 1-1 game, brothers. And suddenly, here you go. You're looking for some type of spark, and the Predator got up there and gave you that spark. Boom. Suddenly you got a guy in scoring position immediately. It's 1-1 game. And then you get that clutch base hit from Ildemaro Vargas. You get that clutch hit that scores the Predator. And guess what? That was the winning run. That was scored. This guy, I've said this before, Luke, and I'll continue to say it over the remainder of this season. The best thing that could happen to the Arizona Diamondbacks, other than getting into the winning games and getting into the postseason, is that Corbin Carroll leads them in getting into the postseason.
I want to go back to Perdomo for a second. We don't have time to play the cut. Maybe we can play it in the final hour. I just read off all those categories where he's going to set career highs. Yeah. It's every hitting category, and his strikeouts are down. He's not like his strikeouts are much better than normal. But some of these categories, like just saying he's going to set a career high, that doesn't do it justice. He's already more than tripled his career high in home runs. He has more home runs this year than he had in his entire career before this year combined. Okay, he's got 97 RBIs. His previous career high. Previous career high was 47. So he's already doubled his career high for RBIs. All of these categories, like there's not any of them where it's like, oh, he just edged his previous career high. He's got 22 more runs already than his previous career high. He's got 10 more steals than his previous career high. Everything. He's got 60 more hits than his previous career high.
Perdomo and the Predator.
That's the name of the 30 for 30.
Love it.
On the 25 D-backs. All right, when we come back. I don't know where this is going to go. Have we seen enough from Marvin Harrison Jr. so far this season? Boy, this is just this is going to be a polarizing conversation. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. Man, maybe you got a move that is coming up right now. Maybe it's a local move. You're just going to move out to Apache Junction. Maybe that's what you're going to do. Maybe it's a long-distance move. You're going to go ahead and move all the way up to the Northwest or maybe all the way to the East Coast. They got you covered as well. Whether it's a residence, whether it's your business, it's a commercial move. They also have a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix for you. So if you need to store some stuff during your move, Moving Team 6, they've got you covered right now. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I know that because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. That's right. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company with his sons, Garrett and JT, all the way back in 2012. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Geraldo Perdomo reached base 5 times as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the San Francisco Giants 8-1 yesterday at Chase Field. The Snakes are now just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Right now, the Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now.
The Funk Soul Brother, right about now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother. Right
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth to talk Cardinals and NFL. Mark Schlereth, of course, also known as Stink. You know who else was known as Stink? Archie Bradley, for some reason.
I pooped my pants.
Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I pooped my pants.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday.
Hey, it happens, man. You know.
What?
Well,
Is it Tuesday?
I mean, sometimes.
You're going to actually acknowledge.
Sometimes that happens to players out on the field.
Can somebody explain to me, like, I think that was before my time in Arizona. So did Archie Bradley, like, poop his pants?
Oh, boy. We're really going to.
I think.
We've let Jarrett dictate the direction of our show.
I think sometimes that happens, unfortunately.
He did. I mean, that is Archie Bradley saying that. I don't remember the context. I just know Jarrett plays it about 17 times a show.
Yes. You know, when you compete, sometimes you're out there and, you know, you're in trouble. Okay? And you can't. What are you going to do? Walk off?
Like, Jarrett's going to come running in here with the biggest, happiest smile on his face ever that this is even a thing.
What are we talking about here?
We are talking about the Cardinals passing game, and I would say specifically, let's start with Marv. We had a caller bring this up before, too. Like, what do you think of him after the first two games? I want to see consistency. We haven't the first two games. That's the biggest thing. I want to see consistency, but it's also only two games.
Yeah, I don't want to overreact at all, Basinonians, by saying, you know what, Marvin Harrison Jr. did not go up and elevate on a fade route when I thought that's exactly what he was going to do. He let the ball come down, and because he let the ball come down, it was batted away. He dropped a ball that was right in his hands. It was a bad drop. It was. But just because of those two plays, I don't want to look at Marvin Harrison Jr. like he's some bust. He showed what he can do all of last season, in my opinion. Yes, he needed to get better. There's no doubt about it. He proved that he needed to get better last year. Yes, I expect a lot more from Marvin Harrison Jr. this year. But having said that, I'm not going to take one game and overreact, especially early in the season.
Yeah, it is too early, and he did have a good week one, and so it's hard to not overreact, but at the same time, I know I keep bringing up the pass interference. He did create that play that ended up being like a 50-yard gain. It set up their first touchdown. Now, is that enough? You create a random pass interference? No, but it's only two games, and so I get that it's frustrating because we're also. It's not just two games. There's 17 games from last year, too, that you're looking at. It's been a real fine line of like, you know what? He was totally worth the pick, to he's not there yet. And the solace I take in this, Wolf, is I feel like Marv feels that way, too. It's important to him. And I know we've had athletes in the city in the past where there's all this hype and it doesn't pan out. I do think it's going to pan out with Marv.
Yeah, I do as well. I do. I want to make that clear. I think he's going to be great. Everything is fine. But right now, he missed an opportunity to prove that right now. He missed the opportunity to say things are going to be different this season than they were last season for me. Why? Contested catches. How many times contested catches? You've got to go make contested catches. He's got to high point the ball. Did you hear me talking about this last year?
Yeah.
About him high pointing the ball and going after it and stabbing it and attacking the ball. He had a perfect opportunity to show that he has learned how to do that. And that's the reason why I'm upset just because of one game and one play. I am. He had the opportunity. If he would have done it there and high pointed the ball and caught a touchdown on the fade, oh my goodness. We'd all be jacked up right now because of that contested catch.
So that's getting brought up, though, in film study this week, isn't it? I mean,
big time.
It's not just, okay, you should have been here or you were over there.
Big
what
time.
were you doing this way? That's being brought up to him. Do you think he even needs it brought up? I mean, you need to bring it up.
No.
But do you think he needs? I
don't. And that's what's disappointing.
Yeah.
Because why didn't you do it then?
Well, I mean, my my question would be like, dude, you put in all this work in the offseason to put on muscle and do all this stuff, and you're taller than these guys. You didn't do that for no reason, right? Like, go out there and just rip the ball away from some of these dudes. I think you will. Like I said, I'm not. Maybe it's just dumb faith. I think Marv is going to be a really good receiver in this league.
Why? When you say that, you have to consider the person that you're talking about.
That's why.
The person and the player. You always have to do that based on needs. It's not just the player, it's also the person. You have to consider that, weigh and measure that. And when you weigh and measure Marvin Harrison Jr., this is a guy that cares about being good and has a work ethic that will allow him to tap into all of his talent and reach that goodness.
Well, and I'll just use a couple other guys as examples, and I'm not saying that this is a knock on their work ethic or anything, but it's just like D.A. was the main example here for the longest time, right? He's the first overall pick, and man, when he's on, look what he did when they went to the NBA Finals, when he plays to his potential. He's one of the best players in his position in the league, but it's just not consistent. It's not that I thought he wouldn't do it. I just never really had confidence that he would pull it together consistently. Now, maybe that's not the best example, so I'll give you another one. Kyler Murray. If you're telling me, okay, do you believe Kyler's going to hit the next level? I don't know with Kyler. I really don't. And that's not me saying he's not going to. It's just me saying I don't know. I'm much more confident that Marv will at this point. Now, Kyler's already at a higher level because the guy has been an MVP candidate at times in 2 different seasons. So you're asking him to take the step from step 7 to 8 or whatever, and you're asking Marv to go from 4 to 5. But I'm confident Marv's going to figure it out. But that was disappointing on Sunday.
It was. There's no other way to get around that. Because, again, I just think of that one play. If he just would have done that on that everything. One play, it would literally change everything that we're talking about in regard to Marvin Harrison Jr. It would change everything. And that just leaves me feeling stupid.
Well, the other part of this is you watch this team's offense through the first 2 games. They need him to take the next step, or they're not going to score enough points.
They do.
They're not going to be scoring enough points to beat teams like, the Rams or Green Bay or some of these other teams that are good on their schedule. Their offense is it's not overly reliant on him. It's just so reliant on him and Trey McBride. I mean, that's your passing game. So if one of them's not going, but they're 2-0. I just keep saying they're 2-0.
Absolutely. And for good reason.
When we come back, 2 more 2-0 teams after last night's Monday Night Football games. Who are you buying after the first couple weeks of the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Maybe you want to smile real nice at that next family gathering. Well, you know what? You can do that with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Have you heard of the All-on-4? I have had the All-on-4, Basinonians, and I've told you about this. This thing is a game changer, whether it's professionally, you're in sales maybe, and you like to smile at somebody when you're trying to sell things. Maybe it's personally, it's socially, whatever it may be. You know what? It is a game changer for you, and you can have the All-on-4. It will give you the closest option to your natural teeth, and Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. They're locally owned, and they pass the savings on to their patients. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You know what? We're going to call this Coach Speak based on our needs going forward. All right. Coach Speak.
Wolf and Luke go around the NFL and react to what coaches are saying.
We gave them some stuff with some misplay. We expected to play the stuff that we did play much better than we did.
It's Coach Speak on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Yeah.
That is an all-timer from Pete Carroll. I don't know that's the standard by which any coach cut that we play this season is measured, okay?
Why are you potting that on, Rick? I mean, why?
He probably wanted to talk some sports.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to fire off some of these coach cuts. You wanted these, okay?
Yeah,
and we're Speak. We're just going to look at last night's Monday Night Football games through the eyes of the coaches because you had 2 more teams get to 2-0 last night. Let's start with the Tampa Bay game. They beat Houston. It was close all the way down to the wire. Here's Todd Bowles on the game-winning drive for the Bucs, who looked pretty good.
That was a heck of a job of situational football. Really, Baker on the 4th and 10, using his legs to get the first down. That kind of catapulted everything from there. Everything we practiced, everything we've talked about, and everything we've done about finishing the ball game, they did a heck of a job finishing.
Yeah, for me, again, just watching Baker Mayfield go out there and compete, it's something that I think is elite with Baker Mayfield. His competitiveness. I don't think he's been gifted the talent that many other quarterbacks in the NFL have been gifted. But I think the older especially Baker Mayfield gets, the more he refuses to quit. The more competitive I think that he is. And watching him pull the ball down and run when he's not the most mobile guy in the face of the planet, I love watching him play. He competes hard.
They've won 2 games by a total of 4 points, Tampa Bay. But they've played a couple. They've played Atlanta and now Houston. I think 2 pretty solid teams. Just before we move on, because this is going to bother me if I don't get to tell somebody else this. Do you know who leads the NFL in point differential right now?
No, I don't.
Indianapolis.
Wow. With Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Indianapolis, who won because of a penalty against Denver on Sunday, but they beat Miami by so much in week 1 that their point differential is plus 26 through 2 games. Here's more from Todd Bowles after the Buccaneers ran their record to 2-0.
Again, resiliency. The chemistry these guys have about being around each other, and we talk a lot about culture, and culture helps you win ball games, especially on the road. The resiliency and the times we practice it over and over and over. We have some good battles in practice, and they know what to do by what coverage and what to see and how they're going to react to it, and everybody's bought in.
You know what else is really cool as well? Just Tampa Bay and the fact they're built on the line of scrimmage as well. Number 5 and number 5 in rushing yards per game allowed and rushing yards per player allowed. That's on the defensive side of the ball. Number 9 and number 5 in rushing yards per game and rushing yards per play offensively. Again, the National Football League is not a we're going to throw the ball all over the place league anymore. You cannot say that. The era of the spread is dead. The spread, we're going to up-tempo, it's dead. It is. And watching Tampa Bay play the game last night was really kind of cool.
So here's something I wanted to throw at you, too. Every division right now, they've played 8 games, right? Every team's played 2, 4 teams in each division. Here's the wins by division, okay? Now just follow me here for a second. AFC, East 3, North 4, South 3, West 4, okay?
Yeah.
NFC, East 4, North 4, South 3. NFC West 7.
7, almost doubling up the other divisions that are out there.
The NFC West is 7-1 so far, and the only loss was in the division. Seattle lost to San Francisco.
Yes.
Can't really do much about that.
No, you know what? We knew it was going to be wide open, and I believe it's going to be wide open. We'll see. I don't think they're going to go 16-0, 17-0. I don't think that's going to happen. So somebody's going to lose, and they're going to start feeding off each other. You watch.
The Chargers won last night. They are 2-0, and I love the fact that Jim Harbaugh and Pete Carroll are in the same division again, because they always seem to not be able to stand each other.
Yeah.
But Pete Carroll was already at USC. Jim Harbaugh showed up at Stanford and just bothered him. Then they were both in the NFC West together with the Seahawks and Niners, and now they're both in the AFC West together. So if they really don't like each other, then maybe they should not be coaching so closely to each other at all times. Chargers won. Chargers are 2-0. Here's Harbaugh.
It was hard fought. I mean, it was a battle like all the ones, that every time you play the Raiders or play a Pete Carroll team. I mean, it was division rivalry. I mean, it was all of it, and both teams were just fighting, once everybody was all in out there.
Yeah, I would say that.
Harbaugh sounds so fired up.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Jim would fight Pete Carroll if you said it was okay.
Yeah, I think you would. I think if they sanction that
I just think Pete too. He's got the old hipster thing to him, and I don't think Jim likes that.
They don't seem to like each other. They have had some words for each other in the past.
A lot of run-ins in the past.
Yeah, I'm saying, if you guys don't like each other, stop coaching right next to each other. You don't have to be in the same division all the time. Here's Pete Carroll after Geno Smith didn't have a great night and the Raiders dropped to 1-1.
He took a couple shots, he threw a couple bombs down there, and one of them was on about the 2, and the other one was in the end zone, I think, if that's right. Yeah, the reason that he got there, because we had time to hold the football, so we protected okay, and we didn't get the ball thrown underneath. That's what I wish we would have done. I wish we would have not taken those shots. And they looked a little like we had to score quick or something. I don't feel like that when we play is the way that we should ever play. But so we got to take what's there, and we got to take a look at the film, and I got to see why that happened like that. Just surprised. We haven't looked like that at all at any time. So it's the first time that came up.
He's a self-editor, Pete. He loves to edit himself as he goes. Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, they've played 2 games together, Pete. He's like, we've never looked like that before. It's like, Pete, that's the second game. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. That's going to be a good division too, because the Raiders are supposed to be the worst team. I don't think they're going to be terrible with Pete Carroll there. I also want to throw this out there. This is separate from coaches because I just played all the audio that we have right there, but. Let me give you an update on our fantasy football league and our picks pool. Okay,
no.
Wolf?
Okay.
So the Fantasy Football League, Rick, is it just going to be me and you at the bottom of the standings all season? I had a good week and still lost.
Yeah, Wolf or Vetter, or whoever's running his team, is leading our league, which is annoying because he drafted all tight ends.
Such garbage.
And then Luke and I are 0-2, or not Luke's team, as he's trying to hide from it.
Yeah, I'm changing that.
He's
now.
not walkthroughing it.
Okay. So wait a minute. Are you saying my fantasy team is winning?
Yeah, 2-0.
Okay. Yes, you're 2-0.
Okay, there we go.
And I wanted to bring this up.
Bring it on, all of you.
Because of the conversation we just had about Marvin Harrison Jr. I tell you what, I'd much rather have Marv than A.J. Brown, who does nothing except sink my team each week.
Yeah, okay.
A.J. Brown, who does nothing anymore. They just don't even throw him the ball anymore.
And likes it. Okay, maybe not likes it.
I don't think he likes it.
Okay.
I think this is
By the
why there's
pricking of
some
my thumb,
tension in
something
Philly
wicked
sometimes.
this way comes in Philadelphia?
Is he blocking? Because that seems like their favorite thing to do in Philly.
I should get points for blocking because I definitely would have won this week if he did anything.
They get in the huddle in Philly and they say, okay, let's go red right, give the ball to Saquon. On two. Ready?
I don't hate that philosophy, but I feel like when they get in the huddle, Jalen Hurts looks everybody right in the eyes, except A.J. Brown, who he just ignores apparently, and then they run their play. But if we have to give that fantasy football update, then I'm giving you the picks pool update, okay?
Okay.
I'll start at the bottom of the standings. Wolf, you're 4-4.
Oh, thank you.
Rick, you're 4-4. Jamal, impressive, 6-2.
Oh, Jamal.
But it's no 7-1.
Oh, wait a minute. You're 7-1?
7-1.
Okay, you know what, though? This is why you use a tier system based on our needs, because over time, it proves itself.
Does it?
Time. Oh, yeah.
Because right now all I hear is actual tears.
Well, there's 2. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Give me a break.
Yeah, all I could think is if it wasn't for the Patriots in week 1, I'd be 8-0.
Have you won this thing?
We've
have you
done
actually,
it once ever.
Have you won it before in the past?
As we've established, last year was nothing more than a tune-up for this year.
Who actually won last year, Rick?
Rick, answer that. Rick with the nonverbal radio answer.
I wasn't here. I didn't want to play. I wasn't here.
Okay, you weren't here.
That's true. Jamal wasn't part of the picks last year.
That's
so
right, Jamal.
It doesn't. It's void.
So I don't remember anything.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
You don't have to.
Well, you don't have to remember it. You just need to know I won.
Won as in past tense. Not I am winning.
That is it.
I won.
Okay, listen, I'm 500, 4-4. Nobody panic. Don't lose your mind
You
here.
should be panicking. These 2-0 teams in
It's
the
not
NFL.
like I didn't go up and high point a ball and pull it down.
I'm going to run through the 2-0 teams real quick before we go to break, okay? Buffalo, Green Bay, Indianapolis, San Francisco, Cincinnati, Philly, Chargers, Tampa, Arizona, and the Rams.
Okay, how many now? How
10.
many teams? There's 10. Okay, still, wow, 10. Almost a third of the league.
I don't buy it with the Colts, but maybe I should. I don't know. Of all those teams, the ones I don't buy it with are the Colts and the Bengals, but that's not fair because Burrow's hurt.
Yeah,
Those are the two that I think are
honestly,
gonna
right now, the Cardinals, based on who they played.
They would be third.
And how they've played. You also have to consider that. And that's just the way that it's always going to go, brothers. It is. You have to tell the truth on how you played if you want to get better. And they haven't played very well in those 2 wins.
If you asked me of those 10, who are like, if I had to name the top 3 or 4 that are the most susceptible to losing some games,
Yeah.
I would go Colts 1. I would go Bengals 2 because no Burrow. And then, you'd have to go Cardinals 3rd.
Yep.
And probably, honestly, maybe San Francisco 4th because they have the injuries. We can look at the 0-2 teams in a little bit as well. When we come back, how ready is ASU for conference play? Because it starts on Saturday in Baylor. We're going to ask Sun Devil Source publisher Chris Cartman. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up. Right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final. And the D-backs will wake up tomorrow, a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants, live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvise here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Phoenix, celebrate culture, community, and football. Join Phoenix Rising on Saturday, September 20th at 7 p.m. for Hispanic Heritage Night as they face off against Loudoun United FC. The first fans through the gates will receive free Rising maracas while supplies last, and the night features live mariachi bands and a special menu honoring the flavors of the Valley. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Color, culture, rising together.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Geraldo Perdomo had a big night as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the San Francisco Giants 8-1 yesterday at Chase Field. The Snakes are now just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. If you're looking to get a pool and add value to your home, now is a great time. With in-house financing and a 5-year warranty, go with Arizona's best pool builder at presidentialpools.com.
It's Wolf and Luke, and we're going to talk a little ASU football right now with Sun Devil Source publisher, owner, I don't know, he runs everything. Chris Cartman's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Chris?
Not much. Just got back from practice, trying to see how ASU matches up against Baylor.
Well, let's start there. This is the first conference game, and it kicks off quite a run for ASU where they have a bye week mixed in, but they go to Baylor, home against TCU, to Utah, and home against Texas Tech. So just based on what you've seen through the first three games, and probably most specifically Saturday, do you feel like they're ready for that run on the schedule?
We're going to find out. There's certainly some cause for concern, especially with the offense. I think probably more of an adjustment to Sam Leavitt being without Lee Faltanu at center and without Cam Scadaboo in the backfield than had been anticipated, especially when they didn't have Jalen Moss, their leading slot receiver for the last two games, and they ended up having to make an adjustment, and they were very heavy 12 personnel, and probably lends itself more to the identity that they should be anyways with where Leavitt's at in his game. Potentially he might be pressing a little bit too much or putting too much on his shoulders. He's such an intense person with such high expectations for himself, and that can almost be counterproductive in some ways. But I think defensively they've made some pretty good strides in the last week, and they only gave up one explosive pass to Texas State and should be good against the run overall. I thought coming into the season, this was an ASU team that was going to hang its hat on the defensive side of the ball. And I think that remains to be what they're going to have to do in conference play, starting against a pretty potent Baylor offense.
Speaking of Baylor, a pretty potent Baylor offense, what about that defense, Chris? What can you tell us about Baylor's defense?
Well, Dave Aranda is a defensive-based guy. That's how he became a head coach, and they bring a lot of simulated pressures. So it's not that they blitz a lot, but they show blitz a lot, and then you don't know which four guys are going to be rushing the quarterback. That creates some challenges for a quarterback, right? Who's dropping? Do I have to worry about a defensive tackle or a defensive end that's going to be in the way of the route where I'm trying to get the ball to on a slant or on these shallow crossers or whatever the case may be? And so Sam Leavitt's going to have to be very aware of that. Now, Baylor has not done particularly well on defense at the outset of this season, and it's been in this transitional period, it seems like, with Sawyer Robertson as his quarterback, to where they're more of a air raid style offense, and then the defense is not where they're kind of hanging their hat this year, which is kind of interesting to me. So there are opportunities that I think are available to hit them on some big plays, some explosives down the field, to have your balance in the run game, which is where ASU is going to have to live.
We're talking to Chris Cartman. Chris, did you see the offense evolve enough on Saturday? Shimon Mateer got involved in the passing game. Raleek Brown continues to be a real nice boost this year, and obviously Jordan Tyson did what he always does, but they still couldn't quite get Jaron Hamilton involved. They almost did twice, actually. But how much of a step did you see from the offense from the Mississippi State game to Saturday's game?
Yeah, it was progress, but not enough to feel comfortable going into conference play. Raleek Brown, very dynamic athlete. He's potent out of the backfield. Kanye Udo still kind of figuring his way. Kyson Brown, we'll see if he's available this week or not. But I think what they did that they needed to demonstrate was more short, easy passes, screen game, some slips, right? Run some split zone where it looks like that, and then it's a play action where you get the ball to your tight end shallow. They do need to be able to connect on some more explosives. That was maybe a couple inches at most away from Sam Leavitt hitting with Jaron Hamilton, as you referenced there, and he also had the return that was called back due to a holding. He's an explosive athlete. They're going to have to get more out of Malik McClain, and part of that is just the familiarity of Leavitt working with him and understanding each other and where they're going to be trying to connect on situations, and utilizing that tight end involvement in a lot of their 12 personnel stuff. I feel like this is where Sam Levitt is at with his development and his athleticism being as good as it is. You want to be able to get into some design run option type offense where you have RPO, where you have hard bootlegs with Levitt coming around on some nakeds and some levels concepts that make it easier, where he has a run option and he's not making full field progression reads. And if you can do some of those things based upon the success of your run game, if you can establish it along with getting some of those explosive opportunities that build well off of those play actions, I think that's a good recipe for them, especially going on the road.
Chris, what are your thoughts in regard to Sam Levitt's 30-yard touchdown pass to Jordan Tyson? Have you ever seen anything like that play, and do you read into it at all?
There have been some quarterbacks that have done some pretty cool things at ASU over the years. Manny Wilkins was hurdling guys and making some off-platform throws, and Taylor Kelly was a really good athlete. But I don't think that I've seen anyone in recent history who combined the athleticism along with the natural arm talent of Sam Levitt to make a throw like that across his body, jumping into the air, is something that you see the best NFL quarterbacks be able to execute. And then it helps a lot when on the receiving end of that is Jordan Tyson, who is arguably as good as any wide receiver in the country. In my mind, certainly a first-round draft pick. I think his upside projecting to the NFL is as good as any of these wide receivers that we've come through ASU in recent years, including Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall, N'Keal Harry, Jalen Strong, and others. He just has a tremendous body control. You saw that tiptoeing the sidelines, 4 steps, maybe in bounds, with a jump in the middle of that, which was astonishing. But the reverse pivots that he had on some of the other throws, where he was able to get 10, 15 more yards after catching the ball and quickly changing directions, was also quite impressive. And Marcus Arroyo does a very good job of moving Jordan Tyson around the formation, getting him into the slot, trying to break opposing teams' coverage tendencies on down distance situations. But that is made easier by having a rounded out ability in the passing game with some of these other players that they need to get going more.
Yeah, we're talking to Chris Cartman. You kind of went down the path of where I was going to go next, Chris, just in terms of, it's a different era of college football, so a lot of times guys are going to have played for a couple different schools. They're not going to play 4 years for one school. ASU's had some pretty good receivers over the years, but in all the time you've covered it, where do you rank this year's version of Jordan Tyson, and how do you compare this year's version of Jordan Tyson to even last year's Jordan Tyson?
Well, he's so much better this year than he was last year. He's 10 pounds heavier. He made some off-season renewed commitments to his faith and to his daily habits that I think are really showing up. Last year, he was still not 100% truly back from the knee injury that he had suffered at the very end of his freshman year at Colorado. It took really about 2 years. That people don't realize that was a 3-ligament tear that he had, a very serious knee injury. And that's the reason why his first year at ASU, he almost never didn't play at all. So he's just in a different place right now. And I think he's as good as any ASU receiver that I have ever seen. I wasn't around watching John Jefferson in the 70s or anything, but I don't think that he is unable to do pretty much anything that any of the best ASU receivers have been able to do, short of maybe not having like a 6'4", 215-pound Jarrell Robinson, or maybe that size of a N'Keal Harry. But his mobility, his 3-level skills, his post catch, his beat you down the field, his ability to go elevate and make plays on the football, to moss someone, it's all there. He can move everywhere in the formation. He can do it all. I look at him and I see wide receiver 1 at the next level.
Yeah.
Chris,
thank you, buddy.
Thank you so much, man. Always
Appreciate
great to do
you,
this.
man.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, it's interesting, Wolf, because you can't just look at like all-time stats anymore, because you're comparing a guy like Jordan Tyson, who's only going to play 2 years at ASU, to guys that played 3 or 4 years, and unless you're looking at like single season stuff. But you kind of just have to do it by the eye test. And he's on pace right now, single season wise, for 96 catches, which would be the all-time ASU single season record. And it's the way he's doing it that's wild. Cardinals and Sun Devil fans, next week is a huge one for both of your football teams. We're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets starting Monday. Listen for the sounder at 7:15 a.m., 12:15 p.m., and 4:15 p.m. for your shot to win 2 tickets. Cardinals playing on Thursday Night Football, and then ASU on Friday night. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page and the Arizona Sports YouTube page. When we come back, can the Arizona Diamondbacks really pull within a half game of a playoff spot as soon as tonight? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final, and the D-backs will wake up tomorrow a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal, book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House Rosie Romero.
We're Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfaction en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittower.
We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Need space that's designed to last?
Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks continue their improbable push to the wild card in the postseason? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Tell you, Wolf, it's great. Middle of September, and I'm looking at the YouTube live chat. I'm seeing Juan say, "Let's go D-backs." I'm seeing Greggles say, "Snakes alive." Seen a lot of D-backs mentions in here when it felt like this season was over.
Yes.
A week and a half, or a month and a half ago. Not a week and a half ago, but a month and a half ago. The last, 2 weeks have been this run of, wait a minute. The Mets are they have that door propped open. Is anybody going to walk or run through it? Now, all of a sudden, the Diamondbacks, if they win tonight and the Mets lose to San Diego, which is certainly possible, they'll be a half game out of a playoff spot when we do the show tomorrow.
Man, that is so... Just even the fact they're a game and a half back of the New York Mets right now. Just the fact they're a game and a half back is stunning. You got 11 games to go. You're in this thing right now. As of right now, the Arizona Diamondbacks are in this thing in September. September baseball. Games that matter. Are you kidding me?
Well, and you and I were talking off the air. Last night felt like a September baseball game, too. You get into the postseason, and, yeah, your big guys got to come up with strong performances. And Corbin Carroll had the big hit, and Perdomo reached base 5 times, and Gallen only allowed 2 hits. But when you get to this point in the season and you're playing play-in or playoff games, you need your Ildemaro Vargases and your James McCanns and your Jordan Lawlers to step in and come up with big hits too, and they all did in that inning. And here's Torey Lovello after the game talking about his team.
This team's gritty. They're fighting every single day, and the energy that they bring the most critical times when it's done right, you can see how we perform. It's a lot of fun for me to watch.
Yeah, Torey, can I talk to you for a minute? Can I just see you right here? What is going on? What has happened? I know listen, I know people have asked him many times, what do you think is happening? I would just like to know, Torey, can I talk to you in your office alone? Would you really tell me what is going on? What has happened inside that clubhouse since the trade deadline? The Ketel Marte thing. You bring up the Ketel Marte thing. How big of a deal was that inside the clubhouse, story? Can I ask you that? Was it really a big deal?
It's wild.
I have so many questions. How a team trades away its talent and gets better.
Significantly
How does that,
better.
Significantly better. How does that happen? Something's going on inside the clubhouse. That's how.
7 games below 500 through the first 109. 8 games above 500 since they traded those guys away. And I don't think anybody looks and is like, oh, good, they got rid of Geno and his 50 home runs. That was holding them back. Nobody looks at it like that. But the Ketel thing, you just throw that in there too. I mean, if they really make the playoffs, you're going to look back at the season and you'd have to, if you were making a movie about it, it'd have to be 3 parts. Because you'd be like, well, yeah, all these expectations and the excitement in camp, and then all of a sudden guys just getting hurt. And they're out for a year and a half or whatever, right out of camp. And then you're still in it, but you're starting to fall apart, and then you do fall apart, and then you're trying not to trade guys at the deadline, but you have to. And then when it's you know what? I guess the silver lining is they're not going to be scrutinized. All of a sudden, the Ketel Marte story comes out right after they trade everybody. And their response to that is to go on this tear and maybe make the playoffs.
Yes.
I laugh every time I talk about it.
You think about it. Maybe the name of that 30-30, what's your why? What's your why? Not just the what, but the why as well. Here we're seeing the what? We're seeing they've got 25 and 17.
Yep.
Okay, 25 and 17 since the trade deadline. Why? That's the what, and then the why. What's your why? And I think that also holds the key. It's the why, the competitiveness that is suddenly in existence inside the clubhouse. Maybe something that was not there before the trade deadline, because we knew this guy was going to get these at-bats and everything was, this is the norm. This is the way we're going to proceed. What's your why, man? It's the why, the edginess, the competitiveness that we have seen maybe that has changed it.
Only problem with your name for the 30 for 30 is you already named it earlier, Perdomo and the Predator.
That's true, too.
Because they always have to be confusing names that draw you in, like Perdomo and the Predator. What's
Would you just go Predator and Perdomo, or Perdomo and the Predator?
I think I'd go Perdomo and the Predator.
Be so much better.
Yeah, because you got the in the second. Yeah, see, we got this all worked out. Now they got to make the playoffs.
I love that.
It's easy also to look at this and say, well, yeah, they're back in it because the Mets are melting down. 100% true. The Mets should have just put this away. But I will say their record since the trade deadline, where they're 25 and 17, that's a quarter of the season. And their winning percentage of .595, if you could keep that up all season, like if that was just your winning percentage for the season, the only teams in baseball this year with a better winning percentage are the Brewers, have the best record there at .607, and the Phillies are at .596. So, 42 games is not 150 games, but it is a quarter of the season. So it's not like they're kind of backing into this position just because the Mets are bad. They're winning at a pretty good clip, too.
Yeah, and not only that, but you also have to look at the Mets and wonder, what's wrong with you? What are you? Honestly.
No, I've been wondering that.
There's a lot that goes into winning in the game of baseball. Like any sport, there's a lot that goes into it. And some of it you can't see. Right, New York?
The Mets have been in free fall basically since July 27th, and it has opened the door. And they won their last game, but they had dropped 8 in a row before that. So we'll see if that keeps going. Maybe the answer for them is they should trade away 3 or 4 of their best players, because that worked for Arizona. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, who's off to his meeting he's been looking forward to, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gibbo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
That onside kick happened.
I didn't get worried until then.
That was the moment when I went, all right, WTF is happening here. Like, really, come on now. Do you know how hard it is to convert an onside kick in 2025?
I can't remember the last one I've seen. They've made it almost an impossible play. When you have to... Carolina has announced its intention to attempt an onside kick.
Carolina has announced its intention to try to surprise the opponent and deceive the opponent, but we're letting the opponent know right now that deception is coming.
In 3, 2,
and 1.
Here we go.
Right.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here, reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company that is offering a great promotion for our listeners. Advanced Window Products going to hook up one lucky household with up to 15 replacement windows for free. That's a value of up to $25,000, and all you have to do is pull out your phone and text AWP to 620-620. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com, and remember, enter now for a chance to win a house full of free windows by texting AWP to 620-620. That's AWP to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit, but hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just keep moving on up. They defeated the San Francisco Giants 8-1 last night at Chase Field. The D-backs are now just a game and a half behind the New York Mets for that third and final wildcard spot. The Snakes have an opportunity to take the series tonight against the Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How you doing? You good?
Robert Redford died today.
Oh, man.
Loved Robert Redford.
Oh,
Loved.
Man. Favorite Robert Redford movie? Go.
The Sting.
Okay. All the President's Men. But boy, I'm going to recommend a classic out there that not
Butch
a lot of people
Cassidy?
know about. No, everybody knows about Butch Cassidy.
Okay.
There's a movie he did in the early 90s called Sneakers. It's
Okay.
It's a heist movie with Ben Kingsley, Dan Aykroyd, Sidney Poitier. Excellent. It's funny. It's dramatic. It's a thriller. It's a heist movie. It's so,
I liked one.
so good.
I liked one. It was more recent.
Yes.
Called The Castle.
The Last Castle.
The Last
The Last Castle with Gandolfini and Mark Ruffalo.
Terrific.
Yes.
Terrific.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah, terrific.
He did.
Everybody knows him from The Natural.
Oh, of course.
Everybody knows him from The Natural. One of the best baseball movies out there.
So this morning, when I read the news,
Yeah.
I watched the 2.5-minute clip from my favorite part of that movie. It's not when he hits the home run at the end. Spoiler alert, he hits the home run at the end of the movie. But when he breaks Wonder Boy on the foul ball.
Yeah.
And the bat boy comes running up, and he looks at his bat, and it's in shards, it's in pieces.
Yeah.
And he looks at him and he says, "Go pick me out a winner, Bobby."
Yep.
And the little kid goes, Okay. And then he runs off and he gets the Savoy special and he brings it back and Redford just looks at it like, oh, yeah, it's on now. Here we go. And then boom, he cracks the home run.
Crazy.
So good.
I was just telling you a few weeks ago that I was watching a movie called A Bridge Too Far. And Robert Redford was in that movie.
That's right. He was on the credits. I
did not
see that one.
A Bridge Too Far.
Yeah. Sneakers.
Jamal just turned to me, by the way, when you spoiled the ending of The Natural. He goes, way to ruin that for me, Burnsy.
Shut up, Jamal. I mean, seriously, that movie came out in 1984. You weren't even born in 2004. Shut up.
I know what you're going
you had
through.
Every chance in the world to see that movie. Shut it.
I go to my wife.
Shut it.
I go to my wife today. I go, Robert Redford died. She goes, who? I go, Robert Redford.
No, come on.
I go, go to IMDb. You'll notice a lot of the movies. She goes,
it's like a whole.
The only one I kind of noticed is Charlotte's Web.
What?
He was like the voice of something on Charlotte's Web. That's all she knew. She didn't know anything else. I'm like, you don't know The Sting?
The Sting.
You don't know, really? You don't know All the President's Men?
Proposal. That movie was creepy.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that movie? That movie was weird and creepy.
He was the money guy.
He was the money guy who basically bought Demi Moore from Woody Harrelson. It was such a weird movie.
That was.
But it was pretty iconic, too. All right. Rest in peace to Robert Redford. He was
Redford.
One of absolutely the best. While we all scorn Jamal for thinking that I ruined the movie for him.
There it is, Jamal. Don't ever watch it.
Let's weigh in on it. Hey, in the book, he doesn't hit the home run at the end. So there's that. Oh, did I just spoil that for you, too? Top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Hey, Jamal, spoiler alert. The Diamondbacks won last night.
The 3-1 is popped up right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final, and the D-backs will wake up tomorrow a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
All right, I'm starting to get excited. I'm starting.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you now?
So when I mapped out the show today, I led with the Diamondbacks. And before the show started, I'll take you a little inside.
Inside radio with John Gambadoro.
Before the show started, I go to Burnsy. I go, Cardinals are playing the 49ers. ASU's playing Baylor. They're what'd you say? They're
Combined
4-1
combined.
We're leading with the D-backs on September 16th. Who would have thunk that a month ago? Who would have told you after the trade deadline we'll be leading with the D-backs?
Yeah, our bosses would have been like, probably not a good idea to lead with the Diamondbacks on a Tuesday, but we're leading with the Diamondbacks on a Tuesday.
We're leading with the D-backs.
It's the top story of the day because I was listening to our I think it was our morning show when I was driving in because we had that early meeting today. And I think it was Sammy who made the point, like if the Mets lose tonight and the Diamondbacks win tonight, this thing is going to get real. And it's going to get real quick because now you're going to be a half game back of the New York Mets. Now, the Diamondbacks have the toughest schedule in baseball.
They have to split these
out.
next two with the Giants.
They
have to split the next two.
Because right now, they're one win away from winning the season series against it, and that is the most important thing right now.
Come on, Erod.
Win that season series against the Giants so you've got a little insurance. Plus, it also helps you double for your tiebreaker against the Mets potentially because
With another
because it comes down to division wins
Yes.
next and your record within your division. And right now the Diamondbacks have the tiebreaker there too.
Can you still get $15 tickets for tonight's game?
All series long.
dbacks.com/tickets, $15. You get in the game today. I'm going to the game tonight.
I'm going. Say hi to Gambo while you're
I'll be
there.
there.
Troy Lavello praised the crowd that was there last
But
night.
if you can find a way to get out here and support us right now, we would certainly appreciate that. But this was a really, really crucial game. It's game 1 of 3. We got to come out and do the same thing again tomorrow.
Yeah, the Mets are taking on the Padres tonight. It's the Reds and the Cardinals again, and the other series that kind of matters when it all
let's
comes
go
to this.
Padres. The Mets have a bullpen game today?
No, the Giants have a bullpen game today. The Mets are going with Clay Holmes. Unless that means is that a bullpen game? Oh, is that a bullpen game for them? Ooh.
Yeah.
They're going with Clay Holmes tonight. Really? He's a bullpen
Mets
game?
and Padres.
Michael King, Clay Holmes is the matchup tonight. That game starts at 4 o'clock our time. We'll keep you completely updated on that one.
Holmes is a starter.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
He's pitching tonight?
It's San Francisco who's got a bullpen
I thought I
game
heard the
tonight.
Mets were going to.
Yeah, no, Clay Holmes is a starter. Yeah, it's Clay Holmes versus Michael King.
He was a bullpen guy with the Yankees all those years. They turned him into a starter.
Okay.
But all those years, the 4 years he was with the Yankees, he was a bullpen guy.
So where should we start with last night's game? The 6-run six?
Gallen.
Zach
Gallen. It's got to be Gallen.
Okay, let's
it
start
has
with
to be
Gallen.
Zach Gallen. He is, we said when there were 10 games left, 11 games left, there's still a lot of time to right the ship. He's righted the ship. He has righted the ship. He pitched a gem last night. A dominant start, was really good. Unfortunately for him, they didn't score runs until he was out of the game. So he goes 6 innings. He gave up the home run. He only gave up 2 hits. He walked 1. He struck out 6. He gets the no decision because they didn't score till he was after the game, the bottom end of the inning after he was out. But he got his 1,000th strikeout. That joins Randy Johnson and Brandon Webb as the only Diamondbacks players to get 1,000 strikeouts. Look, I got to be honest with you. I think Gallen. I think Gallen's been as big a key to anything with this turnaround and the ability for this team to get back into the race.
And we just got confirmation that he'll be joining us at 2:30 this afternoon. So you'll want to stay with us for that, or you'll want to watch us on YouTube for that. And we'll have Zach Gallen on live at 2:30 and talk to him about his big win and being on that all-time D-back strikeout list and 1,000 and all that. Here's Troy Lavello talking about Gallen last night.
Tonight, I think Zach went out and gave us a chance to get our footing. Those little bit of unknown that you're playing the team that you're locked up with, and you're just kind of standing in the middle of the ring, dancing around, seeing who's gonna jab first. And we responded in a really, really great way and scored 6 runs to break that game open. It was a lot of really patient at-bats. It was a lot of really crucial at-bats where we executed and slugged the baseball. And it's, when you look up at the end of the night and you have 9 hits, 4 walks, you give up 2 hits, you make no errors, you got a really good chance of winning the baseball game. So those type of games are a lot of fun for everybody to watch.
Can I zig a little, though, while everyone's zagging? And yes, Zach Gallen, absolutely. Geraldo Perdomo being on base 5 times.
Perdomo's
absolutely.
been so good.
Corbin,
So good.
Corbin Carroll, that leadoff double is part of that 6-run six. Absolutely.
You see that face he made when he turned around?
He ran on first base. Yeah, he's got that face.
I thought the Lawler hit was a big one.
Well, okay,
too.
and that's exactly what I was going to say.
Almost a home run.
I want to praise the not stars. Ildemaro Vargas.
Big base hit. And that opened
scored
the 2 runs. Now, he got thrown out between first and
that
second.
was a mistake, but
he got thrown out, but it drove into 2 runs, and it kind of opened it up for the D-backs there.
Ildemaro Vargas.
Yeah, great hit by him.
Jordan Lawler, that would have been a home run in half the ballparks in baseball. Would have been his first career home run.
That's the happiest I've seen him as a Diamondback player.
And look,
when he got to second base, he looked in that dugout. I haven't seen him that happy all year.
James McCann.
He's been great.
Those 3 guys who are not Corbin Carroll, who are not Zach Gallen, who are not Geraldo Perdomo, who are not the quote-unquote stars, were huge in last night's game. And I just want to give
really
them some props. He's been really good for them.
Really good.
Yeah. So
and Eduardo Rodriguez tonight, chance to win. If the Mets lose, you're within a half a game. The big thing is you don't want to lose 2 here to the Giants because you don't want to lose the tiebreaker. That tiebreaker may come in, may be very, very important. So you want to win at least one of these next 2 games. But, boy, meaningful baseball in the middle of September. Who would have thunk that when we got to the trade deadline and they gave everybody away?
Yeah. Rather than start Tuesday's series opener against the Padres, Sean Manaea will move to the bullpen. Manager Carlos Mendoza announced on Sunday the Mets expect Manaea to piggyback behind Clay Holmes, who will start that game. So it is kind of a bullpen game for the Mets. He'll piggyback behind Clay Holmes. So I guess, yes, it is Clay Holmes is a starter, but maybe he's not expected to go very deep. And Sean Manaea, instead of starting tonight, will move to the bullpen and will back up Clay Holmes. Thank you, Lauren, for passing that along. I appreciate it. Yep. Was that Julia over in News who wanted to make sure we knew about that, our resident Mets fan?
Go Padres.
It absolutely was. She's also added that Manaea has a 7.71 ERA over his last 7 starts, and Holmes has a 4.81 ERA since the start of August.
Go Padres. Go Padres. Go Padres. All for it. When we come back, that game starts at 6:40 tonight. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And again, Zach Gallen will be joining us at 2:30, coming up in just about 20 minutes from right now. So you're going to want to stay tuned on that if you're watching us on YouTube or listening to us here on Arizona Sports. Josh Sweat, he has been delivering for the Cardinals 2 weeks in. Darius Robinson has not. Is it a paging Walter Nolan situation sooner than we expected? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric for all of your needs. Nobody does it better than Christian Brothers. That's why I tell you about them every single day. Now, plumbing-wise, you know to call Christian Brothers if you need a new AC unit. They carry all the major brands. You know to call them if you need a repair. They'll do a great job for you with any repair. But don't forget about their plumbing service. Absolutely outstanding. If you've got a clogged drain, if you've got a toilet bowl not flushing properly, if you're having any type of problems with water, like you're not getting the pressure's not coming out the way it should. You turn the shower on, it takes forever to get hot water. Maybe you need a new hot water heater. Call the experts at Christian Brothers and let their plumbing service work for you. Christian Brothers has been around for 49 years here in the Valley. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Purchase a Stranger Things special event ticket pack for Friday, September 19th and receive an exclusive hat and D-backs versus Phillies game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/strangerthings.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Luke and Eduardo Rodriguez. Meet the moment tonight against the San Francisco Giants. We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
To me, when you can collapse edges like that and you got guys choking blocks out up front, it reduces space in the run game. And so I love outside linebackers that are going to collapse an edge, and he loves to do it. You know, he'll get mad at me if he didn't get all of the run plays that he needed in a practice where he can go bang his head. I'm like, man, you've been doing this for a decade. Like, come on, you're good. He'd be like, nah, I need it. I need that. So he loves it. Like he lives for it. And then when it's time to go get the passer, to me, like no one can bend like him, but then have the compliment to go to power.
That is Nick Rallis, the defensive coordinator of the Arizona Cardinals, from earlier today, talking about Josh Sweat, who
had a great game.
Yeah. Had a great game.
And the fumble, had the sack, the strip sack, couple tackles for loss. Now, after the New Orleans game, it was nice to see him bounce back and play extremely well.
Yeah, well, and the New Orleans game was, it's fairly obvious, I think, now looking at it, the game plan against New Orleans was not necessarily to go after the passer hard. It was they're gonna get rid of the ball quick. Let's keep everything in front of us. I mean, you always want to go after the passer hard, but you know what I mean? It's very hard to generate sacks when Spencer Rattler is going to have the ball in his hands for less than 2.5 seconds, right? That ball is coming out quick, and there's only so much Josh Sweat can do. This one, the game plan seemed to be a little bit different. Maybe they thought that Bryce Young was going to hold on to it a little bit longer, and certainly early on in that game, Josh Sweat so far through 2 games, and this is what you want more than anything, I think. When you dive into free agency like that and you go writing big checks, you want to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze, right? That you are getting your money's worth. I know it's just 2 games, and I know it's a really small sample size, and it's really early. So far, I think they're getting their money's worth from Josh Sweat for the 4 years, $76 million deal they signed him to.
I was looking at a story about the Eagles from an Eagles page, Inside the Eagles last week. Eagles needed 1 week to feel good about not re-signing Josh Sweat. It talked about how they just saved themselves from a $76 million mistake. And instead of reading that stuff, like, what the heck? Like, one game? Yeah, we weren't happy with the way he played in that one game, but I thought it was crazy. Crazy talk right there to just judge Josh Sweat after one game. I'm sure Philly would love to have that guy back. But he had a big impact in that game. He was all over the place. He got in the backfield. He had the strip sack, which was impressive because those are the type of plays you expect. When you pay a guy that type of money, you're expecting him to make game-changing plays.
Yeah, there's our own Tyler Drake, our Cardinals insider over at ArizonaSports.com, tweeted out this morning. I took a screenshot of it. It's kind of the inspiration for this conversation, to be honest with you. Through 2 full weeks of football, now that the Monday night games are over from last night, Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat is tied for 7th in total pressures in the NFL with 10. Of the 9 defenders who have at least 10 quarterback pressures, of which he is one, Josh Sweat has the quickest time to pressure at 2.31 seconds. In other words, for the ones who are applying that many pressures, nobody is getting there faster than Josh Sweat. All right? So again, the Saints game, I think, was one where you can't really judge it or him because of how they were playing. But through 2 games, I think, and I know some of these numbers might be mumbo-jumbo to some people, but I think those numbers are the kind of things that would tell people, yeah, it's been worth it. He's delivered, right? Like he's brought you the thing that you wanted him to bring.
He's been the milkman. He's been the milkman.
The Cardinals version of the milkman.
He's going to join us in like 10 minutes too. So stay tuned for that. Oh no, he's not going to join us. The milkman. I'm thinking Zach Gallen.
The original milkman is going to join us. Zach Gallen.
Yeah, the original milkman's going to join us.
The Cardinals milkman will not be joining us in a few minutes.
My brain's fried because I said a stupid statement in the last segment where I said Gallen didn't get the win. He did get the win. They scored all the runs. So he went out. He went out, and then they scored the runs. Oh. So I had this for some reason. It was he went out in the 6th, and they scored the 6 runs, and my brain was like. He got the win last night. Zach Allen got the win last night. But in my mind, I was thinking he left the game, but they scored the runs before the next pitcher
Is that
came
somebody
in.
on Twitter who pointed it out, or was that somebody on the YouTube chat? Because it went right over my head.
I
didn't even hear you say
I know.
it.
I can't believe I just dumb on my part.
Gambo, it's okay.
Happens.
Don't worry about it. You know what?
Yes.
We love you anyway.
Thank
It's
you,
fine.
thank you,
It's-
thank you,
it's
thank
sweet.
you.
Now, a guy who's not providing what was expected so far, and this came from Teo Mackey, who covers the team for AZ Central. Again, he put this out there on Twitter. I took a screenshot of it, and we're using it to inspire some conversation. And I'm going to read word for word what Teo had to say.
Okay.
Quote, the Cardinals need Walter Nolan to get healthy. Darius Robinson and Dante Stills have combined for one pressure on 121 pass rush snaps.
Yeah.
Close quote. Now, this to me is less about Dante Stills because the expectation threshold isn't as high for Dante
But
Stills.
for Darius Robinson?
Darius Robinson, again, it's early. 2 games, no judgments are going to be rendered, but boy, is that a trend to keep an eye on right
I saw
there,
another
Gambo.
one. Darius Robinson's Pro Football Focus grade is 38.1. That ranks 134th out of 145 defensive linemen.
134 out of 145?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
38.1 Pro Football Focus. No impact at all on the games. And that's a good point. I mean, if Walter Nolan can get back in and help, or if he would have been healthy, that they got Walter Nolan for a reason. And I think Darius Robinson, like last year, okay, right? We kind of give it a do-over type, mulligan, whatever you want to.
Your mom,
but this
and your calf injury, and you came back halfway through. Okay, fine.
But you're healthy this year.
Yeah.
And so far you haven't had much of an impact.
No.
So that's not good.
Here's Nick Rallis again talking about Darius Robinson today when meeting with the media.
Yeah, played violent. I know there's a couple plays that he wanted back, but there were some really good plays where he just disrupted the run game and the quarterback. So, just like with every guy, things that he can improve on. I know he wants a couple of those plays back where maybe he could have done one thing to win the rush and, hit the quarterback. But overall, he had a really good week of practice. His motor he was flying around, and it showed up on Sunday.
Interesting. So he's kind of taking it and spinning it more towards the positive than looking at things like Pro Football Focus grades or things like that.
Sure.
I know this about Darius Robinson, and I'm looking at the snap counts from that game. Remember the Cardinals were, 80-something defensive snaps that they had to play, right? Darius Robinson was on the field for 44 of them. That's about 52% of the time. Among defensive linemen, that was the second highest percentage. Second highest percentage.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
If I'm reading this right. Yeah, if I'm reading this right, he was, in terms of percentage, it was Dalvin Tomlinson was 46, Calais Campbell was 44, Dante Stills was 54, Darius Robinson was 52. So, the second highest percentage of snaps for a defensive lineman was made by Darius Robinson. So clearly, the expectation is, hey, you're out there half the time. I mean, look, he's the young pup among the bunch.
Yeah.
Calais, you got to limit. Tomlinson, you want to limit to a certain extent because he's not as old as Calais, but he's older.
Robinson, you can throw out there and feel like
Robinson,
you're
you
healthy,
feel like you got
younger.
more of a battery and more of a motor. You're healthier and you're younger. You should play.
Yeah, I don't know that these early numbers on anybody after 2 games is the be-all, end-all. I mean,
Agreed.
I don't. Again, I was reading that thing from Philly after Philly. One of the Philly papers, not papers, but the sites that covers the Eagles, was talking about how much money they saved with Josh Sweat because he had a bad first game. Come on, I mean, you could probably more fair to judge after 4 games, maybe 5 games.
Yes.
So I'm not ready to. I've seen it. Darius Robinson, is he a bust? Oh my God, everybody thought he was going to have a big year this year. It's way too early to tell. He might have a major impact for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, do you start to worry a little bit? Sure. Like, if he goes through another game and he doesn't have much of an impact, you start to worry about whether he can be an impact player.
That is well said. Agreed. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the milkman, the real milkman from the Arizona Diamondbacks delivered last night, Zach Gallen. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final, and the D-backs will wake up tomorrow a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here to tell you about the law firm of Berg Simpson and the lawyers you're going to want on your side if you're ever involved in an accident. They are different than the rest. They have years of experience that the rest don't have. We made a mistake in not calling them. Don't make the same mistake we did, especially if you're involved in an accident, involving a truck crash, a big truck. First of all, call the police, get medical care. Secondly, don't talk to the insurance company alone. Third, call the truck crash lawyers at the Berg Simpson Law Firm. They've got over 45 years of results, experience, reputation on your side. They've recovered over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone. They have real commercial vehicle crash experience against some of the biggest trucking insurance companies, and they do have very big insurance companies that are on their side. They don't charge you unless they recover compensation on your behalf. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Fuel up like a champ at Doghouse downtown Phoenix. Whether you're catching the game or hosting the crew, we've got the flavor lineup to win the day. All beef house dogs, juicy burgers, crispy chicken, and craveable sausages. All served on King's Hawaiian rolls. Don't forget the loaded tots and ice-cold craft brews. Open 24/7 at Central and Washington. We've got your flavor fix. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and bring the heat to your next game day.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just keep moving on up. They defeated the San Francisco Giants last night 8-1 at Chase Field. The D-backs are now just a game and a half behind the New York Mets for the 3rd and final wildcard spot. The Snakes have an opportunity to take the series against the Giants tonight. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And coming up next, pitcher Zach Gallen will be joining Burns and Gambo here in this coming up segment. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
6 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, 12 swinging strikes. The victory, a place in Diamondbacks lore with his 1,000th career strikeout.
How about that?
Yeah, right. And joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line from Chase Field, site of tonight's big Game 2 of that 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants, none other than longtime Diamondback Zach Gallen, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Zach, congratulations on the success last night. We appreciate your time today, man. How we doing?
Pretty good, guys. How you guys doing?
Very good.
Good. I'm going to take a little bit of the credit for all the success you've had lately. I know it was probably about 10 weeks ago I told you to double up on the Shamrock Farms Rockin' Protein Builder. So, it's probably what you did to have all this success. Am I right?
Yeah, just Shamrock, Rockin' Protein just flowing through my veins right now.
Doubled up. You went chocolate, then strawberry. You did it all, and all of a sudden, look at this. Now you nobody can get a hit off you ever since you did that.
Yeah, it's been mainly just chocolate, but yeah, we'll throw some strawberries and vanilla in there.
If we pricked your thumb, you would bleed Shamrock Farms Rockin' Protein Milk right now, is what you're telling us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would just be chocolatey goodness from Shamrock Farms.
Listen, I got to be honest. We've known you for a while now. You've been on the show so many times. Really happy for you. Really happy to see you get this thing turned around in the right direction. To see how well you've pitched, like ever since the trade deadline. I don't know if you could pinpoint exactly what the turnaround was or what caused the turnaround. I'm just happy to see it. But I will ask you, what do you think has been the key to it?
First and foremost, I appreciate that. The first 3 months or so, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of just kind of good one, bad one, 2 good ones, 2 bad ones. So that was pretty frustrating. I don't know. I think early in the season, it was just the inability to command the baseball. So I think that was just kind of getting me in trouble. And then I think as the season went on, just kind of I was commanding it a little bit better, but just still kind of missing and those mistakes. I think the last, 2 months and a half, 2 months, whatever, just been trying not to make as many mistakes. And I think when I have made some mistakes, I've gotten, pretty fortunate that the ball gets popped up or rolled over for whatever reason. So, as hard as this game is, it's still sometimes need a little bit of luck. So I think just kind of, making pitches, a little bit better command and getting a little lucky when I need to.
How different are you with runners on base? Because the numbers a while ago were, hey, you're really great with the bases empty. Pitching out of the stretch, you were great with nobody on base. You struggled a little bit when guys got on base. Were there any changes to that?
No, I didn't do anything consciously. I think for me, it was just kind of an aberration because I feel like in my career I've been pretty good with runners on base. I feel like when I came up, I had a pretty good kind of, stranded runner percentage, was able to kind of buckle down. I think that's just kind of where you saw a lot of the runs come from this year, which is like, giving up that hit, but, maybe 2 outs and got on second and third, something like that. So a little bit uncharacteristic. I just kind of really just challenged myself a little bit more just to be able to make pitches in those spots. And, not that I was letting up in those spots, but like just, instead of giving 100%, just give like 101% and to be able to just lock it in a little bit more and be able to execute, a little bit better.
Zach Gallen is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show after his win last night. When you got career strikeout 1,000 as a member of the Diamondbacks, Torey Lovullo congratulated you from the top step. If I read it right, you were so dialed into the moment you were unaware you had passed it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I knew that after my last start against the Giants that I was close to 1,000, and then I went into the start obviously not thinking about that, and I walked by him after the first inning. He's like, "Congratulations, that's awesome" or something, and I'm like, "For 1, 2, 3 inning?" Like I was kind of like, and I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, I know they've kind of been few and far between this year. I said, and then I'm like, oh, okay. I'm assuming that was for the 1,000 strikeout. But yeah, once you cross the white line, you're not thinking about, records and, things or, milestones or whatever. So, yeah, I was a little caught off guard for a second there. And then once it processed, I was like, oh, okay, I got it.
I'm sure you addressed this last night, and I apologize for asking you to repeat yourself if you did, but that's a pretty sweet list to be on when it's Randy Johnson and Brandon Webb, and it's a couple of Cy Young Award winners, and it's two guys who are like Mount Rushmore, Arizona Diamondback type players. What does that mean for you to be on that short list with those two guys and nobody else?
Yeah, it's really cool for me. When I got here 7 or so years ago, I didn't doubt in my abilities to be able to hopefully one day, be mentioned in some categories alongside the likes of guys like that, like Webby and RJ. But for it to actually, kind of come to fruition, takes a lot of hard work, takes a lot of luck, honestly, to be able to stay healthy for that long and be able to perform at a level to be able to do that. So, for me, those, like you said, those guys are Mount Rushmore, pitchers and members of this organization. So for me to kind of be in that, same conversation with them when it comes to, career strikeouts here is really humbling, and a pretty cool kind of milestone for me.
All right, I got to ask you to be honest here because we had Corbin on yesterday, and Corbin, when I asked him, like, are you surprised that you guys are right in the thick of this? Did you think you could be in this pennant race? He goes, no. Like after the trade deadline, when you traded all those players, Merrill Kelly and Naylor and Suarez and Shelby Miller and Grichuk, it was you didn't think that you guys would be where you are. How about you? When you look at this right now, you guys are a game and a half out of taking over that third wild card spot. Are you surprised that this team is where they are right now?
I kind of have I answered this a little bit last night too, and I kind of had a two faceted answer to this. It's like I think for how well we're playing, I'm not surprised because we had still a lot of talent in this room. We had some guys that were coming up to get their opportunity, and they relished and seized that opportunity. Now, from a mathematical standpoint of where we were at on August 1st and where just the picture of the wild card and the whole National League was, I would have said, yeah, I'm pretty surprised that mathematically we're back in this thing. But with the way we've been playing, we don't care what the math says in the standpoint of like, oh, it's only going to take X amount of wins potentially to get in the playoffs. It's like this is what we're dealing with, and for us just to be able to go out there and hopefully capitalize on this opportunity and see what happens. So yeah, kind of a two-faceted answer to your question.
How hard is it to like the Twins, right? The Twins sold off, and then they played terrible baseball ever since. Just terrible baseball. Almost like that's it, we're done. How hard was it to watch all those moves be made and then still come to the park every day with the belief that, hey, we could win, that we still have a chance?
Yeah, I think it was tough. I mean, I think you kind of saw that game one in Sacramento. It's the day that you're part of a franchise and it's selling. You're selling. It's not a fun feeling. It's kind of a gut punch, and it's pretty depressing. And unfortunately for me, I think this is the third-ish time that we've had to do this, and it's not a fun feeling to who's going where, what's happening. And I think we kind of came out August 1st, and not that we necessarily were feeling sorry for ourselves, but it was kind of like, oh, this is well, we got 2 months of this, whatever. And then whatever reason, there was a switch that kind of flipped, and from August 2nd on, it's like, hey, we're here. We still have really good talent in this clubhouse. We got talent coming up. We got talent getting some opportunities to play here. Why don't we just make the most of it and see what happens? And I think all you can ask for when you sign up at the beginning of the year and they give you your pants and your uniform is like, hey, we just want to play meaningful baseball come September. That's something I said to the guys a few weeks ago. Like, hey guys, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But speaking from experience, like playing meaningful baseball in September is one of the most fun things I can remember about playing in the big league. So we're giving ourselves a chance to do that.
It's been fun. It's been fun to watch you guys. I'll be out at the ballpark tonight. Hopefully you can take care of business against the Giants and find a way to sneak into the playoffs. I'm not going to hit you over the head and ask you about your future, but I will say this, because I don't know if we're going to talk to you before the season ends again. I do hope you come back. I've enjoyed watching you pitch here, and it's been fun to watch you get your groove back and help this team win.
And amen from me on that one, Zach, for sure. Absolutely.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to get to the field, all right? You need to win tonight.
All right, you got it, Zach. Thank you.
You bet. And if he's
all right, see you guys.
See you, Zach. His phone was breaking up there for a second, but
what did he say at the end?
He's imploring fans to come out to the field tonight.
Come out to the field.
Yeah, it's
dbacks.com/tickets. $15.
Yep, $15 tickets for the outfield bleachers or the upper level
tickets.
Yep. And that's an all-in fee too. That's including the fees and everything. It's $15 to get there tonight.
In the door.
Troy Lavello was very happy with the crowd last night. They have a chance to win the season series in the tiebreaker against San Francisco tonight. And yeah, the Mets are playing the San Diego Padres. So if you have a chance, get down there. Cardinal and Sun Devil fans, next week is a huge one for both of our football teams. We're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets. Starting on Monday of next week, listen for the Sounder at 7:15 a.m., 12:15 p.m., and during our show at 4:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets. Cardinals on Thursday Night Football, ASU on Friday night, plus don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page and on the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Hope you're watching us on YouTube. Hello, YouTubers. As always, we appreciate it.
I'm chatting with those guys right now.
I know. I saw that.
I put the chat on. I haven't done it in a while.
You're going back and forth with them. That's great. Yeah, if you're commenting on the YouTube chat, we'd love to hear from you. Baylor's quarterback has been causing issues for opposing defenses. So how is ASU going to deal with the latest threat this weekend? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Happy to be 2-0, but ... and there's a lot of words following the ...
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals.
People are having a hard time reconciling this. Was this a success or was this a failure? The answer is both. Sometimes success and failure are as close as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That the success is the peanut butter and the failure is the jelly, and it's all smushed together. And you can't pull one apart from the other. And in the case of yesterday, that's okay, because they ended up with the victory.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Just got done with an absolutely incredible experience at Sanderson Ford, the collision center. My car got banged up. My wife was driving it, and somebody came out and just hit her. So I had some damage. I brought it over to Sanderson Ford. They've got a complete collision center right there. They fixed it up, and it came out amazing. It looks brand new. My car looks brand new. So Troy and the whole group over at the Sanderson Ford Collision Center, fantastic job at what they do. So if you're ever in a wreck and you want a good collision center, Sanderson Ford, they've got one of the best in town. So check them out. They've also got a great deal right now on a Ford Bronco Sport 2024 demo unit, just $31,899. There's some big discounts on that to get yourself into a brand new Ford Bronco Sport. And check this out. You could purchase a brand new Ford Escape 2025 for just $23,900, under $24,000. It's got big discounts from Sanderson, bonus cash, and you can take advantage of that at Sanderson Ford. 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Lauren, what's your favorite Robert Redford movie? Or do you claim youth like Jamal?
Charlotte's Web.
Oh, my God. That's so funny. I asked my wife, go look at his IMDb and tell me what you know. She goes, Charlotte's Web. Oh, come on. You know, The Sting?
I think your wife was being serious. I think Lauren's being sarcastic.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're being sarcastic?
I'm being sarcastic.
What
That's
movie do
my
you know?
specialty. Of Robert Redford
Yeah.
movies? I know all those movies, whether or not they're ones I love.
I'd love to go back and watch The Sting. Does it hold up?
You can, Gambo.
I know.
Free
I'm
will.
just saying, does it hold up?
I haven't watched The Sting in a long time. I watched Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid probably like 5 years ago during the pandemic, and it held up. I thought very well. It was still funny and charming and all of that stuff.
Give me a little Sting music later today. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da,
Why don't I just
da.
replay you guys from
No, it's
2
better.
o'clock doing it live for everybody?
God, I did love that movie when I was younger. I wonder if I would still love it now. I haven't watched it.
I don't know. I
since
haven't
the
watched
70s.
Sting since I was a kid. I'd be curious to see if it held up as well. Anyway, okay. So with a moving on from that, what is today's poll question?
Was that your transition?
Well, that was me awkwardly trying to point out that you didn't really name your favorite Robert Redford movie. That just
Oh.
makes me think you don't have one.
I don't really have one.
You don't have one. Okay. You just
No.
didn't watch enough of them in kind of a different generation sort of thing, or you just didn't like them very much.
No, not that I didn't like them.
Okay.
They're just all sort of like in the same grouping with like a bunch of other movies for
Okay.
me, where it's like,
A lot of the actors that we grew up watching when we were kids are now all passing away.
Gene Hackman was my favorite.
They're all passing
Robert
away.
Redford. Yeah, it's but I get it. Okay. Yeah,
There aren't
that
any
was my
left.
awkward. That was. It's not,
Although
it's
the guy
just not many of them
from
are working
Mary
very
Poppins
much.
is 100 years old.
Dick Van Dyke is
Dick
100
Van Dyke
years
is still going, man.
Yes.
He's still going.
Yeah. There's still a few that are still out there, but very few of them are working anymore. Anyway, what is our poll question today?
moving on from this
Moving
discussion
on
about aging.
From this iceberg I just ran the show into.
Ooh, we're the Titanic. We're
Yeah,
going down.
you've
and
seen
it's
that one, I
250.
assume? Yeah.
Yes, I have seen the Titanic. Overrated. But we'll
You
move
thought the
on.
Titanic was overrated?
Yes.
I thought the first half of it was total drivel. I thought when
Oh
the
my
boat,
God, I thought it was fantastic.
when the boat started to sink, I'm like, all right, here
Yes.
we go. Right, like the
Yes.
minute they hit the iceberg is when the movie gets really, really good. I thought the rest of it leading up to that was.
Some editor needed to get in there and be like, we don't need this scene. Doesn't need to be 7 minutes. It could be 3.5.
I still will never understand why she let Jack die. Just move over a little bit. Make some room for him on the board.
Yeah, it's it's a controversy that hasn't gone away even after 20 years.
No,
Move
just
over,
to take
Rose.
us even more into the iceberg, I found it amusing when I traveled to Ireland that they built it in Belfast, and they have a museum dedicated to building the Titanic there. And I'm like, you have a museum dedicated to one of the greatest failures ever?
Gosh, when you put it that way,
A lot of conspiracy theories on it, too. Like, all the rich guys were on the boat, and they all died, and one guy was left to control the whole banking industry and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there are.
2:51 in the afternoon, and we have taken a turn here on the Burns and
We
Gambo
all
show.
have tinfoil hats on right now.
We have taken a turn. All right, we steer away from the iceberg and into the poll question. What is it?
Which could be an iceberg, depending on how you look at it. So I started this with, let's just get down to business here. Will the Arizona Diamondbacks make the postseason, yes or no? We've been asking Burnsy all week. I finally turned it to the people.
I mean, look, I gotta be, I gotta be genuine and honest. I don't think they're going to. I don't. I think the schedule is going to be too hard, and I think that it's with that bullpen. It's just hard for me to say they will. It really is. It's just really hard for me to say they will with that bullpen.
I got it.
So as fun as this is, and I'm encouraging people to go. At the end of the day, I don't think they do. But the joy is the journey, right? Like, we're all going to find out together, and I'm going to watch tonight's game every single minute of it. I can't wait to see. But if you're going to, I'm going to say no. And it's mostly because of the bullpen.
I get it.
You're going to say yes,
I'm
aren't
going
you?
to say yes.
Okay.
I like it, Gambo.
Gambo's more of a dreamer than I am.
I just don't think that the Mets are going to win any baseball games.
Okay. Good for you.
And now, because here's why. The Diamondbacks are ahead of the Giants. Right now, they're ahead of the Reds.
Yeah. There's only one team in front of them. It's
right.
Mets.
And I've always said, if you can get to only one team, I'm good. If there's three teams ahead of you, I'm not going to pick you.
61% of our audience is saying no, they will not make it. 39% going with yes.
Okay. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. Is where you can find that. Baylor.
It is fun to watch, though.
It's so much fun to watch. It really, it really is.
I love the D-backs.
The journey, the fact, and I'll keep going back to say this. On September 16th, when the two local football teams are combined 4-1, and we're leading the show with a team that was a seller at the trade deadline. I mean, it really is. It's a blast. It's fun. I don't know if they're going to make it. You don't know if they're going to make it.
It's my favorite sport. It's your favorite sport, too.
So much fun to experience it every single night, right? The highs and the lows of it.
Can't wait to go tonight.
Saturday, ASU taking on Baylor in the first of four really challenging Big 12 games. And this one maybe especially challenging because it's on the road, part one.
On the road against Baylor. You did not play them last year.
And you didn't play them last year.
You did not play them.
And number two, they got a quarterback who is balling to start the season so far.
Tom Sawyer Robertson. Okay, not the Tom, but Sawyer Robertson. There's a lot of stories about him putting the nation on notice through three games. He's got 1,070 total yards and 10 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. So eye-popping stats when you look at it. 1,070 yards passing in 3 games. He's currently second in the nation. Only the kid from Syracuse, Steve Angeli, who's thrown for 1,072 yards, has thrown more. So he is 2 yards away from being the nation's leader in passing. Now, Baylor had the opener against Auburn. He threw for 419 yards. They lost the game. They came back. They beat SMU in overtime. SMU was ranked. And in this past week, they beat Samford. Now they get Arizona State. This is a big game for them. This is a really big game for Baylor if they want to get there, because they get Utah at home. They get UCF at home. They get Kansas State at home. So this is a big one, too. Another home game, this one for them. The winner of this game is going to be, it's early, but the winner in this game, puts themselves in a much better position than the loser does as far as being able to win the Big 12.
Wouldn't call it driver's seat.
No.
I think Iowa State might be there right now, but yes, it's driver's seat-ish.
And Baylor doesn't play them. Game. Baylor does not play Iowa State.
Yeah. Kenny Dillingham spoke yesterday on the toughest part about going to and playing Baylor.
They're a good football team. They're well coached. I coached with their defense coordinator, Coach Powell Lidge, but at Oregon. He's one of the best defensive minds. Coach Aranda is known to be one of the best defensive minds, and Coach Pav is they've got an unbelievable staff there, and they do a really, really good job putting pressure on you on both sides of the ball. They're stout up front on the defensive line. They're big. They're strong. They bring all their simulated pressures where you have no clue where it's coming from. They play odd. They play even. So, I mean, they do enough. I think the greatest challenge is putting our guys in the best position to be successful and play fast. Because I think their coaches do a nice job.
Kenny also said yesterday, and I'm reading this quote off of Chris Cartman's Twitter account from yesterday, quote, they were probably the hottest team in our conference at the end of last season, close quote. And then Cartman went on to say, and I have to go back and look at this because there were so many tiebreaker scenarios at the end of the Big 12 season.
They won 6 in a row to end the season.
If Baylor didn't lose a game on a Hail Mary, ASU may not have even been in the Big 12 title game, Dillingham said. Now, I have to go back and look and remember what game that was for Baylor and how it would have impacted the standings. But Dillingham said if Baylor didn't lose on a Hail Mary at the end of last year, that ASU might not have even qualified for the Big 12 title game, let alone the college football playoffs. That's how close things were at the end of last year.
They lost in overtime to Colorado.
That must be the one, but I don't know. I have to go back and look. I'm not sure.
But it was a Hail Mary that forced overtime. And then they lost. So is the game he's talking about is the Colorado game.
And that would have changed all the standings and all the tiebreakers.
Colorado threw a Hail Mary to get to overtime, and then Colorado won it in overtime.
When we come back, all right, I'm asking this question as a devil's advocate and not because I'm endorsing it as an idea.
Okay.
Did the Arizona Cardinals draft the wrong wide receiver in 2024? See? I needed to cover myself. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Life is short, and if we spend our time suffering with pain and it takes away our joy, that's not a very good way to live.
He's right. It's hard to be happy when you're in constant pain. QC Kinetics patient Chad admits the chronic pain in his knee really robbed his quality of life.
When I was going to the traditional doctor and getting the pain pills, my smile wasn't as big as it usually is. Going to my high school reunion on crutches, it was awful.
But then Chad visited QC Kinetics. He experienced the real power behind natural regenerative treatments. Using healing properties from his own body, QC Kinetics was able to restore and repair damaged tissue, finally giving Chad lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime.
And I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
Learn how advanced regenerative medicine can help your body heal itself at QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602-837-PAIN.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just keep moving on up. They defeated the San Francisco Giants last night 8-1 at Chase Field. The D-backs are now just a game and a half behind the New York Mets for that third and final wild card spot. The Snakes have an opportunity to take the series tonight against the Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Here are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns rank last in ESPN's NBA Future Power Rankings. Raleek Brown took a winding road to this week's Arizona State-Baylor matchup of the Big 12's top two rushers, and Corbin Carroll says, "Why not us?" on the team's chances in the NL wildcard race. Those are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
It doesn't concern me. The passing game is gonna. He's one of the guys that the passing game goes through. So I think we need more production there. But the play that goes overlooked is a huge DPI early in the game. That's a huge play for us. Had a couple catches. I'm sure he wants some plays back, but he needs his touches. I know that for us to be effective overall as an offense. They did some things that they were very aware of Marv, though. I will say that, too.
It was Jonathan Gannon yesterday when he met with the assembled media on the two receptions for Marvin Harrison Jr. Gambo. I want to play one more, and then it will kickstart a conversation for us in which we will inevitably compare Marvin Harrison Jr. side by side with Malik Neighbors. Jonathan Gannon on whether Kyler needs to target Marvin Harrison Jr. more.
Yeah, how the game went. If you look at how the game goes, how many plays do we have? 50-something, 40, 50, 53 or something, And then it's kind of a different game there at the end. I honestly, Teo, I never really look at targets as what needs to happen. The ball is going to go where the balls go. I know he has a certain number of plays that he's the read in. If they decide to play a coverage, they have a say too. If they decide to play a coverage that the ball is not going to go there, it's not going to go there. With saying that, I know he needs to touch the football for our offense to be at its premium.
And that seemed to be the number one takeaway. No, I'm not concerned, but yes, he needs more touches for our offense to do the very best thing that it can.
Yeah, there's a couple of things you look at, and a lot of people have brought this up on social media, and it's, Marvin Harrison against Malik Neighbors. Did the Cardinals make a mistake? Now, I'll talk about it in a second, but let me give you the numbers. We can talk about it. Marvin Harrison Jr. has 75-plus receiving yards in just 3 games, 3 out of 19. Marvin Harrison Jr. does not have a single game with more than 6 receptions. For comparisons, Malik Neighbors has 10 games of more than 6 receptions. So none for Marvin Harrison Jr., 10 of more than 6 for Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors has 6 games of more than 75-plus yards receiving. Marvin Harrison Jr. has done it just 3 times. Right now, Neighbors has 123 receptions compared to Marvin Harrison Jr.'s 69. So he has 54 more receptions in 19 games. He's also got a lot more yards. He's got 1,442 yards compared to 983 for Marvin Harrison Jr. That's close to 500 yards more. He's getting targeted more. He gets targeted more.
Way more.
What I'll say about that, here's what I'll say. I mean, it may very well be that Malik Neighbors is a better wide receiver than Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not going to say he's not. Right now, it might be. It might be that he's better. But he's also the focal point of that entire offense, unlike here where you've got Trey McBride. They don't have – I'm a Giants fan. They don't have a tight end. So everything goes to Malik Neighbors. Okay, there's nobody even close to him. Where on this team, you've got Trey McBride. And Trey McBride has to get the ball. First and foremost, even more so than Marvin Harrison Jr. because it's the biggest mismatch on the field. So Marvin Harrison Jr. is the 1A or the 1B, because McBride's your 1, and then he's your 1A or your 1B, whatever you want to call it. Where in New York, it's Neighbors, that's all they've got. Every big play goes to Neighbors. They're trying to get him the ball as much as possible. The amount of targets on Malik Neighbors are through the roof. They're a lot more than Marvin Harrison Jr. So I'm not saying no, that Malik's not a better player.
Right.
I'm just saying that the offenses are geared a lot differently.
Yeah, this year, and I know, with all due respect to Jonathan Gannon and what he just said a moment ago, but if we were to look at just targets, so far this year, Marvin Harrison Jr. has 11, Malik Neighbors has 25.
It's more than double.
Last year, in just 15 games, Malik Neighbors had 170. In 17 games, Marvin Harrison Jr. had 116. Okay, so
big difference.
Big difference. I mean, just a per game basis, it really speaks to what you're saying about how differently the two guys are used. I think, Gambo, honestly, there's a compelling argument to be made that had the Cardinals drafted Malik Neighbors and had the Giants drafted Marvin Harrison Jr., that it's very likely, at least possible,
the roles would
be reversed. That Malik Neighbors would be putting up numbers like Marvin Harrison Jr. is putting up here, and Harrison would be putting up numbers like Malik Neighbors is putting up there, because of the different styles of offense they run. That being said, 5 targets, 2 catches is not enough. Now, in a game where you only run 40-something offensive plays, I understand it's tough when you got to get James Conner involved and Trey McBride involved and all that stuff. But you're right about McBride. Like, and we talked about this last week, when you've got a singular tight end like that who's that good at what he does, he's going to be a magnet for targets. And you just have to find a way to complement that enough to make sure Marvin Harrison Jr. is getting enough to impact the game as well. Because it's just, you're not going to cut Trey McBride's targets. You're not. It'd be crazy to do that, right? Wouldn't you tell me I'm right?
You're right. You can't. You can't do it. And the Giants don't have a tight end. They don't have a tight end that they throw the ball to. So the Giants are in a much different position than the Cardinals are with that. Plus, the Cardinals like to throw the ball a lot behind the line of scrimmage.
Yes, yep.
To their running backs, they want to get the ball to James Conner and let him go run some people over, safe passes. So they're a little bit different. Where, with the Giants are going to air it out. They get like Russell Wilson's he's going to throw the ball down the field a lot more. Wherever he's been, he takes those shots down the field. Right, when he was in Seattle with Tyler Lockett, like he's going to take shots down the field, where Kyler doesn't take as many shots down the field. Now, you want to blame it on Drew Petzing, you want to look at the offense. I mean, we could gauge that too. That's a part of it. Well, but I think there are several factors. I think the tight end is one of them, and I think the way they run the offense is the other one.
I really think that's more the conversation here, rather than whether the Cardinals got the wrong wide receiver, or whether if things would be different if they had drafted the other one. I think the question is Drew Petzing's offense the reason why? And I guess that's an oversimplification of it, or maybe that's like a statement. But I mean, the conversation should be: do the Cardinals need to change their offensive philosophy and their offensive approach? Because if you look at these games, other than Trey McBride, nobody else is really getting the targets, right? Like nobody else is really. There's nobody who's got it. Michael Wilson's not getting targeted 8 times in the passing game. Nobody is.
Nobody else is. I almost feel somewhat like foolish for our thoughts on what can they get out of their number 2 receiver? Can they get 55 catches? Can they get 60? Can they get 65? We got 1 in the first game. You got 1 in the second game.
Yeah.
Like you're
on the back burner.
You're
right
trending
now.
to for 17 receptions for your number 2 guy.
Yeah, here's what Drew Petzing said about getting the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. more today when he met with the media.
I always say a lot of that's going to be on me for play calling and trying to make sure he's early in the progression. But if they're going to take him away, I think Kyler's done a great job of moving on and getting the ball to other players and making sure, as we talked about earlier, that those players are where they need to be and ready for those opportunities when they present themselves. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to take a guy away or really overemphasize that on your end, yeah, we still want to make sure that we do things to move him around the formation to make him difficult to defend, but we're also, as the play is called, not going to just, once the play is snapped, just throw the ball to him at all costs. I think that creates some issues, and always want to stay away from those things.
Yeah, and I guess that's my point. Malik Neighbors is averaging, 12.5 targets per game? If you want the Cardinals to duplicate that with Marvin Harrison Jr., it fundamentally changes the way they play offense. Like, you got to change everything. You overhaul everything from top to bottom. If you go in and say, hey, you know what? Hell or high water, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to get 12.5 targets per game, and that's just how it's going to be. If you're going to do that, you have to overhaul the entire offensive philosophy for the Cardinals, because that's not who they are.
I'll give you an example just to fit into that. The Giants scored 37 points the other day against the Cowboys. 37 points. They threw the ball 41 times. They ran it 21 times. So to your point, you would have to go from a balanced offense, an offense that really wants to lean more on the run, to a more predominantly passing offense. The Giants were able to put up a tremendous amount of points on the Cowboys because they threw the ball 41 times. They only ran it 21. So, like, what's that, two-thirds? 60, two-thirds of their offense is passing in that game. So, to your point, you would have to fundamentally change your approach if you want to get those guys that many more targets.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Diamondbacks have the toughest remaining schedule in baseball. Does it matter? That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Stay with us.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up. Right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final. And the D-backs will wake up tomorrow, a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where they're ready to help you right now with a refinance, a new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage Team has been here for over 30 years. Family-owned. And the most important thing I tell people is the advice. You're going to get the right mortgage, whether you're refinancing, doing a new home loan, or you're getting pre-approved for a mortgage. It's important to get the right mortgage. There's a lot of different mortgages out there. And if you're dealing with some fly-by-night company or some 800 number in another state where it's all about the volume, they might be just trying to get you off the phone quickly, sell you a mortgage, and you're really not sure what you got, and you might be getting the wrong mortgage. The Lund Mortgage Team takes a lot of pride in selling you the right mortgage and also making sure that you have the lowest fees and the lowest rate, because even a quarter of a point is going to make a big difference over the course of a 30-year mortgage. It's going to save you a lot of money. So go with the Lund Mortgage Team. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Phoenix, celebrate culture, community, and football. Join Phoenix Rising on Saturday, September 20th at 7 p.m. for Hispanic Heritage Night as they face off against Loudoun United FC. The first fans through the gates will receive free Rising maracas while supplies last. And the night features live mariachi bands and a special menu honoring the flavors of the Valley. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Color, culture, rising together.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth to talk Cardinals and NFL. Mark Schlereth, of course, also known as Stink. You know who else was known as Stink? Archie Bradley, for some reason.
I pooped my pants.
Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I pooped my pants.
Just going to let that one pass. Troy Lavello.
Please. Just please.
Troy Lavello last night. Praising the crowd, asking the Diamondback fans for more.
The crowd was awesome today. I know school's back in session. I know there's a lot of practices happening, and parents are being parents, and I love that. But if you can find a way to get out here and support us right now, we would certainly appreciate that. The love that we felt out there from the fans that were here today, I know it gave us a certain energy and pushed us along. But this was a really, really crucial game. It's game 1 of 3. We got to come out and do the same thing again tomorrow.
Look at Tori preaching the cause of the modern parent out there. I love it. Yeah, school's in. Everyone's got Pop Warner practice. We get it. Things are busy. Please come out if you possibly can. And you still can. $15 for the rest of this series. Day game tomorrow in the finale. Win one of these 2, and the Arizona Diamondbacks will have clinched the season series against San Francisco, which is the tiebreaker in case these 2 teams end up tied for the last wild card spot. It's imperative the Diamondbacks win one of these next 2.
Yeah, listen, I get, I'm not going to be the moral police here, but but tomorrow's a day game, right?
Tomorrow's a day game,
Tomorrow's a day game. Cut school. Go to the game. Like, we used to do that all the time.
I'm not going to be the moral police. I'm going to tell you that education is overrated. I mean, look at me. I didn't go to college. I barely made it through high school.
Yeah,
and here I am. I'm one of the most popular voices in the history of the world.
We cut school all the time to go to baseball games because the games were in the daytime when I was a kid growing up. Most of the games were in the day. Now I think the problem is the night games. People don't want to get home with their kids at 11 o'clock at night. They don't want to get home too late. It's like, you got school tomorrow. I don't want to get you home at 11, stuff like that.
The
so
pitch
tomorrow
clock has helped that out, though. Yeah, right? Like, those games don't go very late now anymore.
But still got to get out of the parking garage. You got to go home. Tomorrow's a great day. Just, you know what? Just forget about school tomorrow.
For a second there, I started to reach for that dump button like, forget about school tomorrow. Forget about it.
Team's in a pennant race, man. Let's get to the ballpark.
My fingers poised.
What are you going to miss? What's one day of school going to? What are you going to miss?
Speaking of which, Gambo, I was telling Lauren, every day from like 1st grade to 6th grade on opening day, my dad used to take my sister and I out of school.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So what's the difference between opening day and now the last 2 weeks of the season? Your team's in a pennant race. Like, what are you going to really learn on September 17th that's going to be that big of a deal in your life?
My mother is an elementary school
I know,
teacher,
this is
so I
so
have
bad.
no comment on this discussion.
This is so bad. I know. But you know what? I'm a sports guy, and I care more about that than
every now and then a day off.
It's one day. You can make up the work.
It didn't hurt Ferris. He turned out fine.
Exactly. Like, yeah.
You know, like Ferris turned out at the end of the day. Cameron turned out fine, right? Like, in fact, he did. He finally confronted his father about his tyrannical ways of raising his kids, and he turned out great, I'm sure.
Yes.
Cameron turned out awesome.
And he tried to run for president. It didn't work out very well. He tried to run for president? Yeah, in the TV
Succession.
show. Succession.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he
now
did.
They're supposed to be getting back together and doing a movie.
They are actually filming a movie together. Yeah, I mean, not for nothing. That's not where we meant to go with this. But
because there was a time when the Diamondbacks trade. One of the things that they were very worried about. We talked about this: the budget. Like,
the attendance based off
the
of the budget.
attendance, right?
Yeah,
you're not going to have these. You're not going to have the attendance because you're playing. Now you brought up a good point. You got the Red Sox, the Dodgers, so you'll get some.
Got the Phillies coming in town this weekend. That should be big crowds right there.
Yeah.
The Dodgers are always big crowds. Yes,
but now you are in the pennant race. Like, you're a game and a half out. Like, there's still time. Like, there's only one team ahead of you right now, and that's the Mets. If you could pass them, you'll get to the wild card as long as nobody else passes you. So, I think this is the time to tell everybody, hey, we're still here.
Yeah,
we're still playing meaningful baseball games.
Yeah, I drew some fire from the YouTube crowd earlier when the poll question asking us if we thought the Diamondbacks were going to make the playoffs, and I said no. And you said yes, you thought they were. I got from Mark Rivington. Thanks, Debbie Downer Bernsey, David Garcia Bernsey, typical AZ fan. I don't blame him. Bizoid, come on, Bernsey, you gotta believe. Okay, reason number one is the bullpen. I said that. I don't trust. There's nobody down there to trust. I just don't trust.
Okay.
Number two, but I'm going to say number two with a little bit of an asterisk.
Bullpen one, number two
is the schedule. Okay. And it is the toughest schedule remaining in baseball. The two more against the Giants, 3 against the Phillies, 3 against the Dodgers, 3 on the road against the San Diego Padres.
Okay.
It is number one strength of schedule left in Major League Baseball in terms of the toughest that you got to play. And for what it's worth, I had this just a second ago. Cincinnati's 5, the Mets are 14, San Francisco is 27. But then the flip side of that coin, Gambo, and I want to get your thoughts on this. In the Athletic, in their power rankings today, they wrote that, in their opinion, there's, quote, a chance Arizona can nail the timing of those matchups. Philadelphia should have less to play for this weekend. LA could be closing in on clinching the West by the time next week rolls around. And by the final weekend of the season, San Diego may care more about setting up its postseason rotation than winning games. Now, I haven't looked that far ahead to know how close all of those teams are to not having anything to play for. But at least in their estimation, there's at least a chance this could work out timing-wise well for the Diamondbacks, where those games just don't matter that much to Philly, L.A., and San Diego.
Philly is 2 games behind Milwaukee for the best record in the National League. I don't know if I buy what they're selling.
2 games back in Milwaukee for the best.
2 games back in Milwaukee for the best record in the National League. If I'm Philly, I'm not shutting anything down right now. If I got a chance to get the home field advantage throughout the playoffs, I'd much rather have them come to my ballpark with my crazy fans. So that's the deal. Now the Dodgers, they're 2 up on the Padres. So the Dodgers cannot get home field advantage in the National League. They're going to be the third. They're going to have the 3rd best record. They're going to be behind Milwaukee. They're going to be behind the Phillies. They can't do any better than 3rd best. But they're also trying to hold off the Padres, who are only 2 games behind them. So that I think those teams still play hard right now. I think of the last 3 games, maybe you shut down then if there's no. But you're not going to shut down now with 2 weeks to go in the season.
No, you're not with 2 weeks to go. I do wonder, depending on what happens between the Dodgers and the Padres over the next week before the time. The Phillies, I agree with you. I think it's too early to say the Phillies won't have anything to play for. The Dodgers, I wonder where they are in the standings relative to San Diego. I don't know if those games on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday really mean that much to them. They won't shut down, but you could also see guys strategically getting this day off, that day off to kind of rest up a little bit for the postseason. San Diego, if they've got wild card spot number 2 locked up and they can't catch the Cubs and they're not going to fall down to number 3, there is nothing for them to play for in those final 3 games. Nothing.
San Diego,
right? Like
nothing.
They could be in a position where. So I think it's like 1.5 true. Like Philly, no, they're playing for something. LA, maybe. Let's see how things go in the next week. San Diego, as long as things go according to course, I think they might not have anything to play for at all.
Right.
Potentially.
Well, and the most important thing is you've got something to play for. You're playing good baseball. Things seem to be working out well. The catalyst for the Diamondbacks has been starting pitching. Gallen's been good. Rodriguez has been good. Nelson, Fott's been better. The bullpen still worries me the most. So for everybody giving you crap on YouTube,
fine. It's fine. It's all in good fun. I'm not worried about it. I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah. So they love you. They love you. They just you're just being honest. Like you're just you're being honest. I'm trying to be optimistic here because I just don't think the Mets are going to win enough games.
Yeah.
The Mets are so bad right now.
They're so bad right now.
So bad.
Yeah, no doubt. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. If the Cardinals are going to be facing Mac Jones this weekend, where does he stack up against Brock Purdy? Wait, that's an if? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Here's the positive. I'm always looking for the positive, as you well know. Looking at the defense going out and shutting down, ending the game, not once, but twice in 2 games. I know it was against the Saints. I know it was against the Panthers, but the defense did its job and ended the assault, ended the game.
I loved the ending because Calais Campbell had this look on his face like, dude, it's my 18th year. This game should have been over an hour ago. I'll just end it so we can go home.
Thank you, Calais. Thank you so much for doing that, as a matter of fact.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Okay, I got to admit, even this one appeals to me because I do not like taking my car in to get serviced. I do not like it when the check engine light comes on and I don't know what's wrong with the car. Fortunately for Liberty GMC, they have taken care of both of those issues right now for 2 different reasons, thanks to their service department out there in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Brand new at Liberty GMC, they have a concierge service. They will pick up your vehicle, they will perform the service that is needed to be done, and they will return it to you. You don't have to go there. You don't have to wait. None of that. They'll pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and bring it back to you. If you're a small business owner, awesome. If you crave convenience, it's awesome. If your check engine light is on and you've been neglecting it, like I do, at Liberty GMC, they offer a complimentary engine code diagnosis. They'll tell you what's what with your vehicle. They'll give you some peace of mind. They will explain it to you in plain English, and they'll advise you of your options. All of this is being offered at the service department at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just keep moving on up. They defeated the San Francisco Giants last night 8-1 at Chase Field. The D-backs are now just a game and a half behind the New York Mets for that third and final wildcard spot. The Snakes have an opportunity to take the series tonight against the Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. That is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks continue their improbable push to the wild card in the postseason? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
So first of all, let me pay off the tease a little bit here, because there is at least some door being left open by Kyle Shanahan about Brock Purdy's Week 3 availability. Now, it's probably just Kyle Shanahan playing the game. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Kyle Shanahan, I believe this was on Monday, maybe it was Sunday, after their win against the Saints. Quote, "I think there's a chance," Kyle Shanahan said when asked about Purdy's Week 3 availability, "but we've got to see how the toe goes. We're taking it a day at a time." It was pointed out in one of the stories that I read about Mac Jones today and the 49ers that the 49ers don't seem to be inclined to rush Brock Purdy back, in part because they have so much faith in Mac Jones. They didn't sign another backup quarterback after Purdy got hurt. And then the writer of this article, I think it was on The Athletic, pointed out the 49ers went in with a pass-heavy game plan. They were not shying away from Mac Jones at all. He attempted 39 passes in that game against the Saints. Purdy only had one game all last season in which he had more than the 39. That was in a Week 6 loss at Miami. So clearly there was not a, hey, guys, we got our backup quarterback. Let's dial things back a little bit with our offense. Instead, they threw the ball more than they typically do.
Right. Well, Mac Jones is a good veteran quarterback. Matter of fact, I was looking at the list today. Said NFL quarterback injuries mount, ranking the backups most likely to deliver wins. And they had 1 through 5. Number 5 was Tyrod Taylor for the Jets. Number 4 was Carson Wentz for the Vikings. Number 3 was Marcus Mariota. Number 2 was Jake Browning. And then number 1 was Mac Jones. They said Shanahan wanted to draft Jones in 2021, but they ended up with Trey Lance.
I had forgotten about that. Did you know that?
Of course, the Trey Lance back,
one of the Trey Lance. I knew they drafted Trey Lance, obviously. I had forgotten that they were interested in Mac Jones back in 2021.
Right.
I'm like, oh, they did? So in some ways, they're considering this like a full circle moment for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers for finally kind of getting their guy, right? I guess.
Yeah. And the thing about him is they talked about he's got arm strength and he's got accuracy. So he can throw the ball down the field and he's got good accuracy. And they're saying, okay, if the Cardinals are without Will Johnson, Max Melton, Garrett Williams, or any combination of those, it really bodes well for him to have a good game. So I think that they like their quarterback. They feel like he's a good backup. They feel like they could win with him. You know, you talk about Cincinnati last year with Browning. Browning's a good backup quarterback, too. He played 7 games with Burrow out. They won 4 of them. So if Mac Jones has to play 5 games, can San Francisco win 3? Right. What you don't want is nothing against Clayton Tune. If the Cardinals have to play 5 games without Clayton Tune, they could go 0-5. They could go 0-5.
Yes.
But nobody's going to sit there, look at the schedule, and say, I think the Cardinals can go 3-2 with Clayton Tune. No, they can't. Jacoby Brissett, sure. Clayton Tune, no. But Mac Jones seems to be a guy. They aired it out last week. They feel really good about him and his ability to lead this team to victories, and they're not going to change much of the offense.
Here are those 5 games, in case that's what it comes down to. The 49ers are hosting Arizona this week. They're hosting Jacksonville the week after that. Then they're at the Rams, and at Tampa Bay, home against Atlanta. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I think that's kind of a tough schedule for San Francisco.
Yeah.
I think that's now they're 2-0, and to their credit, despite all the injuries, they're 2-0 on the road to start the season.
Right.
That's very hard to do.
I think it's the first time that anybody started 2-0 on the road with 2 different quarterbacks in a really long time.
Since I think
a really long time.
The 49ers did it with Montana and Steve Young.
Okay.
Back in the 90s or something or the 80s or something like that. It's been a long time.
Who's favored in this game?
San Francisco.
Are they?
By 1.5.
Okay.
Barely. I mean, it's practically a pick'em.
Okay.
Yeah, it's practically a pick'em. But yeah, it's hard. And credit, by the way, to another team that started 2-0 with both of their games on the road, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, they didn't do it with 2 different quarterbacks. Oh, Baker Mayfield.
I know. You love him.
I love Baker. I love Baker Mayfield. I really love Baker Mayfield. He looked
That's
really
why
good on that drive last night.
Remember we talked about I think it was the Bill Barnwell piece where he said, I'm going to go with the averages and I'm going to take 6 teams out that usually make it.
When he was picking the playoffs. Yes.
And when he picked Tampa, to me, it was okay, that's the one mistake right there.
He picked Tampa to not make it.
Right. I'm okay, that one's wrong.
Falcons to make it. I'm like, yeah, it's wrong.
That one's wrong.
Tampa's
the Buccaneers are going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, they're
going to make the playoffs.
They're going to
One thing on Mac Jones that I was looking at, and I was looking at some of the Mac Jones stuff, they said he took 3 sacks in the game, and what's fascinating about that is he didn't face a lot of pressure. It's because he holds on to the ball too long. He has a 37.5% pressure to sack rate. Only Tua and J.J. McCarthy are worse this season, where Purdy's at 5.9. So the one tendency of Mac Jones is to hold on to the ball longer to try to make something happen. That could bode well for the Cardinals pass rush.
Well, one of those plays was a fumble that I think was a touchdown that got the Saints right back in the game at the opening of the third quarter. Jonathan Gannon, when he was on with us yesterday, on the idea of facing Jones and not Purdy.
Yeah, I just told the media that Kyle Shanahan's Kyle Shanahan, so he knows how to coach a quarterback. Mac Jones was a first-round draft pick that played at a really high level. I haven't watched the last game enough to give you the most educated answer. It didn't change much. It really didn't to me. So, I don't know who's going to play quarterback for them right now. But we got to be ready to go. But I do think Kyle knows how to get it done. So who's ever playing quarterback, we're going to have our challenge cut out for us, and we got to play good ball.
And obviously, injuries start to weave their way into this narrative on both sides. Is Juwan Jennings available for San Francisco? Right. Their offensive line is banged up. Their left guard is out with, I think, a high ankle sprain.
And then with the Cardinals, you've got a lot of questions.
Cardinals, tomorrow's going to be...
I checked in with them earlier.
Yeah, what they say?
A lot more information to come in the next 24 hours.
Okay.
So 24 to 48, but there's no real update on the injured guys now. You're looking at 24 to 48 on, being able to say, okay, we're confident to say this guy's going to play, this guy's not going to play, this guy's questionable, that type of thing.
Yeah, it's just what I was going to say is I think tomorrow, without knowing that you were going to say that, I think tomorrow could be a little bit of a day of reckoning for the Cardinals and their secondary, because if Jonathan Gannon meets with the media at, I think it's in the morning, maybe it's more midday, I think it's like 10 a.m., and if he has an announcement then, and we've got an idea how many among those corners aren't going to play, then suddenly that shifts everything, right? That shifts, Kyle Shanahan's approach to the game, how often they're going to throw, what's their availability. There's Christian McCaffrey. We're going to talk about him a little later, obviously.
Pat Pete's probably pining to get in there.
From his appearance earlier on the Wolf and Luke show, we found out that he is not available.
I can give you a game. I know those guys. I know the 49ers. He's not
available for this week's game.
I can play.
I think injuries will play potentially a big part in how each team fashions its attack against the other one in this game, because there's just key guys potentially missing for both of these teams, and it could be a really big deal. But Mac Jones, Kyle Shanahan's a really good coach. Honestly, I think he's one of the best coaches in the NFL. And if there's somebody who can scheme it up and figure it out, I kind of feel like it's him. He can figure out a way to win potentially a game with Mac Jones at quarterback. So it's got to be very careful on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the same thing with the Cardinals. If Kyler's got to miss a game, I feel comfortable in Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah,
Look,
absolutely.
I mean, sometimes you got a quarterback that can play all 17 games, and sometimes, if you're at Cincinnati, you lose your quarterback for a long period of time, it's going to be hard to recover. They're 2-0. It's going to be very difficult for them. They've got a decent quarterback that can kind of keep them in it a little bit right now. But there's some teams out there that just don't put a lot of value in the backup quarterback because they don't want to pay him. Because paying a backup quarterback nowadays, the Cardinals did it on the cheap for years.
Oh, yeah.
And now they're finally paying a guy like Jacoby Brissett.
Cardinal fans, Sun Devil fans, next week is a big one for both of our football teams, and we're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets for these home games. Starting Monday, listen for the special sounder. It's at 7:15 in the morning, 12:15 in the afternoon, and on the Burns and Gambo show at 4:15. It's your shot to win 2 tickets. Cardinals on Thursday Night Football, ASU on Friday Night Football. Don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page and on the Arizona Sports YouTube page as well. Week 2 is done and in the books. Over and under reactions for Week 2. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of SiteOne, bringing you more inventory, better prices, in 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Presidential Pools has been Arizona's #1 pool builder since 1991. They have an industry-leading warranty, and now is the best time to get a pool to not only add value to your home, but to have your backyard perfect for the weather that is coming. Football season is here, and I'll be hanging in the backyard with the kids and the family a lot. So if you're on the fence, Basinonians, don't be. Dive in with Presidential Pools, and they'll take care of you. Go to presidentialpools.com, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together.
When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are the keys for the Arizona Cardinals offense this week against the 49ers? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
When talking about week 2 in the NFL, and we're trying to figure out week 2 in the NFL, there's probably two big storylines that stand out above the rest, and I'm sure there's probably one that I'm forgetting about because I will forget about them. At least in my mind, there are two giant storylines. Number one, the Kansas City Chiefs opening up 0-2, and the percentages of being able to make the playoffs when you start 0-2. They're slim, but they're Kansas City, so everyone's going to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, and try and figure them out.
Yes.
And we can spend a minute or two talking about that. The other one that stands out to me, and it's not on any of these lists that you provided, you know. It's the Joe Burrow injury.
Sure.
I mean, I think that's, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that didn't make many of these lists here when it comes, okay, let's overreact or underreact to week 2 in the NFL. I kind of want to throw that one in there on my own. That's significant. That is a season arc changing development for the NFL. I think if he's going to miss 3 months.
Sure. There's again, Browning's ability to come in and win them some games will be there. But as far as like winning the division, making the playoffs right now, I think that becomes very, very difficult without Burrow. Some people have talked about would they trade for somebody? I don't know. I think that they like Browning, but he's on injured reserve. He's going to get surgery for his turf toe. He's going to be sidelined for at least 3 months. That's the season, Burnsy. I mean, that's the season.
Basically the season.
Like 3 months is 12 games. You've already played 2. Now you're at 14. He hasn't played. I think it's safe to say that he's not going to come back and play this season. So I think you count the Bengals out. I think you take the Bengals out. Now, that's an AFC team. That doesn't affect the Cardinals.
Well, except the Cardinals play them in week 17.
They play them in week 17.
So it does.
In that way. But it does open up a spot for somebody in the AFC to kind of sneak in there and maybe get a wild card.
Just real quick, here's Jamar Chase after the Bengals win on having faith in Jake Browning.
Yeah, man. I can always count on Jake. Jake's a great guy. He makes good reads. One of those picks on me today. So, I always count on Jake. He's a good quarterback.
But beyond that, the takeaway is the Chiefs being 0-2 and very much staring at the very real possibility they could be 1-3 a quarter of the way into the season. They've got the Giants this week.
Yeah.
Then they got the Ravens the week after that. I mean, 1-3, I think, is staring this team dead in the face.
So I love the NFL stories that come out on Monday or Tuesday after all the games have been played. And one is NFL Week 2 overreactions.
Yes.
Colts are the best team in the AFC South, true or false. Mac Jones will be the next Kyle Shanahan quarterback, turned big contract. One of them is the Chiefs will miss the playoffs. They say overreaction. Hard to believe this is a conversation, but this is the reality when the Chiefs are 0-2 for the first time since 2014. The last time they were 0-2 under Andy Reid, they went 9-7 but missed the playoffs. They've never lost 3 straight games under Patrick Mahomes, including the postseason. So they've got a game this week. If they lose that game against the Giants.
Well, they've already lost 3 straight games under Patrick Mahomes if you date it back to last season.
To last year.
They counted the Super Bowl. They've already done it.
Yeah, they say Kansas City has never lost 3 straight games under Mahomes, including postseason. So that article would be wrong.
Yeah, so they've done it, right? Because they lost the Super Bowl in the first 2 games of this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've lost.
That would
Patrick
be 3 in a
Mahomes
row.
lost 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get right on that CBS Sports right now. And hey, by the way, he lost the Super Bowl last year. God, because So I listen, you know me. I said I do not think Kansas City makes the playoffs this year.
You did say that.
I think that team will have a drastic decline. Not that it's Mahomes' fault, but I just don't think that they have the weapons around him, the running game, the passing game. I think they're going to struggle. I think a lot of the other teams in the AFC have stepped up and gotten better. The Chargers included. I think they're going to be, I think they'll be good. So I think that, and then you look at Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. Maybe they make a push. I don't know. But I think Kansas City's going to miss the playoffs this year.
Well, and it goes, I think in some ways, it goes hand in hand with one of the other surprises from week 2 of the NFL that was mentioned in a lot of these articles that you sent. And that's the Indianapolis Colts as being perhaps the surprise team of the AFC. Daniel Jones, you mentioned the overreaction, underreaction. Daniel Jones, being in the season he's off to, the Colts, and whether they're the best team in the AFC South. Yeah. Is that an overreaction? Is that an underreaction?
They say reality. They say that it's a reality. The Colts are the best team in the AFC South, the reality. And it talked about Daniel Jones and how well he's played. It talked about Jonathan Taylor, who's been a terrific back. And they're 2-0, and they think that's a legit that team's legit, and that's a team that obviously the Cardinals are going to face.
Look, the thing about the Chiefs, at least in my mind, is in part the Worthy injury in Week 1 in Brazil is obviously a bit of a game changer for them. I think number 2, they've kind of felt like because Patrick Mahomes is this singular talent, they've been able to win a lot of football games without investing heavily into the wide receiver position, right? I mean, they let Tyreek Hill go 3 years ago, and they've been massively successful even without having Tyreek Hill there. So maybe they kind of got caught up in the moment of thinking, hey, we don't need great wide receivers. We've got Patrick Mahomes. We can do this with average receivers. Travis,
what did they try? They tried like Juju Smith-Schuster.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Right, they tried
Hollywood Brown
for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
and they felt, but that was when Kelsey was in his prime.
I think
Kelsey is taking
key. I think
Kelsey's
that's the key.
Not the same tight end, and this isn't a Taylor Swift thing. Okay, it's just not a Taylor Swift thing. He's just getting older. He's not the same player.
Why'd you have to say that? You just kind of made it.
Because everybody's going to say, oh, that's what happened. It ain't Taylor Swift. She ruins everybody.
Gambo hates Taylor Swift.
She ruins everybody. He hates T-Swivel. No, it's just he's getting older. He's not the same player he used to be.
You're just mad because your wife has dragged you to go see her, 3 times in concert? It probably cost you about $5,000 to do it.
Morgan Wallen's costed me more than Taylor Swift.
In totality? Really? In totality?
Oh, my God. The last concert was like $3,000 for 2 tickets.
Jeez.
No, I'm serious.
What?
$3,000. I have $3,000 for 2 tickets for Morgan Wallen. She bought.
And you're on here complaining about Taylor Swift?
I know. Taylor's been less.
Yeah.
Tyler's but I'm taking her to America on Saturday and Bryan Adams in November.
You can tell it's payback because he pointed.
Oh, yeah.
It's serious.
I'm exacting revenge on you by making you go to America for the 11th time and to go see Bryan Adams.
I've never
probably
seen Bryan.
Can't sing a lick anymore because
he's still young though.
I'm sure he's
Bryan
fine.
Adams is not old.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing Bryan Adams. I wouldn't mind.
That's at the Phoenix the Suns arena. Go.
Rashee Rice is out. Xavier Worthy is out. Jalen Royals is out. But again, even if they were healthy, are those the kind of game-changing wideouts that change the equation for the Kansas City Chiefs? If Rice and Worthy and Royals, I'm sure it helps, but I just don't know what degree that it helps. But yeah, I think the key thing here. Travis Kelce is getting old.
He's not the same player.
Not a Taylor Swift conversation. He's just getting old.
Yeah, it's not that Andy Reid can't coach. He said, yeah, how old is like his brother already retired?
Yeah.
Travis Kelce, let's see, age. He is
35.
He'll be 36.
36.
In 2 weeks, he'll be 36 years old. 35, yeah. Like he's not like and if you look at his numbers, right? He's just not like you're not drafting him number 1 in fantasy football anymore, right? He used to be the guy that you would get. So he had, I guess he was still good last year with 97 catches, but only 823 yards. So he had 7 straight seasons of over 1,000 yards. Last 2 years has not gone over 1,000.
Yeah.
And he's not going to go over 1,000 this year either.
And then, of course, the other stories from week 2, if you look at it in totality, 3 2-0 teams in the NFC West. I think the Rams have the Eagles this week, I believe. So that I believe that's on the schedule this week.
That's a big game.
Packers, obviously, their 2-0 start is something big. The Chargers are now 2-0 after looking very, very good last night against the Raiders on Monday Night Football.
And that is why, Geno Smith was terrible throwing the ball down the field, wasn't he?
Oh, he was terrible.
He could not get the ball down the field.
Terrible throwing the ball down the field. And don't look now, the Houston Texans, 0-2.
0-2.
0-2 to start. And the same 0-2 rules apply to them that apply to Kansas City. And, nobody looked at Houston and thought that was a team. Most people, I think, looked at them and said they were the class of the AFC South before the season started.
Okay, take a look at the 0-2 teams.
Okay.
Do you think all of those 0-2 teams are going to miss the playoffs right now?
Jets, Dolphins, Browns.
Jets, yes. Dolphins,
Texans,
yes.
Titans.
Browns, yes.
All of them except for the Chiefs. I got to admit.
So okay.
It's one of those, I'll believe it when I see it with the Kansas City Chiefs. Really, it's just hard to say. And I appreciate the bold take and the limb that you've gone out on. And if you're right, that investment will pay off. But for now, I will say they still make the playoffs.
I'm going to go with the Texans make the playoffs over Kansas City.
Okay, so you think the Texans rebound from 0-2?
Yeah, because both games were close. They lost to the Rams and Tampa by a total of 5 points.
They're the only two teams of the 0-2 teams.
Yeah,
Carolina, New Orleans, Chicago. Sorry, Lauren. The Giants. Sorry, Gambo. Kansas City, Tennessee, the Texans, the Browns, the Dolphins, and the Jets. The only two I think even worth talking about are Kansas City and the Texans. Because the Bears are just, they have way too far to go. I was so wrong about them. They have way too far to go.
I was exactly right about them.
Maybe. And
eternally pessimistic about them.
Yes, exactly.
She's
but
Bears fan.
why would I not be? They've proven nothing to me in my entire lifetime.
It's in her DNA.
I can't remember the last time my team was any good.
The Giants?
Yeah. They got clobbered by the Eagles in the playoffs 5 years ago with Daniel Jones as their quarterback. Maybe that was the last time.
Relatable. The last time the Bears were in the playoffs, they played the Eagles and they double doinked. They just find new ways to break my heart.
That's why we got to go for the Cardinals, baby. Let's go Birds.
Yeah,
let's go Cardinals.
We'll come back in the Burns and Gambo show, whether you're listening on Arizona Sports or you're watching on YouTube. The Reset with Lauren is next. Hopefully she can keep it all optimistic today at the 4 o'clock read. No, that's not the plan. Okay, that's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
That onside kick happened.
I didn't get worried until then.
That was the moment when I went, all right, WTF is happening here. Really, come on now. Do you know how hard it is to convert an onside kick in 2025?
I can't remember the last one I've seen. They've made it almost an impossible play. When you have to... Carolina has announced its intention to attempt an onside kick.
Carolina has announced its intention to try to surprise the opponent and deceive the opponent, but we're letting the opponent know right now that deception is coming.
In 3, 2,
and 1.
Here we go.
Right.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Zone. Restrictions apply.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and with my Guaranteed Sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, why is the fall a great time for our listeners to get in touch with Turf Monsters?
Fall is great for planting season. So if you're looking to do some seasonal planting, trees, shrubs, whatever you need, we're a one-stop shop. We can do everything for you. We have the best reviews in the valley. We showcase our work. We have the best installers. We want your business. Customer service is our #1 priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just keep moving on up. They defeated the San Francisco Giants 8-1 last night at Chase Field. The D-backs are now just a game and a half behind the New York Mets for that third and final wildcard spot. The Snakes have an opportunity to take the series tonight against the Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Fast moving show today. Thanks to everybody listening on Arizona Sports. Thanks to everybody watching on YouTube, either through ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app. It's a little ditty we call 4 o'clock reset. We get halfway home, we hit the reset button, get you caught up on everything going on in sports, and it is narrated by Lauren Cole.
Narrated.
It's just the word that popped into my mind. Sorry, it was probably the wrong word.
Is Charlotte Web still on your mind?
I guess.
I feel like you're going to read a Dr. Seuss book or something now.
I will not eat them in a boat. I will not
ham.
eat them with a goat. I will not eat them with a fox. I will not eat them in a box. I will not eat green eggs. Sam, I am.
Honestly, green eggs and ham.
Yeah, don't you remember green eggs and ham?
Yeah.
Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
Love that book.
Horrible person.
What were the other ones? The Lorax? Remember
That
those?
was the Lorax was my favorite.
Oh, that was pretty good.
I loved reading the Lorax, to the kids. The Places You'll Go is a fantastic one. Very popular gift for the grads out there. At least it was 20 years ago. Is it still?
Yes.
Oh, The Places You'll Go is still really okay. Yeah.
What is that? Oh, The Places You'll Go.
It's a Dr. Seuss book about you're on to big and bright things, and it's a gift you give to like high school graduates or college graduates or things. I'm surprised you didn't get a copy of it for Dr. Goobs when she became a doctor. Oh, The Places You'll Go. No?
I bought the Harry Potter books once, all the Harry Potter books. the whole series. She liked that.
All right, all this because I said narrate. What's going on in sports, Lauren? What do you got?
All right, well, I promised that I'd start on a positive note, so let's start there. Because the Arizona Diamondbacks got the win over the Giants last night, 8-1. They take on the Giants again tonight, and you can still get your $15 tickets right now. Go to dbacks.com/tickets for those. Here is Troy Lavello postgame discussing the fan environment at the game.
The crowd was awesome today. I know school's back in session. I know there's a lot of practices happening, and parents are being parents, and I love that. But if you can find a way to get out here and support us right now, we would certainly appreciate that. The love that we felt out there from the fans that were here today, I know it gave us a certain energy and pushed us along. But this was a really, really crucial game. It's game 1 of 3. We got to come out and do the same thing again tomorrow.
So take your kids out of school, says Gambo. Just send them to the game
tomorrow's
afternoon.
game. Tomorrow's game. Tomorrow's day game. Just let them.
What fun is it to go through life and have never cut school or go to a baseball game? Like, come on.
I don't disagree with that, as reckless as it sounds.
Right.
You had mentioned earlier on social media that there were no major changes expected for tonight's lineup.
Adrian Del Castillo as the DH.
There really aren't. The one thing that is interesting to me is still no Jordan Lawler at third. He had a huge pinch hit last night.
But the 2 hours the game before.
But did not come in as a defensive replacement, and he is not in there at third base tonight. And I wonder how hard they will work to avoid that while these games have such meaning, because Lawler's defense has been unreliable at third base, and that is being very polite.
You cannot afford to put him in the game right now defensively.
No, you cannot.
If he's got the yips, you can't afford to put him in a game. These games all matter. Like you right now, it's all systems go. You're going to do everything you can to try to get to the playoffs. I'm not going to say you're going to blow out anybody's arm and pitch guys 4 days in a row, but you're going to do everything you can to win. And if that means Lawler's just going to be a DH, he's just going to be a DH.
The D-backs are sending Erod to the mound tonight. The D-backs are officially 1.5 games back of the Mets for that final wild card slot. You can watch Mets and Padres. That kicks off in just about 5 minutes from now on TBS.
It's on TBS.
So
watch
get
it.
the TV
ready.
ready.
One of the channels in here for that. Okay.
And a little bit of NFL news. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting cornerback tryouts. Per the NFL transaction page today, they brought in 3 different cornerbacks to see what's happening in that room. Now we can play the detective game all we want. What does that mean for the Cardinals?
I assume it means
it's protection, practice squad guy, just have, protection in case these guys can't go.
Well, practice squad guy to add to the practice squad when you promote somebody from the practice squad to the active squad in case somebody's hurt. I mean, well, look, we won't know. I think we all have our there's like the worst case scenario, obviously, for the 3 injured players. Hopefully it's not all that. We won't know until Gambo said 24 to 48 hours. When you said open tryouts, I had this vision of like Kenny Dillingham getting angry about his kicker and sending an email to the student body. The Cardinals haven't done that, have they?
No.
Okay,
No,
good.
no.
Oh, good.
Jamal's time as cornerback in the NFL. Still an opportunity out there. It's just not right now.
Okay, good. I want to, but I think we're braced. Certainly, we're bracing for news tomorrow. I just hope it's not awful news tomorrow. I'm like internally, I'm kind of okay.
I checked today, and it's about 24 hours away. 24 to 48, but by tomorrow, I think we should have a better idea on those guys and their status.
Gritting my teeth waiting for bad news. I hope it's not. I really, really hope it's not.
Especially because we're waiting on news on 3 different guys.
Yes.
And just earlier this week, head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, would not nail down the fact that Brock Purdy won't start the game on Sunday versus the Cardinals. He said, we'll see in regards to him. Reports coming out of the 49ers right now are that Brock Purdy might be ahead of schedule. Whether or not that means he plays Sunday, we'll wait and see.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Mac Jones. I think that they feel like, and you know what? You're 2-0. It gives you a little bit more leeway to make sure, like, your main goal is to get Purdy right, not force him back. So could you give up one game? Maybe. I think it'll be Mac Jones. He played well last week, and they're probably going to give Purdy as much time as he can to be healthy.
Fresh injuries for San Francisco. Left guard Ben Barch has a high ankle sprain. He's going to be out a few weeks. They got a rookie who's going to be starting in his place. Fullback Kyle Juszczyk is got a concussion. He remains in the protocol. Wide receiver Juwan Jennings already dealing with a shoulder injury. He is now day-to-day with an ankle injury he suffered in that game against the Saints. So,
and on top of that, George Kittle still remains out. He's
and
on
George
the IR.
Kittle is still on the IR. There's that too, yes.
And the Vikings are placing starting running back Aaron Jones on the injured reserve list, knocking him out for at least 4 games. That's from Tom Pelissero. He has a hamstring injury.
Oh, that's out for a while. That's what'd you say, at least 4 weeks?
At least 4 weeks hamstring.
Those hamstring injuries.
You never know. The Vikings, I think, just 2 weeks in, and you can kind of slide them into the category of a playoff team in 2024 and not going to be one in 2025.
They got a good backup in Jordan Mason.
They do, but with the quarterback situation being what it is and being as unstable as it is, I don't know. I think as tough and as deep as the NFC is, you can't rule anybody out after 2 weeks. I guess that's probably irresponsible, but it does seem like they're kind of bringing a knife to a gunfight right now in Minnesota.
And if you were thinking of picking up Jordan Mason in our fantasy football league, I hate to break it to you, he is already rostered on my team.
He's rostered on your team?
Yes.
How's everybody doing in our fantasy league, by the way? Yeah, I'm 0-2. My team
we got
that
two losers over there.
Oh, total losers. Yeah, total losers.
I thought my team was dynamite when I drafted it. It's 0-2. It's like, oh, man. This was the team I was the most excited about. I thought I killed it on draft day when we were out there at draft.
My GM's on the hot seat, as I mentioned.
So's mine, except it's me.
Your GM is you. I hired somebody, but I had somebody that volunteered. Sean did a good job for me once before with a fantasy football team, so he did a good job, but he's off to a terrible start. My main running backs are Harvey and Charbonnet. Harvey from the Broncos and Charbonnet. I got like 5 points combined out of my 2 running backs.
Yeah.
So my guy did a terrible job of making sure that I didn't have any running backs.
Mine are Kyron Williams and Saquon Barkley, and I'm 0-2. With A.J. Brown as my top wide receiver, and I'm 0-2. Outrageous.
That's outrageous.
I probably have some trades in the tide. He told me he's got to make some trades right now.
Oh, so
his job's on the line.
Yeah. He's trying to save his job.
I mean, when do I fire him? 0-3? 0-4? What do you think?
Wait till the bye week, and then reassess.
Okay. Jamal, how are you at fantasy football?
I'd wait until the bye week.
1-1. I lost this week.
You're in the Wolf and Luke League?
I am.
Yes, okay. Technically, we've borrowed you from that show like a library book, kind of, for these next couple of weeks.
We checked him out for the next few days.
We checked you out for the next few days, if that's all right with Wolf and Luco, because Mitch is... I think I saw he's getting on a plane to Rome today.
Yes.
I saw that on his social media accounts. Yeah.
He's going to Rome?
Mitch
He's going.
Oh, Mitch is going to Rome.
He's going to Rome, to Greece, and then back to Italy.
There you
Yes.
go.
All right, what else?
Tom Brady was spotted wearing a headset in the Raiders booth last night, sitting right next to the OC, and that sparked a lot of controversy.
The league released a statement and said it's not violating any rules for him to sit in the owner's box with a coaching headset. But that's where, as a part owner of that team, you can see why some teams... First of all, he's banned from being in other teams' facilities when he's interviewing their personnel to broadcast their games. But this is really a fuzzy line.
This is really...
I think it's really inappropriate, to be honest with you. I really he shouldn't be allowed to interview coaches and players from other organizations, whether he's in their facility or not.
He's an owner of the Raiders.
Yes.
Yes.
He shouldn't be allowed to be on broadcast.
I think not either, but I think the rules are very different for Tom Brady.
I did hear that he's making a comeback.
Oh, in the flag football.
Flag football.
Flag football.
In like
comeback.
Australia something or some other country or...
He's playing in a tournament game with a bunch of other NFL players. Yes. And in WNBA news, Liberty Star Brianna Stewart is a game-time decision for Game 2 in New York against the Phoenix Mercury. That game starts tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that she was game time. So
Merc
have to
Gotta
win
get
tomorrow.
that one.
It's a must-win to bring it back here for Game 3.
And that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. Catch every headline. Visit the watch page at arizonasports.com for the latest on the Cardinals' hot start and the D-backs wildcard push, or join us live and watch along here on our YouTube channel on Arizona Sports. Kyler Murray and Drew Petzing, last year to this year. What's different? What's changed? Has anything changed? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyson, he was a great player last year.
for ASU. But this year, doesn't he just look different?
Oh, man.
He looks like one of the top NFL prospects. He looks like a borderline NFL player already playing college football in these games.
Yeah.
And Tyson, even from last year, he was so productive. But this year, like, he is bigger. He looks bigger. He's playing bigger. He's making plays that you don't see college wide receivers make.
All plays are not created equal. And that touchdown was not something that you can just dismiss.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz ready to help you right now. Vision correction. Oh, he specializes in LASIK surgery. The most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley is Dr. Jay Schwartz. I went there for my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. One of the best things I've ever done for myself. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center did a phenomenal job for me, and they can do it for you as well. Don't forget about this, 2 years of interest-free financing. That's right, the Team Eye Doctor from the Suns and the D-backs, 2 years of interest-free financing for your LASIK procedure. So you could get it done now, pay it off over 24 months, smaller payment each month, and boom, you're done with no interest. Call 480-483-EYES. There's locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
The Los Angeles Dodgers return to Chase Field September 23rd for a 3-game weekday series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth to talk Cardinals and NFL. Mark Schlereth, of course, also known as Stink. You know who else was known as Stink? Archie Bradley, for some reason.
I pooped my pants.
Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I pooped my pants.
Back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, the Arizona Cardinals. As we've mentioned, tomorrow could be the day we get the news. Gambo has suggested 24 to 48 hours away from finding out about their corners and what their availability is. Lauren mentioned during the 4 o'clock reset them trying out 3 different corners potentially as practice squads additions. So there could be some stuff going on behind the scenes. We'll also hear from Kyler Murray tomorrow, and I'll be curious to see now that he's had a couple of days to kind of separate himself from that game. It's funny, I just watched from Teo Mackey on Twitter a cut-up of some of Kyler's best throws on Sunday. Some of them were very, very good. I mean, they really were. Like Kyler, he was this, for what it's worth, Pro Football Focus is not the end-all, be-all. He was the second highest-graded offensive player for the Cardinals on Sunday. That interception was the real killer in that game. He did unleash some very, watching it, I was like, oh, yeah, that was a nice throw. Oh, that was a nice touchdown pass to Michael Wilson was a fantastic throw.
I mean, outside of the interception, I don't think there were a lot of really poorly thrown footballs.
He played well.
Yeah. I mean, I took some shots down the field. There were a couple plays to Higgins that went down the field. There was one to McBride. You got the pass interference down the field, which I like. I like to see you do that. I'd like to continue to see more of that. I also didn't throw the ball a whole lot either because I didn't have the ball in the second half.
Yeah, true. You did this side-by-side in your email today, and we're going to talk about it here for a couple of minutes. Side-by-side 2024 to 25 when it comes to the Cardinals and their offense. This year, they are averaging about 170 passing yards per game. Last year, it was 214.
Right, higher. Yep.
This year, they're averaging about 114 rushing yards per game. Last year, it was 144. So last year, the passing yards per game was higher. The rushing yards per game was higher. The points per game. Now, the caveat, of course, we're 2 games into the season. It's early. Points per game is exactly the same as it was all last season. 23.5 points per game last year. So far this year, 23.5 points per game.
And this year you play in 2 teams that are bottom 5 teams in the league you would expect in New Orleans and Carolina. So, part of the problem is the second halves, and that's what we talked to Gannon about. They got shut down in the second half against New Orleans. I think they got a field goal, and then they stopped scoring. They got a touchdown against Carolina on the opening drive of the second half and then stopped scoring. Now, part of the Carolina game was they just didn't get the ball a whole lot because Carolina was going on these epic, gigantic, long drives. But when they did, you had an interception by Kyler, and then you had a 3-and-out, and that didn't bode very well. But what I'm looking at is 10 points total in the 2 second halves between the New Orleans game and the Carolina game. You had chances to put both of those games away. You had chances to make those not one-score games, but convincing, wins.
Yeah.
And they weren't. I mean, New Orleans had a chance to win the game. Carolina had a chance to win the game. So you put yourselves in that position. I think part of that is the struggles offensively in the second half. The first half, no complaints about that, moving the ball, getting points on the board, but the second halves have been a problem so far.
Second half against the New Orleans Saints, and I just wanted to look it up to remind myself. Field goal, punt, missed field goal, punt. That was how the Cardinals offense did.
Give it to me again. Field goal?
Field goal, punt, missed field goal, punt.
Right.
In drives that went 6 plays, 5 plays. 9 plays, 8 plays, 3 plays.
Yes.
That was the second half against the New Orleans Saints.
Right. Got to be better.
Any one of those drives, you get, the missed field goal or one of the punts, you're able to get points out of, probably change the whole dynamic of the game and just change how things are going to.
Yeah, because I think you felt
it away.
Did you not feel in the last game that they were going to blow Carolina out of the war, like they were going to win by 30?
Here's what I thought. I thought when they went up 27-3, and I think I said something to Tyler Drake. He was sitting right next to me in the press box. I said, okay, here comes the run game. They're just going to salt this away. They're just going to go on these
10-play, 11-play,
10-play
drives.
And they're going to kill a bunch of clock, and they're going to add a couple field goals, and that's going to be that, right? And because of the interception, and then because of the very quick 3-and-out after that, and then obviously the onside kick, they weren't able to do any of that stuff. And so, I think the point within the point is well taken. They have to get better in the second halves of these games to stay competitive, create a little more distance, put these things away, whatever, because the offense really has been inept in the second half for most of these games that they've played.
Yeah, I think it's learning how to put a team away. Right now, you have winning teams learn how to do that, right? So there's two things, right? Winning teams, like let's look at Kansas City last year. They knew how to win close football games. They were in so many of them. They just knew how to, gut it out and will it out and beat you in those games. But there's some teams that just really learn how to put you away when they can, and that's something the Cardinals haven't been a winner, in a while. So a lot of these guys haven't been in that situation where they're a winner. But other teams, like you try to figure out a way to put a team away, like. I hate to say it, but like Detroit put the Bears away in the second half of that football game. It was a somewhat competitive game in the first half, and then they put them away in the second half. The Rams, they were able to put that game away. They were down by 3. They came out in the second half, and they put that game away. So, if you start to look at the teams that put games away, you got to learn how to do that. The Cardinals haven't learned how to do that yet, but it's something they need to learn.
San Francisco in week 1 against Seattle scored a field goal, and their second to the last drive of the game was a touchdown. So they went interception, blocked field goal, interception, touchdown, end of game. So they finished, to your point.
Yeah.
That was against Seattle in week 1. In week 2, and I'm just using San Francisco as an example here. San Francisco in week 2, field goal, touchdown, punt. But the field goal and the touchdown, again, just enough, right, to finish that game and to make sure it was put away. And
that's what they haven't learned how to do yet. Like,
No.
They should be able to put these games away. Nothing against New Orleans and Carolina. They shouldn't be on the same level as the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona should be better than them. Now, you don't have a winning track record. You haven't had a lot of success. So it's just something that comes with the territory. I think eventually they'll learn how to put those. Maybe it's next year. We say, hey, they put that team away. Last year, remember, they couldn't put those teams away. This year, they can. Maybe it happens this season. Maybe it's next season. I'm not sure. But that's something they've got to learn how to do.
But it needs to happen this year. I mean, I don't know if they can play around with it not happening this year. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I think
they're going to play a lot of close games this year.
Oh, I
think
agree.
that's going to be the mantra. It's going to play a lot of close games.
But if we get to the end of the year and they played a bunch of close games and they lost a bunch of close games, I don't know if we can call that progress from last year. Like we want
a losing record.
We want to see them progress, right, and evolve and get better. And I don't think that's progress.
I think it was 3-5 last year in one-score games, something like that, and already 2-0. So I understand what you're saying. I would like to see it. I think you need to see it.
Yeah.
But maybe that happens, as the season progresses too.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. You can watch our show whenever you want. If you miss it, you can get home and watch it on YouTube. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. Lots going on with the Diamondbacks right now. We'll go down to Chase Field, check in with our own Alex Weiner so you can give us the latest on what's going on with the team and their big game tonight. That is next on Burns and Gambo.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At V's Barbershop, I love telling you about it, the experience and the vibe, and when you walk in there, how cool it is and how unique it is. At the end of the day, you're going to V's Barbershop because you want a great haircut or you want a very relaxing hot lather shave. You want the very best when it comes to that. V's Barbershop has always, for 25 plus years, prided themselves on having the best barbers in town. The comment I always like to make, you walk out of a place where you get your haircut, you walk back to your car, you get in your car, you point your rearview mirror at your own head, and you look at the haircut. And if you had that moment where you thought, oh, man, when is this going to grow out? This was a disaster. That is not a great haircut. 25 years I've been going to V's. Not once have I ever done that. I've done that plenty of times when I've gone to other places. I've never done that when I've gone to V's because they've got the best barbers in town. And fundamentally, that is what it's all about. So the next time you need a great haircut at one of their many Valley locations, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's Barbershop.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing. One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof. And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is. 12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned. More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi. Or you mention Gatos. Or Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. Get that free inspection. 602-960-ROOF. Or AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing, they've got you covered.
ROC number 18643HCR42.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mhm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com. I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just keep moving on up. They defeated the San Francisco Giants last night 8-1 at Chase Field. The D-backs are now just a game and a half behind the New York Mets for that third and final wildcard spot. The Snakes have an opportunity to take the series tonight against the Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey, it's Luke and Eduardo Rodriguez. Meet the moment tonight against the San Francisco Giants. We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
5-run, first for the New York Mets.
Raro.
Yeah.
All right, that bullpen hasn't pitched yet.
Brandon Nimmo had an 2-run single. McNeil an RBI double, 2-run double. Brent Beatty homered. 5-0. Is the
Come on, Padres? Who's pitching for the Padres?
Michael King is pitching for
Get
the Padres.
him out of there!
6 hits, 5 earned runs in the first inning. He threw 25 pitches.
He's actually been good for them.
Great, yeah.
Got lit up in the first inning.
Good tonight for them. Yeah, it's been good. So 5-0.
They hit any home runs, the Mets?
Beatty.
Yeah.
Is it Beatty or Batty? I think it's Beatty.
The apple comes up.
The apple came up. Yeah, a 2-run homer for Brent.
Still got
Beatty.
the apple.
Yes, they still do. He might not be the apple, but he is our Diamondbacks lead reporter, and he's joining us right now live from Chase Field. He's our own Alex Weiner. Talk a little Diamondbacks baseball with us here on Arizona Sports. You got the Mets game on there in the press box, Alex? Or are you trying to cover your eyes and avert yourself from that?
Yeah, I'm hiding out in the press conference room right now, but I just had it on my phone, and I saw that they scored 5 runs in the first inning. So it's the Mets. You never know. But so far, so good for them.
We had Zach Gallen on. You're there on a regular basis. I'll be there tonight. So, what have you? What's the difference that you've seen in Zach Gallen since the trade deadline?
Yeah, I don't think it's one thing or anything like, flipped into place. I think there's been a gradual improvement, specifically with the walks. That was a huge problem for him earlier in the year. And I think that started to get better in July, but the home runs were still there and still biting him. And since then, I just think he's gotten better with his command in the zone. Everything works off of the fastball with him. So if he's gotten up that fastball and can, drop that curveball in there, it just makes him one of the more dangerous pitchers in the league. So, whether it's, throwing less in between outings, whether there was a realization that, teams didn't want him at the trade deadline for the price that the Diamondbacks were willing to give him up for, whether it was, focusing on his own strengths as opposed to being hyper focused on someone else's weaknesses. There could be a lot of different reasons why he has turned his season around, but oh boy, it has come at a perfect time because this team wouldn't be still in the hunt if he had not, found a way and found the answers that he needed to become one of the best pitchers in the National League again.
We had him on the show earlier, Alex, and we made it a point to not ask him about his future because today just didn't seem the day to ask him about that directly, given where the Diamondbacks are in the standings and what they're trying to accomplish. But I don't have any problem asking you about it. Do you think, has this gotten more complicated or less complicated with how well he's pitched over the last month and a half? Because I suspect it's gotten less complicated in terms of his ability to come back to the Diamondbacks, meaning I don't know if he's going to be back because of how he's pitched.
I think it would have been complicated no matter what. Like if he gone out and had a great season, just trying to get him back would have been a bit of difficult. If he just continued on the path he was at the beginning part of the season, I don't know. I think he's pitched himself into a qualifying offer. I think that's something that you could look forward to. But other than that, like what does this market look like in terms of, teams wanting to offer him multi-year deals? Does he get a $50 million deal? Does he want to, go back into the market after next season after trying to prove that, the changes that he made in the second half and down the stretch here, he can sustain for an entire season and he is still one of the best pitchers in the National League? Or does he look towards 27 and have some reservations about that? I don't know. I think it's all going to be pretty complicated, but what's clear is that he's helped himself a lot with these last couple of months. Whether he, wants a qualifying offer and is willing to accept it, I think that would be a win for the Diamondbacks, but who knows at this point?
I think he's going to get an offer better than qualifying from some team, multi-year deal, because he has pitched extremely well. All right, the big question we've been talking about, does Jordan Lawler get back in the field at all the rest of the season?
I was going to ask Alex the same thing.
I mean, after the yips and the errors the other day, now he had the big hit yesterday as a DH. Does he not playing today to go with Del Castillo at DH? Do you see him getting back in the field at any point?
I would imagine it would happen at some point. I mean, yesterday he comes in, gets that huge double off the bench, and then he's immediately out of the game. They put in Jorge Barosa, and it ended up working out because Barosa made a great catch up against the wall to rob a hit from Bryce Eldridge. So I would imagine so. With them being so close the way that they are in lineups where they're going up against right-handed pitching, I would imagine they want to keep Blaze Alexander at third base and Alec Thomas in center field. That's just their best defensive alignment right now. But in certain matchups against left-handed pitching, I would imagine, they're going to have to run him out there at some point just because they're going to need that bat in the lineup the way that he's been swinging it lately. So it's a tricky situation where you got to get him over this, but you also don't have any room for him to make more mistakes.
Yeah, is now the time to worry about getting him over this, though? And I'm just curious from you being down there every day, how much of a dilemma this is for him, because certainly they want to develop him and they need to get him over this, but I just don't know if now is the time for you to be experimental when it comes to Jordan Lawler and his ability to handle third base right now.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear that. And the messaging has been very clear that they're focused on winning. And the best defensive alignment that will give them that chance is what they're going to go with. But he is going to start against lefties. And so I just find it hard to believe that he's completely done playing defense for this team. But that said, I think the leash is going to be pretty short here moving forward. And I think that was the case last night with the reason why he didn't stay in the ballgame.
Yeah. I look at McCann and what he's been able to give this team, and what a shot in the arm, what a pleasant surprise he has been. He's just day in and day out. He just gives his team everything he has, and he's been on a little bit of a tear lately.
Yeah, and the pitchers can't say enough good things about the way that he's been able to call games, the kind of answers that he's had. It's interesting. Torrey was talking about James McCann just a little bit ago during his press conference session with us, and he had mentioned that Corbin Burns was somebody who worked with James McCann last year in Baltimore, and he actually brought up the idea of bringing in someone like James McCann after Gabby Moreno got hurt when he was talking with Torrey and some of the front office members. So it might have been actually Corbin Burns contributing to them going out and getting this guy. And you're right, it's been a huge difference having a catching tandem of Gabby Moreno and James McCann. I mean, it gives you a pretty elite defensive, duo back there. And then with the bat, McCann, once again, like he got here, he was scorching hot, got a little bit out of a funk a little bit, but then recently, since coming back from a little bit of an injury, he's been right back to it. And so it's been a huge addition for them and kind of an underrated move from this front office to make in the middle of the season, getting a guy who was playing minor league baseball and having him become such a big contributor.
Our D-backs guy, Alex Weiner, is joining us live from Chase Field. D-backs and the Giants tonight. Again, $15 tickets for tonight's game and tomorrow's game. Gambo and I were having this conversation earlier, and you being a baseball guy, I'm just kind of curious to get your opinion on the remaining schedule for the Diamondbacks, and without being able to project too far ahead, the chances you think that Philly might not have as much to play for this weekend, that the Dodgers might not have as much to play for next week, and that the Diamondbacks might catch some luck with the Padres having everything wrapped up in the wild card. How much of that do you think could potentially be a factor over what is the toughest remaining schedule in baseball with 11 games to go?
100%. It's definitely going to be a factor. I think with the Phillies, too, they're also catching them, it seems like, at the back end of their rotation, where you're probably not going to see Christopher Sanchez, which is a big deal. Obviously, Zach Wheeler is on the injured list for them. So you're looking more like the Walker Buehler, Taijuan Walker part of the rotation, which is, on paper, more manageable.
Okay.
At the same time, the Diamondbacks faced a Padres team that had nothing to play for at the end of last year and just didn't get it done. So you're going to have to continue to be, playing the clean baseball that we've been seeing them play for the most part of his last couple of months in order to, because they've played pretty well against good teams anyway. And the Phillies are a little bit compromised with some injuries and also, where they're on the rotation. They just clinched the division. It's not nothing to play for. But that said, it's not the final weekend of the season anyway. So you are going to see some of their other regulars. I wouldn't I would say that it's not like maybe the murderer's row that it looks like on paper, but at the same time, you can't really take anything for granted when you're playing September baseball.
I think this is going to come down to Eduardo Rodriguez. Nobody's going to pitch more baseball games from this point forward the rest of the season than Eduardo Rodriguez. Gallen's got 2 starts left. Rodriguez has 3. Tonight, then he'll pitch in 5 more days, and then he'd be scheduled to pitch the final game of the season against San Diego. He's had a nice little turnaround. He's pitched a lot better as of late, but this really may come down to him because nobody's going to start more games than he does from now to the rest of the season.
Yeah, totally. And they're also not in this position if he hasn't, found some answers recently either. Erod and Zach Gallen being kind of a 1-2 that's, worthy of being a 1 and 2 over the last, however many weeks, has been a huge contribution to them playing, meaningful September baseball. And for Erod, a lot of it is just being able to command a lot of different pitches. And that's the way that he gets you out, because he doesn't have an overpowering fastball. He doesn't have overpowering stuff, but he can spin the ball in a lot of different ways and get you out. And it's going to be interesting to see how he does tonight, because this is a Giants team he literally just faced in his last start. He was a little bit more four-seam happy with that in that outing. Does that change a little bit? The lineup's going to be pretty similar. So it is interesting to watch a pitcher kind of adjust from game to game when he's playing the same lineup. But I totally agree that, Gallen and Rodriguez and just this rotation in general are the key to this team, potentially sneaking into the postseason.
All right, Alex, I'll see you in 2 hours. Make sure Jack Summers doesn't sit in my seat tonight, okay? You tell him that's my
I'll do
seat.
my best to guard it.
Yeah, you make sure he doesn't sit in my corner seat. I'll get him.
I'll get a sign ripped up or something like
All
that.
right, thank you. Yeah, just put something there.
Thanks, Alex.
We'll see you in a little bit.
We appreciate your insight and for saving Gambo a seat in the press box. You have no idea how much we appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Awesome.
Thank you. Alex Weiner, our D-backs guy from ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. By the way, Padres already got one back.
There you
Jackson
go.
Merrill
There
solo
you go.
home run off of Clay Holmes, 5-1 right now in the
That's crazy.
second inning. Yes, sir.
Like, my favorite team has always been the Yankees, right? Yes. But, for a long time, my second favorite team was the Mets. But I want the Diamondbacks to get in the playoffs, not the Mets.
So you're rooting for the Francisco Lindor just hit a home run, so it's 6-1.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the Diamondbacks.
Oh no! I was just it just because it just happened.
Right,
yeah, I'm pointing out it.
Yeah,
it's just the Jackson Merrill thing just happened, and now the Francisco Lindor thing just happened. Good. I'm glad to hear that you're rooting against the Mets.
No, there were a time
God
in
bless
my
you for
early
that.
years of living here. I've lived here for almost 30
You would
years
have said
now.
to hell with the Diamondbacks.
No, I used to go to Mets Diamondback games and root for the Mets. But I'm all in on the D-backs. Let's go.
All right, so if you're listening or if you're watching on YouTube, this might be your no-duh moment of the Burns and Gambo show, of which we typically offer many. But is the key to victory this Sunday as simple as stopping Christian McCaffrey? Yeah, we'll talk about it next in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up. Right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final. And the D-backs will wake up tomorrow, a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
$195 million. That is the amount of money that Global Credit Union members collectively saved last year doing their banking and their financial services with Global Credit Union versus a traditional bank. $195 million. How? Because Global Credit Union members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's a big difference from a traditional bank. Global Credit Union members get better interest rates than they can at a bank. That's obviously a big difference there. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference, which is why if you're looking for a place to doing your banking, your savings accounts, your loans, look to Global Credit Union because of all the benefits they offer. 10 branches around the valley, easy-to-use mobile app, lots of benefits. Explore all of the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, September 26th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 for college pregame coverage. Come out, enjoy some food and drinks. It's the perfect way to kick off your college football weekend. Here's a bonus. Now through the end of September, just tell your server at DraftKings Sportsbook that Arizona Sports sent you, and you'll get complimentary chips and queso on the house. Burns and Gambo, Friday, September 26th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren. She's got our social media poll question of the day, one for which Gambo went with the heart, and I went with the head. The YouTubers roasted me for it.
Heart rules the mind.
You singing a little
One
yes?
love and love is blind. When the heart rules. That's not yes.
That's not yes? I thought that was, is
No.
that Emerson, Lake, and Palmer?
No, GT, when the heart rules the mind.
I thought that was yes.
No, it's not. Definitely not yes. It is GTR.
Oh, okay.
When the heart rules the mind.
All I've learned about this is we would be horrible at Name That Tune.
Yeah, we would be pretty bad.
Well, I think I'd be really good at it.
No. This would be your issue. You'd go, I know this. It's blah, blah, blah from that thing. And I like that song.
And they'd be like, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, but then
You
you'd
totally
never
got
actually
it.
name the band or the name of the song.
I would
be
just say,
terrible at it. I thought it was yes.
just say, not a mustache.
Bernsey, I heard, did pretty well on
I was
Mustache
playing.
Not
We
a
had a
Mustache
mandatory
today.
meeting here at the station.
You played mustache, not a mustache?
In the car. Well, no, I wasn't on the air, but in the car I was playing along, and I was batting 1,000 right until the very end. There was a Cat Stevens song. I didn't know it was Cat Stevens.
Oh, baby, baby, you're a wild one.
That was the one, as a matter of fact. I didn't know that was Cat Stevens. So
That's
I
Cat
was
Stevens.
I was on both the Big League questions and the Murata questions. I was batting 1,000 until the very end. What's our poll question today? What do we got?
Well, before I get
This is
into
the
the
head.
poll
What you got?
question,
Yeah, what you
I
got?
feel like I should update things because since the last time we checked in, yes, Francisco Lindor did hit a home run for the Mets. So did Pete Alonso. So the Mets are currently up 7-1 at the end of the second.
All right.
Look away.
Got to win to stay. You got to win to keep pace right now. Got to win to keep pace.
Most importantly, you got to win to win the season series against San Francisco. I think keeping pace is fine, but winning the season series against San Francisco is of paramount importance in the short term.
I would love to go into the final 3 games. You know what I feel? Go into the final 3 games with a shot. Doesn't mean 3 games out where you got to win 3 and they got to lose 3. I'd like to have a shot. 3 games left.
Amen to that. That'd
Just
be
a shot.
fun.
1 or 2 games.
So much fun.
1 or 2 games out with 3 to play. I could go for that.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun. What's our question today?
Our poll question today is as simple as this. Will the Arizona Diamondbacks make the postseason, yes or no?
Our YouTubers got mad at me because I went with the logic of that bad bullpen, and I said no. I think ultimately they won't. Doesn't mean I'm not enjoying this, and it certainly doesn't mean I'm not rooting for it. I just, that bullpen scares me.
The bullpen's trash. Okay? It's trash.
Look at me.
It's trash.
I'm being all nice. The bullpen, I'm kind of nervous about it, and I don't have a good feeling about it. The trash.
It's trash.
The garbage.
It's garbage.
It's a hot, burning dumpster fire of a bullpen right now.
Yeah, we look away every time the bullpen.
You think they're going to make the playoffs?
I'm going to go for it. I'm going to lean into my optimistic side.
Heart, head.
When the heart rules the mind.
Heart,
GTR.
Head.
Good rock and roll song from my day. When the heart rules the mind.
What's our audience say?
GTR.
64% of our audience is going with no, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not make the playoffs. 37% going with yes, they will.
Okay. We'll see. I echo what my esteemed colleague over here said. Just go into that final weekend with a chance. That would be such fun. It really, really would. It'd be so much fun.
I know, and so nerve-wracking.
Yes, it would.
So nerve-wracking.
So much fun if you could do that.
It's so ironic if they could beat out the Mets, who
beat them out last year.
year.
Yeah, in part along with the Braves. Yeah,
because of the damn doubleheader.
Okay, so this is your no-dur moment of the Burns and Gambo
Yeah,
show, brought
okay.
to you by
Oh,
nobody
boy.
in particular. Is the key to victory this Sunday as simple as stopping Christian McCaffrey? That was the big grade A tease that I read going into the segment.
So,
Go ahead, because I know.
So I this is crazy. I looked at last year. Christian McCaffrey did not play against the Cardinals. There were 2 games. He didn't play either game. They played. He only played in like 4 games. He did not play against the Cardinals. So I said, okay, let me take a look back. So I went back to 2023, and it blew my mind. Like,
okay.
Let me tell you what he did. In 2 games against the Arizona Cardinals, Christian McCaffrey didn't have 1 touchdown, not 2, not 3. He didn't have 4,
not 1, not 2, not 3,
5,
not 4, not 5.
He
not
didn't even
6.
have 6. Christian McCaffrey had 7 freaking touchdowns against the Cardinals in 2 games in 2023. Let me give you these mind-boggling numbers. Mind-boggling
yes.
numbers. The last game he played against the Cardinals, he had 18 carries for 115 yards and a touchdown rushing. 5 catches for 72 yards and 2 TDs receiving. The game before that, earlier in the season, he had 3 rushing touchdowns on 20 carries for 106 yards. Plus, he had a receiving touchdown, 7 receptions for 71 yards. Add it all up, he had 7 touchdowns in the last 2 games he played against the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow.
You add up the yards, he had 221 rushing yards and 143 receiving yards. He was a wrecking ball against the Arizona Cardinals.
That was 2023,
yes.
So that was Gannon's first year. That was Josh Dobbs at quarterback for the first half of the year until Kyler came back. Right. Okay, I'm not.
And last year, Dobbs was a quarterback for the 49ers against the Cardinals.
Okay, now I swear when I say this, I'm not trying to one-up your numbers because your numbers are great.
Oh, okay.
No,
Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay.
telling you, I'm not trying to one-up your numbers. Don't get all hurt over there.
All right. What do you
But
got?
I looked up his career numbers against the Arizona Cardinals, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
There's only one team he's got more wins against in his career than the Cardinals when he plays them, and that's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from when he was with the Carolina Panthers. He's 7-3 in his career against the Buccaneers. He's 6-1 in his career against the Arizona Cardinals. And in those games, in his 7 games against the Cardinals, in which he's 6-1, he averages 5.8 yards per carry on the ground. He averages 9.7 yards per reception in the air. Okay, you say he kills him in 2023?
Yeah.
He always kills him. He always kills him.
He has 7 touchdowns in his last 2 games against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever done that as a running back or receiver? Not talking about a quarterback throwing it, but 7 touchdowns in 2 games?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. In fact, I'm looking.
Like when I looked at him, like this has to be wrong. No, back yet. Nope. You add it up. He had 3 touchdowns rushing and 1 receiving the last time on October 1st. And then on December 17th, he had 2 receiving and 1 rushing. He had 7 freaking touchdowns against the Cardinals.
In his career, there is no team, and I'm just looking at this real quick and kind of on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
There is no team he scored more touchdowns against in his entire career than the Arizona Cardinals.
Really?
No team.
Well, that probably plays a factor in that. The 7 he had in 2 games.
Yeah, of course. But this is a matchup he's always tortured the Cardinals. Always. No matter where he is, he's always tortured the Cardinals.
We throw a lot of stuff out there. We talk about stats and stuff. It's part of our conversations. That one is too hard to believe. Like, that doesn't make sense. The last 2 games against the Arizona Cardinals, he scored 7 touchdowns. No, that's impossible. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way he has 7 touchdowns in 2 games. That one, like, sticks out like a sore thumb. It's almost like it can't be true, but it is.
That is your no-duh moment of the Burns and Gambo Show, brought to you by nobody here on Arizona Sports, the local sports
And the
leader.
key to the game from the key master is you got to stop Christian McCaffrey. That's your key to the game for the key master.
If on Friday you send us into the weekend, hey, my key to the weekend. Stop Christian McCaffrey.
You can't let him have
be
7 touchdowns.
I'm just going to get up and leave. I'm walking out the door.
I made Lauren laugh.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Diamondbacks are on a hot streak. They are missing something from one of their star players. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just keep moving on up. They defeated the San Francisco Giants last night 8-1 at Chase Field. The D-backs are now just a game and a half behind the New York Mets for that third and final wildcard spot. The Snakes have an opportunity to take the series tonight against the Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 right here in Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks continue their improbable push to the wild card in the postseason? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Did you see how happy you made him?
I love it.
I mean,
my
seriously,
God.
did you see how happy you made him?
Such a great movie. Such a great movie. Paul Newman, Robert Redford, The Sting.
It's a really good movie.
What a great combination those two are, right? Newman and Redford?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, it's so great.
Fantastic in that. And Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Yes.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace to one
Robert
Redford, who
just watched him in A Bridge Too Far not too long, like a few weeks ago. I watched A Bridge Too Far.
This isn't my
I love war movies.
This isn't my favorite line from The Natural, but it's a good one.
I could have broke every record in the book.
And then?
And then
People would know my name when I walked down the street.
when I walked down the street, people would have looked and they would have said, there goes Roy Hobbs.
Best that ever was.
The best there ever was in this game.
Yeah. My favorite is when he breaks his bat at the end and pick me up. Go pick me out a winner, Bobby.
Best baseball movie?
It's my favorite baseball movie out of nostalgia because it reminds me of being a kid.
Field of Dreams or The Natural?
For me, it's The Natural.
Oh, that's a great poll question
for
right
me,
there.
It's The Natural or Field of Dreams. I think Moneyball's a terrific baseball movie. I think Major League's still a very good baseball movie.
Hoosiers or The Natural?
I still go with The Natural. I love The Natural. But again, that's I really
Remember
love
the Titans or The Natural?
The Natural.
Okay, so it's number one on your list.
It's probably my favorite sports movie ever. I love it. I absolutely love that movie. It gives me chills every time I watch it. Rest in peace to Robert Redford. Hopefully, the Arizona Diamondbacks will keep up the hot ways because they're going to need it. The Mets are beating the Padres right now by a score of 7-2.
Beat them like a drum.
And hopefully this guy continues to do fantastic things. Geraldo Perdomo is... It's really, honestly, it's a shame. Now, we'll see. Maybe the Diamondbacks get into the playoffs and he gets more love than he will. He deserves MVP votes this year. He won't get them as many as we'd like because it's not as winning of a team as you need to be to get MVP votes.
Yeah.
But he'll get votes. He'll finish somewhere in the top 6 or 7 or something like that. You can argue, if you look at the stats, that nobody is having a better season at the position than he is. And better than Lindor, better than Bobby Witt Jr., better than them all.
He's got a shot at 20 homers, 25 stolen bases, and 100 RBIs. Only 7 shortstops in the history of baseball have accomplished that. He's got a shot for that. He has been, I saw a quote from Darren Urban, our good buddy Darren Urban. Perdomo is the best player in baseball no one is talking about, and he's right. He has been the catalyst. He has been the leader of this team. He has carried this team. He has done. This is a guy who started batting at the back of the lineup, and now he's batting in the front, the first or second. He's played great defense for the most part. He has been sensational. He is quickly becoming a fan favorite here. Everybody loves to watch him play. He's a great teammate. He is just having a monster season, and I'm happy to see it because this is a guy that, obviously you went years of having Nick Ahmed at shortstop. He was a great glove, but he couldn't hit a lick, and now you get Geraldo Perdomo in there, and he is putting together not only a great offensive season, but he's a terrific defensive shortstop as well.
Troy Lavello after the game yesterday.
I'm probably like a proud dad just watching everything that he does and how the success that he has. It's not easy to do what he's doing. He's just been so consistent and so present. He's just leading this team without knowing that he's doing it.
He has 97 runs driven in.
Yeah.
Geraldo Perdomo
is going to have 100 RBIs.
Has 97 RBIs.
Are you a WAR guy? Are you a wins above replacement guy?
You know what? I don't like. It's not a religion for me, but it's a tool. Like I look at it. I look at it.
He leads the National League.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
There's not a player in the National League has a better WAR.
That's what I mean.
Than Perdomo.
If you're building a case for MVP, right? Like that's part of it. I'm not saying that's the only part of it, but that's absolutely part of it. With that stat in that world, he's a darling when it comes to wins above replacement. Those advanced analytics love what he's doing.
He just loves to play the game, man. It rubs off on everybody. His desire, his love of the game. He's always smiling. He's always happy. He's been great for them. I mean, just great. And I love that Hazen locked him up with that contract. I love that he got him because he's you want this guy to be your shortstop for a long time.
What was the amount on it again?
It wasn't crazy. I'm looking it up now. It wasn't crazy.
$45 million.
4 years, $45 million.
4 years, $45 million. Steal.
4 years, $45 million.
Just a steal.
Yeah. And a club option for 2030. So you've got him for 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 5 years.
5 years.
You've got him for 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
so good.
I mean, it's so good in ways that I don't think even they could have, and maybe they would have. Maybe they'd be able to say, yeah, actually, we kind of thought he was due for a breakout and he was coming. I don't know if they could have known it was coming like this for Geraldo Perdomo. I really don't. Like when they signed him to that contract,
he's been one of the best players in baseball.
He has been, and like I say, it's. I agree that MVPs should come from winning teams and teams that go in the postseason. I generally subscribe to that theory. I really do. And I think Perdomo's team just hasn't won enough for him to get like the real consideration. But you bet if I've got a ballot and I've got to name my top 3 players or however the balloting works,
yeah,
I'll name Perdomo as my 3rd player. I'll name Perdomo as my 4th player in this league. Absolutely. For the season he's had.
There was a time when the new jerseys came out, the Serpientes jerseys.
Yes.
Where it was like Carol Marte. Like which one do you want? Man, you're good getting yourself a Geraldo Perdomo jersey. He's gonna be here for a long time. You're good getting a jersey of that kid because that kid is a bright young star on this team.
I don't know if you meant to do this or not, but you made a nice little transition into something else I wanted to bring up about the Diamondbacks.
I have no idea.
Okay, and I
did not do it on purpose.
And I want to be clear about this.
Yeah,
we've talked a lot about the Diamondbacks today, and we have not brought this up once because I don't want to spoil the mood about the Diamondbacks. The mood is very good right now about the D-backs, and I don't want to spoil it. But I was watching last night's broadcast, and I'm not trying to make this about Bob because it's not. It's just about something he said, and I noticed it with my own eyes, and I bet you did too. At the end of that game, Bob Brenly on the TV broadcast. You know where I'm going with this, right?
I know exactly where you're going with it.
Bob Brenly made this comment after the game was over.
A lot of good things happened in the ball game last night. I hate to be the bringer of bad news here, but you'd like to see Ketel Marte start to contribute a little bit more. He had 5 plate appearances in this game and saw a total of 7 pitches. Geraldo Perdomo had 2 at-bats where he saw 7 pitches.
Watching that game from beginning to end last night, it was hard not to notice how he's either really hurt or he's really disengaged. It's one of the two right now.
You got to be very careful with this is almost like the KD Sands. with the criticize Marte. Here you get it. Come, everybody's gonna go off you. He's really struggling. Not playing very well. Marte's the type of guy that, he does disengage. He disengages. He needed that day off the other day so bad. He wanted the day off, but he was gonna play the next day. So it wasn't like he couldn't have played. He just wanted a day off. He was in the lineup the next day, but he just wanted to have a day where he didn't have to play baseball. And that to me, that hurts the team, and they lost that game. And you could say what you want. Guys that are playing through injuries. Perdomo is playing hurt. Corbin Carroll's playing hurt. Blaze Alexander's playing hurt. Marte did foul the ball off his foot. It's not broken. I can understand he's hurt a little bit, but I give a lot of credit to the guys that are really toughing it out, going out there and trying to. Because look, Ketel Marte at 50% is a lot better than his replacement.
Yeah, but you know what?
But he's not playing good right now.
Ketel Marte last night just didn't bring a lot of value to the table, and without knowing why, okay, and without knowing what the root cause of it. And I always want to believe in the player and believe that the player is just hurt. And he's in the lineup again tonight, and he's playing second base. But boy, he looked awfully
disengaged.
That's the word I keep going back to. He looked awfully disengaged last night.
Yeah, and when he's engaged, he's a great player. And when he's not engaged, efforts on. I one of the at-bats last night, first pitch foul, pop up to like the shortstop, and you just see how angry he was at himself. But he's not, he's not having good at-bats.
No,
he's just not having good at-bats. And Brenly called him out. And you mentioned it, and it's just like it's tough because you need him. You need him to play well.
And again, I'm not trying to make this about Brenly calling him out. We've all got tremendous respect for Bob Brenly. Obviously, I think Bob Brenly just said I know what I was feeling watching the game, and I was going to bring it up whether Bob said anything about it or not. He looked completely out of it last night. And see how he looks tonight. Like I say, he's in there. He's batting second. He's playing second. We'll see what he brings to the table. But I didn't want to be the party killer when it comes to all this in the Diamondbacks, because everything is a lot of fun right now, but it was hard not to notice that last night. I said it before, I'll say it again. Did the Arizona Cardinals draft the wrong wide receiver 1 in 2024? And I'm just asking to be a devil's advocate. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-1 is popped up. Right side of the infield. Marte's underneath it. And the Diamondbacks dominate the Giants in this Monday opener to kick off the final homestand of the season. It's an 8-1 final, and the D-backs will wake up tomorrow, a game and a half out of the third and final wild card spot.
The D-backs are gaining ground in the push for the postseason. D-backs Giants live from Chase Field. Our coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So bring your MRI and your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free, so don't wait. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can call them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are the keys for the Arizona Cardinals offense this week against the 49ers? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Did the Arizona Cardinals draft the wrong wide receiver 1 in 2024? That is the tease that I read going into this segment because that is, in some circles, the conversation going on about the Arizona Cardinals and Marvin Harrison Jr. when compared side by side with Malik Neighbors and the numbers that he's putting up so far in the draft. Now, like I said, going in, Gambo, sometimes I read these things, I'm playing devil's advocate. It's a conversation starter. I believe it is way too early in this entire process to say the Cardinals drafted the wrong, I keep doing that, the wrong wide receiver 1.
You're like Fonzie trying to say wrong.
Right, you're wrong. But I understand why people are looking at Marvin Harrison Jr. and saying 5 targets, 2 catches, it ain't good enough. Yeah, gotta do better.
And then you look at Neighbors' numbers every week, and you're like, my God, it's just such a big difference. And I'll give you some of the examples, and we could talk about them. But Marvin Harrison Jr. has 75-plus receiving yards in 3 games. 3 games. He has had 75 or more yards receiving. Neighbors has, I'll just go. And he doesn't have a single game with more than 6 receptions. So 3 games in which he's had 75 yards or more, but he does not have 1 game in which he has more than 6 receptions.
Okay.
Neighbors has 10 games of more than 6 receptions.
Okay.
And he also has 6 games of more than 75 yards receiving.
Okay.
Neighbors has 123 receptions so far. Marvin Harrison Jr. has 69.
Okay.
Neighbors has 1,442 yards receiving so far. Marvin Harrison Jr. has 983.
Okay.
Now, the targets are different because they go to Neighbors a lot.
Yep.
And the Cardinals don't go to Marvin Harrison Jr.
I've got those numbers if you want them.
Enough. Yeah, you can give me the targets.
In 15 games last year, Malik Neighbors was targeted 170 times. In 17 games last year, Marvin Harrison Jr. was targeted 116 times.
I could break that down even further.
Okay.
Marvin Harrison Jr. last year was 6.8 targets per game.
Okay, so about
this
7.
year. This
Okay.
year it's 5.5.
So it's gone down.
Neighbors was 11.3 last year. This year it's 12.5.
It's gone up.
It's gone up.
Okay.
Now, I will say this. The one major difference, the Giants don't have a tight end. The Cardinals have maybe the best tight end in football, the best pass-catching tight end in football, and Trey McBride, who's the focal point of the offense. The Giants don't have a good tight end.
Couldn't I also argue the Giants don't have as prolific a run game as the Arizona Cardinals do?
Until Scattaboo gets
well,
going.
Yeah, as soon as Scat wins the job, then they will.
Yes.
But if
he's the focal point of the offense. He's the main guy. He's the guy you got to go to.
Their running back is not. Their tight end is not in New York. You know that. You're a Giants fan.
I know. Yep. And again, they don't use the tight end very much as far as the passing is concerned. So it is heavy slanted towards Neighbors. And if Marvin Harrison Jr. was there, it'd probably be the same thing.
Probably.
You'd probably force feed him as much as you can because the other weapons just aren't as good. We're here. Marvin Harrison Jr. is not your number 1 option. It's Trey McBride. So there are a lot of people out there that are going to look at the two of them and say, man, the Cardinals really messed up. They really messed up. They should have had Neighbors. Look, in the end, that might prove to be true.
It could.
That Neighbors is better than Marvin Harrison Jr. It could absolutely happen. But it's a little early to tell. And number 2, the offenses are just designed so much differently. It's a difficult comparison.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's going to be a while until we can say that definitively, whether the Cardinals got it right or wrong. Because in my mind, I'll always think that if you just flip the wide receivers into different situations, it might be exactly the same thing as you said. I think, and with a little bit of wiggle room here, I think that the way Marvin Harrison Jr. was used and deployed in week 1 against the Saints, it wasn't as good as it's going to get, but it was pretty close to as good as it's going to get in terms of how they're going to use Marvin Harrison Jr. He was targeted 6 times. He had 5 catches. One of them was a deep ball. One of them was a touchdown. Right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I think maybe it could be a little bit better than that, where he's targeted 7 times, maybe 8 times, and he's got 6 catches, maybe 7 catches.
Would you like to see what happens if they just said, let's just try to destroy, let's go to him 12 times in a game? I mean, would you like to see it?
It would just be so, at whose expense? Trey McBride? Then no.
Right. I understand.
I'll counter your question with a question. If it comes to the expense of Trey McBride, no. The answer's no. I mean, because Trey McBride is one of the 2 best receiving tight ends in football. He might be the best receiving tight end in football after what Brock Bowers went through last night against that Chargers defense. I'm not going to sacrifice targets to McBride for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Also, look at the difference with the Giants. As far as, I'm going to look this up now. Russell Wilson threw the ball like 41 freaking times in that game.
Yeah.
41 times he threw the football. 30 completions. So their pass to run ratio is 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
They against the Cowboys, when they scored 38 points, 37, whatever it was, they threw it 2 times, ran for every 3 times they had the ball, they threw it twice and ran it once. So they're not balanced. It's not a balanced offense. They're going to try to throw the ball more.
No, so to answer your question, I mean, no, I don't, because I think that the way this roster is built right now, this is how it needs to function. It just needs to function better within itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think this is, they've built it to be tight end centric, tight end forward, run game centric, run game forward. That's how the roster looks. That's how it's supposed to be. I just think within that, they've got to be better about getting Marv more involved. And that's why I keep pointing to the Saints game. I thought, man, this time a week ago, we were all like, man, that Kyler Marv connection looked pretty good, right? Yeah, it sure did. That's, and I think that's the standard you should be aiming for on most weeks. It's not going to be Malik Neighbors. It's probably never going to be Malik Neighbors as long as Kyler Murray is the quarterback and as long as this is the offense they're going to run. This is probably how it's going to be. So perfect it within that. And I thought the Saints game was pretty darn close to perfect in terms of how you balance Trey
5 catches
versus Marv versus James versus Benson. You know what I mean? That's fine. I think that's what you're aiming for most weeks.
Yeah, and that's why we came in and we talked so much about the number 2 receiver. It doesn't matter. Dortch, Zay Jones, Michael Wilson.
I'm almost done talking about that. It's just I don't think that matters.
It doesn't matter. No, they're going to go heavy McBride, heavy MHJ, even though they didn't the last game, and then you want a heavy dose of the running. Now, again, part of the problem last week is they just didn't have the ball in the second half. They didn't run many plays in the second half. So that's why you're like, okay, why is there such a disparity? Well, because they just didn't have the ball enough.
Yeah, they didn't. And I think that they didn't have, like you say, I think they didn't have the ball enough. And I think that we'll never really know for sure. I lost my train of thought for a second, but I just got it back. I think the other variable in this too is Kyler. And I wonder if the day comes when Kyler's not the quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals anymore, whether it's at the end of this season, the end of next, whenever, and they do change how the offense runs, does Marv become a different wide receiver then? When he's got a different quarterback throwing to them, and maybe they change how they play offense. Because I think the reason why they're playing this offense is predicated on the fact that Kyler is their quarterback, and they have determined this is the best way to do it.
And I know how much you hate 30-year-old running backs, but Connor hit 30. If there's a decline in Connor,
yep. Do they need to change their philosophy?
Do they now start to have a little bit more of a pass ratio, more pass to run?
Maybe it's that. It's just if they ever get to the point where they have a quarterback that they do feel like they want to throw 45 times a game, then Marvin Harrison Jr., hey, the lid's off. Go get him. You know what I mean? That might change. I don't know. Yeah. But until then,
we'll see what happens when they get down big in a game, too.
That's true.
Because that's how you can get back into a game quickly.
So far, they've had the lead in both of these games, and they've been able to play that kind of concern. That's a really good point, too. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how soon do the Arizona Cardinals need Walter Nolan healthy and playing in games? That is coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
Happy to be 2-0, but ... and there's a lot of words following the ...
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals.
People are having a hard time reconciling this. Was this a success or was this a failure? The answer is both. Sometimes success and failure are as close as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That the success is the peanut butter and the failure is the jelly, and it's all smushed together. And you can't pull one apart from the other. And in the case of yesterday, that's okay, because they ended up with the victory.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And I'll tell you, a lot of people start to think about retiring when they get in their 50s. But they don't know when. Do you retire at 60, 62, 65? Do you take Social Security at 62, 65? Do you wait till 70? Do you have a pension? Do you not have a pension? How do you make your funds last for the rest of your life? Do you have enough money to retire? How much money will you need in retirement? Well, for every single person, it's different. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax that can help you understand when the right time to retire will be and help you with your plan. Financial plan, retirement plan, tax plan, the way he has helped me with mine. Because a lot of people are not really sure. Like, I think I might be able to retire, but maybe I can't. Like, how much in Social Security am I going to get? When do I take it? Again, your investments. How much of my investments can I take out each year without really hurting the principal? So there's a lot of things that go into play here, which is why you need to have a financial advisor that's going to work for you. So I recommend getting a free portfolio review by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just keep moving on up. They defeated the San Francisco Giants last night 8-1 at Chase Field. The D-backs are now just a game and a half behind the New York Mets for that third and final wildcard spot. The Snakes have an opportunity to take the series tonight against the Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by a Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks get no help from the Mets tonight. 8-2 in the top of the fifth. They're beating the San Diego Padres right now. So, not going to get any help from the
Kevin
New York
McReynolds, 3-run homer? That was your guy. You like Kevin McReynolds.
That's my guy. The most unusual guy to like on those late 80s New York Mets teams would be the one that I would pick. But yeah, I was a big Kevin McReynolds fan. That's on tonight. The Mercury aren't on until tomorrow. Brianna Stewart is going to be a game.
Come on, Merc. Force a game 3 back home. Let's go.
And then, of course, Diamondbacks baseball's on tonight. Game 2, 6:40 first pitch against the San Francisco Giants, where, yes, keeping pace with the Mets is important, but maybe more important, win the series against San Francisco. So you've got the tiebreaker against San Francisco and also keep pace with the New York Mets. It's all... And Eduardo Rodriguez will preview his matchup in D-backs on deck. He's been better as of late. Is it the kind of better you can trust? I don't know. That's up to you. He's been better. He's been better.
He's been a lot better. Yeah, we'll preview it with D-backs on deck, but a huge game tonight. Again, if you want to get out to the ballpark, dbacks.com/tickets. You can get in for $15, fees included. $15.
They're saving your seat down at the ballpark. Did you see my Twitter account?
No. Let me see. Is it your Twitter account?
Do you follow me on Twitter?
That's a good question. Do I follow you on Twitter?
That's the most... Seriously.
I do.
14 years together, that's the most insulting thing he could have said about it. I don't know.
Well, you
follow
1,442 people. I follow 386. You follow like 1,000 people more than I do.
Well, you know. It's a big
we
party.
We have a big difference in who we follow.
It's a big party. You do follow me?
I follow you. Yes, I follow you.
Did you see my tweet?
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah.
My sources are telling me that Gambo's territory has been marked.
There we go.
And a seat is being saved for him in the D-backs press box.
Yes.
I won't reveal who my sources are.
Well, I will say there was some special cannolis delivered to me the other day that got there late at the ASU game. So there was some cannolis dropped off at the press box.
Are you asking for cannolis too from the Diamondbacks?
No. The only thing I ever wanted was for Derek Hall, the great Derek Hall, to put some freaking sauerkraut in there when you get a hot dog. Like, I don't eat a lot of hot dogs, but when I do eat one, I want to have sauerkraut with it. ASU has sauerkraut for the hot dogs. Why can't I get it at the Diamondback game? I don't even know if I want to hear your question. Go ahead.
Has anybody ever told you no? Has anybody other than your wife ever told you no? I'm just curious. Like, ever?
I mean, I'm sure.
Are you sure? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure anybody's ever actually told you no.
My wife tells me no all the time.
Okay. She doesn't count. I mean, she counts. She counts more than anybody else. But I just... Asking the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks if you could have sauerkraut in the press box?
Oh, I send them a photo every time. I'm like, why is there no sauerkraut? Every time I go, I take a picture and I send it to him. Like, here you go. Why can't I get sauerkraut for this freaking hot dog? I don't eat hot dogs very often, but...
Oh, God. You are truly a national treasure. You really...
Why, because I want sauerkraut for a hot dog?
You really are.
I'm not asking for a lot here. I'm not asking for, veal scallopini.
When you ask for a bunch of little things consecutively, you add them up, and suddenly it is a lot. You know? Like if I'm asking a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But anyway.
I don't think I'm very high maintenance. What do I do here that's high maintenance?
Oh, my headphones have to be just so, and the mic has to be just so, and I have to have the right chair, and I write my name on the back of the chair so no one will take my chair.
Okay. All right.
Right?
Can I have a special song that I asked for at 2:30 played later today?
But I'm so low maintenance. I love you. I do.
Really thought of myself as like
I do, but you're on the maintenance scale. You ain't low. You ain't low. All right. I don't know if you're high, but you ain't low on the maintenance.
You're not
scale.
that far away from having a new partner. I hope they're much more low maintenance than I am. Whoever that is that's going to replace me.
I hope they're not. I don't know what I would do with a low maintenance partner.
Yeah,
you know, like I think I might be
the next
lost in the
co-host
woods.
for Dave Burns needs to be a high maintenance person.
You're not going anywhere anytime soon. I still have plenty of time to mock you for your high maintenance ways.
14 more months.
Anyway, your seat's being saved for you down at the Diamondbacks in case you want to know. they're saving a seat for you.
Okay.
So your wish has been granted, Cambo.
Yeah.
Your wish has been granted.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So here's the reason why we're asking about Walter Nolan. Sorry, we got a little off topic there, but
Yes.
we're back on it. The reason we're asking about Walter Nolan is that this past week against the Carolina Panthers, Dante Stills and Darius Robinson played a lot of snaps, and they're both younger members of the Cardinals' defensive line. And there's nothing against the older guys on the defensive line. They both played very, very well in Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais Campbell. So far this season, Dante Stills, this is according to Teo Mackey, he tweeted this out yesterday. Dante Stills and Darius Robinson have combined for 1 pressure so far this year. And within a tweet, he even said, like, Walter Nolan better get back fairly soon because... And I'm going to focus on Darius Robinson. That has not gone according to plan so far.
No.
Clearly, that has not gone according to plan.
No, I think we should. I don't want to say it's time to start worrying and panicking yet about whether Darius Robinson's going to be a first-round bust. But clearly, he's not having much of an impact right now on this football team. Now, last year, Mulligan, right, was injured, with the situation with his mom. Like, there's a lot of stuff we could be like, okay, put that in a rearview mirror. Don't even think about it. But we're expecting Darius Robinson to contribute this year. And so far through 2 games, he's been kind of a disappearing act. Like I haven't even heard his name.
No.
His Pro Football Focus grade is one of the worst out of all defensive linemen.
Like 136 out of 145 or something like that. In Pro Football Focus?
I'll tell it to you because I had my D-back notes up. But I'm gonna give it to you because I think it's important to say. There was 145 defensive linemen rated. His Pro Football Focus grade is 38.1. That ranks 134th out of the 145 defensive linemen. That's really not good.
And look, beyond the Pro Football Focus numbers and beyond the pressures and the number of stats, and that's meant as no disrespect to Teo's work because I admire Teo's work. He does a really good job covering the Cardinals for AZ Central. Beyond that, there's an eye test component to this too, and I think you hit on it just a second ago. I haven't noticed him. I haven't.
That's the telltale sign.
I haven't seen him. I don't feel like I've seen Jordan Birch,
Yes.
Josh Sweat, I've seen. Baron Browning, I've seen. They're Calais Campbell. Clearly, I've seen even Dalvin Tomlinson. I saw make a great run stuff in that game against Carolina. I don't feel like I've barely even noticed. It shocked me to see how many stops Darius Robinson got against the Panthers. I didn't notice him when he was out there.
He was one of the highest members.
He was one of the highest members. Yeah,
right.
I didn't even know he was there. So
there's a lot of time left for him to get this going. He's a young player. He's getting a lot of snaps. They're going to rotate guys in and out. It's just a matter of I'm not giving up on him after 2 games of this season. But there is a point where, with all of these guys, there is a point where, okay, you've played enough games now. If you don't turn the corner here,
that's
because we had this with guys. We had this with Isaiah Simmons, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had this with several players that you're like, okay,
how many more looks? How many more opportunities? We had it with Hassan Reddick, honestly, for the early part of his career.
And he popped late. He popped
very
late.
But I guess what I was going to ask you was how much of his disjointed rookie season buys him extra time.
I think the whole season's a wash. I think because
of
the family situation.
This is his rookie year?
I think so.
Is that excuse making, or is this basically his rookie year?
No, I would give him a mulligan on last year.
Okay.
But I do think at the end of this season, if he doesn't make an impact, you start to look at it. You don't look at him like I'm going to cut this guy. You look at him like I don't think that I think you're a role player. And there's a lot of guys that have been that you might be like a Dennis Gardeck. You can make a living as a role player in this league for a long time. Like Isaiah Simmons, he he left the Cardinals and he found places to play, went to with the Giants. And so, like, I think Darius Robinson could play in this league for a while, but I think if he doesn't pop, you're going to get that label of you're not a starter. You're not going to get a big 3-year, $50 million contract.
Right.
You're just a role player.
Cardinals and Sun Devil fans, next week is a big one for both of our football teams, and we're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets. Now, starting on Monday, listen for a sounder, 7:15 a.m., 12:15 p.m., 4:15 p.m. during our show. It's your shot to win 2 tickets. Cardinals on Thursday Night Football, ASU on Friday. Plus, don't miss extra chances on top of that to win on our contest page and the Arizona Sports YouTube page. When we come back, D-backs on deck, and we will preview this most important game tonight next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey, guess who's 2-0?
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zaven Collins recovers it and scores.
It's always great to win. We're 2-0, and yeah, that was the goal, to go 1-0 this week, and we did that.
How do you feel about the home win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Construction managers. You prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits. Naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee, only at 72sold.com.
Society says pay $7 for a fancy coffee. Sonic says, nah, how about $2.99 salty caramel toffee iced coffee with cold foam, salty caramel drizzle, and crunchy toffee pieces. That's Pinky's Up Fancy. Find China Fancy and grand piano in your living room fancy for just $2.99. Sonic salty caramel toffee iced coffee for just $2.99. It's the fancy without the pricey.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply for a limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it's football season, and that means great kickoff deals all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. Football season savings are here. You can lease an all-new 2026 Train right now for just $289 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get into any new SUV.
For the big kickoff season deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
D-backs on deck, game 2 of this huge series against the San Francisco Giants with 11 games to play. Arizona Diamondbacks hosting San Francisco with a chance not only to win the series, but to win the season series against Bob Melvin's San Francisco Giants, and in the process, win any tiebreakers against San Francisco. So, yeah, winning one of these 2 next games is imperative.
Got to have it. Got to have
Arizona.
it. Do not want to lose the tiebreaker to San Francisco, but also Mets are winning 8-2 right now. You want to keep pace with them. You want to get a victory today.
Today's pitching matchup for the game at Chase Field is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, it's going to be Eduardo Rodriguez. The lefty is 8-8 with a 4.98 ERA. It's going to be a bullpen game for the San Francisco Giants. Tristan Beck will be getting the opening assignments. He's 1-0 with a 4.88
Yeah,
ERA.
this is his 27th appearance of the season. He's got he did face the D-backs earlier in the year. He gave up 1 run on 2 hits with 2 strikeouts in 2 innings. It wasn't that much early. It was September 8th, so it was just 8 days ago. In 6 Korea games against the D-backs, he's got a 5.27 ERA, a really bad 1.39 whip. He's got a really good sweeper. When he throws the sweeper for strikes, he's very successful. Opponents are just batting .080 against the sweeper in his last 7 games, 2 for 25. So that is his money pitch, and he'll have that for probably the first 2 innings of this game
I don't
today.
want to steal any keys to the game to you, so I'll tread lightly here.
Tread lightly. Go ahead.
I'll just tell you that Eduardo Rodriguez has allowed 1 earned run in his last 18 1/3 innings.
Look at the opponent's batting average during that time.
I don't have that number in front of me. You got to give it to me.
So 1 earned run in the last 18 1/3 innings. Opponents are batting 161 against him. 10 for 62.
That's 6 innings against the Dodgers. That's 6 innings against the Red Sox. That's 6 innings against the San Francisco Giants. But even Gambo, if you want to zoom out more than that, in his last 17 games, all right, dating back to basically, I think, the end of June, Eduardo Rodriguez is 7-5 with a 3.98 ERA, 78 strikeouts in 92 innings. Now, I know those numbers aren't as splashy as his last 3, but basically for the last 2 months of the season, Eduardo Rodriguez has been a very serviceable pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it's been very under the radar, I think.
Well, understand this. Nobody's going to start more games for the Arizona Diamondbacks from now to the rest of the season than Eduardo Rodriguez. Nobody. Gallen's got 2 starts left. Eduardo Rodriguez has 3. The season, the way that the schedule pans out, the season will end. The final 2 games will be Gallen and then Rodriguez. That's their 1-2 punch right now, because Rodriguez has pitched very, very well. But it will be 3 more starts left for Eduardo Rodriguez, 2 more starts left for Zach Allen.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. There really is nothing new to report on the Diamondbacks at this point. The lineup is mostly the same as it was from yesterday, and that includes Ketel Marte with his foot injury. He is in the lineup today. He is batting second. He is playing at second base. Adrian Del Castillo is the designated hitter tonight. Blaze
Yes.
Alexander still at third base and hitting fifth.
No
so not a
Lola.
lot of changes.
Yeah, no Jordan
And
Lawler.
No Jordan Lawler tonight.
No real changes today. Adrian Del Castillo as the designated hitter. And again, I mean, you're going to rely on Rodriguez and hope that, listen, here's some numbers on Rodriguez. When they score 5 runs or more, they win a lot of the games that he's pitched in. Here's the numbers. They're 8-1 when they score 5 runs in the games he starts. They're 6-0 when he starts and they score 6+ runs. So, you give him a good amount of runs, he should be able to get you deeper into the game, and then hope you cross your fingers that the bullpen can get the job done.
Yeah, the MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. You look at the wild card standings going into this one. The Arizona Diamondbacks, there's nothing in front of them other than the team they're trying to catch. They're a game and a half behind the New York Mets. The Mets are 77-73. The Diamondbacks are 76-75. The Diamondbacks have a half-game lead over the Reds, a half-game lead over the Giants, and now a 3-game lead over the St. Louis Cardinals, who are fading fast. Now, the Mets, they are winning. They are winning big. That game is in the bottom of the 6th right now. They're beating the San Diego Padres 8-2. So you're getting absolutely no help there.
Oh, but the Reds are losing.
Are the Reds? I was just going to look up the
They're down 3-0 to the Cardinals.
Okay, so you might get a little bit of help when it comes to that
Reds
one.
are losing.
Most importantly, help yourself by beating the Giants, as I mentioned. Clinch the season series. Clinch the tiebreaker over them for the season. And also, if you do end up tied with the Mets, okay, the next tiebreaker, because they tied their season series, will go down to divisional record. Winning as many divisional games as you can will help bolster your tiebreaker. Right now, you do have that tiebreaker over the New York Mets. Diamondbacks' divisional record is better than the Mets' divisional record is. So stacking wins against the NL West is imperative when it comes to that tiebreaker as well.
Okay, this Mets game is not a division game.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
So that doesn't help them.
And they've got some coming up when they play the Nationals and the Marlins. So you probably need to stack some wins against the NL West in case it comes down to that tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely, because the Mets are playing the Padres right now, so a win there does not help their division record.
Does not. So we'll be scoreboard watching all night. In the meantime, the Keymaster's got himself a key to tonight's game. Let's see what it is.
Listen, man, I need you to be the Keymaster. I am the Keymaster.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Bernsey, when you think of dynamic duos, what do you think of? You think of Batman and Robin?
Yes.
You think of Scooby and Shaggy?
Sure.
Maybe Tom and Jerry?
Yes.
What about SpongeBob and Patrick?
Absolutely.
Woody and Buzz Lightyear?
Sure.
I got to go Pooh and Tigger too, right? You don't get much better than that. It is the dynamic duo that will be the key. Like Bert and Ernie, that was a dynamic duo. The dynamic duo will be the key to this game tonight. And let me tell you why. Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll look to become the 7th teammates in baseball history with 20-plus home runs, 30-plus stolen bases in a season. Yes, these two guys have been the catalyst. Corbin Carroll, 30 homers, 28 stolen bases. And look at Geraldo Perdomo, 19 home runs, 26 stolen bases. The guys at the top of the lineup are going to have to get it done. They're going to have to lead the way for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So for me, the key to the game is those guys have to get on base and set everything in motion.
All right, it's going to do it for us. Diamondbacks baseball, highly anticipated game. We're on tomorrow after Game 3 of this series. It's a day game, so we'll see you tomorrow, probably around 3:30 here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.